Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A fire was raging outside. Black smoke billowed into the sky. The Birth of a Hero is a novel depicting a fierce battle. Houses in a village were engulfed in flames. A broken cart stood on the ground. The young hero who had traveled from another dimension and numerous characters who were natives of the continent were at the center of the action. Not far from the burning village was a mill. After emerging from the forest of darkness, young Han first met people he had grown attached to. A woman extended her hand to him. The boy took her hand, and people gathered around him. The entire village of Horus, where people who could be considered family and friends lived, had been destroyed by a secret group, and the boy stood in front of the corpses of his comrades. The basket of herbs fell from his hands. He looked at the people lying on the ground while the fire burned around him. The innocent Han, who possessed explosive power and had lived in the forest of darkness for decades, lowered his head. He had never hurt people before, and the woman lay face down at his feet. The boy opened his mouth. Ash flew around him. Clenching his fist, the boy gritted his teeth and made his first kill. The swing of his sword left a cut on the mercenary. The hooded man asked who he was. The swordsman lunged towards him, pointing his finger at Khan. The man ordered his subordinates to kill him. The men in black robes held out their swords in front of them. The boy slit the throat of one of them. The boy plunged his sword into the chest of another enemy. His gaze was full of anger. Black smoke enveloped the entire village. The basket of herbs was covered in blood. The last enemy fell to his knees, his body covered in deep cuts. The bodies of the arsonists lay next to the corpses of the villagers. Frowning, the wounded swordsman breathed heavily. In his hands was a bloody sword. He came to his senses only after he killed all the members of the secret group. The blade of the sword reflected the burning house. Unable to find out any information, Khan fell into despair. A sand mound appeared under his hands. A shovel was stuck next to the gravestone. Gritting his teeth, the boy promised to kill everyone who had a hand in what happened. Having committed murder for the first time and experiencing the bitterness of loss, the young man left the village, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The central city of the Henidus territory, Weston, had a stone turtle on its coat of arms. By the will of fate, the swordsman found himself in front of a surprised cow. The count's son was holding a bottle of wine. The aristocrat covered his head with his hands. Khan beat him half to death, taking a lamp in his hands. Looking in the mirror, the protagonist realized that he woke up in Cal's body. The guy remembered how he borrowed The Birth of a Hero on his day off and fell asleep while reading. The book was lying on the floor. Squinting, he thought that this was a reincarnation. Standing in front of the mirror in only a towel, the young man realized that he was in the body of the Count's son. In the first book of the novel, Cal was one of those who played a cameo role. Steam enveloped the room. He rose to the ceiling. Lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, the Viscount thought that he had nothing to regret, because in his past life he had no parents, no loved ones, no friends to give his life for. Lowering his eyebrows and sighing, the aristocrat thought that he was only someone who survived, but could not allow himself to die. Squinting, the protagonist decided that he would not die in this world. Putting his hand on the edge of the bathtub, Roxu realized that he did not like death and pain, and that this world was better even if he had to walk in the dirt. Putting his hand on his side, the guy realized that he did not have a scar. Leaning on his hand, he realized that he had not yet met Khan. Even before meeting the swordsman, Cal, with a bottle in his hands, caused a pogrom in the bar because he did not like the drink, and injured his side. Smiling, the young man thought that his character was quite funny. The Viscount looked away. He did not know what happened to Cal afterwards. The steam enveloped the chandelier. Raising his sword, Han met an ironic fate, overcame difficulties, and became an exemplary hero. Frowning, the aristocrat decided not to let him beat him. His motto in life was quite simple. Rising from the water, the protagonist thought that he should just let the story develop further, but without the episode with his beating. He sank down onto the wooden floor. Taking a towel, Roxu decided that he would do it for the sake of a long, painless little pleasure. Wanting to find a quiet, peaceful life, the guy put the towel on his shoulders and thought that he remembered the content of the entire first part of the novel. Closing his eyes, the young man adjusted his hair. Looking away, he decided to try to carry out his plan. Candles were burning on the chandelier. The Viscount looked back when someone called out to him from behind the bathroom door. Putting on a robe, he replied that he would be out soon. Water dripped from his bare feet. Ron smiled and handed the young master a mug of water. Squinting, the aristocrat remembered that in front of him was a former assassin who had arrived by ship from the eastern continent, and was only pretending to be so kind. Thinking that he should start by introducing this man to Khan, the protagonist took the mug and thanked him. The butler smiled slyly, Putting the teapot on the table, Roxu thought that there were many strong people in this world, so he also needed strength for self-defense. If he planned to live a long and quiet life on a continent where a war would soon begin, he needed to be at least somewhat strong. Sitting in a chair, the guy thought that it would be better for him to not stand out so as not to attract too much attention. Entering the room, the servant said that he would help the young master get dressed. The young man replied that he wanted to wear something simple. There was a white shirt with a jabot on the chair. Putting it on, the Viscount realized that thanks to his character's appearance and physique, everything fits him perfectly. But the final touch of style was still the face. The aristocrat walked down the hallway of the mansion. The maids standing around him greeted him. Bowing, the girl greeted him in a trembling voice. Looking at her in confusion, the protagonist wondered if everything was really that bad. Passing by the servants, he remembered that Cal never hit people, but he was constantly drunk and made a terrible mess. Turning away, Roxu thought that it was even better this way, because no one would touch him. Pointing to the door, Ron wished the gentleman a bon appetit. The guy entered the dining room. He looked up. The whole family was sitting at the table in front of him. Darith, the current head of the Henedis County, frowned. His stepmother, Violin, narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Her son, Basin, looked arrogantly at his half-brother. His younger sister, Lily, raised an eyebrow. Sitting at the head of the table, the count said that his son was late and asked him to sit down at the table. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. He sat down at his place. The head of the family did not stand out for his strength or power, but he had an impressive fortune. The stepmother looked back. She and her children tried to avoid contact with her stepson. The siblings looked at their half-brother with distrust. In general, these were ideal conditions for a comfortable life. If only you don't count the intent looks that the Viscount caught on himself while eating. He asked if the relatives wanted to say something, but the answer was negative. The sun was shining through the high window. Having impaled the meat on his fork, the aristocrat decided to eat quickly and leave, because the family was uncomfortable with him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he was eating such delicious meat for the first time. The fork fell to the floor. Basin's mouth dropped open, wondering if his brother had smiled. The boy apologized and took the fork from the servant's hands. Roxu wondered what had happened to him. Picking up a glass of red liquid, the boy thought it was wine. He brought it closer and sniffed it. He put the glass down on the table. His father called him back as the Viscount began eating again. Darith's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard his son say the food was delicious, not expecting such words. The man frowned. Raising his hand, the count confirmed that the food was delicious and was glad that his son was eating with such an appetite. Picking up his napkin, the aristocrat thought that it was good that he was considered a scoundrel, because then no one would accuse him of lacking manners. Bringing a piece of meat to his mouth, the protagonist decided that he should not pester Basin, because it was better to live idly in a safe place, being the elder brother of a feudal lord, than to tensely survive, going in an unknown direction. The boy frowned. His elder brother thought that if it did not work out to get closer, he could follow this scenario and go somewhere, far away from the war. Roxu wiped his mouth with a napkin. Approaching him, Darith asked if he needed anything. Thinking, the boy lowered his gaze. Looking at his father, he replied that he needed money. The man promised to give as much as he could. His eldest son smiled. The children looked at them in confusion. The young man happily closed his eyes. Seeing the paper in front of him, the Viscount was surprised that he was given so much money. Imagining the count sitting on a mountain of gold, the aristocrat decided that this family had an incredible fortune. Putting the paper in his pocket, the protagonist decided to change his plan and called the butler. Ron entered the room and asked Rox what day it was. The old man smiled and replied that today was the 29th of March, year 781 according to the Fellis calendar. The boy thought that he had better hurry. There were blue curtains on the windows. The Khan looked back. Looking away, the young man realized that the swordsman would soon arrive in Weston. The carriage was driving down the street. The horses stopped in front of the house. The man jumped to the ground. The Viscount looked up. The sign next to the building read Aroma of Poetry. The cab driver stood at attention. The aristocrat looked back and waved his hand, asking him to leave. The man asked if he needed to wait for the young gentleman. The protagonist replied that he would spend a lot of time here. The light was on in the store. People were sitting at the table and talking about something. Suddenly, one of them looked back. Roxu entered the room. A man who looked like the owner of the bookstore was standing in front. The man put the book on the table. Bilos spread his arms and greeted the guest. As he approached him, the boy thought that the man looked like a piggy bank. He put a few coins on the table. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he would be on the 3rd floor all day and asked to be served any tea except sour. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Viscount asked if they had any novels besides poetry collections, and the librarian answered in the affirmative. Turning to him, the aristocrat asked to bring him the most interesting book and a cup of tea. Handing the man a coin, he added that he planned to drink tea all day. Bilos's mouth dropped open in shock. Frowning, the librarian said that 1,000,000 helens was too much. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had a lot of money and that it was a tip. Roxu sat at a table on the 3rd floor. He put his hand to his chin and looked out the window. There were guards standing near the stairs. Khan was supposed to go to the feudal lord's residence to report on what had happened. But early in the morning the guards at the main entrance chased him away. At that moment the swordsman's mind was first on the normal funeral of the villagers, and then on the information about those who killed them. Squinting, the guy called him very loyal. In the book, Cal pointed his finger at Khan, who entered and said that one glass of his alcohol was worth more than the lives of all the villagers and that this did not concern their lands in any way. The swordsman, opening his mouth in surprise, said that this was an interesting thought. Smiling, he asked if the Viscount would change his mind or not. The young man grabbed him by the cheeks. The aristocrat frowned. Stroking his shoulder, the protagonist felt goosebumps all over his body. Putting his hand to his chin, Roxu decided to forget about the contents of the book. Noticing something, he looked out the window. Khan was standing opposite the guards. Extending his hand, the man asked him for documents. The swordsman turned away. Covering his mouth with his hand, the boy thought that he definitely didn't have any documents. The warrior walked away from the main entrance. The sun was shining on the top of his head. The young man remembered that the character in the book would wait until nightfall, jump over the wall, sneak in here and run into a drunk cow. The cup on the table was empty. The Viscount headed for the stairs. Bilos looked back. Having gone down to the 1st floor, the aristocrat explained that he needed to leave for a while and asked to hold his place for him. The protagonist approached the door. He went out into the street. The door slammed behind him. People looked after him in horror and were surprised that the young man simply walked out and didn't break anything. Putting his hands in his pockets, Roxu heard their screams. The boy looked ahead. Looking around, he decided to quickly find the strength to defend himself so that he would have the opportunity to fight back against strong people. A war is about to break out on this continent. If you don't want to get sick and die early, you need to be strong enough even for this, because otherwise something will definitely happen that will hurt. Walking forward along the street, the young man decided that he should not be too strong. The Viscount looked up. In front of him was a building. Green awnings stood above the windows. The winged shield was enveloped in steam. An ancient power was contained in it. On the plate lay a fresh croissant. The aristocrat examined the buns lying on the counter, deciding to lay the foundation for obtaining an indestructible shield. Seeing him, the baker's mouth opened in shock. Bowing, the man greeted him, thinking that he was no longer surprised by something like this. The protagonist said that he came to buy bread. The merchant's eyes widened in surprise. Roxu threw a coin on the table. He pointed to one edge of the table. Pointing to the opposite edge, the guy said that he would buy everything. The coin fell on the table. The baker looked at her in amazement. Suddenly, the man looked at the customer. Squinting, the young man said that he could go to someone else if he was not satisfied with something. Startled, the merchant promised to do everything right away. The baker ran into the back room. On the table lay a huge bag. Throwing it over his shoulder, the Viscount thought that this was too unusual a surrounding. Looking at the street, he realized that this was not Korea, but a real fantasy world. There was a street lamp burning. Walking down the street, the aristocrat realized that he was attracting a lot of attention because his character regularly caused trouble here. The main character gritted his teeth. His shoes were dirty. Roxu decided to quickly deal with this matter. The children watched him, hiding behind a wooden column. Their brows were furrowed. The boy climbed a hill near the city. The bag fell to the ground with a crash. The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he looked away. Seeing the city from the side, the Viscount realized that he had climbed quite high and that the bread was quite heavy due to its quantity. Raising his hand to the gate, the aristocrat realized that it was very ancient. His hand trembled. Looking around, he wondered how old this place was. In front of him grew a tall tree. Finding himself in the shadow of its crown, the protagonist assumed that it was at least several hundred years old. Hearing someone ask him not to approach the tree, Roxu shuddered. The children standing behind the gate told him that this tree eats people. A dark bloody aura flew around the plant. According to rumors, a man who hanged himself on the branches of the tree dried up overnight. The guy smiled and realized that this was the tree he needed. A woman was kneeling in front of a man. A long time ago there lived a man who was in the service of God, but one day he was expelled for the sin of gluttony. When he died, a sprout sprouted where his body had been. The tree absorbed the insults and strength of that man, The Viscount placed the bag next to it. The aristocrat took out a loaf of bread. The shield flapped its wings. This tree contained the very power of the indestructible shield. The protagonist threw the bread into the hole under the tree. The children tried to dissuade him from doing this. Covering his face with his hand, Roxu thought that in all worlds there are overly inquisitive children, and decided to send them away first. The children shuddered when the stranger approached them. Worriedly knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that this tree eats people. Throwing them a couple of paper bags, the guy explained that he would be fine and asked them to leave. The child opened his mouth in surprise and took the bags. The stranger repeated her words. Frowning sternly, the young man asked if they knew anything about Cal. Straightening up, the children decided to leave as soon as possible. Looking back, the girl said that he couldn't die. The Viscount gritted his teeth in displeasure. Turning to the tree, he decided to start all over again. The aristocrat lowered the loaf into the hole. The bread immediately disappeared into the darkness. Looking at his hand, the protagonist felt as if the hole wanted to suck it in along with the bread. The shield was the remnant of the power of a man who died of hunger. Roxu looked at the bag full of bread. In this world, such legends can be trusted. There was a hole under the roots of the tree. It was dark inside. Looking down, the guy remembered that he needed to be fed until the darkness disappeared. Because darkness is the embodiment of resentment, and light must appear in its place. The young man took the bag, deciding that when the light appears, the indestructible shield will belong to him. He turned the bag over and threw all the bread into the hole. Strange sounds came from the hole under the tree. Putting down the empty bag, the Viscount thought that 10 more bags should be enough for him. Hearing the sounds, the aristocrat raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at the hole, the protagonist decided that it was quite creepy, and wondered how strong the offense of this man was. Clouds were gathering over the tree. Roxu realized that he should come here tomorrow. The children ate bread greedily. The guy looked at them. Passing by, he thought that they were too afraid and would not approach the tree, but it would be very unpleasant if they stuck their heads in the hole and were eaten. The children looked after him. Looking back, the young man said that they should be silent if they wanted to eat bread the next day. Evening came, lanterns lit up in the streets. Having descended the spiral staircase, the Viscount approached the counter. Bilos asked if the guest was really going to leave. The answer was affirmative. The room was lit by a candle. The man wished to see his client again. Heading towards the exit, the aristocrat said that the tea was simply superb and the book was very interesting. He liked the growing character, receiving recognition for his skills. The main character asked not to lend this book to anyone and promised to finish it next time. The owner of the library raised his eyebrows in surprise. Smiling, Bilos promised to put the book aside and asked the guest to come to him more often. Roxu went outside. After some time, there was an inn on the street. The man's mouth opened in shock. His eyes turned white. Bowing, the owner of the inn greeted the young gentleman. There was a broken bottle on the floor. The guy thought that such a reaction was natural, because where Cal drank was always a terrible mess. The young man threw a coin to the bartender and asked him for a bottle of wine and a fried chicken breast without salt. There were barrels on the floor. The man clasped his hands and asked if the customer would not even sit down. Hearing silence in response, the innkeeper turned around and said that he would bring alcohol now. People were sitting at the dining table. Putting his hand on the counter, the Viscount thought that even the local bandits and idlers tried not to look at him. Usually, people from the nobility were on good terms with bandits and mercenaries, but Cal despised such people. Beaten bandits ran away from him. Looking away, the aristocrat remembered that his character considered such people parasites. The bartender put a bottle of wine and a piece of chicken breast on the table. Heading towards the exit, the protagonist assumed that since this was Cal's usual booze, this was a bottle of the most expensive alcohol. Drops of wine burst out. Roxu took a few sips from the neck of the bottle. He wiped his mouth with his hand. Walking along the fortress wall, the guy felt a burning sensation inside. Taking a step forward, the young man remembered that he needed to take about 100 steps from the entrance in this direction. The Viscount put his hand to the wall. Looking down, the nobleman realized that everything happened as expected. In front of him were 2 kittens. At the moment when Han jumped over the wall, at the landing site there was a kitten carefully licking the fur of another kitten. This world was full of such coincidences. Squinting, the protagonist remembered that the swordsman twisted in flight so as not to fall on the kittens, and sprained his ankle. Nearby sat a warrior. In his hands was a sword. Roxu thought that this man was very kind. Han looked up. Frowning, the guy felt a chill and thought that the alcohol he had drunk beforehand would help him. Closing his eyes, the young man decided to make a good first impression and said that the kittens looked hungry. The Viscount opened the parchment in which the meat lay. Putting it on the ground, he called the animals. The kittens fearfully approached the chest. They were younger than it might seem. After tearing the meat into small pieces, the noble asked if the kittens could chew the chicken. The gray kitten frowned. Stroking its head, the protagonist explained that they would feel much better if they ate. Looking at the kittens, Roxu asked if there was a place where Han could go. The swordsman sat silently by the wall. Looking down, the boy asked if he wanted to eat. Stroking the kittens, the young man thought that the man was silent because he was studying him carefully. The dim light illuminated the fortress walls. Bowing his head, the warrior replied that he was very hungry. The Viscount approached him. For a while, he silently looked at Han. Squinting, the noble asked him to follow him and promised to feed him. The swordsman looked up in surprise. The easiest way to make a good first impression is to feed a person well. He rose to his feet and followed the stranger. The protagonist looked down. A ginger kitten rubbed itself against his leg. Roxu thought that he didn't like cats, but these seemed quite cute to him. Looking at the man, the boy realized that he couldn't pretend that they weren't there. He crouched down, stroked the kittens, and said that he had to go. The kitten happily closed its eyes when it was stroked. It seemed as if the second cat had called it. Then they ran away together. The heroes walked along a poorly lit street. A castle appeared ahead. The warrior stopped. The young man looked back and asked what had happened. He had to pretend that he didn't understand that he was being analyzed. The Khan frowned, probably wondering in his head how easy it would be to kill the stranger. The Viscount narrowed his eyes and asked why the swordsman didn't go further. Seeing them ahead, the guard called out to the young master. Approaching them, the nobleman thought that it would be better if no one stumbled when talking to him. Covering his eyes with his hand, the protagonist realized that it was a little unpleasant for him to hear this every time. The light came on in the castle. Bowing, Ron asked if the young gentleman had returned. Stopping in front of him, Roxu answered in the affirmative, and was surprised that he was expected. The old man raised his eyebrows questioningly. The man cast a distrustful glance at him. Strange sparks appeared between them. The guy asked the guest to follow him. Looking at the young gentleman climbing the stairs, the butler offered his help in accompanying this man. Refusing, the young man went up to the second floor and decided that he did not want them to incinerate each other with a look. A boy appeared from the doorway. Hans was surprised that the young gentleman had returned home. The Viscount remembered that he had been assigned to him not so long ago. When he took a bottle out of his pocket, the servant fearfully covered his chest with his hand. Hearing the request to take the bottle away, the boy blushed and agreed. The noble said that next time he would throw the bottle. His mouth hanging open in surprise, Hans asked where he was going. The light was on in the second kitchen. Today Han had to meet another person. The protagonist smiled. Ron's son was standing in the kitchen. In his hands was a kitchen knife and a whetstone. Roxu found him quite creepy because of his gaze. The swordsman had to meet him because when Cal was being beaten, Bikros saw the man's strength, admired it, and followed him. Imagining the bowling ball knocking down the butler and his son, the boy thought that he could get rid of these two. Putting his hand on the guest's shoulder, the young man asked the servant to prepare him some food. The cook looked at them. In his hands was a wide knife. The Viscount asked to put it down. Frowning, he repeated his request and explained that their guest was hungry. Bikros lowered his gaze and agreed. 3 pins in the shape of heroes stood in a row. Smiling, the nobleman thought that they were now connected to each other. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked the cook to prepare food for him too, and to do everything in the best possible way. Hearing that yesterday's steak tasted simply delicious, the servant looked down. He frowned in confusion when he was called an excellent cook. Opening the door, Roxu assumed that if the steak was so good, then the dinner would be excellent. Hans approached him from behind and asked what they should do with the guest. Han was standing in the center of the room. Looking around, the boy asked to be treated as a guest and thought that important matters were over for today. And if this did not work, then he would need to make Han beat up someone else, and Bikros would see it. Looking at the servant, the young man asked him to bring the food to the bedroom when it was ready. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The light was on in the study with bookcases. Hans was standing in front of the count. Darith folded his hands in front of him, wondering why his son had visited a tea house run by Flynn's illegitimate son, brought home an unidentifiable man, and drunk within reason. The candlestick stood next to the bookcase, and the servant asked if someone should be assigned to watch over the young master, to which the man replied in the negative. With a stern frown, the head of the family explained that it was under his jurisdiction as long as it happened in his lands, and asked the boy to continue to watch his son and report everything to him. Hans bowed and agreed. The count raised his hand. Resting his head on it, Darith thought that his son had changed greatly. Putting his hands to his chin, the man thought that the boy was not acting like he usually did. Remembering how the young man had jumped up from the table during dinner, the head of the family decided that his son had not become smart or strong, but his behavior had changed, and at the last dinner he had sat quietly at the table. Lowering his hands, the count asked the servant to get information about Flynn's illegitimate son. The boy bowed. The sounds of footsteps could be heard in the green-walled study. Going to the window, Dorith thought that it wasn't just his son who had changed. Squinting, he decided that the situation on the continent was also restless. The county of Henidus lived peacefully, gradually expanding and increasing its wealth. Sitting down next to his children, the man asked them not to go down in history, but to live for the sake of happiness and peace. The head of the family headed for the exit, deciding to strengthen the city walls. Frowning, the protagonist felt discomfort. Sitting down on the bed, Rox felt that his stomach hurt, and because of the butler, who brought lemonade instead of water, he felt even more nauseous. Grinning, Ron said that the young master was sleeping very soundly, so he did not wake him up. The boy squinted and, seeing a bandage on his neck, asked if the old man was hurt. Handing him a mug, the man asked if the young master was worried about him. The young man answered negatively and explained that the bandage just irritated him. Imagining how he and his son fought with Khan, the butler replied that it was nothing and that he was scratched by a cat. Taking a sip, the Viscount assumed that the cat was another innocent person. He gave the cup to the servant. Ron was surprised that his master was already leaving. The aristocrat approached the door and said that he would take care of everything himself. The protagonist squeezed the door handle, but stopped when he was called. Raising his eyebrows, the old man asked if he liked the lemonade. Looking back, Roxu replied that he liked everything. Squinting with displeasure, the boy realized that the man was in a bad mood. Otherwise, what was the point of this question? Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Khan was standing behind the door. Slamming the door, the young man thought that he had been very frightened. Nervously clenching his fingers, the Viscount called out to the servant. Closing his eyes, the butler said that he had not thought that the master would be afraid of his guest waiting for him behind the door. Putting his hands behind his back, Ron explained that he had asked him to wait in a special room, but the man said that he urgently needed to talk to the aristocrat. Frowning angrily, the protagonist decided that the old man had scared him on purpose. The sun's rays penetrated the room through the windows. Opening the door, Roxu asked what had happened. The swordsman looked down. Opening his mouth, he uttered the words food. Confused, the boy asked what they were talking about. Putting his hand to his heart, the warrior promised to work for the food. Mentally gritting his teeth, the young man crossed his arms over his chest, replied that he did not need it, and thought that he was not going to use such a person as a workforce. Clenching his fist, Han added that he had a request. Thinking that they were talking about the village of Horus, the Viscount closed his eyes and said that the guest should ask something not from him, but from Hans. Squinting and imagining a smiling boy, the aristocrat said that he was a capable deputy butler who could handle any request. Putting his hand on Ron's shoulder, he added that he was also a capable person who would definitely listen to the guest. Looking at the swordsman, the protagonist asked the old man to do everything to help him. Opening his mouth in surprise, the man said that they did not know him at all. Roxu looked away. Looking at the guest, he asked if there was a need for a reason to help a person who was having a hard time. It was unlikely that the warrior was going to ask for something impossible, and if the request turned out to be exactly that, then Hans would rightly refuse. Han lowered his eyebrows. Turning away from him, the boy said that he had to go on business and thought that he needed to buy a lot, so he should get money from his father. Looking after him, Ron promised to do his errand. The young man looked back. He immediately turned away and walked forward, thinking that he did not care, because the fight was the concern of the main character of the novel and his companions. The swordsman's mouth fell open in amazement. Looking at the empty cup, the butler called it curious that the young master hated sour, but drank the lemonade anyway. Touching the bandage on his neck, the old man realized that he was afraid. Frowning menacingly, the man assumed that the Earl's son knew something. Ron looked away when he was called. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior asked to see him off. Looking at the swordsman in the cloak, the butler was surprised that this man, who smelled of human blood, was pretending to be innocent. Smiling, the old man decided that this man was broken too much. Walking forward down the corridor, the servant asked the guest to follow him. Khan looked back. He narrowed his eyes. The heroes went their separate ways. The Viscount stood in front of a tree with a sack on his back. The aristocrat poured all the bread into the pit beneath it. A voice asked for more food. The protagonist shuddered in surprise and thought it was creepy. The priestess stood by the tree, and it was her voice that was coming from the pit. Looking away, Roxu remembered that his father had asked him to come to his office in the evening, so he needed to leave before dark. Realizing that this was not enough, the boy came out from behind the fence and decided that he would have to run a little more to throw half of what he needed into the pit. The children were sitting next to the fence. There were crumbs on their faces. The young man looked in their direction and passed by. The sun was shining on the city. The previous bakery was empty because it takes a lot of time to prepare such a quantity of bread. Walking down the street, the Viscount thought he needed to find another place when suddenly someone called out to him. Smiling, the woman said they had a lot of bread. Throwing her a coin, the aristocrat asked her to bring it all she had and hurry. Looking at the coin, the merchant blushed with joy. Heading to the bakery, she asked him to wait a little. A large bag of bread fell on the road. The protagonist thought that this woman was a very good seller. Scratching her head, the merchant said they could make more. The man behind them shouted that he could bake even more bread. Handing him a coin, Rox promised to buy from his bakery and asked him to make a bag of bread at once, thinking that he could pick up bread from 3 places at once. Things were going very smoothly. This really raised his spirits. Someone was watching the guy from around the corner. The young man squinted, talking to the merchant. Bikros frowned in confusion and wondered if the young master had gone mad. Remembering his smiling father, the servant remembered Ron calling the gentleman interesting, and now he was convinced of it himself. Looking away, the cook thought that he was as interesting to watch as that black-haired guest. In the hands of a little girl was a bottle of herbs. Looking up, the child said that this was not bread. The Viscount asked them to move away. The boy spread his arms out to the sides. His sister said that their friend should not die. Frowning, the aristocrat remembered that he too was an ordinary, run-of-the-mill orphan, so he knew a lot about pity and sympathy. The children frowned pitifully. The protagonist wondered if such unfortunate people needed sympathy, and remembered that such words were mockery for him. But then they acquired meaning. The child's legs were covered in abrasions. Roxu thought that he was annoyed by this, turning down the corners of his lips. Looking at the children trying to protect him, he was indignant that such small children were in pain, and thought that despite this, he still did not want to hug them to his chest. Raising his eyebrows, the boy promised that he would not die there. The voice asked for more food. Squatting down, the young man emptied the bag of bread. Rising to his feet, the Viscount noticed that the darkness began to disappear, and said that the girl was obliged to repay him for these expenses. Turning around, the aristocrat noticed that the children were gone. He immediately felt better when the wounded boys disappeared from sight. Hearing some sound, he looked at his feet. Small kittens were sitting nearby. Brushing them off, the protagonist was surprised that they remembered him, and thought that he did not need extra trouble. The sun's rays illuminated the mansion. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. Standing in front of his sons, Darith announced that the eldest of them would be going to the royal family as a representative of their family. Roxu raised an eyebrow in displeasure, thinking that a royal reception was not appropriate at the moment. Smiling, the count explained that he had planned to send his youngest son there, but Cal was their firstborn, and this time there was a big event at the royal palace, to which the children of all the noble families were invited. The boys stood with their hands down. The head of the family added that the youngest son had attended all such events since the year before last, but this time it would be better if the eldest went. Looking away, the boy remembered that a terrorist attack would occur at the big event in the royal palace. A secret group organized an arson in a place where a large number of residents of the capital gathered, but Khan came to the scene of the fire and saved many citizens who were in the square. The swordsman knelt before the king, and thus he managed to contact the royal family and the crown prince, becoming his friend. Squinting, the young man felt goosebumps at the thought that they wanted to send him there. He looked at his brother. Dason was looking ahead. The Viscount remembered that he had been sent to similar events before. Raising his eyebrows, the aristocrat decided that he did not want to go to such a dangerous place, but he could not send his brother there either. He was worried about why his father decided to send him to the capital in the first place. A wooden window cast a shadow on the heroes. Darith said that his son would leave in 5 days. In 5 days Cal was supposed to be beaten by Khan, which would not allow him to go to the palace. Grinning, the count asked his eldest son to remember the time when his brother went to events and calmly go to the palace. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was too sudden and that he needed to think about it, because he did not understand why the choice fell on him. The man agreed and let his sons go. Roxu went to the exit of the office. The boys went out the door. Looking away, Basin said that his older brother had every right to go to the palace. Squinting, the young man thought that he should not do this under any circumstances. Cal had been pushed out of his position as the heir to the family. Since the year before last, his younger brother had begun to function as the heir. Basin stood in front of the family crest, but now he decided that Cal had the right to act as the representative of the family. Closing his eyes and sighing, the Viscount thought that this was not the best situation. Looking ahead, the aristocrat decided that he needed to take a risk for the sake of the future. His character would not be in mortal danger, and new opportunities could open up in the capital. Looking at his brother, the protagonist thought that he would not want the boy to die without becoming a feudal lord, because he too should live for the sake of his calm and peaceful life. Approaching him from behind, Hans said that he came to talk about the guest's request today. Hearing the request to call him here, the servant raised his eyebrows in surprise. Judging by the expression on his face, Hans' case was resolved well, while Roxu had an event at the royal palace that was not in the plans. Waving his hand, the guy asked to say one word if the guest refused to come. The young man opened his mouth and said the word duty. He decided to arrange everything as comfortably as possible for himself, since he would have to go to the royal palace. Deciding to use Han as his trump card, the Viscount asked the deputy butler to tell the guest that he had a chance to earn his food. The swordsman was sitting on a chair. The man looked around. The aristocrat thought that the butler fed him well, that even his face brightened, and concluded that they got along well with Ron and his son. Frowning, the warrior immediately got down to business and asked how he could earn his food. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he hadn't changed much in the first part of the hero's birth, and planned not to interfere anymore. But his trip to the capital could lead to even bigger changes. Putting a piece of paper on the table, Roxu said that he needed to make sure that the guest could handle his task. Looking up, he explained that this was an interview. Han nodded. The boy asked if he knew how to protect people. The swordsman frowned sternly and asked what they were talking about. Putting his hand on the back of the sofa, the young man thought that he had changed his plan in a hurry. But perhaps it would be even better this way, and decided to take the ancient power that, according to the plot, was intended for the protagonist of the novel. Raising his eyebrows, the Viscount repeated his question. Candles were burning on the chandelier. The man's mouth was slightly open. Looking down, he replied that he didn't know the answer. Seeing how the warrior clenched his fists, the aristocrat sensed his instability. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if the guest could kill a man. Looking at him, Han replied that he could. Roxu concluded that he could protect someone as well. There was a cup of tea on the table. The swordsman noted that it was quite difficult. The guy added that it was difficult, but not impossible. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man thought that his past incarnation could not just say it's difficult and go a different way. So he was happy that he had the opportunity to live in Cal's body. But a mountain of obstacles appeared on the way to his peaceful future, so he needed someone to carry him over this mountain. Smiling, the man agreed that it was not impossible. Crossing his legs, the Viscount decided to ask the last question. Raising his hand, he asked what his guest's name was. Placing his hands on his knees, the warrior asked if he really didn't know it. The aristocrat answered negatively. Straightening up, the protagonist explained that others had told him this name and that he would like the guest to introduce himself. With a wide smile, Han said his name. He extended his hand. The heroes shook hands. Raising his eyebrows, Roxu introduced himself as Cal Henidus. Moving a piece of paper, the boy explained that working as payment for food was quite simple. Taking the paper, the swordsman read two names. Next to the princess from the neighboring kingdom, Rosalind, who had survived the assassination attempt, stood the heir of the Wolf King, Luck. The last survivor of the powerful wolf race looked frail and ordinary, but became tougher and more aggressive as soon as he fell into a rage. His shadow turned into a monster. The girl cast a beautiful slender shadow. She wielded the strongest destructive power, but she did not want to take the throne and wanted to create the best magic tower on the continent. Closing his eyes and imagining a bloody Burkos, the young man remembered that all those who attempted to kill her were tortured. Rising to his feet, the Viscount was glad that his guest could read. Taking the scroll in his hands, the nobleman asked him to come with him. He laid out a map of the continent on the table. Pointing to the palace, the protagonist explained that the man would need to go to the indicated place, thinking that he needed to walk with him until the middle of the way. The man's hair covered his eyes. In one of the chapters of the first volume of The Birth of a Hero, a marquis replaced Cal as an antagonist and constantly interfered with the crown prince and the protagonist of the novel. Adjusting his collar, Roxu remembered that this man had a real dragon. The monster breathed fire at people. The Marquis believed that he had successfully tamed the dragon, which was less than 5 years old, but the beast managed to escape and went mad. The warrior plunged his sword into the dragon's head, giving it freedom and death. Looking to the side, the boy realized that he would have to go through this village that would be attacked by a dragon. Otherwise, they would be late to the capital, which meant that they would either have to deal with the monster first, or let Khan finish it off. The swordsman held a paper in his hands. The boy explained that he would have to go to the capital accompanied by these people. Looking up, the man asked if he needed to protect them. The Viscount replied that it would be up to him. Closing his eyes, the nobleman explained that he absolutely had to get to the capital safe and sound and meet him. The warrior looked down when asked if he could protect himself. Nodding, Khan said that he could handle it. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist thought that he should drink something for courage. Waving his hand, Roxu said that the guest was free to go. The swordsman headed for the exit. The boy added that their entire conversation should remain a secret. Smiling, the man replied that he understood everything. A full moon shone over the city. There was a mirror in the green-walled study. The young man approached his father and said that he needed money. Raising his hand, Darith asked his son to give this to the treasurer. The man handed his son a piece of paper. Lying on his bed, the Viscount looked at the paper and thought that money was the best thing in the world. Entering the room, Ron put a cup of tea with honey and lemon on the table and said that his son had brewed it especially for the young master. Folding his hands behind his back, the butler wished him good night and added that he would always be there. The aristocrat narrowed his eyes. Getting out of bed, he thought that the old man had driven away his sleep. Imagining a smiling man next to his son, the protagonist thought that he should quickly bring them together with Khan. A drop of sweat was running down his tense face. The whole day from the very morning looked like a horror movie. Roxu was walking down the street. In the morning he found himself in the office. Ron asked if the young gentleman was going to the capital for the first time, and promised to catch rabbits for him. Smiling, the butler explained that since the rabbit could escape at any moment, it must be carefully watched and killed at the right moment, and then gutted. Remembering his menacing look, the guy thought that this man was too creepy. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man was glad that Ron and Bickrose would go with them. Jumping off the counter, the baker noticed that the gentleman had arrived quite early. Squinting, the Viscount thought that after several meetings, the merchant began to react a little calmer. The man said that the bag of bread was already ready. Having handed the bag to the customer, the baker asked if today was the last time. The aristocrat asked if he wanted more easy money. Hearing an affirmative answer, the protagonist grinned. Having given the merchant a coin, Roxu promised to return if he wanted to eat. The shop owner watched him go. There was a wooden bridge ahead. The boy looked down. Seeing the little children, he assumed they were homeless since he met them at any time. The young man gave them the bags of bread. The boys got up from the steps. The children took 2 small paper bags. While they were eating the bread, the Viscount turned away and walked on. Looking around, the aristocrat was glad that it was foggy here, because thanks to this no one would see what was happening here. Approaching a tree, the protagonist untied the bag. Several buns fell into a bottomless pit. A voice asked for more food. Squatting down, Roxu emptied the bag. A bright source of light appeared in the pit. Smiling, the boy saw it and realized that his efforts were not in vain. The leaves of the tree rustled. Hearing a loud voice, the young man covered his ears with his hands and thought that this was not in the book. The priestess said that she would give a gift if she was fed. The shadow of the leaves fell on the Viscount's face. He looked at the tree and asked it to wait a bit. Loaves of bread fell out of the last bag. This should have been enough for the whole to brighten. The earth shook. The aristocrat opened his mouth in surprise. A voice shouted that it was very tasty. A bright light broke through from under the ground. A cloud of light energy flew out of the hole. The priestess said that the third bag was especially good, and concluded that cooking also progresses over time. The ball lit up. The girl said that in their time there was not even such a word as bread. The voice said that it was immediately clear from the taste that the wheat for this bread grew in good soil, because wheat can be different. Hugging himself, the main character thought that he would not wait for a reward. He crossed his arms on his chest and thought that the priestess's anger grew not from hunger, but from the impossibility of talking to someone. The voice repeated that the bread was very tasty. The man knelt before the altar. In ancient times there was nothing so delicious. The people of the dark forest who worshipped the god always brought her some terrible dishes. The priestess said that she loved to eat well, so she ran away. Closing her eyes, Roxu realized that he would have to listen to this story to the end. The girl said that she and her friends left in the hopes of making the world a better place, but she could not refuse delicious food, so she died so unfairly. Frowning, the guy said that this was a wonderful review of the taste of food. The cloud of energy glowed even more brightly. The voice thanked the young man for understanding. Raising his hand, the Viscount realized that the foliage had acquired a rare green color. A bright flash of light appeared in front of him. Reaching out, he felt something warm. A pillar of light appeared from the pit. Smiling, the aristocrat realized that this was what he needed. A spark flared in his chest. A wave of energy jumped out of the hole and rushed into his heart. The protagonist looked down. Leaves were flying around him. Putting his hand to his chest, Roxu felt a warm power of pure beauty. The shield folded its wings. For it, the owner's life is the highest priority, and the heart is its source of energy and the main object of protection. This power will not disappear until the heart stops. Smiling, the guy felt how this power envelops the heart, making it beat faster. Leaves swirled under his feet, thus ancient powers, depending on the specifics, leave their mark. Closing his eyes, the young man decided to use the ancient power as it was written in the birth of a hero. He squinted. A bright light burst out from his chest. The wind swayed his red hair. A smile appeared on his face. A silver indestructible shield appeared in the air. Roxu's clothes and hair were blown by the streams of wind. The guy smiled, looking at the hovering shield in front of him. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that even if Han went against him, he would be able to defend himself about 2 times. The shield had white wings on the sides. The item was called the Indestructible Shield, and unlike its name, although it was destroyed, it did not disappear. If a certain attack power was greater than its limit, the shield broke, but returned to the heart. Gradually, thanks to its energy, the shield's strength was restored. The guy put his palm to his heart, thinking that its beating was the source of the shield's energy, so if his heart became bigger, then the shield would become stronger. This time, on the way to the capital, he would have a chance to strengthen his soul, and then, even if someone of H. Wang's level tried to catch up with him, he would be able to hold out for 5 minutes. The protagonist froze, stretching out his hand to the shield hovering in the air. Roxu smiled and raised his eyebrows, thinking that he liked this feeling. He narrowed his eyes, something was bothering him. The boy frowned, saying that he didn't like the way the brightly shining shield seemed sacred. The hero put his hands on his hips, thinking that they would be entrusting the fighting to other people, so the shield should do the trick. The sky above the building with a dark roof was gray, and drops of heavy rain were falling on the ground. Roxu froze in place, looking at the 2 small animals in front of him. 2 kittens meowed pitifully, raising their heads to the boy. The young man frowned. The kittens began to walk around his legs and rub against them. The boy thoughtfully rubbed the bridge of his nose. Drops of rain continued to fall from the sky to the ground. The hero picked up 2 wet kittens by the scruff of the neck. The boy asked the milord what this was. Hans handed Roxu 2 animals, asking what kind of stupid question this was. The boy took the kittens in his hands and raised his eyebrows high. He opened his mouth. A blush appeared on his face when the hero said that they were very cute, adorable, pretty little kittens. Hans held them in his hands, asking if he could keep the animals. The protagonist walked up to the doorway, saying that he could do whatever he wanted. The boy stopped. He pointed a finger at the hero holding the kittens in his hands, saying that if he wanted them to shut up, he should feed them. They were a brother and sister. The animals opened their eyes in surprise, looking at the boy. A subtle scent of medicinal herbs and a distinct smell of baking. If you remember all the times the boy met them, then only one conclusion comes to mind. Roxu smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if they really thought he wouldn't understand that the kitten with ash fur was the older sister, and the younger brother was the ginger kitten. The animal's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist closed his eyes and leaned closer to them, smiling as he noted that they would discuss this later. Hans asked if these words were intended for him, to which he received the answer, no. The bright room had high ceilings. A golden chandelier hung. The guy began to take off his jacket, asking where Ron was now. Hans smiled and picked up the ginger kitten, saying that due to the fact that the protagonist would be accompanied by Han guarding him until the middle of the journey to the capital. Ron, having learned about this, went to buy things, and Birox left the kitchen with him. The young man arched his eyebrows and rubbed his shoulder, saying that this was good. Roxu smiled, thinking that they apparently got along well. The hero noticed that everyone was very excited that the young man would be accompanied. The guy darkened, frowning with displeasure. Rays of sun fell on the dark door and windows. Roxu put his hands in his pockets and came closer to the guy, asking if it was really because of the rain that he had no visitors at all. The guy was very surprised by his visit. The hero frowned, saying that he had promised that he would return. That's why he was here. Bilos raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was true, because promises should be kept. He asked if he should sentence the young man to tea in the book that he read last time. Roxu headed for the stairs, agreeing with his words and asking to bring him 3 cups of tea. He walked across the room, leaving a loud sound with the small heels of his shoes. Outside the window, drops of heavy rain fell to the ground. Bilos put a white mug of tea on a saucer on a wooden table. The young man leaned his elbow on the windowsill and hissed discontentedly. The owner of the library looked at him, asking if the rain had gotten stronger. Roxu folded his arms over his chest and frowned, looking at the boy and listing the names Khan, Birox, Ron and Bilos in his head. The owner of the library raised his eyebrows and smiled sweetly. The hero thought that in the first half of the book Bilos did not have an important role, but soon enough he would swear allegiance to Khan and show his true ambitions. Yes, show, although he could not do this to either his father or brother. The main character raised his eyebrows, thinking that the boy from the very beginning was a rather greedy, tiresome person. But he would not say that he hated him for this. This trait makes him more human. Roxu sat opposite Bolis, folding his arms over his chest. The boy broke the silence, saying that he heard that my lord was going to the capital. The young man raised his eyebrows. He put his hand forward, saying that it was so. The boy asked if something was wrong. The library owner closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was going there too, probably right after him. The boy thought that Bilos was supposed to be heading to the capital soon to contact Khan. The library owner raised his eyebrows, saying that the my lord had changed a lot, not living up to his nickname at all. Roxu brought a cup of tea to his mouth, asking if he was talking about the nickname Bastard. The boy said that was absolutely true, asking if the hero hadn't always been like that. The young man put the empty cup on the saucer, wondering if he should break the chair in this room. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the boy couldn't call his father father and his older brother brother. Bilos raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. Drops of heavy rain fell on the ground near the building. The young man asked if he really planned to remain just an illegitimate child, if he himself was satisfied with his current situation. The guy closed his eyes, keeping his eyebrows raised high. The protagonist smiled and narrowed his eyes, looking at him. The owner of the library frowned, saying that he, of course, was not satisfied with this. Roxu folded his arms over his chest and looked away, saying that he had been acting like a bastard for about 10 years. I think he started when he was about 8. The owner of the library turned his head to the side, looking at the arriving heroes. The young man raised his eyebrows and put his hands in front of himself, saying that after 10 years it was quite possible to give up his usual way of life, because you can't remain a bastard forever. Roxu narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled. They'll cope, isn't it the same for the guy? A smirk appeared on the face of the library owner. He slammed his fist on the table and covered his face with his hand. Bilos looked at the young man from under his brows and smiled slyly, saying that he was also tired of all this. The young man looked at the arriving heroes, asking if he could see. Bilos smiled and jumped up from his seat, saying that in that case they would see each other in the capital. The guy clenched his teeth in displeasure and put his hand out, saying that he didn't need to. He didn't want to meet Bilos in the capital, because he needed to contact Khan there. A gloomy man stood behind the dark-haired young man. Bilos narrowed his eyes, raising his eyebrows high. The heroes walked closer to the young man sitting at the table, and the owner of the library headed for the stairs. Roxu raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that according to the contents of the book, Han and Bilos had briefly met once before the capital. The hero frowned and folded his arms over his chest, saying that he knew Ron would come too, but according to Hans, Bikros had also left with them. The young man assumed that he had returned to the kitchen, since he was so responsible. The hero asked if he was close to the owner of this place, to which the boy answered sharply, no. Bilos was standing behind a wooden table. Ron raised his eyebrows, looking away and saying that he understood everything. Roxu folded his arms over his chest, looking at Han and the man sitting in front of him, thinking that Ron was inquisitive to the smallest detail. He did not know how things were with others, but when this old man told him such things, he began to get very nervous. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that rumors really shouldn't be believed. The hero didn't understand what he was talking about. The owner of the library pointed to the visitor's tea. The wooden cabinets were completely filled with books. Bilos came closer, holding a tray in his hands and asking if he should serve tea to the gentleman. The hero answered, yes, because he ordered it in advance. The owner of the library put a white cup with warm lemon tea on the table. Roxu raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he ordered special tea for Ron, because he brings it every morning. Apparently it is his favorite tea. The man raised his eyebrows. He looked down. He remembered how he held a white cup with an ornament, saying that it was lemonade that promotes sleep. The hero put the cup on a saucer, saying that his son brewed tea with honey and lemon especially for the master. Khan raised his eyebrows, thanking the hero for the tea. Ron took the cup in his hand. He brought it to his mouth and, closing his eyes, began to drink slowly. The guy thought about the man simply calmly drinking it. The heroes were sitting opposite each other at a wooden table. Khan frowned, looking away and saying that there was no need to bang the cup like that. The man looked at him, raising his eyebrows guiltily. After their skirmish, Bikros kept challenging the guy to a fight, to which Khan, completely saturated with the smell of blood, gave him a very unexpected answer. Ron separated the two young men who started the fight. Bikros stood opposite Khan. The dark-haired guy turned around and frowned, saying that now he would be a protector, because he was also capable of it, so he was told. During his pursuit, the hero happened to hear something more unexpected. She remembered the smiling protagonist, who said that you can't remain a bastard forever. Ron closed his eyes and lifted his cup, thinking that things were getting interesting. Han smiled widely, saying that the tea was delicious. The two boys had a relationship of comrades who trusted each other even though they constantly exchanged barbs. The boys stood with their backs to each other. In the birth of a hero, Ron and Han were bound by a contract, but they still covered each other's backs. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that the situation had changed a little, but the basic bond of character remained unchanged. Roxu smiled, saying that sweet tea really was the best. Han smiled, saying that he agreed with his words. The man put the cup on the saucer. Gray lines were visible on the stone wall. The ceiling was made of dark wood. The wall was becoming lighter. Bilos stood up, asking if they were leaving already. The protagonist turned his back to him, answering that they were. The owner of the library smiled, saying that the next time they would meet in the capital. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that was not true, since he would be dropping by here every day for some time. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking if he wanted to finish the book. Roxu said that he would think about it. The room was filled with bookcases. Bilos smiled, looking after the hero as he left, telling him to cauterize him at any time. Since the doors of this tea house were always open for him, the protagonist closed his eyes. Ron gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that it seemed that even hostility could awaken affection. Han raised his eyebrows, saying that he did not want the man to become attached to him, to which Ron replied that it was not about him. The man raised his eyebrows, thinking about the hero being himself. The boy who tried his best to comfort his father after his mother's death, who came home drunk to the point of unconsciousness, but who never raised a hand to anyone, irritates him. But he watches the boy for too long. He remembers little Roxu, hugging his kneeling father. Three boys were visible behind the white railings, sitting on the couch with each other. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to his face, noticing that the rain had stopped. Ron looked at the boy's back, thinking that during the journey he would need to tell Bikros to cook their boy lord his favorite dish. The sun's rays fell on the light building with a dark roof. The kittens happily raised their eyes. Roxu stopped next to him and raised his eyebrows, saying that he had already forgotten about them. The boy narrowed his eyes, imagining Khan, who strokes animals with experience. He thought about the hero loving small animals. It was obvious even at their first meeting. There was something else that worried the young man. Just now, Han stood in front of him, pressing his hand to his chest. He said that he would go to his room, because he needed to strengthen his spirit so that he could protect the main character. Roxu grimaced with displeasure, not understanding what he was planning to achieve by becoming even stronger. Hans was sitting on the couch next to the animals and smiling contentedly, asking the My Lord to take a look. He asked if the guy didn't think that they had become even cuter, more charming and amazing. They were so lively that he didn't even have time to pet them. Hans folded his hands in front of his face and closed his eyes, asking if he was right. The main character thought that he had sunk lower than these kittens. Roxu folded his arms across his chest, thinking that the animals really did look much better. He wondered what kind of magic he had created here in such a short time. The hero stood next to the meowing cats, saying that it was time for him to go. Hans stood in the doorway, smiling, asking his lord to call him if there was anything he needed to do for the kittens, whether it was cleaning their claws or brushing their fur. Ron closed the door and bowed his head, saying he would take care of the rest. Rox raised his eyebrows, saying he was going to wash himself. The man walked closer to the kittens. They looked at him. Ron raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. He knelt down next to a small sofa, saying that they were children of the Mayo tribe, which was a lucky coincidence. The man looked at the kittens who had smoked, saying that the silver color was fog, and the scarlet color was poison. Ron smiled, saying that they were from the Mayo tribe, so they were very smart and perceptive. With proper training they could be useful. The shadow of a hand appeared over the animals. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that he should leave the young master at least some kind of parting gift. The protagonist looked at the kittens sitting on the floor and put his hands out to the sides, asking if they were really going to follow him like that. The animals were rubbing themselves around the guy's legs and meowing. Roxu rubbed his chin, thinking about what he had already thought about these kittens. He tilted his head and smiled, asking them to repay for the food. The kittens raised their heads and meowed, to which the guy asked them to respond in human form. The gray kitten stood on his knee with her paws, saying that she wanted meat because she was still hungry. The ginger kitten sitting behind her said that she wanted cake. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that he would give them a lot of food. But what would they give him in return? The kittens looked at him with wide eyes, saying that they would be useful. 4 days passed. 5 people were sitting at a large table. Durjit smiled, saying that Roxu was leaving today, but he did not seem to be worried. The young man closed his eyes and brought his fork to his mouth, thinking that according to the original, yesterday during the rain, he was supposed to be beaten half to death by Khan. He imagined himself covering his head with his hands and the dark-haired guy standing behind him. The protagonist smiled, thinking that yesterday no one touched him. Besides, now he constantly feels this protection. Roxu stood in front of the shield hovering in the air. He pressed his hand to his chest. The hero looked into his glass, thinking that even if someone like Ron or Bikros decided to do something to him, he would be able to escape the threat once. The boy reached for the cutlery, turning to his father. Roxu frowned, saying that he had asked for fewer people to accompany him, but he had only increased them. The man coughed into his fist, about to explain, but the woman sitting next to him frowned, saying that it was her order. He took the glass in his hand, saying that he couldn't let anyone think that they had few people just because he didn't want to take as many as possible. Violin's eyes widened, saying that it wasn't that there was something wrong with him, she knew about it. Sunlight was streaming in through the windows. Violin stirred the contents of the glass, holding it in her hand, saying that people, especially aristocrats, cared more than anything about how they looked to others. The boy frowned. He heard that Violaine, being the eldest daughter of a poor baron, dreamed of the heights. At that time many aristocrats were actively engaged in the purchase and sale of luxury goods, and she, having come to the lands of Henidus, became interested in the art of sculpture. Then she met Count Darith and fell in love with him. Currently she is the most influential person in the cultural business of these lands. In a glass with a red drink, bubbles appeared, resembling the silhouettes of 2 people. The hero considered her extremely self-confident. Another of her pride is the family of which she is now a part. Violaine frowned, saying that many believe that it is enough to judge everything by the cover. Roxu frowned, thinking that it is not surprising that she insists on an increased number of escorts. This, of course, can also be useful to him. After all, it is already inconvenient for him even to change clothes without a servant. However, they may soon encounter a mad and enraged dragon. Who knows how many people may suffer if it is not stopped in time. The hero imagined a black dragon breathing fire. Roxu threw his head back and brought a glass to his mouth, thinking that he did not care about the others. But he did not want to watch with his own eyes how hundreds of people die. In addition, he did not want to be responsible for those who would suffer because of this. Since childhood he was responsible only for his own life, so he knows that the heaviest and most terrible burden is responsibility for the lives of other people. The room had light high ceilings with a 3-dimensional pattern. The protagonist smiled, saying that she was familiar with the expression, "Art is a mirror of the soul." The woman replied that it was. There were vases of flowers near the large windows of the building. He twirled the glass in his hand, saying that a sculpture is not created for other people's eyes, but in order to put your soul into it. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying he had read it in the memorial. Appearances are not everything. So said the memorial for every aspiring sculptor of their lands, words that Violaine had personally engraved. He presented the bright memorial with the inscription on it. The woman bowed her head, telling him to do with the escort as he wished. Violaine frowned, saying that in return, the carriage and everything else must be of the highest standard. In their family only this way and no other. The hero agreed, asking to prepare all the most precious things. The woman said that she would prepare such a carriage that even on a bumpy road the most delicate part of his body would not suffer. Sunlight streamed in through the high windows. Violaine smiled contentedly, closing her eyes. The father cleared his throat into his fist. Darith extended his hand forward, asking his son if he had looked at the papers on the heirs of the family. Roxu frowned, saying that it was interesting. There were narrow-minded, smart and scary, stupid people and those who were incredibly greedy for power and money. The man looked at the young man sitting opposite, saying that he really read everything carefully. In any case, he should do what he thought was right there. Darith frowned, saying that he had heard rumors that the man-eating tree had changed. It had become lighter, its leaves had turned green, and grass had appeared where absolutely nothing had grown before. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The man noticed that this was quite an interesting rumor. Bright rays of sunlight fell on the green leaves of the tree and the grass underneath it. The protagonist was walking away from 2 small children. He thought about the fact that the feudal Lord Durit could not know that the young man went to the slums. but he simply could not know about everything, as well as about the ancient power, so he simply concluded that the hero was somehow connected with the metamorphosis of the tree. The young man imagined a dying tree, from which an arrow went to himself and from him led to a green healthy tree. Roxu closed his eyes, saying that the rumor was indeed interesting. The man said that it was a mere trifle. However, no matter what he did, rumors were his worst enemies, because human eyes and lips were the most dangerous weapons. Deret frowned, looking at his son. He was sitting at the other end of the table, saying that as long as something was happening on their lands, such things could not be feared. The young man took this into account. He looked at the plate, thinking that it was so, because only in these lands could he have a quiet and calm life. He wanted to quickly return from the capital and start enjoying his further idle existence here. The protagonist stood next to his parents and said goodbye to them, because they still had a lot of things to do and they could not see him off. His younger sister and brother were standing at the door. The children looked at him, their eyes wide. Roxu turned, asking what was the matter. Dason bowed. Lily raised her eyebrows, wishing him a good journey. The protagonist asked her to take care of herself too. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked down embarrassedly. A blush appeared on her face. The young man stood for a while with his younger brother and sister in the room. The guy slowly walked down the steps, putting his hands in his pockets. He reached for the carriage door. Roxu arched his eyebrows, asking what it was. There were two cats sleeping on the red sofa in the carriage. Their eyes were closed, and the man asked why the children's place was better than his. Hans smiled widely and said that their cats should travel in comfort because they were small and delicate children. Roxu thought with a displeased look that Hans would not have acted like that if he knew that these children could create fog and emit poison. The man turned around when Ron said that he would be sitting with the coachman. Roxu took a step forward when someone called him. The man stopped, and someone in dark clothes approached him. Hans came closer, asking if he should ride in the same carriage for safety, and Roxu asked if it was necessary. The protagonist nodded. Roxu watched the boy go, thinking that until now his eyes were definitely full of rage and desire for revenge. But he no longer looked broken or doomed. His state now was more like the one in which he kept anger in his soul, but outwardly calmed down. And this was the case at the very beginning, during his journey with Bicrose, Rosalind, and Lack. Roxu frowned and thought that this was not bad, when suddenly he heard someone loudly mocking. A tall dark-haired boy leaned over Khan, smirking slyly. Roxu began to enter the carriage, thinking that at this rate he would very quickly realize his mistake. The boy leaned towards Roxu, asking if they should go, and the man remained silent. The boy froze in surprise, frowning, when Roxu slammed the door and told them to go. The white horse walked on the ground. There was a bridge over the river. On the wall was a portrait of Roxu, who was thinking about ordering Hans to take care of these gifts. A red-haired man stood in front of the two children, asking if he wanted to bring them anything from the capital. Lily blushed and folded her arms in joy, and Roxu thought that he knew she wanted a gift. The man looked at the girl in surprise when she asked for a sword. Lily furrowed her brows, asking for Roxu to bring her one sword. The man raised his eyebrows, surprised that a 7-year-old girl would ask for a weapon. Roxu rubbed his chin when a young man standing next to Lily said that she had been dreaming of mastering the art of the sword for some time now, and the man thought that everyone in this family had long arms and legs, as well as well-balanced bodies. Lily sweated and began to play with her fingers in excitement, while Roxu thought about how the girl was only 7 years old, but she was noticeably taller than others her age, and with enough dedication, she could very well become a gifted swordswoman. The man touched his chin and said that he would buy Lily a more expensive sword. The girl's mouth fell open in happiness. Basin patted Lily on the head, saying that he would like a fountain pen as a gift. The carriage passed by trees. Roxu looked out the window and asked why they had suddenly stopped. A crowd of bandits stood in front of the two horses. The girl with blue hair raised her hand and shouted for the nobles to pay everything they had if they wanted to pass this mountain. Roxu frowned, thinking that a fantasy adventure would not be complete without bandits, and asked if they could see the coat of arms of his house. The cat sat on the pillow, saying that these bandits were fools. Ron, who was sitting in the next carriage, said that they would rest for a while, and then move on, and that there were a lot of rabbits here. Roxu sweated and frowned when the butler added that these rabbits were different from the ones he was going to catch for him. Ron smiled and said that he would not be catching the rabbits, and Roxu thought that the bandits were not the scariest guys here. The man closed his eyes and coughed. White clouds floated in the blue sky. Roxu looked away and said that they had about half a day. He thought that in another quarter of a day they would reach the village with the black dragon. The sunset was visible. Someone clenched his fists and cursed, looking at the rabbit soup. Roxu crossed his arms when he saw Han, and thought that Ron was not the one who went hunting. The main character was sitting with a plate in his hands, and the man did not understand why he brought a rabbit. The cats ran to the boy's feet, asking him to give them the food if he didn't like it. Hans closed his eyes and smiled, offering the cats dried beef without any salt or seasoning. Roxu looked away. The knights were talking, sitting at a distance. Khan stood in the middle of the forest, while the bandits ran towards him. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He turned out to be the most capable among Roxu's guards. Khan put away his weapon, standing in the middle of bloody corpses. The dark-haired youth was covered in sweat, knocking on the carriage door and telling Roxu that it was over. He turned around when Khan came up from behind and said that it was easy. There were blood stains on the protagonist's face, and the dark-haired youth turned pale with horror. Roxu smiled slightly and thought that Khan could even beat up the Count's son, and there was no man who could ignore him forever. Ron smiled, asking if Roxu had no appetite because he had eaten very little. The man turned around and thought that the butler enjoyed scaring him. Roxu covered his face with his hand when Khan asked if his stomach hurt, and the man thought that he would have eaten everything if the protagonist had not brought a rabbit. Roxu turned away from Khan. The protagonist looked at him seriously and called him by name. Near the forest, there were empty carts. Roxu turned to the protagonist and asked why he was staring at him. Khan looked straight at him and asked if this was the man's first fight. Roxu frowned, asking if Khan was talking about the encounter with the mountain bandits today, and the protagonist confirmed it. There was a fire burning on the ground, and Roxu admitted that this was his first fight. The bandits were standing in a huge crowd, and the man said that he had never seen so many mountain bandits before. Han sat by the fire, saying that this was the first time Rox had ever been in a life-threatening situation. The man smiled awkwardly and thought that the protagonist had no idea how many nerve cells he had killed because of him. Rox turned around, looking at the butler, and thought that it wasn't just Han. Ron was laughing, looking at the caught rabbit. The dark-haired boy was sharpening a knife. Rox closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that he was terrified every second in this environment. The man pushed his bowl of soup away and thought that his appetite had disappeared again. Han stood up and walked towards Rox. The protagonist stopped in front of the man and said that the first time is always hard, and Rox didn't understand what he was talking about. The man crossed his legs, saying that he didn't need to practice martial arts. Han raised his hand and asked if Rox shouldn't learn self-defense. There were many wooden barrels in the cart, and the man asked what he needed them for. Khan looked at the crowd of knights and Roxu asked if he saw all those guards. The man hit his chest with his fist and thought that there was more. Roxu smirked and said that he trusted his heart and that he would definitely not die. The man closed his eyes and thought that his heart was well protected after all, although he still had to avoid monsters like Khan. Roxu sat with one leg crossed over the other, his food unfinished. The protagonist frowned tensely and his mouth opened slightly. The cats approached Roxu and the man asked what they wanted again. Khan turned away, saying that he was going to train, and Roxu was surprised that he decided to do so right after eating. The protagonist clutched his sword and said that he felt like he should get even stronger. Roxu looked after Khan and thought that this young man would one day destroy the entire planet if he got even stronger. The young man held out a plate of food. Roxu took the plate and thanked the servant. The man frowned when Ron approached him and said that when you don't have an appetite, it's best to drink something sour like lemonade. The butler stood at the table. The vice captain raised his hand and shouted loudly for everyone to go to training after they finished eating, and Roxu thought that Han had motivated him a lot. On the third day of the journey, the carriage was traveling along a path in the forests. Roxu touched his lips and thought that in 3 days, the dragon should have a mana explosion. The man imagined a map of the area with a dragon and thought that this land was the property of a viscounty, which was located near the county of Henadus, and at the foot of the mountains, to the right of the village, there was a country house that belonged to the viscount, and in a cave under the mountain, a black dragon was imprisoned. Roxu frowned and thought that despite the fact that the villa was called the property of the viscounty, the viscount himself was just a mud of Marquis Sten. Roxu imagined the man in the white suit and thought that Benin, the second son of the Marquis of the House of Sten, had taken over the family by crippling his older brother, and that this lunatic sometimes visited this house. The man crossed his arms and thought that something so dangerous would not have happened if Benin had not tortured the black dragon for fun. Hans smiled and said that he and the protagonist would immediately find an inn so that Roxu could rest. The red-haired man looked at Hans and Han as they spoke. The protagonist turned around when he was called. Roxu waved his hand and told them to return quickly. Han blushed and smiled, saying that he would speed up, and Roxu thought that he was a little embarrassed by such a violent reaction. The man frowned and thought that he felt uncomfortable, as if he was taking a poisoned apple from someone's sweaty hands. An old man with a cane walked in front of the carriage. The horses ran quickly. Han took a step forward. The protagonist rushed to overtake the carriage. Roxu opened his mouth in shock and thought that this was such a cliché. Han jumped towards the old man, putting his hand on his back. The protagonist hugged the old man. The carriage rushed past them. Han's cloak fluttered in the wind. The black flag fluttered in the air. Roxu got out of the carriage, sighing heavily. The vice captain approached him, asking if he was coming in person, and Roxu asked who else should be talking. The young man in a white suit got out of the carriage, and Roxu thought that this was a typical domineering aristocrat. Banian Sten adjusted his jacket. Roxu frowned and thought that this was a typical villain from A Hero is Born. A long-haired woman approached the old man, asking how he dared to block the way of high-ranking individuals. Han stood up, clenched his fists and shouted that a man had almost died because of the controls of their carriage, and the woman held out her hand, saying that commoners should give way to noble carriages. She looked down and said that it was the commoners' stupidity that was to blame. The old man was kneeling. The protagonist frowned furiously. Banian placed his hand on the woman's shoulder and told her to calm down. The young man looked straight ahead. Han brought his hand to his mouth, whispering to Roxu that Han was angry. The red-haired man touched the protagonist's back and told him to calm down too. Han broke out in a sweat and shouted that they could have gone around the old man. But they didn't, and that couldn't be ignored. Roxu looked down and again told the protagonist to calm down. Banian raised his hand, and the man noticed the sleeve of his jacket. There was a red stain on the white fabric, and Roxu assumed that the blood had gotten on Banian while he was watching the dragon being tortured. Banian smiled, asking if Roxu belonged to Henedis County, and the man thought that the blonde clearly knew him. Roxu narrowed his eyes and said that Banian was right. There was a red mist above the houses. Banian said that he had heard stories about a slightly dissolute youth in Henedis County who behaved unbecomingly for an aristocrat. The blonde touched his face and asked if it was Basin who came to the events in Roxu's place since the year before last. They stood opposite each other, and Roxu said that he was that scoundrel, the worst and most famous. Banian looked at the old man and said that he was certainly delayed due to the interruption. But now he thought that it was not so bad because he was able to meet Roxu and greet him personally. The blonde raised his head and said that the man's servant should be taught a lesson on how to properly identify those people who have the right to rush wherever they want. The protagonist frowned angrily. Banian added with a smile that Han should also know who can be detained. The old man fell to the ground, loudly begging for forgiveness. The blonde man smiled, and Roxu thought that depending on whose territory they lived, the situation of the peasants was noticeably different. The red-haired man looked straight ahead and thought that the viscount of this land, being a ward of Marquis Sten, had inherited his personality, so he was definitely as arrogant and domineering. Roxu turned away when Banian said that he had said everything he wanted. The man sat down next to the old man and thought that it was none of his business whether Han beat Banian or not, but the protagonist should not be allowed to be beaten by an aristocrat in public. Roxu placed his hand on the shoulder of the peasant. The old man looked at him fearfully. Roxu stood up, asking where the bar was. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he would not be able to sleep properly without drinking. Roxu extended one hand. He smiled and said that it was nice to meet Banian. The blonde man stood still, thinking about how Roxu had just touched the old man with that hand. The woman standing next to him said that they had been too late, and Banian told her not to interfere in the conversations of the nobles. Banian closed his eyes and shook Roxu's hand with a smile, saying that he had business to attend to, so he was saying goodbye. Their hands separated, and Roxu thought that the blonde man had barely touched him. Banian turned away, and Roxu smiled and suggested that they drink together if they met in the capital, because the blonde man seemed like an incredible person. Banian stood still, while Roxu said that he really was the only one worthy of becoming the head of the Sten Marquisate. The blonde man turned around, saying that Roxu was also a very nice and simple person, and that they would definitely meet again. The carriage drove away. Roxu watched them go, thinking that if he saw Banian anywhere, he would try to stay away from him. The man put his hand on Han's shoulder and said that half the aristocrats were like that. Roxu sat down next to the old man, asking why he wasn't getting up. The man looked at the protagonist and told him to take the commoner home, to which the old man replied with a trembling voice that it was fine and that he would take them to a bar first. Roxu closed his eyes and said that he was not in the mood for alcohol. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Roxu looked at the old man, asking if he owned a bar, and the peasant replied that he ran the only inn in the village. Roxu waved his hand, telling Hans to get directions, and thought that there was no better place anyway. Han stood in front of Roxu, asking if the man was angry. Roxu looked straight at him, asking what exactly he should be angry about. There was a mill in the middle of the forest, and the man asked if Han wanted Roxu to ask why the old man should apologize to him. The man looked away and said he couldn't say something like that. Their shadows were visible on the ground, and Roxu added that he wasn't angry and thought that he would have liked to say something like that before. But now everything was different. Han looked silently at Roxu, who said that this behavior pattern was the essence of the life he had known. The man thought that he had chosen to carefully seek compromise with authority, calmly accept other people's irrationality, and somewhere in the middle of all this, live the way he wanted. Roxu smiled and thought that if someone bullied him or bothered him, then he simply had to repay that debt. The man narrowed his eyes and said that this scoundrel would probably soon be thrown out of his clan. Han looked at Roxu in bewilderment. The man smiled. He looked up and said that he would steal his dragon. There were fir trees growing near the house. The old man showed Roxu the room, saying that it was the first time they had a nobleman staying there. The commoner closed his eyes and told the man to be sure to let him know if he needed anything. Roxu put his hand on the old man's shoulder and thought that this excessive hospitality was making him nervous. The man sighed and added that he did not like this servility, and that this inn could not be bad if nobles were staying there. The old man looked at Roxu in surprise. The man stood sideways to the commoner, who asked if there were many good people like him in the Henidus lands. Roxu crossed his arms and said with a smile that he was the worst scoundrel in the world. The man turned away and added that everyone there was much better than him. The cats closed their eyes and shook their heads. The old man bowed when Roxu told him to leave. The door closed and the man thought that the peasant did not know what it was to relax. The room was wooden. Rox looked away when he heard the knocking and told him to come in. Han came down the stairs asking if this was all Rox needed, and the man said it was. Hans handed Rox the box. The boy raised his eyebrows and thought he was very curious about what was inside. The man narrowed his eyes asking if it was customary for a butler to hide his emotions, and Hans replied that one of the most important rules of a butler was to not hide anything from his master. Hans put his hand on his chest with a smile and Rox told him to leave. The butler turned around and asked if they would be staying here for 3 days, and the man said yes and told Hans to take care of everything here. There was a yellow design on the box. Rox sat on the bed thinking that unlike Ron, Hans was the least of the hassle because he was surprised by this trip but did not cause any problems for himself. The cats approached the man saying they were curious about what was inside the box. Roxu held out his hand to the box. The lid opened and the man said that here was something that would help save the unfortunate creature and leave one boar with nothing. Roxu smiled and added that it would also help him not to get hurt. Roxu crossed his arms, telling his interlocutor that he did not have to reveal why he needed all this. Bilos frowned and said that if the man was going to buy it, it would be a huge amount. Roxu looked straight at him and asked if he could rent it. Bilos laughed and said that Roxu could. They sat at a wooden table and Bilos added that there were 2 items in there that could not be rented to outsiders, so he would write them down in his name. He asked Roxu to meet him in the capital and return them in person. He extended a paw to the brown ball in Roxu's hand, asking what it was. The man frowned and explained that it was a device for disrupting the flow of mana. The cats raised their tails in fear when Roxu said that this object was worth hundreds of millions of helens. They huddled together on the bed, and the man added that he had paid 20 million in rent alone. Roxu imagined the ball and thought that with this device he could break all the magical surveillance devices on the mountain. However, it would need to be installed in advance and wait for some time, and it would take about 40 minutes to work. The man smiled and thought that this ball was quite expensive, but incredibly durable and would not simply break. The ball fell on the bed next to the cats. They carefully touched the device with their paws, and Roxu asked if they knew how to read a map. The man got up from the bed, and she said that they were the heirs of the Misty Myo tribe, so they knew how. The cats looked at the map. Roxu stood in front of them, asking if they could see this mountain. The man looked down and said that if they went from the village to the east to this mountain, they would see a villa, which they should not go close to because there was a risk of being seen. Han looked up in surprise when Roxu said that there was a cave behind the villa from which they would free a small child who was being tortured there and who was even younger than the ginger cat. There was a wooden chair by the table and the man added that the child was 4 years old. Roxu sat down on the bed and said that they would simply free him. The man took out a small pouch. He tied it around On's neck and told the cats to go there in their current form and bury the ball somewhere on the mountain without being noticed. The gray cat touched the pouch and asked if they could bury it anywhere. Roxu looked out the window and said that the main thing was to do it on the mountain. The cats looked at each other, saying that it was very easy because they had even managed to get past the elders of the tribe when they ran away. The man looked at them and said that they would do it easily and that he would not have given them this task if it were not so. The cats jumped onto the windowsill and Roxu said that he would give them as much beef as they wanted when they returned. The cats jumped down. The man put his hand on the window, watching them go. He was smiling, raising the cup to his mouth. The protagonist mentally stated that he was already starting to get used to the taste of lemonade. Looking at him, the dark-haired guy asked if he needed help with anything. The red-haired guy put the glass down. Turning his head, he asked if he had ever seen dragons. Shifting his gaze, Han asked again. The protagonist confirmed, after which the guy replied that he had seen something similar. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally asked if he meant one of the types of monsters in the LMA forest that looked like dragons. After that, he asked what it was like. The guy replied that it was a monster. The red-haired guy clarified what he meant. Looking forward, Han stated that it looked like a monster and was also cruel like a monster. Folding his arms and crossing his legs, Roxu said that back then, this monster didn't even look like a dragon. An image of a closet with a lot of different things appeared. The dark-haired guy asked again. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that dragons are like people, and dragons, and werewolves, and gnomes with elves, they are all like people in their intelligence and the presence of feelings. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist said that despite this, if such a creature has been in the darkness since birth, without the ability to even realize itself, he added that having never seen sunlight, it becomes only lights from torches. Looking at the guy, he asked if he could imagine what it would turn into. Starting to tap his finger, the protagonist said that it stops hearing the voice of reason. The dark-haired boy looked at him, continuing to listen silently. The protagonist said that without a family, he had to suffer from loneliness, without hope for anyone's support. The boy clenched his fist, lying on his leg. The protagonist said that it barely survives each day, enduring endless torture and abuse. Han silently looked down, placing his hand on the chair, and reaching for the cup to his friend. Roxu mentally said that he foresaw such a situation, so this kind man could not help but be angry because of such a story. Closing his eyes and lifting the cup, the protagonist said that such a creature is here, nearby. Looking at the silently sitting boy, the main character mentally stated that he was even too angry because of the story about the tortured dragon. Looking into the eyes of the protagonist, the dark-haired boy asked if he was going to rescue him and tame him. Putting the cup of lemonade on the chair, the protagonist mentally said that a dragon that had been tortured by people all his life would hardly say to take him away, because he was clearly full of hatred and mistrust of people. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if he had gone crazy. The guy shuddered in surprise, asking again. The red-haired guy asked what he was talking about, and what else to tame. Lowering his head, he mentally said that he heard that dragons, on a subconscious level, consider themselves above all creatures, including people. He mentally added that this is why they say that they are arrogant from birth. Squinting his eyes looking ahead, the protagonist asked what if he even raised a dragon. An image of the protagonist appeared, running away with a small dragon in his hands. He mentally said that for some reason it seemed to him that he would definitely not get into trouble like that. He added that raising one of the dragons, of which there were no more than 20 left on the eastern and western continents, was the same as if he said that he would be at the center of events on all continents. Looking at the protagonist, Khan asked what he would do with him in that case. The protagonist, folding his arms and laughing, asked what was wrong with him, why he was asking such stupid questions. After which he asked why the guy was asking about something so obvious. He asked if a dragon should not live on a wave, as befits a dragon. Looking at him, the dark-haired guy said that he was right. He also asked if this meant that they would simply save him. Getting up from his chair, the protagonist replied that it was true and asked him to help him. Clenching his fists on both hands, Khan with happiness on his face said that he would do anything. Turning his head, Roxu said that it was unnecessary, adding that if possible, he would prefer to do without killing, to do everything as quietly as possible. Looking at him, the dark-haired guy started to speak, but he was interrupted. Looking away, the protagonist said that he should go ask Ron to arrange a table with alcohol and snacks on the first floor. An image of a large hall appeared, with people slowly eating. The dark-haired guy silently sat down on a wooden box. The protagonist was blushing, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. Turning his head to the guy sitting next to him, he asked if it was okay that he drank so much. Pointing his finger, the yellow-haired guy said with a smile that his hands were empty, so they were safe. Laughing, he added that the protagonist promised not to throw bottles. Putting his hand in his pocket and starting to walk forward, the protagonist said that he had very tasty drinks, which exceeded his expectations. With his hands on the table, the man said that their alcohol is made from herbs and berries that only grow on their lands, which is why the price is a bit high. Raising the bottle, the drunk protagonist asked if they had a lot of it. The man replied that they did. Throwing up both hands, the red-haired guy shouted for him to pour some for all of his companions then. Throwing up his hands, the vice captain said that it was unnecessary. Walking up to him and bringing his head closer, the protagonist told him to drink because it was an order. Raising his hand, the protagonist called out to Khan, asking him to hold him back, adding that he was going to sleep. Throwing up both hands, the vice captain said that he would go too. Making a gesture with his hand, Roxu replied that it was not necessary, because he needed to rest with the other knights. Turning his head, the protagonist said that there was nothing to threaten them here, adding that he felt sorry for the guys who were on night guard duty today, but those who were free should have fun and rest. Leaning on the dark-haired man and gesturing with his hand, the protagonist said that he was tired. The vice captain called him. The protagonist mentally said that there was no need to follow him. They slowly walked away from the man. The white-haired man looked at them silently, narrowing his eyes. As he walked up the stairs, Roxu mentally said that although the old man did not care about his plans, he did not like it if something annoying came up, so it was better to tell him in advance. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he would leave for now, adding that it was a secret. Turning his head, Ron said that he understood, adding that he would wait. An image of a slightly empty wooden corridor of the house appeared. The protagonist said that there was no need to wait for him. He and Han walked along the corridor, opening the door and looking at Hans and Ron. The protagonist stated that he was going to bed, adding that they should not wake him up unless it was an emergency. Looking at them seriously, he asked if they knew what would happen if they disturbed his sleep. Folding his arms, Hans said with a smile that they certainly knew, adding sarcastically that he should rest well. Lowering his head, the white-haired man said that he would be nearby. Turning his head, the protagonist told the dark-haired man to stop holding him and go. The protagonist raised his head and stood up straight. Approaching Han's ear, he told him to climb in through the window after ordering. The guy looked at him silently. Rays of evening light were falling through the open window of the house. Looking up, the gray kitten asked if it was a couple. The dark-haired guy stepped onto the window frame. Jumping through the window and running towards the protagonist, the guy excitedly addressed him. Lifting up his dark robe, the protagonist said that he should change his clothes too. He threw the guy an item of clothing. Looking at the protagonist putting on his hood, Han asked what it was. Roxu replied that it was the clothing of a secret group. Lifting up the dark suit, the dark-haired guy looked at it. An image of Han appeared, drawing a sword from its sheath in front of two opponents. The protagonist mentally said that in the hero's birth, there was a detailed description of their clothing. He mentally stated that it was probably because they constantly encountered the protagonist, Han. The protagonist also mentally added that he specially ordered it, taking this description as a basis. Looking at the guy, the protagonist mentally stated that it was a little sloppy, but from afar it looked plausible. He also added that in any case, people only remember their symbol, the pattern of the star. Looking at the protagonist, Han asked if they were doing something bad. The protagonist confirmed, saying that it would be something very bad for Benian. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The dark-haired boy's eyes widened. Looking down, he asked for a mask. Walking up and handing it over, the protagonist mentally stated that this was true, because no matter how kind a person was, if they had an object of hatred, they would definitely want to teach them a lesson. He also mentally added that this was especially true for a 17-year-old boy who had to live alone for a long time and who had barely come into the light. The dark-haired boy turned his head towards the sound, looking at the two cats. The protagonist confirmed that they were children of the Mayo tribe, a tribe of werewolves. When Han approached them, the protagonist introduced him. After introducing himself, he said that they were heading out. The protagonist and the dark-haired boy walked through the forest. The protagonist looked at his watch, which showed 3 hours and 43 minutes. Raising his head, he gave the command to start. The dark-haired boy rushed after the ginger kitten. They both ran after both animals. Raising his hand with a clenched fist, the protagonist mentally said that the voice-changing device was functioning normally, and the hidden ball was also installed successfully. He also mentally added that judging by the fact that their magical devices signaled a malfunction, it was also working. Looking at the cave in the mountain, the protagonist mentally stated that judging by how little he heard this squeak, not all the devices here were high class. Two knights noticed the guy, reacting loudly to him. Making a dash forward with a spear, the blonde guy asked who he was and how dare he appear here. The protagonist struck a blow that made the knight fall to his knees. Approaching him, he made an attack on his neck. he was able to knock out the enemy. Several warriors who appeared again noticed him. One of them, screaming, asked what was going on here. Looking forward, the protagonist used the ability Fog. The older cat sister quickly flew over the location, creating a fog. It began to envelop the frightened knights, who looked around in confusion. The green-haired man gritted his teeth when he noticed the enemy. The protagonist stood with his back to them and looked into the center of the foggy attack. He silently and emotionlessly looked into their eyes. Khan appeared next to him, looking forward seriously. He asked to cover him. The dark-haired guy began to take out a blade from the sheath. Rushing forward, one of the warriors in armor said that they needed to be stopped. All their blades instantly soared into the sky. The green-haired man, opening his mouth in shock, asked how. Khan in a dark suit stood over two bodies lying on the ground. The knight assumed that he was a sword master. Turning his head and squinting his eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that one blow was enough for him. Lunging forward, the green-haired man held back the attack with his sword and asked what they needed here. Looking at him, the dark-haired man told him to shut up. Starting to leave, Roxu stated that he was counting on him. The two metal blades met again. Looking forward seriously, the dark-haired man menacingly stated that no one would pass through there. Throwing up his hands in anger and excitement, the guy in white clothes asked why the crystal ball was not working. He turned around sharply, hearing the sound. Frightened, shuddering and raising his leg, the fair-haired warrior asked who he was and if he knew that he was here. The guy also told him not to come closer. The protagonist mentally stated that he was scared. The fair-haired man was trembling, his face reflecting genuine fear. The protagonist mentally stated that Banian said that in the book, that, having prepared for the invaders, he mined the torture room. Throwing up both hands, the protagonist, above whom the green energy was flying, mentally declared that if it exploded, he would explode along with this cave. Green gas filled the room. The knight shouted for him to get lost. Clutching his chest, he stated through the pain that went through him that it was poison. A moment later, the blonde knight was already lying on the ground. The protagonist looked at him silently. Reaching out, he took the key from his belt. Picking up the large, slightly rusty key, the protagonist mentally stated that here it was. Looking down at the defeated enemy, the protagonist said that this was a good job. Both cats shuddered. Burning candles illuminated a dark and large room. The protagonist walked down a corridor with many rooms with bars. On the floor of one of the rooms, a dark dragon was sleeping peacefully. Roxu stated that they had found it. Looking down, the protagonist mentally noted that the smell of blood was everywhere. He began to open the huge door of the cage. Opening it, he called the dragon. He slowly approached the peacefully sleeping dark green dragon. Looking at it, the protagonist began to take off his mask. After Roxu's words, the dragon abruptly opened his blue eyes. Crouching down, the protagonist mentally stated that he had a beautiful eye color. Looking at the knight lying on the ground, the younger brother stated that it was time to go. The older sister confirmed. They both turned their heads to the side. The protagonist was walking towards them, holding a crippled dragon in his arms. He slowly and calmly placed it on the ground. Walking around him, the ashen-furred cat sincerely said that it looked like he was in pain. The red cat said that he was a poor thing. The dragon narrowed his eyes angrily and opened his mouth. The cat once again said that he was in pain. Closing his eyes and placing his hands on his waist, the protagonist stated that they needed to be quiet, adding that he knew. Turning his head, he mentally said that he was planning on using the healing potion anyway. The dragon gritted his teeth, and a blue sphere glowed on his collar. The protagonist mentally added that he first needed to get rid of the mana control ball on his neck, because only then would the potion work properly. Turning his head, Roxu mentally asked where he was. He noticed when he looked down. Kicking the lying warrior, he mentally stated that he was in the way. The dark dragon gritted his teeth and glared at the knight. Touching the wall, the protagonist mentally stated that there should be a secret passage for the victors of Banian somewhere around here. Two cats pulled themselves up and rested next to the human's body. An image of a dark grate appeared. The protagonist mentally said that it was written that Banian was very afraid of an attack from outside, so he made a tunnel to escape. Running his hand along the wall, the protagonist mentally said that there was a secret passage unknown even to his servants. He also mentally added that there should be a particularly smooth part of the wall compared to the rest. He slowly walked around the room. Holding his hand on a certain part of the stone wall, he mentally stated that the secret passage was behind it. He mentally added that he had found it, and by hitting it with enough force, he could get out. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side. Looking at the approaching dark-haired guy, he asked if he had finished. Khan confirmed. Turning his head, the guy turned his attention to the dragon. He raised his crippled paw and continued to look at everything angrily. The dark-haired man stood in front of the fair-haired man's body. He looked at him seriously, raising his hand and starting to scratch his chin. Khan stated that as he ordered, he let the servants escape and knocked out the armed men. The protagonist said that he was a good boy. He raised his hand and started moving his finger, pointing forward. The protagonist told him to hit here. Looking at his raised hand, the guy asked in surprise whether he should hit with all his strength. Looking away, Roxu mentally asked if he was thinking of destroying the cave. After that, he answered out loud that no, and he needed to go lighter. An image of an empty room with high ceilings appeared. The protagonist stated that it was as if he wanted to break a wall 10 centimeters thick. The dark-haired man asked if he understood correctly that he needed to hit lightly. The protagonist confirmed. Khan placed both hands on the wall. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally stated that a completely impossible blow for himself. For him, lightly. The guy clenched his fist and began to swing. He delivered a powerful blow that tore apart a strong layer of the wall. A trace of the attack appeared on it. Two cats looked at the aftermath of his attack in surprise. The protagonist began to stand up, holding a cat in his arms. The fire came from a brightly burning torch. Folding his arms, the protagonist told him that they were coming. The dark-haired guy confirmed. The protagonist looked forward seriously. He put the dark dragon on the ground. The protagonist silently narrowed his eyes. Turning his head, Roxu told the dragon to stop looking so angrily. He mentally added that the dragon was very rebellious, and Benian had tortured him harshly for 4 years. An image of a guy running along the road appeared. The protagonist said that he personally liked this dragon. He also added that Roxu, who grew up as an orphan in a cruel world, simply gave up, which indicates that he is different from that protagonist. The dark-haired dragon raised his eyes. The protagonist took out an unusual wooden device. He looked at him. Roxu pursed his lips and sighed indignantly. After a moment, he grabbed the dragon by the collar. He brought the unusual scissors to them and began to cut. The dark dragon closed his eyes in fear. He opened his blue eyes. The dragon looked in surprise at the object with a blue stone removed from his neck. Bright particles of energy flew over his head. The protagonist looked at the scissors in confusion. The dragon looked up and continued to look at the protagonist. Looking down, the protagonist asked what he was staring at. Roxu began to take off his gloves. Making a motion with his hand, the protagonist stated that he was still under voltage, so he needed to put on the gloves and take the collar. The dark dragon looked at them silently. The dark-haired man took the gloves. The protagonist opened the flask with the red elixir. Handing it to the dragon, he asked if he had any idea how much money he spent on it. The protagonist took the dark dragon by the chin. His eyes widened, memories of a sharp object being held out to him while he was in the same position instantly flashing through his mind. The dragon looked questioningly at the protagonist's hand and drank the elixir. Putting away the flask and looking at him, the protagonist stated that this is why he needs to recover properly. A bright blue light slightly illuminated the location. The dragon looked at his body in surprise, from which a bright aura emanated. The tip of his tail was distinguished by the maximum brightness and concentration of magic. He began to walk forward. Roxu handed him the flask. The dark dragon's wounds instantly healed. He raised his paw. His eyes widened. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he planned to do now, adding that he was a dragon, the smartest and proudest animal. He also said that he knew that he could speak the human language, so he needed to answer. Looking at the little dragon through the empty flask, the protagonist asked what he would do with his freedom. The dragon opened his mouth, starting to speak. Looking forward, he stated that he would live. The protagonist smiled kindly. Looking at him, the dark dragon said that he would run away because he did not want to be tamed. Looking at him, Roxu said that this was great because he was a dragon, so he had the right to be free. He also added that he would not take him. The dragon narrowed his eyes sharply. Throwing up his paws, he aggressively said that this was a lie. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, silently listening to the dragon. He indignantly said that everything was true and he was also good at lying. Kneeling down, the protagonist said that even so, but now he can live the way he wants. The dragon looked into his eyes with hope. Without saying a word, smiling, the protagonist said that he was free. He turned around and began to leave. The full moon filled the bright night sky. Roxu mentally declared that this was enough because by safely freeing the dragon, they both protected the village and pissed off Benian. The dark-haired boy stopped, turning his head back. The protagonist mentally said that thanks to this dragon, Han understood the meaning of freedom. Calmly walking forward, the protagonist mentally said that besides, the dragon would not follow them, so everything turned out just fine. The dark dragon silently watched them go. Looking at their backs, it said that it hated humans. Looking at the empty flask of elixir, the dragon said that humans are bad. Han and Roxu stopped. The red cat said that he seemed to be following them. Raising a paw, the sister said with a smile that she thought so too. Turning his head, the younger brother asked if this meant that they had a little brother. The ash cat answered that she thought so. Exhaling and laughing, the protagonist said that this was nonsense. Closing his eyes, the protagonist told them to think for themselves, because dragons are freedom-loving creatures, so this instinct will never allow them to become attached to a person. He also added that this baby was also tortured, so he simply hates people. Exhaling in disappointment, the sister said that then, apparently, they will not have a younger brother. The red cat also exhaled in disappointment. A bright, slightly cloudy night sky stood above the forest. Turning his head, Roxu told them to dig up and bring the ball. The dark-haired man and the protagonist silently looked forward. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist mentally noted that today was the first time Han saved someone. Roxu said that he also tried well. An image of the dark-haired man walking through the bloody corpses of his opponents appeared. The protagonist mentally stated that he had previously fought with mountain bandits, but it was more to protect than to save. The dark-haired guy silently looked at him, letting go of his hand and smiling. The protagonist mentally noted that although the plot had changed, he saved not a village, but a dragon. But there was no difference. Looking at him, Khan turned to the protagonist. He asked what the protagonist would do if the dragon wanted to follow him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked at him seriously. The densely standing trees formed a forest in this dark location. Roxu said that this would not happen. Khan told him to just assume, because everything is possible. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought. He closed his eyes. Turning around, the protagonist said that he did not want to think about the past and did not want to waste time on assumptions. The protagonist turned his head. He silently stared into the quiet forest. He convinced himself that this could not be. An image of a small one-story house with an open window appeared. The protagonist was sleeping peacefully on his couch. The dragon stepped onto the threshold of his window. Its body radiated a powerful and concentrated green aura. The dark dragon lifted the flask. The protagonist was sipping the drink, sitting opposite the dark-haired guy. He placed the cup of ice on the table and exhaled. Looking down, the protagonist, who was feeling sick, mentally said that he was not himself yesterday, so he did not notice, and since all the excitement was gone, he now feels a strong hangover. He also mentally added that he was not able to sleep well because of the feeling that someone was staring at him. He asked if Han would finish everything else. The dark-haired guy confirmed. Looking ahead, he added that he would meet all their tracks on the way here, and left tracks leading to the west. Yawning, the protagonist said okay. Looking seriously into his eyes, Han said that it seemed like they would reach the city in a few days. He asked if this was the middle of the road he was talking about. An image of a map of the island appeared, as well as a small stone tower. The protagonist answered that everything was correct, adding that their next destination was the city of Pozol, so they would have to part ways. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that until now they had traveled a long time because they had to constantly pass through the mountains. But now, right up to the capital, the road was good, so they would get there in no time. An image of a wooden room with an open window appeared. The dark-haired man addressed the guy. Looking at him, he stated that in fact, he was still returning to check the strength of the Viscount. An image of Khan appeared, secretly watching the warriors in white robes. He said that everyone there was in a frenzy, and a squad of knights had also left from there. Folding his arms, the red-haired man stated that most likely they went to report what had happened. He clarified what was wrong with that, and asked why he was constantly pausing. An image of slowly melting ice appeared on the protagonist's mug. The dark-haired man stated that the secret passage from the cave through which they escaped was blown up. Turning his head, he looked at the frightened not only the exit itself, but also the entire village, the plants, the earth. He stated that everything was in perfect order. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking forward. Opening his mouth, he said that the dragon did all this. The ash and red cats looked away. Rising up with the support of the table, the red-haired man said that thank God that at least he did not kill the unconscious people. He also added that he was still small, so he was most likely afraid and hiding. Smiling confidently, the protagonist mentally said that he blew up the passage, worrying that someone could follow this trail, and destroyed the area to destroy the magical devices. An image of a dark dragon turned away appeared. He said that dragons were very sensitive to mana, but even so, he was quite smart for a 4-year-old. Standing up, the dark-haired man said that he felt that the power of his mana was incredible. The protagonist stated that this was why he was insulting the dragon greatly, considering him a boy and underestimating him. Waving his hand, the protagonist stated that if that was all he needed, then he could leave. An image of a minimalistic room appeared with a closet, a table with chairs, and a bed. Rox suggested that he at least take a nap before going. Turning his head, the dark-haired man refused, saying that he needed to help Bikros. Smiling, the protagonist asked if they got along. Changing his face, Khan angrily stated that in no case, because they do not get along at all. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally stated that this was the first time he saw such an expression on his face. Folding his arms, he said that when he was leaving, if he saw hands, he should prepare a table with alcohol and snacks. The protagonist turned around. He looked at the time on his watch and asked if he really didn't know about the hangover. The protagonist was going down the wooden stairs. He walked slowly down them. Looking at the dark-haired guy standing on the stairs, he mentally asked why he wasn't going down. He silently looked at his silhouette. The vice captain was talking to a knight. Someone asked if this was one of the kings he had knocked out yesterday. The protagonist came close to the guy. Bringing his hand to the dark-haired guy, he asked what he was afraid of. Looking forward, he said that it seemed to him that he had put so much force into the blow that he shouldn't have recovered for about a day. He also added that he came to his senses before he had thought of it. Looking forward, Roxu said that he had definitely underestimated him. Clenching his fist, the dark-haired man declared that he would hit with more force in the future. Starting to walk forward, Roxu stated that this was what was to be expected from the protagonist, who fought his way to his justice at any cost. An image of the protagonist appeared, sitting at an expensive but empty dinner. Approaching with alcohol in his hands, the peasant said that he brought him alcohol, that he drank at night. The gray-haired old man listened to the guy with his eyes closed. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist said with a grin that the longer he looked at him, the more he thought about it. Thinks that he is such a good salesman who brought the perfect swill for a morning hangover. An image of an unusually standing bottle appeared. Looking ahead, the vice captain said that yesterday they had a buffet because they all wanted to relax after a long journey. He added that they rested, drank, no one left the permanent courtyard. He also said that he did not understand why the Viscount's people needed to know about this. Raising his hand, the green-haired warrior said that a thief had broken into the Viscount's villa yesterday, causing several expensive items to go missing. He said with a smile that he only wanted to say that he had not suffered the same fate. The protagonist began to pour alcohol from the bottle into himself. Closing his eyes, he mentally declared that the dragon thief was also a thief. He loudly placed the bottle on the table. He looked towards the two guys looking at him. Folding his arms, the protagonist asked them if they were tired. Bringing his fist to his mouth and clearing his throat, the man said that their master could not fully wake up without drinking in the morning. An image of a tall room with several rooms appeared. The protagonist said that he needed to have a drink from yesterday because he was a 3-time busy gentleman. They wished him a safe journey. Sitting at the table, he mentally said that they should have weakened his suspicions at least a little. An image of a bottle of alcohol with an inscription on the glass appeared, standing on the protagonist's table. The protagonist mentally stated that now that he saw how stupid he was, he would hardly think that he could pull off such a theft. He mentally asked himself if no one would really consider it normal for a noble's offspring to drink on his way to the ruling family. Looking at the alcohol, the protagonist stated that perhaps when Benin found out about what happened, he would not even take it into account. Then it would be very difficult to find a connection between it and the secret group's embroidered star on his clothes. The protagonist closed his eyes and raised his head. He called Ron over. Looking at him, Roxa asked for tea with lemon and honey, adding that it really did help with a hangover. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the protagonist mentally said that even if they followed the trail they had laid, they would not find anything. He smiled. The yellow-haired boy grimaced and clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist mentally said that at some point around this time, he was probably just beside himself with rage. Smiling, Hans states that it is because the young man has not studied history. He happily reports that one of the most important duties of a butler is to tell the master about things he does not know. The man raises his eyebrows, claiming that he does not know why this city was abandoned by God. A pyramid of stones is shown, and it turns out that back then, the townspeople began to build stone obelisks together. They say this way they wanted to convey their prayers and wishes to God. Hans smiles, and Cal suddenly asks if the wishes came true. Looking away, he reports that none of the prayers came true. A street and a carriage with horses are depicted, and it is said that this is why there is not a single temple in Pozil. Cal raises his eyebrows, realizing that since God has abandoned them, there is no point in building temples for him. Hans smiles broadly, noticing that the young gentleman is a clever young man. He leans over, explaining that this is why there are stone obelisks instead of temples, since then they have become a symbolic promise. Cal listens attentively, asking what kind of promise this is. Hans presses his index finger. Suddenly, he says contentedly that the person who achieves what he wants will destroy his obelisk. The young gentleman, grinning, says that this is an interesting city. He puts a coin in a pile of similar ones, and a phrase is heard about how people should always achieve their desires with their own strength. The coin lies next to the pile. Many stones are revealed, and it turns out that this is why the destruction of a stone obelisk marks a kind of victory. Cal comes to the satisfied conclusion that they do not erect them out of trust in God. Suddenly he looks up, noticing that making a wish in the hopes of a higher power is pointless. Hans, raising his eyebrows, says that the story of these townspeople motivates him greatly. Suddenly his name is called. He responds in surprise. The man obediently lowers his head. A pair of animals peek out from under the table. They are probably hostile. Hans smiles nervously, asking why the kittens are suddenly angry and whether he should bring them some beef jerky. Watching what is happening, Cal mentally notes that they are not angry because of hunger. Multicolored kittens appear, saying that if they make a wish at the stone obelisk, it will definitely come true. The man tensely tries to calm the animals. The young gentleman sips wine when Hans asks if he can step away for a while, and he answers yes. The red-haired man immediately leaves, announcing his imminent return. The boy places his glass on the table. Ron turns his gaze to it when he is allowed to rest as well. Raising his eyebrows, he asks if Master Choi Han will be leaving in 2 days. Crossing his arms and smiling, Cal asks if the man wants to go with the man. The silver-haired man watches silently. Smiling, he states that he enjoys being near him. A large chandelier is revealed, and it is stated that Ron thought it would be better for them to go with Master Choi Han. Coughing, he notes that Bikros will be upset. Cal awkwardly states that they will all be able to catch up in the capital, and that this separation will not be long. While he thinks about their departure to Rosalind, the boy crosses his arms and Ron states that he will look forward to their reunion with Master Choi Han in the capital. He kindly states that all he wishes is for everyone to get there safely. Cal sighs, noting that the man is not the type to be impatient or wish for a safe arrival. Ron bows in farewell. The door to the room closes. The cats begin to cry, realizing that they believe this butler. Cal does not listen to them, but only remembers that the man seemed to have lived to be 150 years old. The thought of the power left by an ancient man who died of old age sounds. A heart with an image of a man appears, and it turns out that this is exactly the energy. The young man gets up, thinking that he considered his power to be a curse. The animals look after him in confusion. Hans cries out in fear when the door opens. He awkwardly notices Cal. The young master puts on his jacket. Adjusting an item of clothing, he invites the man to look at the stone obelisk. The cats are happy when it turns out that they will also be taken along. Hans is confused, and now the thought sounds that this long-lived man wanted to build a stone obelisk in the place where wishes are gathered. Cal puts his hand on the man's shoulder, remembering that the man tried to finish it for over 100 years, but was never able to do it. The hand reaches for the stone obelisk, and the question sounds about what the old man desired so ardently. Cal's hair flutters, and he thinks that his desire for that man does not concern him, but now he wants to inspect this obelisk in advance. He straightens his tie, deciding that since this is how it turned out, he needs to make it excellent. Events take us to the next morning. The protagonist, accompanied by Han and Hans, walked through the square. Roxu covered his eyes from the sun. They went out during the day, so the sun was very hot. Looking back, Roxu froze, seeing someone. The protagonist approached Han, looking into the distance. Looking into the distance, he saw 2 people he knew. These people turned out to be Taylor and Cage. The protagonist frowned when he saw them. He came here to make sure that this was definitely the place with the stone obelisk. But just in case, it was better to take a good look at these guys right away. Taylor, sitting in a wheelchair, asked Cage why she brought him here. The girl, slightly irritated, said that although she did not know whether God was right or not, she had been seeing this place in her dreams for several nights in a row. Katia told Cage that someone who could help them would suddenly appear in their destiny, so she hurried here. God told her that he himself could not foresee how this person would act in the future. Her words surprised the guy, making him ask if there really were people that even God could not predict. The protagonist looked at them at that time, while Cage said that she knew nothing, because half of what God said was nonsense. Taylor looked at the girl and asked if it was a secret that she could hear the voice of God. Sighing, the girl said that there were no Templars in the package, especially since God was not feeding her and a sudden benefactor was impossible for them in their situation. Taylor closed his eyes when the girl offered him something to eat. He suddenly opened his eyes saying that he wanted to drink beer. Cage thoughtfully said that she herself would not refuse smoked pork. The couple laughed after they said their words, after which Taylor pointed in one direction telling the girl to trust him and go there. The girl immediately ran with the owner. The protagonist looked after them mentally saying that they did not know him, so it would be enough to avoid them so as not to run into each other. Suddenly, Hans approached him, who whispered to the master that Taylor was the eldest son of the Marquis of Sten. Roxu glanced at the guy asking how he knew this. The guy grinned smugly saying that all the information about the aristocracy was in his head, and that man was in a wheelchair, on which was engraved a snake, which was the symbol of the Sten family. Slightly surprised, the protagonist told Hans that he could not imagine that he knew so much. The butler, stretching his neck, asked Roxu how they should behave with Taylor. The protagonist looked at the sky and thought. Then he looked after those who left, telling the butler to ignore. Soon the group came to a stone altar. Looking at it, the protagonist was a little saddened. Everything turned out to be much more mediocre than he expected. Roxu sighed, although he did not expect to see a work of art, but it was so ordinary that he did not even want to know more about it. An and Hong, who came up, were disappointed to see the altar. Suddenly, Han stepped forward. Looking at his back, the protagonist assumed that he wanted to make a wish, and while Han, sitting in front of the altar, made a wish, everyone was waiting for him. Roxu looked at him and assumed that he wished to return to his homeland. After all, Khan was a character who grew up in a good and happy family, so he always managed not to despair and survive. Suddenly, the guy turned around and called Roxu. Becoming serious, Khan said that he needed to ask and report something. The protagonist's lips trembled when he told the guy to ask him first. Khan pointed to the altar and asked him if he would make a wish. Looking at the altar, Roxu said that making wishes did not appeal to him. When Khan asked him what the reason was, the protagonist frowned, saying that his wishes exceeded expectations. Then he raised his hand, saying that it was much easier to live without them. Roxu stared at the altar after saying that. He was right. If you bought a lottery ticket expecting to win 101, but you win 500, you are overjoyed. But if you expected to win the grand prize, then the 101 that came up would seem like bad luck. Hans suddenly placed his hand on the master's shoulder, after which he smiled widely, expressing his admiration for the master's wisdom. Roxu interrupted him, telling him to go sightseeing. The protagonist grabbed his head when the butler left with the cats. Han glanced at him and informed him about the dragon that was following them. Roxu, stretching his hand, told Han to pretend that he didn't notice him. The protagonist himself frowned upon learning about the dragon. Then he looked away, not believing that the dragon actually followed them. A moment later, Roxu stopped paying attention to him and walked away. He and Han left the place. Something invisible was following them. Traces of the dragon's paws began to appear on the ground, which was following the protagonist all the time. The events take us to the next day, at the moment when the protagonist decided to go to the grave of a man who lived 150 years. He stood in front of his subordinates and told them that he would take only Han. Looking at his subordinates, the protagonist mentally said that if he told them that he would take the strongest of them with him for protection, no one would follow him. In general, he would go alone, but this would not be allowed. The vice captain, irritated, expressed his understanding. Hans, without losing heart, went to the kittens, saying to leave them to him. Soon Han followed Roxa. Looking at Roxa, he asked if he was going to do anything again today. The protagonist glanced at the guy, saying that if someone heard him, they would decide that he does something suspicious every day. Then he pointed to the mountain ahead, saying that he needed to go there and he could wait for him at the foot. Khan glanced at the mountain. Looking at his master's back, he expressed his understanding. The protagonist, walking ahead, thought about it. Khan was too convenient for him. He did not ask unnecessary questions about what he was doing. Soon they came to the forest. Khan stopped. Then he called the protagonist. Looking away, the guy said that he was leaving today. Roxu, not surprised, told him that he himself seemed to have told him to do so. Bowing his head, Khan said that he needed to say something before leaving. Crossing his arms over his chest, Roxu asked what he wanted to tell. Straightening up, Khan called Ron a dangerous person. His words greatly surprised the protagonist. Roxu closed his eyes and thought about it. He did not expect Khan to talk about this. The protagonist, opening his eyes, asked if that was all he wanted to say. Suddenly, Khan screamed, saying that Ron always smelled of blood. He was very strong and had clearly killed many in his life. Being shocked, the guy said that he initially thought that Roxu left him by himself knowing about him. The protagonist thought, looking at the guy, if he knew, he would have taken this strong Ron with him to save the dragon, but he did not do this. So Khan decided that he either simply did not know about his power, or did not trust him. Looking at the sky, the protagonist mentally said that he could not trust the person he had been with for 18 years, so Khan assumed that he did not know about Ron's power. Roxu closed his eyes, understanding what the guy was thinking. Bewildered, Khan said that seeing them, he assumed that they did not know about Ron's power, so he decided to warn him. Roxu raised his hand saying that he initially did not know about his power. Khan worriedly asked if he would continue to keep the butler by his side, even if he possessed dark power, listening to him. The protagonist mentally said that as soon as they arrived in the capital, he was going to immediately send him along with Han. Looking up at the sky, Roxu called Han and Ron the same. His words puzzled the guy standing in front of him. Slightly annoying, Roxu said that they both did nothing, saying that one of them was dangerous. Han frowned, trying to object, but a moment later he fell silent, deciding not to speak. The protagonist raised one eyebrow, saying that he did nothing because Ron did nothing to him. Becoming calm, the protagonist said that Ron had been his servant for 18 years. Even when Ron proudly walked next to the authoritative vice captain, no one thought to get angry at him because he was devoted to his family and his role as a servant. Roxu, standing in front of Han, asked him what he felt towards Ron. The guy answered in confusion, saying that he simply informed him because he was dangerous. A moment later, his eye widened in shock because of Roxu saying that for him they were both the same. After all, in such a situation, even he, with his strength, was a danger to him. All this time, the butler watched his master hiding in a tree. He was a little interested when the protagonist told him that since Ron was his servant, he was just a servant. Looking to the side, Rox told Khan that even he was just Khan paying for the food. Realizing that he needed to hurry, the protagonist asked if he had said everything. Not hearing an answer, he turned around abruptly, telling Khan to wait for him here. The guy was stunned by his actions. Ron landed on the ground and asked if he had heard the master's answer. The old man grinned and said that this young man was the one he raised, carried in his arms, and whose diapers he changed. Khan suddenly blocked his path. Standing in front of him, the guy reminded him that their master had told them not to follow him further. Ron frowned slightly upon hearing him. Then he glanced at the master's back, calling him a bastard. Ron sighed. He came because the protagonist left the children of the Myo tribe and went only with Han, but apparently in vain. Apparently his master had changed. Meanwhile, the protagonist came to a cave. Looking at the small entrance, he was annoyed. He did not think that it would be so small and he would have to crawl. After that, he sat down, realizing that today's clothes would be completely ruined. Soon the protagonist crawled into the cave. Entering the spacious room, he sighed. Shaking off his clothes, he noticed gusts of wind. He immediately looked to the side. There was such a strong wind here that it seemed that the walls were about to break through. Smiling, Rox realized that Taylor could not have gotten this power without the help of Cage. Suddenly, the dragon following him screamed, saying that it was too dangerous to go further. He rushed to the guy, calling him too weak for this, but Rox did not listen to him, going forward. The dragon was very surprised by what he saw. The protagonist looked at the dragon with irritation, making him nervous. Looking ahead, Rox decided to ignore the dragon, because every 3 hours the strength of the wind changed. Seeing how the wind weakened, he decided to do everything before it strengthened again. The dragon, seeing the boy walking forward, said that he was just a weak person. Suddenly, the walls began to collapse. The fragments rushed towards Rox, but they were all blocked by the shield. The kid saw, trying to understand what kind of power it was. Suddenly, the protagonist stepped back. He frowned, realizing that even if the wind weakened, the closer he got to the center, the stronger it became. Realizing this, Rox decided to reduce the size of the shield to reduce the resistance. After that, he immediately walked forward. Against the wind, he rushed upward. Rox's eyes widened when he heard someone else's voice. He looked up where the voice came from, just like with the shield. A moment later, he frowned, listening to someone say that he was very sorry. Afterwards, he closed his eyes in disappointment. This ancient power was too unstable. As the protagonist took a step forward, the stranger addressed him as a person with a familiar power and told him that he should avoid this power. The protagonist was surprised by his words. A moment later, the wind increased, shocking the boy. While the creature called itself a non-entity, the wind greatly strained Roxa. Gusts of wind collided with the shield, while the creature said that it was a non-entity that escaped and lived to old age. Striving towards the altar, the protagonist continued to listen to the whining of the creature. He clenched his teeth. This crying voice sounded to him not so much serious, but as if he was preparing for death. Walking forward, the protagonist mentally said that he was already irritated by this whining, because even the voice of a glutton was better. The creature suddenly screamed, saying that there was no point in the power of rebirth, because he could only save himself. Roxu heard it and thought that he needed the power to protect himself. The guy clenched his teeth from the tension due to the increasing wind. His shield suddenly cracked from the force of the wind when he had 5 steps left. The protagonist immediately reduced the shield. Striving for the semblance of an altar, Roxu took another step while the creature screamed, saying that he was always afraid of death and could not save his friends. The protagonist spent all his strength approaching the altar. After a few seconds, he was able to step forward, and then the wind died down. When the creature said that it betrayed its ideals for the sake of survival, Roxu closed his eyes and said that ideals were simple nonsense, because life always comes first. The creature in the altar sighed tiredly. The protagonist, putting on his glove, said that the altar looked so primitive that he didn't want to build an obelisk that was more beautiful. After that, he began to examine the walls of the cave. Soon, he finished building the obelisk, and then it began to glow brightly, greatly surprising the dragon behind the protagonist. The creature in the altar said that it was going to fight them, but then he didn't know how terrible the pain was. They didn't serve God, but he realized it too late. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he had heard this somewhere before. The obelisk glowed slightly while the creature said that in an effort to turn back time, he began to build the obelisk, but each time he destroyed it, he despised his selfish desire for his own happiness. Irritated, Roxu said that all people are selfish. The creature fell silent after hearing his words. The protagonist, looking at the obelisk, asked if he had finished. The obelisk flickered slightly when the creature told Rox that his sister had been saying that all along. The protagonist stood in front of the altar trying to figure out if the creature wanted to cause a scandal. But when the creature told him to break the obelisk, he smiled. A moment later, he immediately broke the obelisk, which greatly surprised the dragon, who saw a glowing sphere in the air. Rox immediately reached out his hand to the sphere and clenched it in his fist, because of which a stream of power rushed to his chest and passed through like an arrow. The protagonist touched his chest and felt shock. Then he closed his eyes, feeling the power. The energy he received would make his shield even stronger. Looking at the shield, the guy realized that even if wounded, his regeneration would be much faster than that of ordinary people. Soon the protagonist left the cave and looked at the dragon, forcing him to turn away in embarrassment. Seeing how he took off, the guy asked the dragon if he would follow him. Looking away, the kid told Rox that he was too weak and needed protection. Seeing how the dragon became invisible, the guy mentally called him fickle. After some time, Rox came out into the clearing. He looked around the forest while walking along it. Then he turned to the dragon, saying that he could see how he was trampling the grass. The invisible dragon became very nervous. The protagonist closed his eyes, annoyed that there were more people accompanying him. Soon the protagonist came to the place where he said goodbye to Khan. He was very surprised by the guy's appearance, asking if he had rolled down the mountain. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Rox admitted that he had slipped on the way. That same night, dishes broke in the parcel. Taylor, looking at the suffering Cage, asked what was wrong with her. The girl, massaging her head, asked to give her time. A moment later, he sharply hit the chair, saying that everything was annoying her. The servant immediately returned the chair to its place. Taylor glanced at the servant and ordered him to leave. Then he turned to Cage, asking what was happening to her. Suddenly the girl went outside and Taylor followed her. She approached the railing and was very surprised. Smiling, she said to the unbelievers that everything turned out to be true. Taylor approached her and read the inscriptions on the railing, saying that if he wanted his wish to come true, he needed to destroy the obelisk. Cage closed her eyes and said that God commanded him to destroy the obelisk. The guy was very surprised by this. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that God had never said such a thing before, because before she had barely heard him more than once a year. Leaning slightly, Cage said that this was an important moment in their lives. Then she looked at the obelisk, saying that he should make the choice, but if he wanted a peaceful life, he should not break it. Cage looked closely and noticed a letter. Then she turned to Taylor, who was standing behind her, saying that apparently the obelisk was erected for the sake of the letter. Then she turned to the guy and asked what he decided. Taylor smiled weakly. Then he ordered to destroy the obelisk. The girl immediately destroyed the obelisk. Looking at the scattered stones, Taylor thought. Frowning slightly, he mentally said that he did not need a peaceful life, because he would heal and continue to move forward. The guy's eyes were fixed on the letter. He took it and began to read. Cage froze while Taylor read the letter, which said that the crown prince possessed an ancient power that he himself did not need, but it could heal any injury. The prince needed connections and means with which he could restrain the second and third prince. The guy's hands trembled after reading. He grinned, realizing that this was a really important moment. Cage snatched the letter from his hand and began to read. Taylor's legs may be motionless, but her arms and head are fully functional, and he is still alive. Looking at the night city, the guy called Cage. Then turning to her, he said that they would leave the butler here and they would go to the capital. Then the guy chuckled to himself, saying that he should have taken care of everything back then. While they were talking, the kittens were watching them from the roof. They saw how the guy and the girl smiled, having made a decision. The kittens decided to go home and have a snack since their task was completed. Afterwards, they looked at the night sky, enjoying their night snack. The events take us to the morning of the next day. The protagonist was watching Han and made him look at himself, asking if that was all he wanted to take. The guy smiled, saying that that would be enough. The protagonist sighed, hearing his answer. Then he looked at the sky and threw a bag of things to Han. The surprised guy caught the bag. Looking at the contents, Han was puzzled. There was a small amount of money and a few potions. Rox irritatedly told Han that if he didn't like it, he could have thrown it away. Then he turned around abruptly, saying goodbye to him. Han squeezed the bag in his hand, after which he thanked him with a wide smile and said goodbye to Roxa. The vice captain approached Khan and said that now, after training, he would be able to protect the young master. Bikros turned around abruptly, saying that he needed to sharpen his knife, while his father said goodbye to Khan. Even he and Hong said goodbye to the guy. He sat down and patted them on the head goodbye. The dragon looked at him and frowned, after which he concentrated mana in his paw and directed it at Khan. Having done this, the dragon sighed with relief. Adjusting his belt, Khan mentally said that he was already in debt, but was receiving more and more, so he was obliged to pay back properly. Turning around, he told everyone that they would see each other in the capital. A day after Khan left, the protagonist also left Pozil, the city of stone obelisks. Han stood next to the protagonist and told him that it was already late, which is why they would stay here. The protagonist looked at the kittens and agreed. The kittens stared at each other at this time. They flinched when the protagonist called them. Roxu grinned and asked if they had met the dragon. Seeing their reaction, the protagonist sighed. Even when Han had left, the dragon had been following him, and since it was following him, it would not be possible to drive it away. Suddenly, a carriage began to approach them. The vice captain immediately got out, saying that he would find out everything himself. Soon he approached the knight, who asked to sit down near them. The protagonist slightly squinted, trying to figure out the identity of the person in the carriage. The knight bowed his head, introducing himself as Tom, a servant of the Marquisate of Sten. Roxu's eye widened in shock. The carriage looked modest. There was no banner or coat of arms on it, which is why the protagonist did not even think about them. Tom glanced at the forest at this time, saying that they saw the coat of arms of the Henidus County and decided to ask them for a favor. Taylor looked out of the carriage and introduced himself. The protagonist said in his mind, irritated, that even if one person left, 3 came in his place. One of them was a dragon. The second was a crazy Templar who wanted to excommunicate from the church, and the third was a man from the Sten Marquisate. Roxu sighed tiredly. Taylor looked at him and asked for forgiveness for the unexpected request, and if they were causing him inconvenience, they would leave immediately. Taylor, abandoned by his relatives, smiled slightly, thinking that even if Henidus remained neutral, it might be problematic for him to contact him. The protagonist's lips parted when he asked where he was going to leave from. Starting to approach Taylor, the protagonist said that this territory did not belong to him. Looking at the carriage, the guy said that they were both on the road and would not act so uncultured, after which he extended his hand to Taylor. Standing in front of him, the protagonist introduced himself. Taylor involuntarily looked away, after which he said, slightly saddened, that he could not maintain decency because of his legs. Looking at the guy, Rox expressed his understanding. Taylor then shook the protagonist's hand. He said, smiling, that he was very pleased to meet him, after which he introduced Cage. The girl smiled after reading the greeting prayer. Rox smiled after hearing it, mentally saying that it was unbearable for the girl to pretend to be a kind saint. Therefore, he closed his eyes, saying that he did not believe in God. His words greatly shocked the couple, or rather, how frivolously he says such words. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought. Taylor had to constantly be wary of his brother all the time, and he could not count on the support of his kind, which is why he probably spent a lot on protective artifacts. Rox waved his hand, calling hands. When he approached him, the protagonist told him to help Taylor get settled. Afterwards, he looked at him, ordering him to bring food and set up camp near them, and then not to disturb him. Taylor and Cage were watching all of this. When Hans began to walk away, Rox told him to grab a drink with him. Looking at the guy again, the protagonist said goodbye to him, after which he bowed as a sign of farewell. Approaching the vice captain, Rox ordered him to help with the patrol, because the neighbors had only one knight. The vice captain accepted the order, staring at the gentleman's back. When Rox approached the carriage, he and Hong said that they saw these people, The protagonist bent down a little, telling them to be silent and pretend that they did not know them. After that, the guy looked at Tom nearby. He looked at the gentleman and asked if the dragon would continue to follow them. Remembering the dragon, the protagonist said that initially he planned to just pull it out, and even though he told it to leave, it followed them. The kitten saw the evil grin of the guy and became wary. He was going to use the dragon for his own purposes. Smiling, he told the kittens that he would find the dragon a job. The events are postponed to the next morning. The protagonist got up around lunchtime. Looking to the side, he saw a group gathered. Hands approached him and greeted him. Rocks, not paying attention to this, asked what kind of mess was happening now. Then he pointed to the gathered crowd, in which Taylor and Cage were very worried. The protagonist saw them and was slightly puzzled. A moment later, approaching them, he asked what happened to them. Taylor, clasping his hands, said that he was sincerely sorry. Pointing to the dead boar, the future Marquis said that he had apparently been tracked down. The protagonist looked closely at the drawing near the boar. Suddenly, Cage screamed, saying that even she could not recognize the power of this creature. Roxu sighed mentally, saying that the girl was too presumptuous, hoping to recognize the power of the dragon, although he could have just discreetly thrown the boar. When Taylor was about to apologize, the protagonist interrupted him, calling Bikros. When he approached, he immediately ordered him to cook breakfast from this boar. Taking a knife in his hands, Bikros said that another excellent meat was waiting for them. Hearing him, Taylor was very surprised. The protagonist slightly leaned over and said that someone was always supplying them with food. Smiling at Roxu, he said that the kid was too shy and did not want to show himself. After that, the protagonist looked at the forest. Taylor and Cage were a little ashamed, realizing that there was a misunderstanding. Roxu glanced at Taylor when he asked him if he was heading to the capital. Not hearing an answer, the guy asked Roxu if he minded if they followed him. The protagonist grinned, saying that it was not a problem. Looking at the happy and grateful people, the protagonist decided to leave them in debt by seeing them off to the capital. Having calmed down, Taylor said that they would not cause any problems and would only follow them to the outskirts. The protagonist smiled, deciding not to say anything. The protagonist then called Hans, ordering her to bring food to the carriage, after which he himself headed to the carriage. Unexpectedly, Cage stopped him on the way. She was slightly surprised when she asked him if he really did not believe in God. The protagonist thought for a moment, not understanding why she was asking this again, but still confirmed his atheism. The girl looked at him and expressed understanding, after which she went back to Taylor. He worriedly asked what had happened to her. She involuntarily looked at the carriage, after which she thought, saying that it was strange. She looked into the distance, pondering her words. Looking at Roxa, she said that she had the feeling that the god of death was sympathetically stroking her head. A day after arriving in the capital, the protagonist settled into a hotel. Taylor, who was sitting opposite him, offered him a drink. The protagonist stared at the guy, remembering the rumors about himself. Taylor, looking at Rox, said that he doubted the rumors because during the entire journey, he had come to the conclusion and realized that he was completely different. He involuntarily remembered how Rox, for their comfort, always hid in the carriage, ordering his servants to treat them with respect. Even his subordinates followed him loyally. Taylor then thought, being surprised by such a good attitude from the protagonist. Smiling, the guy asked Rox if he would mind having a drink with them before leaving. The protagonist, without answering, simply closed the door and asked Taylor what he needed. Taylor became serious, realizing that the protagonist was not a bastard, but a smart guy. When the protagonist approached him, the guy asked him who he saw in front of him now. Rox sighed tiredly, then he threw a bag of money on the table. Taylor and Cage were very surprised by this. Frowning, the protagonist said that they could only be interested in money. His interlocutors became slightly nervous upon hearing him. Leaning on the table, Roxu said that it was immediately obvious that they needed money, especially for a secret stay in the capital. They definitely needed it. Afterwards, he chuckled, telling Taylor that even if he had not originally intended this, but now he had one of the richest people next to him, so he tried. Taylor, sitting in a chair, mentally confirmed this, because if they asked him about it and he agreed, then they would definitely be in good condition. Looking at the protagonist, the guy understood that he would not even tell anyone about him, because he avoids people very much. Afterwards, the guy bowed his head thanks to Roxu. Then he looked around the room, announcing his departure in the morning. Roxu, hearing him, asked if he would go through the temple. After receiving confirmation, the protagonist told them to leave the temple in less than 3 days, since Benian had servants even there. Smiling, Cage asked why he was so well informed about their affairs. The protagonist touched the table, after which he ordered them to tell their servants to stay one more day and book a room with the money. The tired guy told Taylor that they would go with him, and their escorts would come in a day. Handing over another pouch, Rox said that it was a magical device that could hide living beings. Confused, Taylor asked Rox why he was so kind to him. The protagonist frowned slightly. He started all this, so in some way he was obliged to help them, and if Taylor became a marquis, it would automatically save him from problems. But when his lips parted, he said that he was just sorry. Looking at the guy in front of him, he said that he was thinking all the time about what a man who was abandoned by everyone, who was paralyzed from the waist down, the eldest son of a marquis, was thinking, who was trying just to borrow money from him, the Count's bastard. Taylor bowed his head looking at the money. He clenched his fists and laughed slightly, although his legs were paralyzed, but his eyes, nose, mouth, hands, all of it still functioned. Smiling at Rox, he said that he didn't need sympathy. The protagonist interrupted him. Looking out the window, he said that he only had one condition. Looking at the money, he told the couple to forget about everything that happened here. Cage trembled slightly, saying that she and young Master Taylor swear that they will not tell anyone about what happened, and made an oath before the god of death, and if they do not fulfill it, they will die. Smiling, the girl asked if Rox himself would swear. He smiled and said that he would not even think about it, because if he had any problems, he would immediately tell everything. Soon, Cage folded her hands in a prayer gesture and began to swear. The entire room suddenly darkened due to the presence of dark mana. The girl closed her eyes, swearing an oath to the god of death, the energy of which floated through the air. A moment later, she opened her eyes, saying that everything they talked about in this place, she, Cage, and Taylor will keep a secret for the rest of their lives. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, watching everything. Soon the energy of the god of death disappeared from the room. The protagonist looked at his hands when the girl told him that what he was feeling now was the energy of the god of death. Suddenly, Taylor held out a bottle of wine, offering to drink. Cage immediately took out glasses for this. Seeing this, Rox was slightly surprised. Watching the girl lay out the glasses, the protagonist expressed his admiration. While she was pouring wine, Oa asked him if it was strange that the servant of God drank. The protagonist answered her by saying that he did not care. Soon, the room was filled with happy voices. The girl, smiling widely, asked if he wanted to have a sister with a good character. After she received a refusal, Taylor also asked if Rox wanted to have an obedient brother. But after receiving a refusal, the boy and the girl looked at each other. A moment later, they clinked glasses. On a new moon, in a completely dark night, alcohol strengthened the bond formed between three people. The next day, the carriage with horses was moving forward. Roxu was sitting in it, looking at Taylor and Cage and folding his arms across his chest, saying that they would arrive at the gates of the main capital in 2 hours. A gray and a red cat were sitting next to him. Taylor looked at them with a smile on his face. He looked at the protagonist and asked if Roxu was well informed about the event that would be held in the royal castle. The guy crossed his legs and said that it was his first time attending, but he had attended gatherings of young noblemen from the northeast before. Taylor explained that the event was dedicated to the king's 50th birthday. He looked out the window and continued saying that a festival would be held for the people, but it seemed that the protagonist did not like such events. Roxu lowered his head, closed his eyes, and thought about how his heart was pounding like crazy whenever he thought about the upcoming terror. With his eyes closed, he thought that, with the exception of the characters in the secret group, he was the only one who knew about the upcoming terrorist attack. The protagonist was worried because, it weighed heavily on him from the responsibility. Imagining himself in a coffin, he thought that he understood the fear of death too well to just turn a blind eye to it. Roxu fixed his gaze forward and thought that he would try to stop it, but if he was hurt or things got too tough, he would quit the game. He thought that as long as he did not lose money, he would do his best. Roxu looked at Taylor and said that they were not particularly looking forward to the festival either. Taylor smiled and said that for him, it was something like a decisive test. He called out to the protagonist, calling him young master. With his arms folded, he warned Roxu to beware of the prince. Taylor said that even if they turned away from him, the informants of the clan were still available. He placed his hands on his knees and said that the 50th anniversary celebration was originally planned, but he heard that it was the crown prince who requested the gathering of the young nobles. He covered his mouth with his hands and thoughtfully asked how best to describe his highness. Roxu smiled slightly and said that he was a real suck-up. Taylor smirked, saying that was absolutely true. The horses stopped abruptly and he said that was not what he meant at all. Taylor coughed into his fist and said that the protagonist knew about it. Roxu spread his arms out to the sides and asked if not everyone knew about it. Taylor laughed and raised his index finger up, saying that was true, but it was the first time he had heard such a fitting description. The protagonist thought that the crown prince was good at giving compliments and making people feel important. The crown prince's target never realized that she was just being used. Roxu said that the Crown Prince personally singled out Khan as a close friend and hero. In return, Khan considered him a good man who was kind even to commoners. The protagonist put his finger to his lips and thought that Khan did not even suspect that he was being used. He thoughtfully looked out the window and thought that the word use was quite suitable for the definition, but the direction of this use was surprisingly correct. The Crown Prince did not use people for his own benefit or to strengthen his power. He did all this for the sake of the kingdom and the people, perhaps even more so, because he had only recently mastered the skill. Roxu thoughtfully folded his arms over his chest and thought that usually the Crown Prince first sucked up, and then, using some tragic pretext, forced people to help him. In the end, everything happened so that good-natured Khan and Rosalind were walking towards him. Taylor called out to the young master. He said that the company of the Crown Prince could become too burdensome for the protagonist. Roxu closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, saying that he was going to be as quiet as a mouse because he hated attracting attention to himself. Taylor and Cage stared at the protagonist. Roxu asked them with displeasure why they were looking at him like that. Taylor smirked and laughed quietly, and Cage put her hand on his shoulder and said that it was nothing special. The protagonist put his hand on the back of the seat and said that if they ran into the Crown Prince, their fears would not come true. He smirked and said that after all, he was a famous sycophant too. He immediately thought that if the Crown Prince met someone like him, he would back off and try to avoid such a person. Roxu thought that if the Crown Prince was sycophantic and quietly took advantage of others, then he should do the same. Cage raised her index finger up and laughed, saying that the grin suited the young master because it made him look like a real scoundrel. Roxu turned to the window and said that it was better like this than to seem kind. A huge castle was visible through the carriage window. Roxu looked out the window with a mesmerizing look and said that the capital was immediately visible. He said that the Rowan Kingdom was a country of stone. Taylor explained that if you study history in depth, you can see that since the foundation of the kingdom, many legends of these lands were associated with stones. He said that among the legends, there is one that these lands had a patron spirit, similar to a rock, who could withstand any attack in order to protect the lands. After a pause, he continued, saying that it was this creature that prevented the descending darkness from consuming the continent. Cage looked at him in surprise and asked if he really liked this legend so much, to which the guy nodded in agreement. Taylor said that the patron spirit stood unshakable like a rock even when his whole body was being destroyed, but they said that he protected the northeastern lands, now called stone because of this. He looked at Cage and said that such a being might not exist, that's why he liked this legend. The girl looked at him and said that he didn't really believe in this legend. Taylor said that it was unlikely that it would be so easy to find someone who would protect others until complete self-destruction. Roxu looked out the window and thought that this legend was not interesting to him because protecting the northeastern lands, but not even trying to protect himself, was strange. They were getting closer and closer to the kingdom. The protagonist immediately said that he heard this legend for the first time, and he himself thought that ancient legends and legends of various kinds were often mentioned in the hero's birth, but he did not remember this one because he had read up to the 5th book. Taylor replied that it was unlikely that many people knew about it, since he himself had only learned about it when he was doing research on ancient powers and writings. Roxu looked out the window. He handed Taylor the amulet and asked him to hold it. He asked everyone to get ready. A guard knocked on the door and called the young gentleman, saying that the capital guard needed to check the carriage. Roxu held a bottle of alcohol in his hand and kicked the carriage door open. The guards looked at the guy in surprise. The cats immediately ran after the protagonist. Roxu stretched out his hand and told the guards to check him. The guards apologized to the guy. They looked into the carriage, while Roxu stood nearby, leaning against a pillar. The guards found nothing suspicious inside. They bowed down and said that the protagonist could pass. Afterwards, they said that they were glad to welcome him to the capital. Roxu sat back down on the seat. He smiled and asked if they were really glad to welcome him. Taylor took off the amulet and said that he had not received a warm welcome for a long time. The carriage arrived to the west of the capital of Hvis. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and told Taylor that Ron was aware of everything. As soon as they arrived at the place, he would see the guys off. He asked to follow him. Grinning, he told them to forget about everything. The coachman looked into the carriage and said that they had arrived. The protagonist went outside and Cage said that their next meeting would be more joyful, and Taylor thanked him. The guy was standing in front of a huge mansion. He put his hands on his hips and said that the area was much better than he could have imagined. Roxu looked at the garden and said that it was not dazzling, but it looked much more expensive than the mansions of other aristocrats. All the guards lined up around the guy and bowed, saying that they were glad to see him. In chorus, everyone said that they would serve the protagonist with all their might. Roxu turned to the coachman in confusion and thought that they were being overly formal. He looked around and asked them to stand up straight. The protagonist told them not to overdo it with etiquette, because he would not intentionally pick on those who worked hard. He looked at the worried guards and said that his mother had chosen them, so he asked them to work accordingly because they were proud of their work. Putting one hand behind his back, he said that if the guards needed anything from him, it would be better to ask Hands. He immediately thought that he had a lot to do without them, and Hands would do just fine. Roxu went ahead and told the servant to follow him. The butler said that he did not expect the young master to arrive because he was nothing but a headache. The servants discussed their job of taking care of Roxu and making sure he didn't do anything stupid. The protagonist threw the crumpled invitation on the table. Hands, who was standing behind him, asked if the boy wouldn't go. Roxu asked with a displeased expression if he could not go, to which the servant replied that he could not, since it was a meeting of the Northeast. Hands handed over a piece of paper, saying that it was a list of children from noble houses who had arrived in the capital so far. Roxu asked what they had heard from Ron and whether he had completed it, to which the servant nodded in agreement. The protagonist told him that Hands should rest. The servant bowed and said that he would certainly rest. The protagonist waved his hand and told the servant to ask for something to eat. Yes, said Hands before leaving. Roxu threw the paper with the list of children next to him. He leaned one hand on the armrest of the sofa. The guy got up from the couch and looked ahead. He abruptly opened the doors to the balcony. He looked ahead and ordered to come in. The main character let the dragon in and, putting food in front of him, ordered him to eat. The young gentleman held a glass of wine in his hand and said that all this time the dragon had been looking for and bringing him food, but he himself could not really eat. The creature looked at the plate of meat in surprise. The gray cat immediately shoved a piece into his mouth. Roxu took a sip and thought that the dragon should eat well, because he still had a long time to work for the guy. He put the glass on the table and thought that he wanted to end everything exactly like this. He continued to think that in such a mansion, with such delicious food and a feeling of complete freedom, he wanted to enjoy his whole life. Wonderful, he said, smiling and closing his eyes. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. Roxu got up from the table, knocking over a glass of wine on the floor. The gray cat screamed, hearing the glass crack. Approaching the door, he asked if it was Han, to which a loud no was heard from behind the door. Roxu thought that Han should have arrived in 3 days, because to get to the capital faster, he would have to move at a crazy speed, which is impossible. Words were heard behind the door that Han would not have rushed, dragging the wounded Lack behind him. The protagonist backed away, thinking that he gave Han a potion with divine power embedded in it, but it would not work on one of the wolf race rejected by God. He put his hand on the door handle and thought that he told Han to stay at a certain inn once he arrived in the capital. The guy opened the door and looked ahead in surprise. Han, who was holding Lack on his back, said that he did not know who else to ask. Roxu looked at Rosalind and asked her to carry Lack in. He looked at him and thought that the guy was in very bad shape. Roxu backed away and thought that the fever was a symptom that accompanied the first onset of rage. He wondered why the rage that was supposed to happen only in a year was starting now. Roxu called out to Hands while Han was laying Lack down on the bed. The protagonist asked the servant to bring him something to drink. The boy approached the bed and, folding his arms over his chest, thought that judging by Lack's condition, the rage could not be stopped. Lack tried to open his eyes with great effort. He saw Roxu, who asked him not to overexert himself and close his eyes. Closing his eyes, Lack remembered his uncle. The man had left the boy in the forest. He was running away from him further and further into the forest. Lack clenched his teeth. Han placed his fists on the bed and asked Roxu what was wrong with Lack. Desperately, Han said that the potion the protagonist had given him would not help because according to Rosalind, the wolf race did not digest potions. He said that his healing magic was not working either. The guy was shouting that he had to protect Lack. Roxu folded his hand on his chest and asked him to calm down. He immediately thought that at this rate, Khan would wake up. The protagonist looked forward and said that if Khan trusted him, then let him leave it to him. Saddened, Khan, who was kneeling next to the bed, replied that he did. Roxu looked at him and thought about what happened, because he knew that Khan was kind and easily attached, but in the original script, at this time, he only slightly opened his heart and did not completely trust Lack. The protagonist thought, looking down. Perplexed, he thought, did his intervention in the story really have such an effect? Roxu looked at Rosalind and thought that she was the first contender for the throne of the Kingdom of Breck. Rosalind is associated with roses because of her bright red hair, but her character is described more as the sun. Rosalind looked forward, saying that there was very powerful mana near her. She immediately turned her gaze to the dragon. Roxu, who was watching this, thought that dragons by nature were quite warm to magicians and the girl interested him, so he decided to give her a little of his mana. The protagonist ordered the dragon to sit still. The dragon suddenly jumped. The girl was scared, sharply looking away, asking what was happening. Roxu pointed to Luck lying on the bed, saying that he was more important now. Rosalind asked what was happening to him now. The protagonist looked in her direction and thought that due to her caution, Rosalind would not resort to using high-ranking magic. He looked at the staff in her hand and thought that most likely they were able to reach the capital in 3 days with the help of Rosalind's teleportation magic. Roxu did not expect that, contrary to his assumptions, she herself would decide to demonstrate her skills. He looked at the girl and asked if she was a mage. Rosalind said that she was, when suddenly Roxu asked if she had heard of wolfkin rabies. She exhaled heavily and said that she had read about it once, but there was no mention of fever or severe pain. The boy replied that it was his first, to which Rosalind was very surprised. The young master explained that during their first run, they suffer greatly and lose consciousness due to uncontrollable physical metamorphosis, but after they go through this for the first time, they use rabies as a weapon. He looked down at the floor and said that there was only a little time left. Rosalind was shocked and said that although she did not know Roxu, she could clearly see how things were. She exhaled heavily, closed her eyes and said that Lack was still a child. Saddened, Roxu said that he knew about it. At the end of the protagonist, candles were burning brightly. Roxu ordered Hands to bring a stretcher. He extended his hand forward and said that Lack should be placed on a stretcher and carried to the training ground in the dungeon of the estate. He immediately asked to make sure that there was not a soul in the dungeon. Hands opened his eyes wide from putting a sick person on the training ground. Roxu turned to Khan and the girl. She put her hand on her chest and answered that her name was Rosalind. The protagonist said that there were 2 of them. They will be beaten, he continued, folding his arms over his chest. Khan and Rosalind exclaimed in surprise. Roxu said that in the family of predators, wolves, tigers or bears, when the first rage comes, parents or siblings help. Cats were sitting near Lack, and Roxu continued, saying that they have to endure the attacks of the one who has gone mad and protect him so that the child does not get hurt. He said that looking at Lack, this is not his case. The protagonist clapped his hands. Pointing at the boys, he said that they would be mom and dad, or brother and sister if they wanted. He extended his hand forward and ordered them to protect Lack. They carried the boy out onto the field on a stretcher. Khan asked how long it would take. Roxu replied that Lack was a pureblood to all purebloods, so it would take a couple of hours. Khan said that he was Lack's brother, so he could handle everything. The protagonist ordered Rosalind and Khan to go to the center. They came closer to Lack, who was lying on the sand. The boy began to moan involuntarily. Long animal claws began to grow from his hands. His pupil narrowed and turned bright red. Veins stood out strongly on his neck and sharp fangs appeared on his teeth. Khan and Rosalind watched Lack's transformation. They looked ahead in horror. In front of them was Lack, with fur all over his body. The dragon created a protective barrier and Roxu said that the dragon was truly incredible. The dragon replied that the protagonist was very weak, so he had to protect the guy. Roxu was holding a red cat in his arms and said that since this happened, let the dragon make a sound barrier. The guy asked why the dragon did not use that power, to which the dragon replied that he needed to know. The protagonist turned to the dragon and thought that he was quickly progressing in using magic, so in the future he would become extremely useful. The guy sat on the floor in the lotus position. He looked at the cats sitting right in front of him. Roxu asked if they had ever gone berserk. The cats shook their heads negatively and the guy thoughtfully asked if they knew anything about him. The gray cat replied that she did not really, because none of the elders had told them about it. The protagonist thought that they were also purebred, so their first rage would also be problematic. He explained that the heirs of the wolf, tiger, bear, and whale clans always lose their minds more than others when they go mad for the first time, which is why these 4 clans are usually considered almost monsters. Roxu looked ahead and said that he himself knew little about the Mayo clan, but if the cats suddenly thought that rabies was approaching or their temperature suddenly rose, then they should immediately go to him. The cats looked at him in surprise, while the main character thought that he should take care of this before something unpleasant happened, because he was responsible for them. The cats immediately began to show affection to Roxu, and he asked what came over them. Looking at Lack, Roxu wondered why the wolf cub had gone mad. He remembered that in the plot of The Birth of a Hero, which he had read, Lack's first rage was a year later and it began because of the death of one creature. The protagonist said that healer Fendrick reminded Lack of his dead uncle. The death of his uncle, who was the main creature in his life, was a great shock for Lack. He was ready to kill everything in his path. Infuriated, Lack stood in the center of the field, covered in fur, with a tail, ears, and long claws. Khan and Rosalind shouted loudly for him to wake up. With a maddened look, Lack looked forward. He bared his teeth, exposing his sharp fangs. The wolf suddenly pounced on Khan. The guy was holding a stick in his hands and prevented the wolf from biting him by putting the stick forward. Pushing against the ground, he slid his feet on it. Khan shouted for Lack to come to his senses faster. The wolf immediately swung at the guy. Roxu sat nearby in the lotus position and said that it would be much easier to hit Lack on the head and knock him out than to help him wake up with shouts. He called the cats and told them to watch the movements of the wolf boy. Watching him, the protagonist said that these were the movements of a prisoner of instincts and, unlike people, he completely relied on his primal strength. Roxu grinned and said that this was his beauty and greatness. He said that there was nothing scary or creepy in rage, because it only gave the greatest power. Lack hit the ground hard. Roxu asked the cats to carefully watch all the wolf's movements and learn. He asked this only to develop his own movements or to come up with a way to bite into the throat of a mad predator. Roxu stroked the gray cat and said that it was something like a bear, a tiger, or a wolf. Lack furiously jumped towards Khan. Rosalind suddenly formed a protective barrier, loudly called out to Lack. She screamed, asking if he remembered his sister and said that she was part of his family. Khan screamed loudly for Luck to attack him. Running away, he screamed that he would protect him. Baring his teeth, Luck looked madly in his direction. The dragon called out to Roxu, saying that Rosalind uses magic without harming her opponent, and hand provokes the wolf cub for the sake of defense, not attack. He looked at the fight and said that not harming is much more difficult than hurting. Roxu folded his arms over his chest and said that the dragon will learn this faster. The dragon replied that they can do anything. The protagonist smirked and told him to watch and draw his own conclusions. Roxu thought about how tired he was, because 2 hours had passed and regretted not bringing wine with him. Khan, Rosalind, and Luck tried to catch their breath, standing on the field. Luck tried to say something, but he could not. He looked at Rosalind and Han and apologized. At that very moment, Lack fell to the ground, exhausted. Khan picked him up. With his eyes half open, Lack saw Roxu and muttered, thinking that it was his uncle. He immediately closed his eyes. The protagonist grinned, stroked his head and said that he could now rest. Lack fell into a deep sleep in Khan's arms. That was the end of it. A few minutes later, Lack was carried onto a stretcher. Rosalind stood to the side and looked at the unconscious boy. Suddenly, she saw a bottle of red liquid flying towards her. She caught it, looked at the protagonist and said in surprise that Lack's body was not absorbing the potion. To this, Roxu, coming closer, emotionlessly asked why he would give the potion to someone from the wolf clan. Then he said that it was for the guys because they tried hard. Hearing this, Rosalind was surprised and did not know what to answer. They looked at each other and an awkward silence hung between them. The girl tilted the bottle of potion back and forth. Suddenly, she broke the silence and thanked the protagonist. Roxu immediately passed her and replied, "You're welcome." He approached Khan and called out to him. The guy raised his head questioningly. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets and said that they needed to talk. Some time passed. Hans and Ron came for Lack. At this time, Roxu and Khan were in his room and talking. The protagonist ordered Khan to tell him everything. The guy looked at Roxu intently and said that before meeting Rosalind, everything was simple. He reached the city that the protagonist told him about, and as he said, there he found a group of merchants heading to the capital. A few seconds later, he, descending into memories, said that there were not many of them, only 5 people, and when he came across them, they were just looking for 2 mercenaries for protection, because their original guard was injured. With them was Rosalind, whom Khan recognized from the description of the protagonist. The kingdom of Breck neighbors the kingdom of Rowan on the northwestern border. Rosalind was heading to the magic tower of the kingdom of Viper through the kingdom of Rowan. But on the way, the girl was attacked by assassins. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and looked at Khan, saying in his head that Rosalind managed to escape thanks to magic, but she never found out who needed her death, so she decided not to go back for now, but to look for information in the capital of the kingdom. Khan continued to say that Rosalind was also heading to the capital, and since everything worked out so well, he decided to get closer to her. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he leaned towards the guy and questioningly asked what it meant to get closer. Then Han extended his hand and replied that he was not the type to start a conversation first, but since that was the case, it would have been better for them to be friends. Of course, the protagonist replied after the guy's words. The next second, he closed his eyes, exhaled heavily, and added that it would have been better for the guy to stick to his character. At the same time, he said to himself that initially, before meeting Lack, the two were not close. Then the protagonist said that if everything had gone according to the original plot, the protagonist introduced Rosalind and said that the extremely cautious girl would never have gotten close to anyone first. After that, he introduced Han and said that he, who had withdrawn into himself after the incident in the village, would not have even approached first. Han suddenly interrupted the interlocutor's thoughts and said with a smile on his face that this was not his style, but he really wanted to repay for the food. Hearing this, Roxu said in his head that he should have guessed what was going on. The protagonist's room was very luxurious and beautiful, and Han continued to say that the merchants said that they were heading to where Roxu said he was supposed to meet Lack, and they were also planning to stop at a nearby village. When suddenly the guy said that something happened there. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he became very tense. Han went down in his memories and said that on the approach to the village, he learned that the original guard was just from the wolf race. Then Han went to the merchants to ask a few questions. As he passed by them, he saw that they were busy with something. The guy came closer to the merchants who were carrying a large box and asked if they were really going to bargain with the residents of this village. The guys put the box down, and one of the merchants wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied that this was not quite true. After which he pointed his gaze into the thick of the forest and added that here they were bargaining with the people of the mountain village. Han heard this, turned halfway away and said that he understood everything. At the same time, he said in his head that if he then went after the inhabitants of this mountain village, he would be able to meet Lack. Evening came, and the sun almost went below the horizon. The merchants were waiting for the people of the mountain village with displeasure because the agreed time had long passed. The merchant who talked to Khan excitedly turned to the guy and asked him to deliver this goods to the mountain village because its inhabitants are not the kind of people who forget about agreements, so this worries him. As soon as Khan heard the request, he immediately remembered the words of the main character, who said that he needed to go to this village with a guard. The merchant pointed to another guard and asked if he would help the guy. The man nodded his head and said okay. After a while, the guys arrived at the village. Bright flames illuminated everything around. Khan, with eyes full of shock, looked at the village. His companions, the guard and Rosalina, who were standing behind, were horrified. The entire village was burning in flames, and the bodies of the dead residents were enveloped in flames. Khan left his memories and, with a hand shaking with horror, turned to rocks. After a short pause, he said with his head down that he saw something familiar there. He imagined the symbol he saw and said that it was 5 red stars on a white star. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was very surprised and did not understand how this was possible. He asked himself in his head if Han was really claiming that there were members of a secret group there. Then he put his hands on the armrests and said in his head that according to the novel, they really had a hand in burning the wolf village, but a group of mercenaries was sent there and not the members of the secret organization themselves. A few seconds later, he asked the guy if everyone had died. There were exquisite dishes on a small table that no one had touched. Han firmly answered Rox's question that the villagers tried to take away the surviving children, but the chieftain who was defending the village was already on the verge of death. He raised his head and finished saying that when the chieftain lost consciousness, the invaders managed to capture 10 children. As soon as Roxu heard this, he was surprised and asked himself in his head what it meant to seize, because in the original, the mercenaries simply killed all the inhabitants and then asked why these people needed little werewolves. Khan interrupted his interlocutor's thoughts again and said that a young man jumped out through the flames in front of those who were trying to take these children away. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. It was Lack. Hearing this, the protagonist was even more surprised. In his head, he said that in the novel, Lack hid even when the children were killed, and asked why there was such a big difference between murder and kidnapping. Then he said that it was certainly a matter of the wolf instinct, requiring the protection of those close to him who are weaker than him. Roxu put his hand to his forehead and asked himself in his head why this instinct suddenly woke up in Lack. There was silence in the room, and the protagonist grinned in his head and said that history was changing a lot. Khan interrupted the silence again. He folded his hands on his legs and said that he had left the attackers, or rather, he looked up at the protagonist and said firmly that he was going to kill them. Roxu looked at his interlocutor and told him to continue. The guy put his hands on his legs and said that he realized that the people in black clothes without a star image and the people who attacked the village of Horus were cooperating in the fighting technique they used. The protagonist thought for a moment and asked if this was the same power as the people who destroyed Horus. Yes, Han answered firmly. As soon as Roxu heard this, he put his hand to his chin in fear and said, God. At this time, he said in his head that he needed to play as if he was hearing about it for the first time. After a short pause, Han said that among them was a man who had 5 red stars on his chest on 1 white star. He remembered looking at this with great surprise. This man killed a guard and stood in front of his corpse. His mouth was smeared with wolf blood, which he greedily drank. Hearing this, Roxu looked away and thoughtfully repeated in his head, a mad bloodsucker mage then. Then he said that the act of terrorism in the square that would happen in the capital was led by someone. It was a brat that drank the blood of the wolf race, a big shot of a secret group that had gone mad from blood. But his first appearance had already happened, and not in the capital, but in the wolf village. The protagonist continued to look away and ask himself in his head why and for what purpose this bloodthirsty and mad high-ranking mage was trying to kidnap the children of the wolf race that he was going to destroy. He lowered his hand and wondered if the release of the dragon had any effect on this, since that was the only change that came to mind. Khan broke the silence again and said that in the end, he was unable to catch them or kill them. There was a table with magical artifacts nearby, and the guy continued to say that if he caught them, they committed suicide, and other people with 6 stars teleported from there. He looked closely at his interlocutor and added, just like that magician. After these words, Khan remembered how the man who drank the blood of wolves turned to him and with a crazy smile on his face said that he was very sorry because they would have been good as seeds and the blood of children is much tastier. After hearing this, the main character with a displeased look asked himself in his head what seeds mean. A few seconds later, he asked Khan what was wrong with those children now. The guy thought for a while and answered that they had moved all the children with Rosalind's magic, and now they were in the guest house, and the merchants they were traveling with were also with them. The surprised main character said in his head that all the adults of the tribe had died, and in addition to the remaining children, there were also merchants. He imagined a huge number of people in his head and said to himself in confusion that then the children should have been left in their care. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in anger and said discontentedly that he would soon have a barnyard here. After that, he exhaled heavily and asked if Khan wanted to know. Yes, the guy answered firmly, adding that he really wanted to. There were still untouched snacks on the table. In his head, Roxu said that Khan did not need to be told what exactly he was interested in, because he already knew it. He reached out his hand to the snacks and, while Khan watched his movements, asked himself in his head who they were and why they were doing such things. He took something from the table and asked himself why he knew about them, adding that this was exactly what his interlocutor wanted to know. The protagonist tore off a small piece of bread and said that he would tell him only 2 things. Hearing this, the guy asked in confusion if it was really not everything. Roxu rose from his chair and firmly answered yes. The next second, he ordered the guy to stand up. Surprised, Khan looked up and asked where they were going. The protagonist turned around. He looked at the time on the big clock and answered, "To the temple of the god of death." Some time passed, and it was pitch dark outside. A large temple towered in the darkness. The protagonist and Khan stood in front of it. The former folded his arms across his chest and said that he would reveal 2 truths here. He looked at the tall temple and firmly said that his life was at stake. After that, he put his hands in his pockets, walked a little forward, turned around and called the guy to follow him because he would take a risk, but he would still tell. Hearing this, Khan tensed up greatly, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. A few seconds later, they approached the entrance to the temple. In front of them stood 2 servants who wished the guys a peaceful rest. The protagonist raised his hand and asked the Templars if they had a free death room left. Hearing this, the servants were very confused and did not know what to say. They both looked at the man behind Roxa and assessed him. In their heads, they simultaneously said that Khan had the face of an exhausted man who had obviously been starving for several days. A striking decency, because of which he would easily beat up a person if he decided to cheat in front of him, and judging by his clothes, it seemed like he had been sliding down some high mountain for a long time. After a short pause, the Templars asked whose death would be at stake. The protagonist did not think long, pointed his hand at himself and answered, his death. As soon as Khan heard this, he was very surprised and turned to his comrade. He leaned closer, pointed at himself and said that he would believe it without this. The protagonist heard this, grinned and said that he doubted it. In his head, he said that the guy would probably not believe him just like that, because he was not going to tell about the secret group. Roxu turned away and said and asked himself in his head why he should spill all this, because it would only get him more involved. Then he told the Templars that his comrade would later have to fight the mermaids on the side of the whale race, the strongest of the werewolves. After a few seconds, he lowered his head and thoughtfully said in his head that in addition to the whale race, famous for its danger and wild nature, he would be connected with a bunch of other, very different people, so it would be better for him not to get involved with them more. The night sky was strewn with stars, and Roxu's voice was heard, asking if there was a room. Yes, the Templars answered firmly. They stood with their hands folded and told them to follow them into the dungeon, where they would prepare a room. The guys followed the servants, descending into the dungeon. The Templars entered the room and asked them to wait a little. The door to the room closed. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and said that if Han had been sincere recently, he could say one thing in advance. The guy looked at his interlocutor and firmly answered yes, after which he asked to tell because he trusted Rox. The protagonist put his finger up and said that then he would say the first thing. He put one hand on his side, turned to his interlocutor and said that he did not know the true nature or goals of the secret group. Hearing this, Han was confused and asked in what sense. But before he could finish speaking, the door to the room opened, and the Templar said that they could enter. One of them came out to the guys, stood next to the entrance and said that the person whose death is the bet, it will be enough to raise his hand in front of the Templar. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and asked his comrade if he really didn't believe it, adding that he understood him. The next second, he turned to the guy and called him to follow him. Khan lowered his head in confusion, making a decision. A few seconds later, he confidently stepped after Roxu. A few seconds later, the guys were sitting in the room in front of the Templar. The protagonist raised his hand. The Templar looked at it and nodded. After that, he pointed with both hands at the sheets of paper in front of the guys. Khan picked up the sheet of paper in surprise. The protagonist also picked up the sheet and read that the person who bets his death will be touched by the hand of death and his companion. After this, the oaths must be pronounced. If the oath is broken, the person who bet his death will meet her. Roxu read it to the end, grinned and said in his head that this sounds very cold-blooded. At this time, the Templar slowly put his hand to the table. Powerful magical energy immediately began to spread throughout the room. Khan felt it, turned to his comrade and asked if it was the power of God. Yes, the protagonist answered calmly. He raised his hand, around which magical energy had gathered, and said in his head that now if he broke the oath, he would die. The guys stood up from their chairs. Roxu said that it must be true that the Templar in front of them would not hear anything, and otherwise he would have to pay for the lie with death. A bright light emanated from the ceiling, and the protagonist's voice was heard, saying that he, Cal Henidus. Khan looked at his comrade with some excitement in his eyes, while Roxu continued to say that he would tell the truth to Khan in front of the God of Eternal Peace. His face was very calm, and there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. Then he said that if he lied, the next second, he said loudly that he would die on the spot. After taking the oath of the chief, he looked down and asked himself in his mind if he should tell Han everything, since he had already thought about it. After that, he said in his mind that he was an ordinary Korean who had fallen into a book he was reading, so he knew the contents up to volume 5. Or he had fallen into a book he was reading, and when he opened his eyes, he was the son of a rich aristocrat, and the world would soon be mired in war. But he imagined himself with Han and added that he wanted to live here in comfort, so he interfered with the plot a little. After a short pause, he said in his mind that any such answer could distance him from his desired comfortable life. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes and asked himself whether to die during the Continental War or die at the hands of an angry Han. Therefore, after these thoughts, he opened his mouth and said, "The first." He looked at Han and firmly said that he, Cal Henidus, sincerely did not know the true nature of this group. It is true, he firmly said in his mind. He remembered all the moments he had read and his comrade had told him. Then he said in his head that from the volumes of The Birth of a Hero he had read, he had only managed to learn about one action of this secret group, so their goals and their true nature still remained unknown to him. Leaving the memories, he slightly lowered his head and said that the second obvious truth was this. The next second, Roxu opened his eyes and said that he hated them and wanted them to disappear. Silence hung in the room. Suddenly, Khan stretched out his hand forward and asked in confusion how the protagonist could hate those he knew nothing about. The protagonist looked up at his comrade and firmly replied that he knew some of their plans. Then he remembered the Black Dragon and Lack, after which he said that he knew about them. A few seconds later, he stood in front of Khan and called out to him. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that his previous life as a bastard was the limit of his dreams and he was not going to become the heir of the family. There were sheets of paper with rules on the table, and Roxu's voice was heard, saying that he wanted Basin, his half-brother, to inherit the family. After a short pause, he spread one hand and said that even though his father was the head of the house, and even though he was the one who ordered him to come here, he could easily refuse. Then he asked Han why he thought he had come to the capital as a representative of the family. The next second, he himself answered that it was because he knew what the secret group was planning to do in the capital. As soon as Han heard this, he was very surprised and did not know what to answer. Lowering his hand, Roxu added that he could not tell his comrade how he knew all this, but because he knew about their plan to kill many people in the capital, he simply could not let Basin come here, and he wanted to stop them. He spread his other hand to the side and said in his head that this, of course, was not at the cost of his energy, anger, and, especially, certainly not at the cost of his own life. After these thoughts, he told Khan that he wanted to end all this as quietly as possible and return to his lands. A bright light illuminated the small room, and Khan's surprised voice was heard, asking if his comrade could not tell him how he knew all this. Yes, Roxu answered firmly, adding that he could not tell anyone in the world. Khan looked intently at the protagonist, who said that he would reveal one more truth to him. The last one, he said. Roxu looked at his interlocutor with a very calm face and firmly said that he had no intention of harming him. Hearing this, Khan lowered his head and did not know what to answer. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said that he believed the protagonist. Roxu, having received such an answer, rested his hand on his hip, smiled and said that he understood everything. A few seconds later, a heavy sigh from Khan was heard in the room, who then asked the protagonist to swear on one more thing. He raised his head and added that then he would completely trust him. After that, he said that although it was unpleasant for him to think so, any problems could be easily avoided by cleverly distorting the truth. As soon as Roxu heard this, he was surprised and asked himself in his head what the guy wanted for trust. He folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that he could not even say that he did not agree. Then he answered Han that he was ready. The next second, the guy said with a menacing look that he must take revenge on them. He looked intently at his interlocutor and said that this was the first time he hated someone so much, and if the protagonist learned their true nature, then he should definitely tell him. Hearing this, Roxu lowered his arms and said, "Okay," while saying in his head that he thought it would be something more difficult, asking later how he could have learned this beforehand himself. The next second, he said loudly that if he, Cal Henidus, learned their true nature, he would tell him. Then he added that otherwise he would repay with his death. The attendant stood silently in front of the table the whole time. After that, Roxu asked if that was all. Yes, Khan answered firmly with a smile on his face. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, looked at the guy and asked if they were finishing, to which Khan answered yes. After receiving the answer, Roxu slammed his palm down on the table. He continued to hold his hand on the table, and silence fell in the room. Some time passed. The guys left the temple, and the Templar wished them to continue living safely. The protagonist opened the entrance gate and said in his head that this was a harsh farewell, because it meant that they should not break their oaths in order to live on. The guys got into the carriage. Inside, Roxu folded his arms across his chest and said that he wanted to add something about that crazy bloodsucker mage. Then he said that this was the man who would lead the operation in the capital. Khan put his hands on his legs and asked if he could kill him right away. Hearing the question, the protagonist asked what that was for. The next second, he firmly said that whether to kill or not was up to Khan himself. The carriage drove back, and Khan firmly said that he would definitely kill this monster. Later that night, the butler knocked on the door of the protagonist's room. Roxu was already ready for bed and said that he could come in. Ron opened the door with a cup of tea and entered the room. He put it on the table in front of the master. The protagonist pointed his finger at the cup and asked if lemon tea before bed. The butler spread his hand to the side and said with a smile on his face that everything was correct. The protagonist picked up the cup, sipped some tea and said in his head that drinking lemon tea before bed was still hard. Then Ron suddenly asked if he could ask the master for something important. Hearing this, Roxu choked on his tea from shock. He put the cup on the table and asked if he could really ask. He folded his hands on his legs and said in his head that it was very strange that this hypocritical old man was asking him for something because he considered him an empty place. Then he allowed Ron to speak. The butler put his hand to his chest with a smile on his face and asked if he could take a short vacation, just 2 days. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was slightly surprised because he did not expect this. He immediately stood up and shook the old man's hands. He started nodding his head and smiling, saying that it was a very good idea because Ron had taken very good care of such a bastard for decades, so if the old man wanted to rest, he could do it anytime. With a wide smile on his face, he added that he could do it as much as he wanted. At this time, in his head, he was saying that the old man must definitely return before the terrorist attack to be connected with Khan, so 2 days would be perfect. Ron looked emotionlessly at his hand, which was held by the gentleman, who was saying in his head that 2 whole days without the company of this killer would be just wonderful. Suddenly, Roxu asked the old man to wait a little. He let go of the old man's hand and went to his table. There he opened one of the drawers. Here, he said after a few seconds. Ron looked at it, and you could tell from his eyes that he was quite surprised. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, handed over a small bag of money and said that there was not much in it, but it would be enough for the old man to have a wonderful little rest. Ron took the gift in his hands. With a very cold face, he looked at the money and thought in his head about delicious food and a wonderful holiday. Then he remembered how he looked after little Roxum and said to himself that all this time he carefully hid near the young master. This bastard and puppy. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, looked at the old man, who said to himself that he thought that it was time for him to put an end to this and come out of the shadows. He looked at the young master with coldness in his eyes. He saw the little gentleman in the reflection of the mirror and said to himself that if they get to the Western continent, then simple riots will not be limited to everything. After a few seconds, Ron said to himself that then he would even have to leave his son here and go himself. After these thoughts, he smiled and asked the gentleman if he really could rest. The protagonist spread his hands and with a smile on his face answered, "Of course, the old man has every right to do so." Hearing this, the butler slightly lowered his head and said in his head that he originally planned to leave silently in a few days, alone or with Bikros, but he was curious about what this little guy would say, so he asked for a 2-day leave, and Han said that he knew what kind of person he was. At this time, the protagonist looked at the old man and asked if this was enough or if he should give him a little more. As soon as the butler heard this, he smiled and replied that this was even too much. When suddenly he asked if the master was afraid that he would take all this and run away. He opened his eyes, which were filled with cunning, and asked, or. After a few seconds, he finished speaking. Did Roxu himself really want him to run away? To this question, the protagonist spread his hand to the side and with a smile on his face replied that he knew the old man very well, and if he planned to run away, he would do it silently, without reporting. He looked at Ron, who had his hands behind his back, and said in his head that in The Hero is Born, the butler had left the county just like that. while he had warned Khan about his departure every time he needed to leave. Suddenly, the old man smiled and said that the gentleman was absolutely right. Then he said in his head that just as he had been looking after Roxa for a long time, he had been watching him for many years. The next second, he looked away, smirked, and said in his head that perhaps the protagonist knew him much better than his son, adding that it seems that this is old age. After that, he looked at the gentleman and said that he would return to service when he left for the royal palace. The protagonist spread his hands at this and said as the old man wished. In his head, the butler said that he could not allow Roxa to look worse there than other aristocrats and members of the royal family. The next second, he bowed and said that he was taking his leave. The protagonist waved his hand and said, "Okay." With a smile on his face, Ron said that he would not allow anyone to look down on the puppy he was raising. The next morning, there was a knock on the door, and the protagonist was unhappy about it. He sat on the bed and shouted that he could come in. The door opened and Hans walked in with a cup of tea. He handed it to the gentleman and said that Ron had told him that he could only trust him with his work. The protagonist scratched his head and asked the guy to be quiet. He looked up and saw a cup in front of him, which Hans said that Ron had also entrusted him with. The protagonist tried it and asked discontentedly why lemonade, to which Hans laughed and said that the gentleman liked lemonade. At that time, Hans entered the room. He silently stood in the doorway and sank into memories. "Are you leaving?" he asked. That night, the butler stood in front of him, who answered that it was so. A few seconds later, Han asked sadly where the old man was going, to which Ron replied that it was none of his business. Hearing this, the guy looked down, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he turned slightly and asked if the butler had come to him because of the main character. Then the old man walked past with a sly smile and told the guy to guess for himself. Han looked at the back of the leaving butler. After that, he left the memories, and the main character changed his clothes and asked him if Luck had woken up. He sat down on the chair. Han approached the chair opposite and answered, yes. Rox, who heard the good news, said okay. At the same time, in his head, he added that the Wolf clan really does have fast regeneration. A few seconds later, he imagined the image of the guy and said that very soon the illegitimate son of the Flynn Trading Guild would arrive in the capital, their piggy bank, Bilos. Then Roxu folded his arms and said in his head that he had promised to return the borrowed things and have a drink with him, and they had even already chosen a place, after which he added that it was there that Han and Bilos should contact. The next second, he broke the silence, looked at his comrade and asked what was wrong with the children and merchants in the guest house. Han looked at the protagonist and replied that he was thinking about stopping by on the way back from Roxu's meeting. Hearing this, the protagonist looked away, put his hand to his chin and asked, "Meeting?" Hans immediately leaned over to him and reminded him of the invitation to the reception of the young heirs of the houses in the northeast. Exactly, the master said in his head, looking at the servants. Then he looked at the wall and said to himself that he didn't care about these guys, so he completely forgot about them, after which he asked if he should do something funny there. Suddenly Hans leaned over to the master again and said that a guest asked to meet Roxu. At this time, Rosaline was sitting by Luck's bed, and the protagonist asked if Hans was talking about her, to which the servant replied that he was. The girl silently looked at Luck. The protagonist said that Rosaline was quite smart. He remembered how he met her for the first time. Then he said that the girl had never seen a dragon before, but probably guessed that the source of the mana that she felt yesterday was a dragon. The magical power of such a creature is incredible and can only belong to representatives of their kind. At this time, Hans looked at the master and said that Rosaline said that she could come at any time. Roxu looked at the servant and replied that he would have breakfast in the room, so he needed to prepare everything here, and also asked Lady Rosaline if she would be against having a meal together. With a smile on his face, Hans replied that he understood everything. Suddenly, he leaned towards the master and whispered in his ear that it was already noon, so it would be lunch. Hearing this, the protagonist turned to the guy with displeasure. At that very moment, the servant turned around and shouted that he would carefully prepare everything. The next second, Roxu emotionlessly ordered the door to the terrace to be opened on the way. A few minutes later, the door was open and fresh summer air filled the entire room. At that time, the dragon's paws were visible on the branch. It was stretching on a huge branch right in front of the open terrace. The protagonist said that the black dragon should have free access to the room. The creature watched as Roxu folded his arms over his chest and looked at the closed front door with calm. The protagonist said in his head that it was strange, but it seemed that the dragon was comfortable there since he really was sleeping outside by the window and on top of the tree. Suddenly, Khan said that he would go to Luck for now. At that time, lunch was being prepared for the protagonist, who said that it turned out that Khan and Rosalind were taking turns caring for the patient. Han looked at Anu and Han sitting next to him and said that they were helping too. Anu looked at the boy and said that they were too weak to kill any of the wolf kind, and they were losing even when they were enraged. She remembered Lak's fight when he was enraged and said that was why they needed to figure out how to suppress them. Right after his sister, Han said that was true. The next second, they said in unison with very cute faces that was why they were watching and learning. In his head, the protagonist said that these guys were not caring for a sick person, they just wanted to prepare for such an enemy. After a short pause, Han extended his hand and said that Lack was getting better anyway when he had two such cute little bundles next to him. Then he said that he did not tell Lack or Rosalind that he brought them on the protagonist's orders. Roxu nodded and praised the guy who said he would keep it a secret. In his head, the protagonist said that he was sure that Han was acting like this because of his oath to the god of death. The guy had a warm smile on his face, and Roxu continued to say that he just did not know how flexible words can be, as well as the fact that the listener and the speaker are not on an equal footing. The god of death will only follow his interpretation of the oath, and he can use this gap precisely because he was the one who made the oath. After these thoughts, the protagonist sipped some of the drink brought by the servant. He put the cup on the saucer and asked Han if he remembered correctly that the boy was planning to kill the bloodsucker mage as soon as he saw him again. Yes, Han answered firmly. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and, having received such an answer, said in his head that the boy had not hesitated at all, and then told his interlocutor that he would tell him how to find him. Hearing this, Han was very surprised and wanted to know how to do it. The protagonist turned away and said that this would only happen after they prevented the terrorist attack. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hans's voice was heard, who said that he had brought Mrs. Rosalind. The gentleman approached the door and the servant opened it. Rosalind entered the room, and the servant said at the end that if they needed anything, they could call him at any time. Han passed the girl and said that he would go to Luck, to which Rosalind replied with a warm smile on her face, "Okay." The doors closed. Rosalind immediately thanked the gentleman for the invitation. "You are welcome," the protagonist replied, then pointed to a place near the table and asked her to sit down. He looked at the girl and said that they had something to discuss. As soon as Rosalind heard this, she smiled and said that it seemed that the gentleman was one of those people who preferred to get down to business right away. Suddenly, Roxu turned to the open terrace. The next second, he loudly said that he could come in. A warm, fresh breeze immediately blew from the street. Rosalind folded her arms. She looked at the open doors and asked in confusion if this was really Mr. Dragon. A glow suddenly appeared on the table, and the protagonist said that he would introduce himself. A few seconds later, a dragon appeared on the table. Powerful magical energy emanated from it. It stared intently at the girl. Rosalind looked at the creature in confusion and did not know what to do. The dragon suddenly looked at the gentleman and menacingly said that he was hungry. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that he could eat whatever he wanted. After saying this, he smiled and told the girl that they should also start eating. Rosalind came to her senses, looked at the gentleman and said, "Yes." A loud chomping sound was heard in the room. Rosalind, with a blush on her cheeks, looked at the dragon and said in her head that such a young gentleman dragon was eating right in front of her eyes. The black dragon greedily ate everything that came his way. The girl looked at this and said that all this was happening at one table, and even if she told about this scene in the magic tower, no one would believe her. She suddenly looked at the main character and said that this was really an amazing sight for her as a magician, because this was a dragon together with a human. The next second, the creature pointed its paw at the gentleman and said that the human was very weak, his physical strength was no good, that's why it was like this. "Yeah," Roxu answered while cutting off a piece of steak. After a short pause, Rosalina put her hand on the table and said that it was a great honor for her to dine with the young master and the dragon master. The protagonist stared at the girl and said in his head that she was definitely not a timid person. If another mage were in her place, he would probably already be singing the dragon's praises with all his might with shaking hands. Then he imagined the dragon's magical power and added that such a mage would Molly teach him a little mana, a little magic, because all the mages of the continent were literally obsessed with dragon magic. After these thoughts, the protagonist spread his hands to the side and with a smile on his face asked the girl to feel at home and stay as long as she wanted. Hearing this, Rosalina did not know what to answer. Suddenly, she turned to the master. She twirled the plate with the steak in her hand and said that she had 3 questions. She looked at the dragon and said that she had already received the answer to 1, but there were still 2 left. Then she asked if she could ask them. The protagonist smiled and allowed the girl. The entire room was brightly lit and decorated with gold. Rosalind's voice could be heard in it, asking if the master could really have a person who was not even invited as a guest, because even though she was a mage, this could be quite dangerous for Rox. Hearing this, the protagonist slightly lowered his head, grinned and replied that since Khan had brought the boys, everything was fine. After that, he pointed to the dragon and said that he had one, so he had nothing to be afraid of. "Okay," the girl answered firmly, having received an answer. A few seconds later, she, looking intently at the master, said that there was a 3rd question left. She slightly lowered her head and asked why the protagonist treated everyone so respectfully if he was a nobleman. The protagonist heard this, put down the cutlery and folded his hands. He looked at the girl and said that she was a mage, had scarlet hair and eyes, and also said her own name. After that, he firmly said that the girl was a princess and asked if she was not the one who should stop addressing him with respect. He extended his hand and said that the princess could address him as you. Hearing this, Rosalind smiled and said that the leader of the merchant squad said that the gentleman was known as a bastard. She looked at Roxu coquettishly and added that it turned out to be completely wrong. Hearing this, the protagonist chuckled, nodded his head and said that it was true that he was known as a bastard. A pleasant fresh breeze blew into the room, and the gentleman continued to say that magicians should decide such things based on their 5 senses and not the words of others. To this, the girl replied that everything was correct because they only believe in what they themselves felt. Rosalind was quite unusual. Roxu imagined 2 images of the girl and said in his head that she spoke informally on behalf of the princess, but when she spoke on behalf of a magician, she said we and used polite speech. With a smile on his face, he continued to say in his mind that the girl was much more inclined to her magical side than the other. Then he turned to the princess, but she interrupted him and told him to call her Rosalind. The gentleman folded his arms and asked her if she had any more questions, to which the girl firmly answered, no. There was still a lot of uneaten food on the table. Suddenly Rosalind said that it seemed that the gentleman did not want to get involved with her. She looked at the food and with a smile on her face said in her head that she was fine with him allowing her to stay and leave as she wanted, even knowing that she was a princess, and if she wanted to be addressed accordingly, she would have revealed her full name and true identity from the very beginning. And he was also a benefactor who told her about Lucca. The protagonist broke the silence, brought a fork with a piece of meat to his mouth and said that it just seemed to him that she herself did not want it. A lie, the girl firmly said in her head. She stared at the gentleman and said to herself that he was using this as a good excuse. She looked at the protagonist and thought that the man with the dragon was known as a bastard, but in reality, it was not so. Rosalind held a glass in her hand and thought about what he wished for, and she, the princess of the Breck kingdom, would not be able to be here. The girl looked at Roxa and said that it did not look like he had informed the royal family of Rowan and immediately thanked him. The protagonist said that there was no need for gratitude. He asked how he could do this without the girl's desire, because if they were informed about it, the crown prince would have already rushed. Rosalind turned away and said that she did not want it at all, and if the royal family suddenly raised the issue, she would answer that the girl insisted on not telling them anything. After a short silence, she said that as soon as it was necessary, she herself would send them a message. Rosalind smiled sweetly and thanked the protagonist for the night's lodging, after which she said that she would settle her affairs herself. She would try not to drag Rox into it. The guy thanked her. The girl looked down, embarrassed, and said that it was completely natural. Rosalind and the dragon reached for food in one plate. The dragon covered it with his body and said that it was all for him. The girl looked at him in surprise. They immediately met each other's eyes. Rox handed the dragon a piece of meat. Afterwards, he extended his fist forward and looked at Rosalind. He immediately showed 4 fingers. 4 years, Roxu said calmly. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She folded her hands together and turned to the dragon in embarrassment, saying, of course. The dragon immediately began to eat the meat. Roxu said that they could continue eating, to which the girl nodded positively. Sitting in the carriage, Roxu said that this was a problem. Khan asked what he was talking about and immediately said that if something was bothering the guy, Khan wanted to help at least a little. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and said that Khan did not need to know. He looked at the surprised guy and thought that the aristocrats of the Northeast remembered Cal's past and his behavior very well. Besides, rumors of incidents related to him had reached their lands. The carriage was ready to leave, and the protagonist said in his head that he needed to be extremely careful with them. He looked out the window with displeasure and said in his head that he would have to put on a worse show for them, and then asked himself what he should do to these people. After a few seconds, he asked himself if he should behave so badly that everyone would be shocked. The carriage moved. Wilson County. The carriage drove up to a huge mansion. The protagonist was met by a butler. As soon as the gentleman came out, he bowed and greeted the guy. The protagonist nodded to the old man and said in his head that the family that owned the lands located at the very beginning of the Northeast was Wilson County. Looking ahead, he saw a large building and said that the estate was not that rich, and this family was not that influential. Then he said to himself that in the Northeast Alliance, which had no duchies or marquises, it was beneficial for the Wilsmans to become close friends with the same county of Hennidas. Roxu looked around and continued to say to himself that it was also beneficial for the Hennidas family to make friends with a family that was closest to the capital and not on the outskirts like the Hennidas themselves. After a short pause, he opened his mouth and said, Eric Wilsman. He went into his memories and remembered how, even before leaving, Hans said that there was nothing wrong with communicating with the young Master Eric, but other aristocrats would be present at the meeting, so it would be better for the master not to relax and speak carefully there. Leaving the memories, the protagonist continued to follow the butler and also said in his head that according to Hans, it became clear that Eric and Cal were quite close, but according to the information he managed to collect, he did not look like another bastard at all because he was described as honest and scrupulous but not a bad person. The butler suddenly stopped. He pointed to the door and asked if he should take Roxu inside, to which the protagonist agreed. He looked at the door and wondered in his head how he should act in front of them. The doors opened inward, after which it turned out that the protagonist had worried in vain. After a while, the guy with gray hair turned to the gentleman. Roxu looked coldly at the guy in front of him and said nothing. It was Eric, who was asking with displeasure if the protagonist had heard him. A girl with green hair and a guy with short dark hair were sitting at the table with them. Eric lowered his head, adjusted his glasses, and asked if it was true that this irritated Roxu. The girl also turned to the protagonist and with a smile on her face said that it was true, adding that she heard that he hated all these complicated formalities. And the guy with dark hair said that the protagonist was not to blame for the fact that this irritated him. Eric also said that this was absolutely true. Suddenly he jumped up from his seat, pointed at himself and shouted that Roxu could remain silent and not force a smile and could do nothing at all, because they would figure everything out themselves. He firmly said with a wide smile on his face that the main character did not need to waste his time on formalities. Roxu looked at Eric with confusion and did not know what to say. After a few seconds, he said in his head that this was extremely unexpected. The guy continued to tell the main character not to talk or laugh. He put his hand on his chest and said to just sit quietly. Then he added that if Roxu would just sit quietly, they would decide everything themselves. The main character looked at Eric with confusion and said that he could do it because he was very good at sitting quietly. Hearing this, Eric looked at the guy and was confused. Suddenly, he abruptly folded his arms across his chest, began to nod his head and say that Roxu was really good at this. Eric is very scrupulous, but overall he has an easy character. Only he is usually also quite anxious. But Eric is not one of the timid ones. He is all woven from contradictions. The room in which the guys were sitting was well lit and beautifully furnished with flowers and vases. Eric broke the silence, raised his finger and said with a smile on his face that maybe the other guys from the northeast would start bothering Roxu. And the people related to the Sten Marquisate or another duchy were not doing anything suspicious right now, so if the protagonist kept quiet, they would solve everything. Hearing this, Roxu said to himself that as expected, this was what bothered Eric the most. He looked at the guy and said in his mind that currently, among the 10 major clans, their 4 clans were not related to anyone. Then he looked away and thought about how the people who had related themselves to other great nobles were planning to provide their patrons with the most influence at this meeting. He closed his eyes and said in his mind that this was why he should be extremely careful. Their 4 clans had to pull the blanket over themselves, and for this, the richest Hanidus clan, which was the most neutral in the northeast, could not make a scandal. After these thoughts, he opened his eyes and with a smile on his face asked the guys to be kind. Eric, hearing such an answer, sighed with relief, put his hand to his chest and said that the 4 of them were also planning to greet His Highness the Crown Prince. The protagonist reached for the glass with the drink, and Eric continued to say that he thought that it would be a burden for Rox, so he would prefer to drink right away, but it would be better to wait, after which he added that they only needed to greet the Crown Prince and then they themselves. The protagonist grinned and held out his glass. Everyone gathered also held out their glasses. They clinked glasses and Eric took a sip. Everyone did the same. The protagonist lowered his glass and said that the drink was quite good. A few seconds later, Eric raised his hand and said that it was enough to go, sit quietly and come back. Rox slightly lowered his head and with a sly smile on his face replied that he liked it. At the same time, he said in his head that these conditions were very good for him because this was the utopia he desired. Then he loudly told the guys that this grape wine of the Hanidus lands was excellent. Some time passed. Han entered the protagonist's room asking if the master had called him. Roxu was sitting on the couch and asking what was going on with the guest house, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and the children were active. This news brought a smile to the master's face, and he asked if there really was nothing else to do today. Han slightly bowed his head and replied that it was true, however. A few minutes later, the protagonist got up from the couch and said that he was planning to go to bed, so he needed to tell Hans not to wait by the door and to go to bed too. Han saw that the master was heading to the terrace door and asked if he was really going outside. That was right, Roxu firmly replied. The next second, he turned to the guy and with a sly smile on his face said that he would leave the window open, like last time, so that Han could return to his room through it. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and asked if they were really going to go without On and Hong, just the 2 of them. Suddenly, a strong magical energy appeared, and the black dragon firmly said that he would go too. He appeared above the guys and stared at Han. The protagonist looked at the creature with a wide smile on his face and said that the 3 of them would go. Han raised his head to the dragon and did not know what to say. After a few seconds, he turned his gaze to the gentleman and asked if they were really going to destroy something, to which the protagonist noted that this was not the case at all. After a short pause, he waved his hand and ordered the guy to go out for a while and come back, but when he returned, he would need to cover his head with something. Understood, Han firmly answered. The light in the room went out. The protagonist sat down on the bed and hand walked to the door. It slowly opened. Only the master and the black dragon remained in the room. The creature leaned towards Rox and whispered in his ear that he really shouldn't fall asleep. Hearing this, the protagonist said to himself with displeasure that he wasn't 4 years old. After a while, he sat down on the bed. He heard a strange sound and looked at the open terrace. Someone's leg suddenly appeared on the railing. A long black cloak fluttered in the night. Khan carefully knelt down on one knee on the terrace. "He's come," the protagonist said contentedly when he saw the guy. After that, he put a cap on his head and said that the robe was better than the headdress. Khan looked at the dragon and asked him if he would really go with them like that, to which the creature replied that he would simply become transparent. Hearing this, the guy, without taking his eyes off the dragon, said that their species were polymorphs and asked if he could not take the form of a human because it would be very convenient. The dragon turned away and said that he hated people, so he did not want to become a creature similar to a human, and also dragons were arrogant and cool. Khan came closer and asked in surprise who said that. The dragon turned around to look at the protagonist. The next second, the gentleman folded his arms across his chest, looked at Khan and said that dragons were cool. The guy was confused and said that they were. A few minutes later, strong magical energy enveloped the dragon. After that, he disappeared. Khan went to the window and called out to the gentleman. The protagonist also approached the window and asked what was going on. They were quite high above the ground, and Khan asked if he should carry the master. Then the protagonist raised his finger high. Suddenly, he was enveloped in magical energy and flew up. The next second, he said with a wide smile on his face that dragons were great. A black dragon was flying above him and saying that it was true, he was great. After these words, they disappeared. Khan remained in the room and looked in shock at the place where the master had recently stood, saying that dragons were truly great. A few minutes later, he was standing on the ground in front of the mansion. Looking around, he said that it was empty. At that very second, the protagonist appeared. He was enveloped in the magical energy of the dragon that was above him. Roxu looked at the creature above him and said in his head that his magic was much stronger than he thought, after which he asked if this was because of his features, adding that the abilities of this creature were now slightly higher than the abilities of a high-class magician. The black dragon silently flew above the master and looked at him, while Roxu said to himself that, as they said, such an adult dragon in a suicidal attack can destroy an entire kingdom. The guys looked at the black dragon, and the main character continued to say to himself that as soon as he got the sound of the wind, he would not need all this, as well as the escort of these two. The sound of the wind is the ancient power that Roxu wants to get next, and for this he will need to go to the territory of Lady Amir on the northeastern sea coast of the Rowan Kingdom. Roxu raised his hand and said in his head that on the way from the capital, he will get the sound of the wind and return to his lance. He adjusted his cap on his head and said to himself that in his soul he is worried about this ancient power being by the sea, but he can just carefully take it away. He took out a scroll from behind his back and added in his head that the tribe of whales and mermaids first appeared on the east coast somewhere at the end of the 4th volume. So since he had already left, he would go on an excursion and return, calmly explore the coast and take the power, because his paths with Khan would have diverged by that time anyway. After these words, he began to move and told everyone to follow him. A few minutes later, they were calmly walking through the capital, where people were laughing and having fun. Khan looked at all this in surprise and said that the nights in the capital were brighter than anywhere else. Yes, Roxu answered. They passed a large arch and came out to a fountain. Khan looked around and was very surprised. He was looking at a family standing by the fountain. At this time, the protagonist turned to the dragon and asked to muffle them. A magical barrier immediately appeared around them. The next second, Roxu said that there was such a thing called a magic bomb. Hearing this, the guy turned to the gentleman and asked in surprise, "A bomb?" The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and calmly replied that magic bombs come in many different forms, adding that the history of the war on the western continent is long, so the longer the period of their active use in the magic war, the greater their number. After a short pause, he turned his gaze to the interlocutor and said that in which place you can install a magic bomb, how much mana it will take and so on. There are a lot of subtleties, and they are too troublesome to use. The guys continued to stand in the magic dome, and the protagonist continued to say that, however, there are already improved bombs, and in 6 days such bombs will explode in the area, including this very place. In his head, he immediately said that Han and Rosalind found 5 bombs in the birth of a hero, but now history has been distorted, so he doubts that the place and people will be the same. He looked at the night city and said to himself that circumstances can be distorted endlessly. Roxu turned his gaze to his comrade and said in his mind that he was sure that a terrorist attack with a magic bomb would happen, because they had already made sure that the sick magician was now in their country. Khan looked at the family by the fountain and, breaking the silence, asked if the bomb would really explode here. Yes, the gentleman answered firmly. He also looked at the mother, who was having fun with her child, and said that it could either be buried somewhere or installed on a person. Then he added that, of course, the person would not even guess that there was a bomb on him, so they should prevent it. Khan heard this and silently looked at the family by the fountain. After a short pause, his voice was heard in the good metropolitan atmosphere, asking how they would do it. The main character answered simply and calmly. He turned his gaze to his comrade and said that a magic bomb was a cloud of mana, so it was enough to detect a place with an increased concentration of mana using the skill of its indication. As soon as Han heard this, he looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if there was enough of it in the bombs to sense. No, Roxu replied. The next second, he lowered his head slightly and said that the concentration would not be that great and a simple mage would not be able to detect it. But this cloud of mana could be saturated with the surrounding mana, which would cause a strong explosion. Hearing this, Han looked at the gentleman in confusion, not knowing what to answer. After a short pause, he looked at the beautiful night city and said that it seemed like it would not be easy at all. Simple, the protagonist answered firmly. Then they both looked at the black dragon that appeared, and the gentleman asked with a wide smile if that was true. The dragon, enveloped in powerful energy, replied that it was quite true, but it irritated him. In his head, he said that they now had a powerful black dragon, so he would have no problem recognizing mana even without his magical abilities, so detecting the bombs would really be a piece of cake. After these thoughts, he looked at Khan and took the scroll in his hand. The next second, he handed it to the guy and said that he did not know about the people, but the bombs would be planted around the area in at least 2 days. He turned his gaze to the fountain and added that at least one would definitely be somewhere in this square, because this was the place where the largest concentration of people was. Khan also turned his gaze and replied that this was quite likely. Roxu looked at his interlocutor and said that Khan and the Black Dragon would walk around the capital at night, moving from this square, and their task would be to find the bombs. Hearing this, Khan looked at the gentleman and clarified, the two of them. The main character put his hand on the guy's shoulder and firmly answered, yes, adding that Khan knew how to hide and move unnoticed. His skills were simply excellent. There were fewer and fewer people in the square. Khan's voice was heard, asking what to do with the bombs when they found them. Then the protagonist thought for a moment and replied that nothing for now, to which Khan asked if they really shouldn't destroy them. Roxu looked at his comrade and replied that they would destroy them on the appointed day. Hearing this, the guy looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he could find out why exactly then. The next second, the protagonist smiled broadly and asked if Khan didn't want to find that magician. Then he added that no matter what kind of magic bomb it was, a magician was needed to detonate it, so the magician who made this bomb had to detonate the entire chain through the central link. Hearing this, Khan looked away and said, so. The protagonist didn't let the guy finish, put his hand on his hip and said that first they needed to find the bombs, because it would be nice to also find the people who installed them. After these words, he slightly lowered his head and said to himself that he thought it would be difficult to find these people, but he imagined Han and the dragon walking around the area, and said to himself that in order to find the location of small concentrations of mana, he would have to run a lot, so it would be very difficult and annoying. He looked at Han, who unrolled the scroll he had given him, and the dragon that was flying next to him, and said to himself that this was why he had assigned this task to these two. Then he added that he was no help to them in this matter anyway. He raised his head and said in his mind that he didn't want to do this anyway. Suddenly, Han broke the silence and asked if he understood correctly that they needed to wander around the area every day until there was a day left before the start. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and replied that they would also need to come a day before. Hearing this, Han put away the scroll and asked in confusion if it was really a day before too. The next second, he looked away and said to himself that on the day of the Emperor's arrival, the guards would be strengthened, so it would be difficult. At this time, the protagonist smiled sarcastically. Han looked at the master and was slightly surprised. Right after that, the protagonist said that there would still be many magicians there, so this thing would not be usable for even 10 minutes, but it should help quite well. In his hand, he held a black ball and said that all magic items would stop working. The ball perfectly filled Roxu's palm. At this time, the protagonist was saying in his head that 10 minutes would be enough. The bombs would be disabled for 10 minutes. The protagonist was clutching the ball in his hand. During this time, it would be possible to find the people they would pin them on, and they would definitely be marked. He looked ahead with a smile on his face and said to himself that when that moment came, he handed the ball to Khan and finished saying that Khan and the Black Dragon would naturally be there, as well as an extremely large number of representatives of oppressed races. The guy looked at what the gentleman handed him and was very confused and asked if he was really doing all this alone. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him and firmly told him to go and get to work. The next second, he pointed his finger in the other direction and said that he would wait there. He pointed to a place under the balcony of an ordinary residential building and told Khan and the dragon to look around until 11 o'clock and then come. Khan looked at the place where the gentleman would be waiting for them and asked himself in his head why he didn't go with them. Suddenly, the protagonist rubbed his hands and said that he was cold. Then Han understood. A few seconds later, He looked at the gentleman and said that he would work hard, so Roxu would have to buy him a glass of beer when he returned. Agreed, the protagonist firmly answered. The gentleman also looked at the dragon and wished him luck. After these words, the magical energy around them disappeared. Han turned around and began to leave. The protagonist watched them go. 2 days later, Roxu's estate. The gentleman woke up and got out of bed. He yawned sweetly and said in his head that they had been searching for the location of the bombs for 2 days, but still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The gentleman got out of bed and heard Ron's voice asking if he was awake. Roxu was surprised by this and didn't know what to say. Ron entered the room and said with a smile on his face that he was back. The protagonist said in his head, upset, that now his wonderful summer night's dream was over and harsh reality had returned. The butler handed over the letter and said that it had arrived for the master. The protagonist took the letter with a smile on his face. In it, Khan asked how soon the master planned to treat him to a drink. After reading it, Rox ordered Ron to pack 1 bottle of the best wine. A few seconds later, he sat down on the sofa, threw the letter on the table and said in his head that Bilos, the illegitimate son of the head of the Flynn Merchant Guild, would soon arrive in the capital, which meant. He looked at the letters on the table and finished saying that there was very little time left until he would see the crown prince in the palace. Ron suddenly approached his table, bowed and asked if he remembered that he was going to the palace the day after tomorrow. The protagonist looked again at the table where the letters were lying and said to himself that before the king's congratulatory speech, a meeting of the noble heirs with the crown prince should take place in the square that marked the beginning of the festival. It was not a dinner party, but something in between. He put his hand to his chin and said in his head that the meeting would take place in the palace where balls were usually held. Then he asked himself how Taylor and Cage were doing. He remembered the images of the abandoned eldest son and the crazy Templar. After a short pause, he raised his head and said to himself that everything should definitely be fine with them. The next second, he clenched his teeth in displeasure. He looked ahead and asked himself in his head why he suddenly thought about them at all, and began to drive them away. Rox exhaled heavily and said in his mind that he would be quiet as a mouse in the palace. Even if someone started bothering him, he would sit silently for a while and then return home. The silence was suddenly interrupted by Ron, who turned to the master. He leaned towards him and asked with a smile on his face if he could accompany him to the palace as his personal servant. The protagonist looked at the butler and asked who else could do that. Then the butler stepped aside and said in his head that the parasite group, which dominated the criminal world of the eastern continent, had begun to spread its influence to the western continent. But the parasite was just one of the limbs of a much larger organization, the true face of which was unknown to anyone. The Mullen family, one of the 5 great families of assassins, was also trying to achieve dominance in the criminal world of the eastern continent. And the heir of this family, he, Ron Mullen, hated and feared the parasite. He looked ahead and said to himself that he had lived here for a long time, hiding from them. Then he finished that it was time to leave. The protagonist turned to the butler and said that it should be him. Hearing this, the old man leaned towards the master and said with a smile on his face that there was no one in the palace who could compare to Roxu. The protagonist waved his hand and asked if it was true that he was good in both face and body. Ron, with a smile on his face, said that it was, of course, true because their young master was good in everything. As soon as Roxu heard this, it greatly embarrassed him and he asked himself in his head why the butler had such a kind voice now. Ron bowed sharply and said that in that case he would leave for a short time because he needed to report everything to Hans. Hearing this surprised the master, and he asked himself in his head if the butler had really overrested what was wrong with him. Ron turned around and began to leave, but said at the end that he would ask Hans to get a bottle of the best alcohol. The protagonist looked at the leaving butler and asked him to do it quickly. On and Hong ran into the door opened by the butler. They sat down in front of the master and started talking about how if an enemy like a wolf lets down their guard, they should be able to kill him because they had found a couple of ways. The protagonist looked at the kittens and said contentedly, "Good." The next second, the kittens began to rub and caress the protagonist's legs. Suddenly, a stomp was heard from the door. He and Hong immediately got scared and screamed that they smelled a wolf. Lak was standing in front of the door. Roxu loudly told the guy to come in. The doors to the room swung open. Lak walked in slowly and confused. The protagonist looked at him and told him to sit down. Lak was very confused and screamed loudly, "Yes." A few seconds later, he sat down in the chair opposite the master. The protagonist ordered him to lay out what he wanted. Lak was even more confused and lowered his head. Roxu leaned back on the back of the sofa and said that Lak needed to say something, so let him say it. Roxu looked at Lak and said that he assumed that the boy came to tell him something. He looked at him and asked him to speak. Lak leaned his hands on the table and stood up, shouting thank you. He looked ahead fearfully, and the protagonist thought that he was naive, timid, and generally quite stupid in appearance, because this was a copy of Lak's description from the novel. Roxu looked at the boy with a cold gaze and thought that the book wrote that Lak's character changed after the first rage, but now he is the same. The protagonist replied that Lack should be grateful, to which he looked ahead in surprise. Lack lowered his eyes to the table, embarrassedly crossing his arms. The protagonist took the cup in his hand and said that if the boy finished bowing, he could go. Lack hesitated, trying to say something. He rubbed his hands and addressed the young master. Roxu closed his eyes and said that he was listening. Lack opened his mouth wide in surprise. The protagonist nodded positively. He smiled and looked at the boy and said that when talking, you need to look straight at your interlocutor. He continued to smile and say that Lack had to say what was on his mind, so he would listen. Lack looked at him in surprise. He put his hand on his chest and said that he was the older brother. He said that he had to take care of the younger ones, but he was also a nephew and a younger brother. He looked down with disappointment and said that he had to take revenge. Roxu thought that Lack had 10 younger ones left that he had to protect and take care of. He looked at the disappointed Lack and thought that the clan loved and protected this timid blue wolf, so Lack could not forget it. Lack twiddled his fingers, and the protagonist thought that Lack should repay in full. The boy looked down, upset. Roxu called him, calling him a wolf. Lack immediately raised his head and answered. The protagonist said that Lack was a wolf. There was a cup of tea on the table. The protagonist continued to say that he heard that wolves protect their family and put it first. He folded his arms across his chest and added that for him, this clan is the embodiment of pride. Hearing this, Lack was very happy and embarrassed. The sun was shining brightly into the room, and Lack said that he was grateful for the help. Next to him were An and Hong, who were listening to him attentively. Wok looked at the master with excitement and asked for help. The protagonist immediately said that one thank you was enough for him. He looked at the boy with disdain and said that he did not want to help him. Then he looked away and said in his head that lately he was thinking about behaving terribly because of Khan and the dragon. The black dragon itself was a problem, and the people that Khan continued to attract to himself would be even bigger problems. He looked at Lack, who hung his head in disappointment, and said in his head that this was why he could not throw help around at random. But he understood the bitterness of 10 wolf cubs who had lost their family and home. He got up from the couch and added that he had been through the same thing himself. He was already 1 foot in all of this, but he did not want to be responsible for everything. The protagonist moved towards Lack and said that he would not mind making a deal with him. A deal? The wolf asked in surprise. Roxu leaned towards him and firmly said, right. He looked at him intently and asked what kind of help he needed and what he could offer in return. The next second he smiled and told Lack to come as soon as he decided. The wolf turned away in confusion, not knowing what to say. After a short pause, he stood up from his chair. Lack looked at the protagonist and firmly answered, okay. They went to the exit, and the wolf said that he would come as soon as he decided everything. Having received such an answer, the gentleman stroked the guy. Some time passed. A luxurious palace. A carriage pulled up to him, pulled by beautiful white horses. The protagonist got out of it. He looked at the huge palace of joy. This is what the palace is called, where dinner parties are held. A small palace built by the current king in honor of the birth of the crown prince. Roxu stood in front of him, rested his hand on his hip and said in his head that now the king cares more about the third prince. The palace of joy sparkled from the gold with which it was covered. The protagonist looked at it and said that of course it couldn't be compared to the Henidus family estate or the capital's manor. After that, he turned around and wondered if Eric, Gilbert and Amber hadn't arrived yet. At that very moment, the sound of hooves was heard and the protagonist saw a beautiful carriage. He clenched his teeth in rage and wondered in his head what kind of cliché this was. The carriage doors opened and legs appeared. As luck would have it, right now, right in front of this palace, the aristocrat got off the carriage and moved towards the protagonist. A mocking voice of a guy was heard, asking who they had here. A guy with an earring on his right ear asked with a smile on his face if it was their famous young master Cow. He approached the protagonist, spread his hand and asked if he was alone here. He laughed and smiled. Roxu was not very happy about such a meeting. He asked himself in his head with displeasure why he had met Benian's rattle now. Neo stood behind Benian. The Baron acted as if he was under the protection of the second son and heir of the Marquisate of Sten. The man stood in front of a chained dragon. The village where he was kept was located in the lands of the Viscountcy of Talls. This family does not like the county of Henidus. Their homes were separated by only one mountain, but the difference in wealth was too great. But this did not prevent their families from being on good terms before. The heir of Talls looked with envy as gold coins rained down on his competitor. Raising his hand, the boy asked if his comrade had really come here alone. There was a smirk on his face. 5 years ago, after the Viscountcy of Talls fell under the wing of the county of Sten, he became so arrogant and self-confident. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sighed and wondered why he was lucky enough to meet him now. A hero stood in front of the golden gates of the mansion. Waving his hand, Neo said that he needed to leave for a while to talk to an old friend, and asked the servant to get a pass. There were many beautiful flowers growing on the palace grounds. Smiling broadly, the boy asked why his friend was accepting this event, since he decided to take an ordinary person with him. Closing his eyes, Rox wondered if this was a fantasy world convention or if such people could also exist in reality. The heroes stood opposite each other against the backdrop of flowers. The boy concluded that such people existed and that one of them was talking to him right now. Frowning, the young man decided that this was only possible in a book, because the son of a viscount could not speak to the son of an earl in such a way. Squinting, he wondered if it was possible to do without such cliches and without a rude villain who does not know his place and whom it is easier to kill by asking Ron to do it. The Baron grinned and asked if his old acquaintance really wanted to throw a bottle of some kind of booze at him. Neo slyly knitted his eyebrows, suggesting that they wanted to hit him. Pointing his finger at him, the Black Dragon called him rude. What was happening right now was incitement, because it was forbidden to bring magical items into the royal palace, so the boy was behaving like this, thinking that his rival could not have magical recording devices. Lowering his head, the Viscount remembered Benian and thought that like master, like subordinate. Looking ahead, the Black Dragon asked if he should kill this man. Closing his eyes, the aristocrat said that it was unnecessary. A carriage pulled by horses was driving along the road. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise. The carriage stopped next to them. Its door creaked open. Eric came out into the street with his friends. The Baron's eyes turned white. The protagonist pointed his finger at him. Frowning, he mentally asked his friend to get rid of him. Receiving the signal, the boy brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Smiling, the aristocrat greeted the heir of Talls and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gritting his teeth, Neo thought that he was on the same side as his rival. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth in surprise. Roxu crossed his arms over his chest. Behind him stood the ghost of Benian. Frowning in displeasure, the Baron lowered his head. The boy headed towards the house. Following him, the Black Dragon said that he recorded the conversation with the help of magic. Smiling, the young man thought that he could make his competitor cry tears of blood with the help of this recording. Confidently looking ahead, the Viscount thought that Neo would sleep peacefully, thinking that there was no dirt on him. Putting his hands behind his back, Eric promised to see him at the dinner party. Looking back, he invited his friends to follow him. Someone announced the arrival of a young gentleman from Hennidas County, and the doors of the palace swung open. Looking around, the protagonist noticed the luxurious interior and thought that it was quite nice. Approaching him, Amber told him that the Crown Prince's seat was at the very top of the hall, and below were tables for each of the districts. Roxu smiled. Looking at him, the girl asked if there was anything she needed to explain. The guy thanked her and said that he knew everything. The noblewoman looked at him incredulously. There were 5 tables prepared in the hall for the northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and the center. They were divided according to the influence of each region. Taking a look at the people at the table, the young man thought that the Crown Prince was good at planning such events, literally pitting the nobles against each other in rivalry. Looking up, the Viscount noticed that the Crown Prince thought highly of himself, since the other prince's seats were one level lower. Squinting, he realized that he did not like such high-ranking individuals with a scrupulous attitude towards useless trifles. Putting his hands on his hips, Eric noted with disappointment that their table was closest to the exit. The protagonist stated that he liked it. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Rox explained that they would not have to bow their heads to every person who approached. Bowing his head, the boy was glad that his comrade was moved by his words. Removing his hand, the guy did not understand what they were talking about since it was just a dinner party. Seeing Amber and Gilbert smiling, the young man asked what happened to them. Benian entered the palace, followed by Neo. Sitting at the table, the Viscount said distantly that he was glad to meet him. The tablecloth rose. The protagonist frowned with displeasure. A black dragon was sitting on his lap. The beast looked down and said that everything was fine. Roxu gave him a distrustful look. Some time ago, the heroes were standing in the room. The boy explained that all the noble heirs would be at the dinner party, including Benian. Hearing that he could not be killed, the black dragon narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Looking away, the young man said that he would promise something if the beast restrained himself and did not kill the boy. He promised to kill everyone, but a little later, the black dragon frowned. Stroking him, the Viscount said that he would definitely deal with the enemy. With his mouth open, the protagonist thought that his little friend was more rational and was not going to go crazy and cause chaos. Imagining waves of fire, Roxu decided that otherwise he would have to say goodbye to peace and quiet. Looking up, he noticed something. Benian was moving towards them, because the northwest table was next from them. The boy looked down and caught his comrade's attention. Eric closed his eyes and cleared his throat. The heroes looked at each other. The boy suggested that it would be better to pretend that they did not know each other. The Viscount did not turn around when he was called. Standing behind him, the Marquis said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist put his hand on the back of the chair. Rising to his feet, he smiled and reminded that the last time they saw each other was on the lands of the Viscountcy of Talls. Benian smiled back. Behind him stood a displeased Neo. The people watched their conversation tensely. Raising his eyebrows, the boy added that he was returning from a meeting with a close friend. Closing his eyes, Roxu said that that was when they met and agreed to have a drink in the capital. The blonde confirmed this. The Baron gave him a disapproving look. Grinning, the boy said that the next day after the meeting, a knight from the Viscountcy of Talls came to them. The Viscount asked if everything was all right, because the knight had told them that Mr. Neo's villa had been completely ransacked. The Baron gritted his teeth in displeasure. His friend narrowed his eyes. Frowning, Benian replied that it was a very sad situation. Extending his hand, the aristocrat said that he was very surprised to hear this news. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist was shocked that the thieves had left nothing at all and assumed that the heir to Talls must have lost something very expensive there. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. Roxu said that sometimes quite absurd things happen in life. Smiling, he thought that he was playing 3 roles of the most annoying types of people at once: a chatterbox, an ignoramus, and a simpleton. Spreading his arms, the guy suggested that they get drunk to their heart's content, because when something so unpleasant happens, everything is forgotten over a bottle of alcohol. Closing his eyes, Benian thought that after losing the Black Dragon, his trust in him had been shaken. Looking up, he remembered that according to the knight's testimony and the evidence, the group that had given him the dragon was at the top of the suspect list, but it was impossible to completely clear the man who had somehow happened to be there at the same time. Throwing up his hands, the young man suggested that they simply rest for the day, saying that all their problems would be forgotten until the morning hangover. Thinking that such a man would not be able to steal the dragon, the Marquis smiled and suggested that they do it next time. The nobleman stepped aside. Turning to Neo, the Viscount stated that he should have prepared for everything in the world in advance and said that the knight had been very pale at the time. Pushing back his chair, the protagonist asked how it was possible to lose such expensive things at once and concluded that he could just live on. Benian walked through the hall. Gritting his teeth, he tried to figure out where the thieves had gone along with his black dragon. The Baron wiped his chin. Roxu looked at him and wished him to cope with the situation, but thought to himself that the Marquis would not leave a single piece of him. Someone announced the arrival of Antonio from the Duchy of Kier and Karin from the Duchy of Orsina. The boy put a bottle of wine on the table. Eric, who was sitting next to him, called out to him. The young man looked up and decided that he would drink later. A green pennant hung from the ceiling. People were sitting at a round table and talking about something. Benian crossed his arms over his chest. The Viscount looked at his watch. The hands showed exactly 4 o'clock. The wooden gate swung open. The man extended his hand in front of the servant. The man bowed, and the 3 nobles walked up the stairs. When they went up to the tables, someone expressed their gratitude for their arrival. Looking at his watch, the protagonist realized that the right time had come. Smiling, the Crown Prince said that he was very glad to see talents here who would illuminate the kingdom and future outstanding personalities. Bright lights appeared under the ceiling. The blonde smiled. Roxu looked around and thought that his friend had arrived just in time. Taylor and Cage appeared at the threshold. The people present at the dinner party turned around. The guys walked to the center of the room. Both of them decided to immediately reveal their true identities. Putting his watch on the table and smiling, the guy thought that this was a wise decision, even if the order of the God of Death could cause a lot of problems. The daughter of the Eternal Knight smiled. It was her business. Benian jumped up from the table, not understanding what was happening. The boy clenched his teeth in displeasure. Spreading his arms, the Crown Prince greeted the eldest son of the Marquisate of Sten and the Templar of the God of Death. With his hands folded on his knees, Taylor came here without an invitation because he heard that here the heirs of the aristocrats can meet and talk with His Highness. Smiling, the blonde confirmed this. The heir to the throne explained with a happy squint that he had asked for a representative from each clan to come, but if a clan had no representative, it did not matter to him who came. Benian's mouth dropped open in shock. The Crown Prince suggested that his comrade must be offended that he had only been sent one invitation. Taylor confirmed this. The Marquis clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that their clan had no representative. Now the prince formally casually pointed out the situation of the illegitimate heir. The heir to the throne stood on a dais. In the birth of a hero he had been wary of the second and third princes, constantly worried about them, and the Marquisate of Sten was in fact close to the third prince. Scratching his chin, the protagonist thought that it was not easy to overthrow the Crown Prince, even if the king treasured the third prince. He did not want to deal with this, but the aristocracy was putting a lot of pressure on the heir. All the people turned their attention to him. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde said he was sorry and was glad his comrade was okay. Smiling, Taylor explained that even if his legs were paralyzed, he still had his arms and head, and that all of that was still alive and even stronger. The heroes looked at each other in the opulent hall. Looking down, the Crown Prince confirmed that his friend was still alive and was surprised at how strong a man was who held on to life until the very end. Benian stood with his arms down. He had a completely incomprehensible expression on his face. Roxu, his mouth hanging open, thought that this was very interesting to watch. There were dining tables under the arches of the palace where the most influential people of the state were present, but now, when one gesture could be enough to instantly explode, it was quite entertaining to watch the faces of those present. Frowning, the boy thought that the only thing he lacked was popcorn. Extending his hand, the crown prince pointed to the Templar of the God of Death. Closing her eyes, Cage greeted His Highness. Looking ahead, the blonde suggested to continue the conversation later because it was time to enjoy dinner. Seeing the table where the Viscount was sitting, he decided to seat the guests there. A smile was shining on his face. Noticing his gaze, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Closing his mouth, Roxu realized that there were no other seats and there were no high nobles at their table, but there were families under the wing of the high aristocratic factions, so the balance was still maintained. The guy sat on a chair and looked forward. Other high aristocrats could not unceremoniously touch them. In the center of this table was a representative of the strongest and richest house among the isolated families. Closing his eyes, the prince asked his comrade to sit at the northeast table because there was more space there. Taylor and Cage thanked him. Neo opened his mouth in shock, his eyes turned white. Pointing his finger to the side, the blonde remembered that they would become specialists, that they would make a huge contribution to the development of the kingdom, and decided that it was better for them to sit together. The servants asked the people sitting at the table to move a little. Eric rose to his feet and agreed. Amr stood up from the table. The servants moved the chairs. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy asked his friend to be calm. Precious stones hung from the luxurious chandeliers. The protagonist sat down in his place. Taylor rolled up to him on a chair. Smiling, the guy said that he was glad to meet you. Cage bowed. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the crown prince said that they were a little late and suggested that they continue their evening, to which the best specialists of the entire kingdom had arrived for a joint meal. Roxu looked away. Then Ian looked away with displeasure. The heir to the throne wished everyone a pleasant dinner. The light shimmered and glittered on the white walls of the castle. The waiter approached the northeast table. Smiling, Amr said that they would come with greetings a little later. The crown prince sat at the table on which various dishes were placed. The guy wondered what this man was planning, because the blonde certainly did not gather all the aristocrats out of great gratitude. Taking the cutlery in his hands, the young man thought that he had several options. Cutting the meat, he assumed that it was because of the war that would soon unfold in the southwest of the continent. Raising a piece of meat to his mouth, the Viscount thought that the prince could notice the beginnings of a civil war in the kingdom of Viper and realized that he did not have to do anything anyway. The Black Dragon decided that the meat was probably very tasty and said that there were magical recording devices hidden in every corner. The protagonist reached out to take the wine. Eric asked him to wait at least 5 minutes. Roxu, opening his mouth in surprise, realized something. A smile appeared on his face. The crown prince was watching the noble heirs right now, and the other princes knew about it, so this was the plan of the entire royal family. Getting up from the table, Eric called everyone to follow him. Gilbert and Amma rose from their chairs. The guy closed his eyes and stood up. They approached the crown prince. Smiling widely, the blonde greeted the talents from the northeast. Putting his hands behind his back, the aristocrats bowed and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The heir to the throne said that they needed to discuss something. The young man with glasses looked up. Albert narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. His luxurious golden hair was proof of the patronage of the sun god and the distinctive mark of the Crosman family, the ruling dynasty of the Rowan kingdom. Blushing with embarrassment, Eric replied that he really wanted to talk to him. Raising his hand, the crown prince explained that before him was the core of one of the districts, the insightful heir to the Houseman County with the territory under his control on the northeastern border. Squinting, the protagonist thought that the blonde man had put his eloquence into action. Green pennants hung on the walls. Roxu bowed when the heir to the throne extended his hand and said that this was their first meeting with the heir to the Henidus County, which allows them not to fear the forest of darkness and calms the souls of the entire royal family. Descending to him, Albert said that he heard that before him was a man of incredibly free morals with the freedom-loving spirit of the sculptors of the Henidus lands. Closing his eyes, he added that the boy was as sincere in soul as he was free in character. The young man thought that how he managed to find praise for a man like Cal was admirable. The heroes shook hands. The protagonist said that their meeting today made him clearly feel that if His Highness was the sun for everyone, then the prince, who worried about the well-being of the citizens even at night, could be called the moon. The blonde looked up in surprise. Closing his eyes, Roxu said that he would not be able to sleep because of the impression that meeting with the star of the hearts of all people made on him. Eric and his friends opened their mouths in amazement. Looking ahead, the boy thought that this scene should bring him closer to the heir to the throne to stay away from him. The Black Dragon asked why the man who called himself a prince dyed his hair with magic, and wondered who could create magic that only a great dragon could discern. The young man frowned, thinking that this was another truth that no one had asked about. Albert's brows furrowed tensely. The dragon said that his eyes were also colored and that he definitely had some hidden intention. Flying behind the crown prince, the beast declared that he had hidden powers and asked his master to be careful. Squinting, the Viscount remembered that the novel clearly stated that the blonde was physically developed quite normally. The girl was standing in front of the child. In fact, the current queen is the mother of the third prince, and the mother of the crown prince was a concubine, a commoner who worked as a maid in the royal court. She died when her son was still a child. The hero's hands were covered in sweat. The protagonist thought that he did not care what the heir to the throne was hiding. Albert noticed that they had something in common. Smiling broadly, Roxu said that this was the greatest honor in his life. They let go of each other's hands. Eric cast a worried glance at his friend. Looking at him, the boy realized that something was wrong. He wondered why the crown prince was wary of the second and third princes and why the third prince had suddenly become the king's favorite. The blonde squinted. The young man suggested that the firstborn might not be the king's son at all and decided to throw these thoughts aside. Eric stepped forward. Gilbert and Amber exchanged glances. The girl shifted from foot to foot when she was called. Raising his hand, the Viscount said that, according to rumors, the seacoast of their lands is incredibly beautiful and asked if it was true. Smiling, the girl confirmed that the sea cliff was beautiful. The aristocrat could not even imagine how to get the sound of the wind on such a cliff. The waves crashed against the coastal cliffs. The sound of the wind was the third ancient power that the member of the Magic League acquired during the Civil War. Since he was a tyrant obsessed with killing mages who appeared in the second half of the Civil War, this power had almost no value to him. Touching his chin, the protagonist thought that soon the magic tower would fall when the Civil War ended, and Rosalind would become the influential mistress of the new tower of the Western continent. Khan stood with his back to the cruel killer of mages and the crown prince of the empire. All of them were involved in the events of the north-central region of the Western continent. The Queen of the Jungle will unite the southern region. At the beginning of the book there were hints that after that she will be connected with the central characters, presenting a map of the continent. Roxu thought that if you close your eyes to Khan's constant clashes with the mysterious group, for the first time in 200 years this continent will become a military arena where the struggle for supremacy will unfold. Standing behind his comrades, the boy decided that it did not concern him. Looking at Gilbert, the young man asked if he could leave when it was over. Turning around, his friend answered affirmatively. The guys sat down at the table. The brunette said that after the dinner party there would be a meeting with His Highness and asked if his comrade would go. The Viscount answered negatively and added that he had nothing to do there because his allies understood investment issues much better. Gilbert shuddered. Looking around, he asked if the young gentleman had read the document. The answer was affirmative. Albert said that he had enjoyed the dinner party and that there would be a wine party after it, and said that seats had been reserved for all those present at his birthday celebration. The protagonist looked away. Looking around, Roxu thought that they simply had to come to the birthday party and that this meant that they would be in the square during the explosion. At this point the dinner party ended. Putting her hands on the carriage, Cage wished to see her friend again someday. The girl took Taylor to the stairs. Amber approached the guy and said that she would see him off. Turning to her, the young man asked if the girl was afraid that he would do something on the way. Raising her eyebrows, she said that Neo had left even earlier. The girl closed her eyes. The Viscount realized that his friend was afraid that the Baron could do something. The blue sky was visible beyond the gate. Going outside, Amber said that her friend had tried hard today. The aristocrat said that she would have to try even harder. Looking away, the girl decided that they could do with good results. There was a whirlpool in the sea, near the rocks. The sea coast of the northeast was a reddish, useless land. Experienced locals knew how to maneuver boats, but for everyone else this place was extremely dangerous. Squinting, the protagonist thought that the whole problem was in the sound of the wind. Amber and Gilbert wanted to achieve investment in this useless sea by any means. Closing her eyes, the girl expressed confidence that they would achieve their goal. On the road stood a golden carriage. Roxu said that His Highness was definitely interested in investing. Looking to the side, the guy thought that his friends worked hard and that they needed his help to strengthen the position of the Northeast. Remembering that, judging by the report, his girlfriend knew how to keep quiet, the young man asked if she made an offer to invest in tourism. The answer was affirmative. Entering the carriage and looking back, he asked the girl to think about what advantages the fact that their seacoast is located between the Viper Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom gives. Amber opened her mouth in surprise. The Viscount said that this conversation should remain a secret. Frowning, the girl said that she would take this into account. Ron slammed the carriage door. The aristocrat announced the departure. The girl smoothed her hair, which was blown by a light wind. Fog swirled over the sea and rocks. The seacoast in the northwest is mostly sandy, but in the lands of Amber and Gilbert, adjacent to it, the coastline is complex, fragmented into many small islands, which in turn are surrounded by steep cliffs. Looking out the carriage window, the protagonist reflected on the fact that his comrades were developing only the idea of tourism. However, Albert knew that peacetime would soon end. The carriage left the royal courtyard. Closing his eyes, Roxu thought that he needed to be the first to get to the ancient power before the killer of magicians did it. Sun glare reflected from the mansion. Entering the room, Khan reported that they had found 4 magical bombs. His face was covered in sweat. Catching his breath, the swordsman said that they were all near the square. The boy asked him to show the map. The man handed the bundle to his comrade. Slamming the door, the warrior said that he grabbed the dragon in his arms and ran around the area, thoroughly searching everything. Thus they managed to find 4 bombs. The young man opened the map on the table. Khan explained that first of all they went to search other crowded places, but did not find anything else. Crosses were marked on the map. In The Birth of a Hero it was described 5 bombs on people and 5 on the territory, but now there were 6 on people and 4 in the area. Raising his eyebrows, the Viscount thought about what else could have changed. Closing his eyes, he asked his comrade not to rush, because everything would be safe until the day after tomorrow's holiday. The swordsman said that it would be better to destroy everything at once. Hearing that they would hide them the day after tomorrow at dawn, the man opened his mouth in shock and asked what that meant. A black dragon was flying next to him, so that the bombs would explode. Their inventor had to give a signal, but it was easy enough to interrupt it if he had the support of a dragon or a strong mage. Squinting, the aristocrat realized that the bombs were to be defused by Rosalind. Imagining the grinning bloodsucker, the protagonist decided that it had to be done that same day, so that the madman would be calm, believing that everything was going according to plan. The warrior asked why they needed to hide the bombs. Raising his hand, Roxu asked why they needed to destroy something so useful. Smiling, he promised to find a use for them, thinking that the mana concentrated in the bombs could be used as a useful material. Approaching the sofa, the guy asked his friend to continue searching. Looking at the sleeping kittens, the young man asked him to check if the location of the bomb was changing. The warrior and the black dragon would have to continuously search everything around the square, hiding their presence, and this was a rather difficult and annoying task. The kittens opened their eyes. Smiling, the Viscount ordered them to go to work to pay for the food. The dragon sat on a tree branch. The kittens jumped out of the window. There was a carriage outside. On the birthday of the ruler of the Rowan kingdom, it became known that Bilos had arrived in the capital. The aristocrat sat in the carriage opposite Lack. Some time ago, in the palace, the wolf said that taking care of his younger ones was his condition of the deal. Then the protagonist asked what he would do in return. The guy said that this concerned not only him. Roxu frowned and asked who else would be there. Smiling widely, Lack explained that his younger ones would be with him, because together they were stronger. The 2 of them rode in the carriage. Clenching his fist, the wolf said that there was a story about the Blue Wolf clan being famous for its knightly order. Turning away, the Viscount said that he heard about it for the first time. Indignantly frowning, the guy offered to tell him this story, but his comrade refused. The sun's rays illuminated the carriage through the window. The aristocrat crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the young man was offering to take 10 wolf cubs into his care and make them into a knightly order, and that the man was afraid of the whale race, but was ready to rush to their leader for the sake of his comrades. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked his friend not to talk nonsense. Putting his hand on Rox's shoulder, he asked why he had asked him for their protection, and now he was offering to make a knightly order out of small children. Frowning, the boy thought that they would definitely become a gang, given the customs of the wolf race, whose all-consuming flame of fanaticism would be the envy of any cult. Lack's eyes widened in surprise when he was asked what the wolf cubs themselves thought about it. Covering his eyes with his hand, the wolf asked for forgiveness. Looking at him, the young man asked what this apology was for and said that he understood his request and that now they needed to decide on payment. Squinting, the Viscount thought that he already knew what to ask his comrade for, but he would need it only in 3 months. The mountain was covered in fog. An ancient power would appear there, with which he could earn good money. It would last for about 6 months, and to get it, he would need the rage of a werewolf. Grinning, the aristocrat decided that this ancient power could be sold to the queen of the jungle and ensure a comfortable future for himself. Lowering his head in disappointment, Lack asked if there was really no work for him. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed, asking his comrade to do without stupid questions. The carriage moved forward along the city street. The wolf promised to fulfill any condition. No matter what he was asked, the kittens sat in the carriage and licked their lips. Roxu took out a small bag. Throwing it to his surprised friend, he asked him to walk around the capital and meet his younger ones, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Raising his hand and smiling widely, the boy reminded him that it was his friend's first time in such a big city and suggested that they go somewhere to eat, thinking that An and Hong should come with him so that he could have a chance to talk to someone in peace. The kittens pounced on their friend, who immediately laughed. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that he would have to entrust the care of the wolf cubs to hands or find another caregiver. Looking ahead, he thought that it should be a person who is thrifty and knows how to cook well. An image of Bikros sharpening a kitchen knife popped into his mind. Crossing his arms over his chest, The Viscount thought that despite his culinary experience, neatness, and restraint, the cook was still a heartless lover of torture, so this option was not suitable for innocent wolf cubs. The carriage stopped in front of one of the houses. The heroes went out into the street. Lack looked up. The nobleman asked him to follow him. There was a sign with a picture of a beer mug on the building. Coming out into the hall, the owner greeted the guests in a place filled with the aroma of grapes. The heroes stopped. Looking back, the protagonist asked his comrade to open the door himself. The wolf released the kittens on the floor. He touched the door handle. His expression was very tense. The door creaked. Light particles flew under the ceiling. The children sitting in the room turned around and looked at the person who entered. A small boy rushed to hug his older brother. Roxu watched the family reunion from the side. Turning to Bilos, the boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The stranger approached them and said that he was pleased to meet him. The head of the trading group smiled and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the young gentleman that Khan had spoken of. Extending his hand, the young man replied that there was no question of any honor. The heroes shook hands. Looking down, Odious introduced himself. They looked at each other. This man was a serious contender for the position of the head of the Flynn Trading Guild, but he refused it and became a character, managing a small trading group all his life. Bilos frowned. This was his uncle. Squinting, the Viscount thought that in front of him was an even more murky person than Ron, who connected hand with the owner of the library and made the latter realize his hidden insatiability. The head of the trading group folded his hands behind his back. He only pretended to be a simple manager, but in fact, he hides an important person of the underground market under another mask. Odious smiled kindly. This man was kind to someone and ruthless to someone. Closing his eyes, the aristocrat was surprised at what connected them with Bilos. The man said that he also did not expect that they knew each other and told that he looked after Flynn's son from early childhood. Luck played with his brother surrounded by kittens. The head of the trading company smiled widely and noted that his nephew had made many good connections recently. Bilos looked down. This man was the only one with whom he had pleasant memories. After all, he led a completely mediocre life and was known for his kindness. Hearing that they should go upstairs and drink to the meeting, the blonde looked up. Placing his hand on his belt, the protagonist explained that Han and Rosalind would arrive soon, then they would have the opportunity to discuss everything. Turning to him, the head of the trading group said that he did not want to miss the chance to drink with the young master. Roxu smiled and agreed. He was thanked. A wooden staircase led to the second floor. Frowning, the guy thought that this was just another headache. Looking at the crowd of children, he decided that they needed to find not a nanny, but a full-fledged trainer. Thinking that he definitely did not need such troubles, the young man waved his hand and asked his friends to go out. Looking at the children through the second floor window, Bilos asked what the young gentleman was doing. Sitting at the bar, the Viscount explained that he was ensuring a peaceful old age for himself. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent. The heroes were sitting opposite each other. The guy poured wine into a glass. Squeezing his collar, he emptied it in one gulp. Putting the glass on the table, the young man covered his face with his hand. Putting his hand on the table, the aristocrat asked if he was invisible. Pouring more wine, Bilos apologized and explained that he was very nervous. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had no idea why his companion was so worried, but they needed to drink together. Roxu poured wine into his glass. Looking down, the blonde said that Odious was his blood uncle, the illegitimate son of Flynn, who was not allowed to bear that last name, and could not even properly call his relative uncle, but the head of the trading group was the only one who was kind to him. In The Birth of a Hero, the man sat down next to the boy and said that he considered him his nephew and that the child also had the right to consider him his family. These words became the starting point and impetus for the boy, who later met Khan. The door to the room was closed. Pouring wine into his glass, the young man remembered that according to the plot, Bilos would follow the swordsman and break into the struggle of the heirs for the place of the head of the trading guild. Sitting at the counter, the blonde asked if the young gentleman was not interested in why Odious was the head of a small trading group. Having the surname Flynn, the Viscount asked if he should be interested in just the surname. Twirling the glass in his hand, the guy agreed that there was nothing significant in this surname. Raising the glass to his mouth, the aristocrat added that his comrade also had the surname Flynn. The young man replied that he was an illegitimate son. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that this did not affect the fact that everyone around him considered him Flynn. Bilos looked up and called out to the young gentleman. Folding his hands on the bar, he said that his friend had a talent for saying the right things. Holding a bottle in his hand, Roxu replied that it was a small talent. The blonde snatched the bottle from his hands. A smile appeared on his face. The heroes looked at each other. The guy asked if his friend was able to steal everything he needed with the devices he rented for this time. The Viscount grinned and replied that he had stolen one and would soon steal the rest. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked if he could participate, but all the seats were already taken. Then Bilos said that he would have to steal something else. The heroes cast a shadow on the wooden floor. Evening had come. The palace was surrounded by a high fence. Standing in front of the young master, Ron said that he wanted to ask him for something. He bowed. The aristocrat asked what he meant by asking. The butler frowned sternly and asked him to take care of his son. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist asked if he was talking about Bikros. The answer was affirmative. Folding his hands behind his back, the old man explained that he needed to go fox hunting. Grinning, the man asked if the young master knew that he was killing people. Closing his eyes, Roxu asked what was wrong with that. The servant added that he would be leaving to do some killing and would leave his son behind, and there was a burning lamp on the table. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and assumed that the foxes were people. Ron narrowed his eyes and confirmed this and said that he needed to kill a pack of foxes. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement. Imagining the butler squatting, he thought that either he would be torn to pieces or the old man would tear these people to pieces. There was no third option. Looking at the smiling man, the Viscount decided that at the moment, the absence of Bikros or his father would not play a big role, because they did not need to be Han's companions right now, and luck could go berserk. Putting his hand to his forehead, the aristocrat agreed, thinking that the expression on the servant's face was making him uneasy. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist promised to arrange a vacation through Han's and asked the butler to send reports and take money from the Flynn trading group. Covering himself with a blanket, Rox asked why Ron was asking him to take care of his son if an adult could figure out how to live his own life. Putting his head on the pillow, the boy said that he was letting him go for only a year, deciding that it would be a whole year of sweet sleep. Lying on the bed, the young man wished him a good journey and ordered him not to return wounded. The old man shuddered. He put his hand to his mouth and laughed quietly. Looking at his sleeping charge, the man thought that all this time he had considered him a puppy. Smiling, the servant realized that he himself was a puppy. Blue curtains hung in front of the door. Ron said that he would send a report once a month. Going out the door, the butler said that it was time for him to go. Opening his eyes, the Viscount thought that the old man left so that not a single step was heard, as befits an assassin. The room became empty. The doors were closed. The room was dark, and then dawn came. The heroes gathered in the room. Khan stood motionless. A sound was heard. The aristocrat approached his friends and said that his friend suited brown hair. Rosalind twirled a strand in her hands, saying that it would be much easier for her to make a mess with it, but she knew almost nothing about today's case. But it was only worth mentioning the magic bomb for her to understand the seriousness of the situation and offer her help. The protagonist smiled. Luck opened his mouth in surprise when he was asked if he could use the physical abilities of a wolf without going berserk, and answered yes. The heroes stood opposite each other. The first team consisted of Rosalind and Luck, the second of Han and the animals. The girl asked what about the young master. The swordsman smiled and replied that his physical abilities left much to be desired. Frowning, the black dragon declared that his master was weak. The kittens closed their eyes and called him useless. Everyone present looked at Roxanne in surprise. Holding the bag in his hands, the boy replied that he would only be a burden and that it would be difficult for him to join them since he would need to participate in the event at sunrise. The man looked at the bag in his hands in amazement. Everyone turned their gaze to the boy. Even before dawn, the nightly squad of the royal court would begin to change the night watch. Then the guys would have to slip into the place where the bombs were planted, defuse them and activate the black bead before the mana surge occurred. Everyone would have to wait in their designated place, scout out the situation in the square and learn about the members of the secret group. The warrior hugged the bag to himself. The birthday speech would begin at 9 in the morning. The clock on the wall showed 2 in the morning. Smiling, the boy urged everyone to get down to business. Rosalind said that she would bring the defusal bombs to him and reminded them that she had been promised one of them. Crossing her arms over her chest, the Viscount confirmed this. With a smile on her face, the girl said that this would be enough for her as payment. The balcony doors were open. It was dark outside. The heroes went outside. The aristocrat was left alone. He closed the glass doors. The protagonist turned around and closed his eyes. His hair was fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, an unbreakable shield appeared in front of him. Reaching out his hand, Rox thought that it would be good if he did not have to use it. Raising his eyebrows, the guy decided that if the opportunity arose, he would use it at a weak level and that he would hardly have to face the bloodsucker face to face. The young man told the butler standing behind him that today was the last time he would serve him. Looking to the side, Ron said that he would be able to return to his duties in a year. Looking ahead, the Viscount thought that he would immediately introduce him to Khan upon his return. The heroes were reflected in a tall mirror. The aristocrat asked the servant to tell everyone to get ready. The driver pulled the reins. The carriage moved forward along the stone road. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked why they had suggested that he go with her. Smiling, Amber asked about his opinion on building a naval base on their lands. Presenting the letter in her hands, Roxu realized that the girl had already received Eric's letter about not expecting a positive answer from the Crown Prince regarding the tourism issue, and was surprised that she did not seem disappointed. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if the decision had not been made yet. Folding her hands in her lap, the girl explained that she could not decide this without the head of the family and that she still needed to talk to Gilbert about it. Building a new military base is not an easy matter. Most often problems arise in relations with other regions, especially in such a peaceful time. The young man lowered his gaze. The palace was located on the seashore. The royal court carefully watched the northeast, because only there was an outlet to the sea, and also in this region the balance of power was maintained. Placing his hands on the seat, the Viscount asked if his friend was worried that the influence of the royal family could increase in the northeast. Amber confirmed this and explained that this was why she wanted to go with him. Crossing her arms over her chest, the nobleman understood that she wanted to talk to him. Hearing that they wanted to warn her about something, the girl tensely pursed her lips. Raising his hand, the protagonist explained that everything related to the money of the Henedis County was decided only through his father. Money poured out of the bag into the sea in cases where joint troops from aristocrats and the ruling dynasty are being prepared on lands that do not belong to the royal family. It is necessary to work out many detailed contracts on the right to lead this army and the order of its control. Probably the royal family will issue permission to build a naval base on the northeast coast and invest colossal amounts of money in it. Coins fell on the map of the continent underwater. In this case, the right to lead this base will go to the royal family due to the fact that the construction requires huge investments in labor and resources, especially compared to investing in tourism. Amber and Gilbert did not have enough resources and people to balance the contribution to the construction with the contribution of the royal family. The girl looked sternly ahead. She wanted to change this. There was only one way to do this. Roxu leaned back in his seat. His gaze was stern. He understood that they wanted to borrow money from him. Smiling, the girl said that the crown prince was very wary of the Woper kingdom and the northern kingdom. It was clear from their conversation. Putting her hands to her chin, Amber added that she decided to make inquiries through a secret guild. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy thought that Albert and the royal court had noticed the beginnings of a civil war that would soon unfold in the Woper kingdom, and the northern kingdom was mobilizing troops. The heroes looked at each other. The young man remembered that as precarious as his friend's family's situation was, she relied on the Wilsman family as much as she did, yet she had to spend a lot of money on information about another country on her own. Grinning, he mentally praised her determination and willingness to pay a huge amount to make sure that her guesses were correct. The carriage passed by the trading rows. Amber said that the fortress wall of the county of Henedis was under repair. Therefore, they might be interested in an army since they were trying to protect their lands as much as possible from invasions and any other danger. Smiling, the Viscount promised to talk to his father about it. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they would send an official proposal from their side. A palace appeared in the window. If a naval base was built in the northeast, then the right of leadership would completely go to the families of this region. Squinting slyly, the aristocrat realized that the construction of a military base could help not only increase power, but also open access to the sea from several sides. The girl lowered her gaze. Looking at her comrade, she expressed her concern about the whirlpools. Looking away, Amber said that they formed their own maneuvering path, so the whirlpools could become their advantage when other countries invade. Raising his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that after some time, the whirlpool would fall into his hands, so there was nothing to worry about. Looking up and beaming with happiness, Roxu decided that he could build a house on the seashore and enjoy his old age, because continuing to live in the county after transferring the lands to Basin would be problematic, so it would be better to hide somewhere during the war. The girl looked out the window. The guy thought that he could go to the coast after the war ended and live there for the rest of his life. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him to take care of the money issue. The young man laughed at her. Raising his hand and smiling, he explained that he was just an ordinary messenger and did not have any power. Looking down and remembering the scene from the past, Amber thought that she needed to be extremely careful and have determination to gain power. Extending her hand, she said that this would be enough and asked her comrade to come to their land for a rest sometime. The Viscount looked at her. The girl told her that there were many places to visit there. Shaking her hand, the aristocrat promised to come when he had a chance. The girl hoped that it would happen soon. The carriage stopped and the heroes got out of it. Looking at his watch, the protagonist realized that it was 8 in the morning. The staff for preparing the square for the opening of the festival began to gather an hour ago. The golden watch sparkled in the sun. In half an hour, the nightly detachment of the royal family would begin to patrol the entrance and exit, and the square would fill with people. At this time, no one else would be able to exit or enter, and then the search for the hidden would begin. Khan walked along the road with the kittens. Rosalind and Luck looked around. Citizens were walking around the market. Magic bombs could be disguised as anything. Some people could be wearing them right now. The swordsman and the rest of the companions would look for them. Roxu looked to the side. Someone called out to him. Seeing his comrades in front of him, the boy said that they had arrived quite early. Even if the boys couldn't find the bombs, everything should go well. Pointing his finger to the side, Eric said that they were leaving at 5 minutes past 8 and asked his friend to remain silent. The boy closed his eyes and mentally agreed. Looking around, the bespectacled boy noticed Taylor, who was talking to someone. Albert was standing next to him. The boy couldn't understand how this had happened. The Viscount looked back when a black dragon flew up to him. The beast said that they were cleaning all the magical bombs hidden in the area, and that by 9 o'clock they would all be defused. The servant helped the crown prince get into the carriage. Bringing his paw to his master's head, the dragon asked him to use the shield if the situation seemed risky. Looking after his flying pet, the aristocrat thought that he wouldn't even need the shield. Everything was ready for departure. Sitting in the carriage, Albert said that it was time to go. The protagonist frowned with displeasure. Spreading his arms, Taylor said that he was very glad to meet. Amma reciprocated and introduced herself. Roxu assumed that such a company was the intrigues of the crown prince. Looking away, Neo also said that he was glad to meet. Looking out the window, the guy thought that now chaos was definitely not far off. In the middle of the street there was a tall tower with a clock. The carriage was already in disarray. The boys were looking out the window, and only Taylor was smiling. Amma furrowed her brows determinedly. The boy with long hair looked away. Noticing Neo nervously tapping his foot, the protagonist thought that he was quite confused. Crossing his arms over his chest, Roxu decided that most of the noble children showed confusion. Banian angrily clenched his teeth. The most chaos was on his face. No one could have imagined that the abandoned eldest son of the Sten family would get out of the wheelchair, walk on his own 2 feet and stand next to the crown prince. The people in the carriage were silent and tried not to look at each other. Squinting, the boy realized that Taylor managed to get the healing star. Amber asked if his legs were completely restored. Taylor smiled and said that heavenly luck had touched him and he felt better, so his legs had recovered. The girl congratulated him on his recovery. Neo raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. The young man with long hair looked out the window. The Baron grinned and asked if the young gentleman would return to the Marquisate since his legs had recovered. The boy looked down and thought about his words. Smiling widely, he replied that this was originally his home and asked if he didn't belong there. The boy turned away, pursing his lips tensely. The aristocrat looked at his friend in silence, thinking that Taylor probably wanted to share what had happened with him. The protagonist frowned with displeasure and guessed what his friend wanted to say. The carriage stopped on a street decorated for the holiday, and Neo got out. Rising to her feet, Amra said that she would go to the festival with Eric. As the girl got out of the carriage, she thought that Taylor had no common ground with Cal, so nothing special would happen. The heroes were left alone. The boy with long hair was happy about it. Closing his eyes, he explained that he had healed his legs in order to become the head of the Marquisate. Raising his hand, Roxu assumed that his friend had promised to be extremely loyal. Spreading his arms, the boy with long hair said that they had made a deal. Smiling, the Viscount said that everything had happened successfully and congratulated his comrade on healing his legs. The young man put his hand in his pocket and said that this was part of the deal. Taking a piece of paper from his hands, the aristocrat asked if it was really meant for him. Closing his eyes, Taylor explained that the young master should find out everything himself, and added that Cage had gone absent from the church. The protagonist assumed that this happened because she had acted on her own. The carriage passed by a shopping arcade. The boy spread his arms and confirmed it. Imagining the girl giving a peace sign, Roxu realized that she had finally stepped on the path of the crazy Templar. Looking down, the boy said that this was just the beginning and that they would definitely win. The Viscount looked up in shock. His mouth dropped open. He wondered why they were talking about him too. The nobleman confirmed that they would win. Thanking him, Taylor opened the door and wanted to leave. Looking back, the boy suggested having a drink together after the victory. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that Hennitus wine was very tasty. The carriages drove one after another. Roxu unfolded the letter. On the paper it was written that the crown prince wanted to avoid a civil war. Clenching the paper, the boy gritted his teeth in displeasure. He put the letter in his breast pocket. Getting out of the carriage, the boy realized that the crown prince really did have a secret of origin. Eric approached him with his friends. Gilbert stopped and invited his companion to join him as it was their turn to enter. In the birth of a hero, Han climbed to a place slightly above the level of a commoner. The Viscount took a step forward. Looking at the clock tower, the nobleman decided that he was far from the level of a member of the ruling family or a dignitary. The huge clock showed 8 hours 25 minutes. It was the time for the entry of aristocrats and dignitaries and the time for the gradual regulation of the comings and goings of the nobles. In the center of the square there were dining tables. Looking at his friend, Gilbert asked if this was the first time he saw this square. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that he had only passed by it in a carriage and was seeing it for the first time in reality. There was a coffee sack hanging on the building. A tea house was located to the west of the inn. To the east was a flower shop strewn with flowers. Roxu walked along the street. To the north was the green building of the Potters Association. Looking around, the guy came to the conclusion that this square was quite wide. Noticing a man waving a flag, the young man thought that the plan was moving forward. There were guards standing next to the controlled entrance. Now the search for the hidden began. Although it was not so important, the Viscount snapped his fingers. The man immediately disappeared from the square. The aristocrat turned away and thought that at 9 o'clock 1 minute the correct answer would be known. The butler pointed to the table and said that the young gentleman could sit there. Sitting on a chair, Taylor noticed that they saw each other quite often now. Sitting down next to him, the protagonist agreed and decided that the arrangement of seats here was the same as in the dinner room. Putting his index finger in front of him, Eric asked his friend to behave calmly. Roxu leaned on his hand and called his comrade. Clouds were floating above the clock tower. The hands showed 8:40. The guy said that he would not do anything today. The blue sky hung above the tower. Someone asked to greet the stars of the royal family of Crosman. Looking back, the black dragon said that there were 15 minutes left. Rising from his chair, the young man thought that his pet could do anything with his magic. The carriages with members of the royal family drove out to the square. Albert waved his hand to the guests. The Viscount remembered that, according to the dragon, his hair and eyes were dyed. Patting, the aristocrat decided that chestnut hair and brown eyes were a very common combination. The people rejoiced when the carriage with the king of the lands of Rohan passed by. The protagonist looked back. Not far from him was a building with green walls. On its roof stood a flower in a pot. Smiling, Roxu realized that his friends had defused the bomb. The guests looked back when His Majesty stood up from his luxurious chair. He raised his hand. The people fell silent. Only the splashing of water at the fountain in the square could be heard. Smiling, Jed said that he received the blessing of the sun and began to rule this country 30 years ago. Putting his hands on the table, the guy noticed his sincere joy. The hands on the clock of the high tower struck exactly 9 o'clock. Eric and Taylor looked up in surprise. The townspeople looked up in confusion, not understanding what was happening here. Pointing his finger up, the man asked who these people were. A man in a black robe stood on the roof. His red eyes sparkled. The guard ordered him to go down immediately. The men rushed forward to go up. The young man sitting at the table thought that Radhika might not have appeared here, while everything went against the book's narrative. Looking away, the Viscount realized that he would have had to work hard to find him if the magician had not come himself, although Khan would still have to suffer, not him. Summoning bright lightning in his hand, the madman laughed creepily. On the page from The Birth of a Hero it was written that the magician said cruel words, "It will be fun." The man in the robe waved his hand and repeated the words from the book, and the sky turned red. A fireball appeared in his hands. The frightened people covered their faces with their hands. They ran in different directions. The fireball was accumulating power with the help of waves of energy. Rosalind raised her eyebrows in surprise. Khan frowned and clenched his fist. Lack opened his mouth in fear. The aristocrat's eyes lit up. Smiling, he found what he was looking for. The boys ran across the square. Even if they could not defuse the bomb on the man, they would have 10 minutes to move it to the sky above the mountain, which is restricted to people. This is possible thanks to those who have magical abilities. Spreading his wings, the black dragon said that he had found one person. Khan grabbed the resisting boy. There was a medallion hanging around his neck. The protagonist realized that it was a bomb. The swordsman tore off the pendant. Grabbing Roxa by the shoulder, Eric asked if his friend hadn't heard his name. The guard approached Albert and urged him to leave this place. The boy, not paying attention to his comrade, looked at the crown prince's hair. The blonde frowned. His face looked tense. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man remembered the words of the black dragon and concluded that this magic uses mana, judging by the fact that it did not dissipate. Opening his mouth wide, Eric urged his friend to quickly leave here. Concentrating a huge amount of energy in his hand, Radhika laughed menacingly. Rounding his eyes, he said that he was irritated by all this. A magic circle appeared in the sky, from which bright spears jumped out, falling to the ground. The black dragon said that they found another person. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Viscount realized that in 4 minutes they managed to find 3 people. Approaching him, Taylor shouted that they did not have time for this and that they needed to escape quickly. Eric agreed with him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Pointing a finger behind his back, Rox asked his friend to calm down. The guys looked around. The guards were trying to hold back the crowd of people who were trying to escape from the place of the celebration. Frowning, the young man thought that this was a real mess. Adjusting his glasses, Eric pulled himself together and thanked his comrade. Raising his hand, the Viscount noted that he now looked like himself. The clock, shrouded in red energy, showed 9 hours 8 minutes. 2 minutes left. The magicians began to stabilize the mana, so soon the device causing mana disorder will lose its power. Khan took the bag from the city dweller. The black dragon said that another person was eliminated. Sparks were sparkling in the sky. Looking back, the aristocrat realized that they still had to find 2 more people. Otherwise, when the mana stabilized, it would go into the magic bombs. Putting his hands on his waist, the protagonist decided that 2 minutes would be enough for them. Soon the black dragon announced that they were done. Roxu looked up in surprise. Looking up, he asked what this meant. Taylor asked what happened to him. Opening his mouth in shock, the guy wondered if 4 bombs were all the magicians had prepared. Roxu frowned, surprised that 4 pieces were all. He turned around, thinking that there were definitely 10 pieces in the book. The hero assumed that the course of events had changed, so the number of bombs had decreased. The guys in dark robes raised their magic wands up, activating the launch of mana stabilization. 8 brightly shining spheres appeared in the sky. A bright explosion thundered in the dark sky, leaving behind clouds of raised smoke. There was a bright protective dome above the city. 4 items were sealed inside green translucent spheres. They left the territory of the protective dome. The youth looked up, thinking that nothing less was expected from the Black Dragon and Rosalind. The bombs crossed the protective barrier, so it was over. 4 bright green spheres rushed towards him and headed towards the high mountains in front. The completion of mana stabilization was announced. The youth opened his mouth in surprise, turning his head towards the bright explosion in the sky. Albert, standing next to the 2 people, widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth, looking at the sky. Roxu opened his eyes wide. The blonde boy, standing next to the protagonist, frowned in displeasure, saying that these were magic bombs. If it was a noble who knew at least a little about magic, he would easily understand what kind of thing could have such destructive power. The youth raised his hand to his forehead and squinted one eye, thinking that these were really only 4 bombs. The small black dragon opened his blue eyes wide, saying that they saved them. He hovered above Roxu, who was standing on the ground, saying that he himself saved everyone. According to the plan, no one died. The hero in the black mask opened his eyes in surprise. He looked at the clouds of dark smoke rising from the mountain peaks, saying that unfortunately no one died. The boy did not understand why bombs were exploding in that place. The hero stood on the edge of the dark roof, adjusting his mask and saying that these were failures. The man with blonde hair walked in front of the boy, asking with displeasure who they were and what they were doing here. Roxu raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, thinking that since they were failures, then there was something else. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The man approached the hero in dark armor, asking if they really thought they would get away with this. The guys in armor ran up the stairs, hearing the order to capture the culprits. The hero standing on the edge of the dark roof put his hands on his hips, saying that he had nothing else to do. He opened his red eyes wide, clapping his hands. 2 more people appeared on the wing of the tall tower next to him. He noticed the dark bag on the back of one of them, thinking that this is what he needed. Roxu raised his head and frowned, thinking that the 2 remaining magic bombs were there. The youth saw the guy tearing apart the sheet with the magic symbol, thinking that it was a shield with acceleration and a spell of self-ignition. The guy prepared the assassins, ready for a suicide mission. The hero put his hands in front of him, ordering the assassins to go into battle. They jumped off the dark roof of the building. The blonde man stopped in place, telling his subordinates to stop the culprits and the citizens to run. Roxu frowned, realizing that the assassins were coming here. Eric came closer and opened his mouth, asking Roxu to come with them. The blonde guy turned around, telling the young master that they needed to leave. A small black dragon hovered in the dark sky, saying that he was coming to them. The protagonist frowned, thinking that it was too late. It couldn't be avoided. Even if he ran for a few seconds, it was impossible to escape the explosion zone. Bright streams of explosive energy were coming out of the assassins' backpacks. The protagonist opened his mouth. He thought that if the bomb exploded, he would only lose one arm. He had heart energy, so he would be able to restore it, but the others would suffer even if they ran extremely fast and their severed limbs would not be restored. The hero imagined an indestructible shield with an ornament. Roxu turned to the worried heroes around him. He decided to change his plan. The black dragon put the girl in the black cloak down on the ground, informing the young master that he had brought her. The girl frowned and bared her teeth. She put her hands out in front of her, trying to strengthen the magic shield. The guy with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail and a black mask put his hand out, commanding the bombs to explode. Bright red energy rushed from his palm into the black bag on the assassin's back. A bright flash began to appear. The hero raised his hand up. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth, looking at him. Roxu put an unbreakable shield in front of the approaching assassins. The guy widened his eyes in fear and put his hand out in front of him. The black dragon frowned, saying that he would stop them too. The 2 assassins found themselves inside a translucent magical sphere with a shield inside. The girl with dark hair cried out in understanding, looking at the young master. Roxu put both hands out in front of him. The streams of the rising wind fluttered his hair. She frowned and clenched her teeth, knowing that it would not be easy. A bright explosion thundered inside the sphere. The shield remained intact. People fell to their knees and covered their heads with their hands, screaming in fear. The streets of the city were covered in smoke. The guy in the suit opened his mouth wide, screaming that his arm had been blown off by the explosion. The hero in glasses opened his mouth in surprise. Eric frowned and held his hand out in front of him, asking what was going on. The silver shield and the translucent sphere began to disintegrate into small pieces. They touched the palms of the protagonist. Roxu frowned, holding his hands in front of him, thinking that the explosion was very powerful. A sharp pain pierced his stomach. The hero arched. The guy raised his eyebrows and smirked. A voice from the side called out to the young master. Rosalind knelt down next to the young man, asking if he was okay. She raised her eyebrows in fear, looking at his palms. The guy frowned, thinking that he felt a burning pain in them. Roxu raised his eyebrows, looking at his hands and thinking that thanks to the black dragon, he could reduce the force of the blow falling on the shield, but the pain was still there. A group of heroes came closer. They asked if the young master was okay. Before he could answer, the guy coughed hard. Blood came out of his mouth. He froze, his mouth open in surprise and holding his hand in front of him. Eric raised his eyebrows and, horrified, cried out when he saw the blood. The young man pressed his hand to his heart, thinking that this was exactly what he expected from the energy of the heart. Now he felt how the power was activated and the body stabilized. His arms and legs were in place. His palms had been burning recently, but the pain from this was no stronger than from a paper cut. Roxu sighed in relief and closed his eyes, thinking that as soon as he coughed up the blood, his physical condition had become 100 times better recently. The boy smiled contentedly, thinking that he now understood why the heroes did not refuse the ancient powers and their use. The hero standing next to him asked with displeasure, did this really amuse him, although there is nothing funny about it? The main character raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Taylor frowned and told him not to open his eyes. The boy did not understand what he was talking about. A small black dragon was hovering in the sky above rocks, saying that he was a weak person who should not die. If he died, the dragon would kill everyone, grind everything into dust and die himself. The black dragon frowned, looking down at him. The main character frowned with displeasure, thinking that this was like a word of concern for him, but it sounded somehow threatening. Amber and Gilbert headed to the side, going to bring the Templars. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that nothing really hurt him, but he could get examined. He would have to pretend that he was really in pain. Han appeared in front of the guy, his head down. He looked at him from under his brows and frowned, telling him to step aside. The guy frowned, saying that civilians are not allowed here. Han moved closer, asking who came up with this. The protagonist waved his hand, thinking about what he told him not to make a scene. Han looked at the signs the young gentleman gave, asking him not to come closer. The guy looked away, asking for forgiveness. On and Hong were sitting on his shoulders. Han frowned sadly and began to stroke the ginger kitten. The young man thought that there was nothing to apologize for. Rosalind asked the young gentleman if he was okay. The guy looked away, saying that he was okay. The girl looked at him in surprise, thinking that the boy was speaking indifferently. But they had just done something incredible. Rosalind wondered if she, a member of the royal family, could do the same. She opened her mouth, saying that she could not understand him at all. Rox frowned. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She turned around worriedly. A guy in a dark suit was hovering in the sky above them and laughing, saying that he could not even imagine such a thing. Everything was only getting more interesting. His eyes widened in surprise. The heroes looked at him. Rosalind's mouth opened in surprise. The guy's red eyes shone brightly. He turned his attention to the frightened Rosalind, remembering her surrounded by flames and thinking that he had seen her in the ancient tribe of blue wolves. The hero held his hand out in front of him. On the ground, people were ready to fire at him. He cried out in joy, realizing that there were so many shades of his beloved blood here that he wanted to hide it in a jewelry cabinet. The girl and the main character raised their heads, looking at him. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly. Roxu frowned in displeasure. Khan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man looked at him, thinking that such slightly crazy characters were destined for a short life from the very beginning. The young master nodded his head. Khan nodded back. The order was given to begin the attack. The heroes raised their bows with bright arrowheads. 3 arrows were fired forward. The hero in the black mask opened his eyes wide. The man with blonde hair frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. The guy held his hand out in front of him, saying that they would see each other again next time. He immediately disappeared. The arrows flew into the wall of a light building. A bright blue explosion thundered. Streams of raised dust were carried by the wind through the streets of the city. Blue smoke from the explosion spread in the air. Radhika took everyone who was with him and disappeared. The young man sat on the ground, leaning his hands behind his back and thinking that the guy's special ability was movement magic, so none of the people here would be able to find out where they went, but in Birth of a Hero it was said where they moved to. The guy imagined a book with pages turning. Han, On, Hong and Lak were supposed to go there at his command. If the secret group did teleport there was a chance that they would die there at Han's hands. The young man imagined 2 running guys and kittens. Roxu, sitting on the ground, looked away, thinking that Han might not be able to control himself, so he sent Lak, On and Hong with him, so everything would be fine. Lak, frowning, caught up with the guy running ahead. The protagonist knelt down on one knee, thinking that he would try to keep his wits about him in their presence, because Khan was weak to the small and powerless. The protagonist stood on a small pedestal. The man put his hands behind his back, speaking into the microphone that they would try their best to recover from today's horrific incident. So he hoped that they would all follow the will of the crown. For the sake of safety, they would postpone the celebration. Roxu and Rosalind stood in front of the man who was speaking. The young man looked at the girl standing in front of him. Rosalind had originally planned to hide her presence here as best she could, but for his sake, she had to reveal herself. The girl furrowed her brows, walking forward. The protagonist frowned, thinking that perhaps she had decided to show herself so that the black dragon would not have to drop his disguise. The girl turned around. Rosalind closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it was a secret. The young man grinned, thinking that she was very smart. Today at dawn, he gave the 6 of them some instructions to pull this off. The heroes stood in a room with a wooden floor, forming a circle, a black dragon hovering next to Han. The protagonist ordered not to reveal the true nature of the dragon and other races. Secondly, even if the identities of Han and Rosalind were revealed, they must act as if they were here by chance. And lastly, not to set each other up. Black was holding 2 kittens in his arms. A small black dragon hovered next to him. Han and Rosalind raised their eyebrows, looking at the young man. Roxu put his hand out to his side, looking at those present. The girl and the protagonist exchanged glances. A smile appeared on their faces. Next to Amr, a hero in a white robe walked. He called out to the young master. The guy rested his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Roxu held out his palms to him, on which there were small abrasions. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that he was in great pain, so he asked for a medical examination. The boy stretched out his hands to his palms, calling for a bright light. The protagonist noticed that it was really hard to protect. The arriving healer looked up and smiled, saying that he had seen that silver shield. The boy had done something truly incredible. Roxu looked to the side at the approaching Albert. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, saying that, apparently, he saw the ancient power for the first time. A hand fell on his shoulder. Albert came closer to the hero from behind and smiled, saying that it was so. The healer bowed, seeing the crown prince. The protagonist pressed his hand to his heart, thinking that the boy had come after all. The boy's hair was blowing in small streams of wind. He thought that since he had to reveal one of his cards, he needed to get the most out of it. He wondered if it was really good to receive only honor after making a sacrifice. But this was not to his taste. Money was more important than glory, and a rich man with a lot of money was better than a hero. The crown prince's blue eyes were wide open. The young man closed his eyes and smiled. Albert came closer, turning to the young master. He smiled widely and hugged him, thanking him for his actions, because it was amazing. The crown prince raised his eyebrows, asking if they were birds of a feather. Roxu tilted his head near his shoulder, thinking that it was obvious. The young man opened his mouth. The crown prince asked if he would be satisfied with getting rid of any irritants and a worthy reward. The protagonist reached for his belt, thinking that in this case, he would use the embrace of capitalism. Roxu smiled happily and hugged the boy tightly, saying that he was just doing what he had to. A black dragon hovered above them, its eyes wide, telling the boy that something strange was happening. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thinking that he expected this from a dragon. He may be young, but his eyes are sharp. Roxu smiled, standing in front of Albert and thinking that he was now in debt to the crown, so he needed to pull out a corresponding reward. The heroes stood next to the brought golden carriage, harnessed by white horses. Albert smiled and extended his hand, telling the young master to go first, because at least today he wanted to give him such an honor. Roxu pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, saying that he would not dare to go before his highness, the guiding star of their kingdom. Such a thing was simply unacceptable. The dragon's eyes widened. He frowned, asking if the man was all right in the head. Albert placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was a sign of respect. The young man put his hands behind his back, saying that in that case, this unworthy man would sit first. Roxu smiled and looked away. Not far from him stood Taylor, Amr, Eric, and Gilbert, who was seeing him off. The guy was thinking about how on one side he had people worried about him, but on the other. He looked to the other side. Banian was standing there, gritting his teeth in displeasure, thinking about how this hero had gained such influence and honor. Roxu grinned, assuming that the guy was thinking something like that. Leo, standing behind Banian, twitched nervously. The protagonist entered the carriage, thinking that maybe he could get rid of one vulgar villain. Albert sat down and turned to the servants, saying that the girl of mercy should be escorted in the best possible way. The hero nodded, saying that he understood everything. Roxu looked through the window at the one standing on the street, thinking that he did not see a drop of worry in her, only a lot of trust. Rosalind smiled at him. The carriage moved on. Roxu looked to the side, thinking that the royal carriage was really on a completely different level. He wondered where they found leather seats. The guy asked if he needed healing. The young man leaned his palm on the seat. The protagonist raised his head. Albert raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Roxu held out his hand, saying that although he was healthy, he thought he should consult the best Templar physician. The boy leaned back in his seat, saying that he would like to rest for 3 or 4 days. Albert smiled broadly and left. The Crown Prince thoughtfully rubbed his chin and looked away, saying that it was not bad. The son of a noble who had come out for the common defense was ill, and he was being cared for in the royal palace in the best possible way. It was very good. The boy nodded contentedly. Albert opened his blue eyes, turning to the young master and asking if they were related to him. Roxu raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at him. The boy frowned, assuming that the Crown Prince was talking about those who had appeared in the square today. The black dragon hovered over the protagonists as they descended the steps, asking why the Crown Prince did not intervene even though other people were dying, since he had power. The boy approached Albert, who was standing in front of him, thinking that he was hiding his power, since he did not intervene even though one of his servants died and another knight had his limbs torn off. He was only hiding, pretending to be weak. Albert turned to him from the carriage door. The carriage, pulled by white horses, moved forward. The hero thought that he thought the Crown Prince was a kind person despite the fact that he could use other people. But it turns out that this is not true. The protagonist opened his mouth, addressing His Highness. Roxu smiled and extended his hand forward, asking why he needed to get involved in something so troublesome. The Crown Prince leaned back in his seat and sighed heavily, saying that it was true. He folded his arms and looked away, thinking that a man who hid behind the identity of a vile man could not do such a thing. And this time he only intervened because he really did not have much choice. The boy said that perhaps the crown would decide to make a useless investigation into him. Roxu closed his eyes and smiled, asking if the Crown Prince would interfere. Albert pulled the curtain aside, asking him why he was asking what was obvious anyway. There were people in the square greeting the Crown Prince. Albert smiled and waved at them, saying that they would talk when he came to inquire about his well-being. The boy addressed him. Albert turned around. The boy remarked that if this was a conversation with His Highness, the star of their country, then he would always have time. The Crown Prince smiled awkwardly. Roxu folded his hands on his knees, saying that he did not want to be overly covered up this time because of what happened. To which Albert replied that they should be covered moderately. It is enough that the royal family simply does not come under criticism, but in any case, he thanks him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. Albert looked out the window, saying that thanks to the young man, the number of victims was reduced. Roxu put his hand in front of him and chuckled. He looked at the smiling Crown Prince, thinking that he does not know if he is a good person or a bad person, because he does not even know if he is a person. The protagonist raised his head and smiled, saying that he will wait for compensation. Albert folded his arms on his chest and sighed, lowering his head. Looking at him, the boy thought that the compensation he would be paid was quite good. The carriage arrived at the brick gate. The room had red wallpaper, and a portrait of the ruler hung above the fireplace. His hand reached for the dark grapes. Roxu was lying on the bed, thinking that now the attitude towards him was completely different than before. He was given the best room of a separate palace, where members of the royal families of other countries stayed. He remembered that in the birth of a hero the Han group also stayed here. There was a knock on the door. The young man stood up, allowing him to enter. The protagonist's friends appeared in the doorway. Hans frowned and closed his eyes, turning to the young gentleman and asking if he knew how worried he was. The young man felt awkward. He dangled his legs off the bed. Hans began to run towards the guy. The hero put his hand out, asking him to stop. Roxu put his hand out to the side, ordering them all to come in. Hans raised his hand to his chin, saying that he had contacted the family, but it seemed to him that it was better to get ahead of the royal family in this, so he reported this through the magical communication device. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying that he spent a little on this matter. The young man praised him. Hans looked at Rosalind standing next to him. The hero realized that he had found out everything. Roxu raised his eyebrows, telling him to continue. Hans put his hands behind his back, saying that he ordered the servants of the estate to keep their mouths shut about Mrs. Rosalind. The girl looked at him, saying that he was a great guy. The protagonist smiled, looking at Rosalind and thinking that they had not yet agreed, so it was better to remain silent. Hans opened his mouth, informing the young master that he had made a report, but later he would have to personally contact the family through a communication device, otherwise the head would come here himself. There was a vase of flowers on the red nightstand. The young man looked away, thinking that this was quite in his father's style. Hans said that he would meet with the manager of this palace and talk. Roxu sat on the edge of the bed, saying that this was good. The door slammed shut. The black dragon looked up at the hero, saying that there were no recording devices inside. The boy thought that although it was not noticeable, he was doing a great job of carrying out assignments. A place where members of the royal families of other countries stayed. In such places, recording devices were installed for the sake of cooperation or something else, a common occurrence. The dragon reached out with his paw to the dark grapes. The boy decided that they could talk about anything here. Rosalind smiled, saying that it was good to be safe. Roxu looked at her, saying that this was her admirable trait. The protagonist thought that sound silencing magic was cast. He turned his head to the side where Han stood, embarrassed. Roxu raised his eyebrows, asking him to speak. The hero bowed his head. Han looked up at him, embarrassed. A blush appeared on his face. Han lowers his head, saying that the mage appeared exactly where Cal said, so he was going to kill him. Serious cats are standing near several legs, and it turns out, his henchmen attacked. Han reaches for his weapon, and it is suggested that they rushed at him with complete readiness to die. The boy holds the tip of his sword in front of him, noting that people dear to him died or almost died because of these people. He has a terrifying look when he reminds them of today. He and another man go into battle. It is asked if he missed them. The boy, looking away, gives an affirmative answer. Cal looks questioningly when it turns out that he was only able to cut off the enemy's left hand. Han frowns, saying that the hand was bothering him, so he burned it. Suddenly the man would come back and reattach it. The young master tenses, mentally wondering if this is fatal for a mage, an extremely strong damage considering that mages need to cast spells with both hands so as not to create an imbalance. A phrase is heard that Han should have killed that man. He puts his hands together, apologizing. Cal awkwardly says that he tried. Eric and the little cat are worried that they are not going unnoticed. A question is asked about whether the man exploded. The kittens climb on the boy, and Cal asks about the enemy's subordinates. Han remembers the battlefield, saying that he decided to eliminate them, so he dealt with them carefully. The red cat shivers, hiding his muzzle, and a phrase is heard about Han better to be careful so as not to cause problems later. Cal calmly clarifies if he destroyed any buildings, thinking that if he exploded and destroyed a building and the area next to it, he may have to deal with the consequences. A dark aura emanates from Han, and he answers negatively, because he tried his best not to cause damage to buildings and the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, the gray animal jumps up from its place. It runs to the others. The little dragon calms both cats down, and the thought that they are afraid of Khan is voiced. Smiling, Cal praises the boy. A statement is made that everyone has done an incredible job today. The young master crosses his legs, saying that thanks to Khan, everyone survived. Rosalind smiles when she is praised too. The young people look at him with interest. The gray cat begins to lick himself. The girl looks pleased. The little dragon turns his gaze to the side, stating that Cal has also tried. The young man smiles sweetly at him. Closing his eyes, he agrees with his thought. Cal says contentedly that they should get a reward. The door opens when one of the people present is told to go out. Approaching Cal's bed, Albert asks if he is feeling okay. He tenses up when the young man begins to talk sarcastically. Cal, all beaming, thanks him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Albert asserts that the young gentleman has now been left for sanatorium treatment, having been acquitted. Smiling, he says that it was revealed that Cal possesses an ancient power, but it was also noted that it is not such a strong ancient power of the defensive type. Cal seriously examines his fingers when he is asked if this is what he wanted. The nightstand by his bed is shown, and it is said about a weak but young nobleman's son who spoke out for the kingdom. The small dragon looks at him suspiciously, and Albert says that he will pass on to Cal both the rumors about him and the report on the current situation through the butler. The guy tenses up, remembering something. The thought sounds that he now clearly understood that the young man is not a human. It is reflected in the blue eyes. Cal is taken aback when he is asked if he is a human. The young master looks at his interlocutor in confusion. He becomes awkward and mentally asks what kind of question this is. Albert clears his throat. Closing his eyes, he comes to the conclusion that Cal is human after all. He points to himself, saying that they are both human. The little dragon gets angry, saying that the blonde is not human. He seriously states that this is a creature with an aura that he sees for the first time in his great 4-year dragon life. Cal thoughtfully realizes that in 4 years the little animal has seen dragons, lyles, as well as recently met representatives of the cat and wolf species. It is dark outside, and the thought sounds that the crown prince does not belong to any of these species. Albert is surprised when the young man asks if there is something unusual about people, and decides that since they all live together, they are people. The guy looks away, remembering something. Cal tenses, hearing the same remark again. It turns out that at the dinner party, Albert thought for a long time whether he was right or not. It is reported that a strange smell is felt near the young master. Cal looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Roxu brought his hand to his nose, sniffed it, and said that he had just washed himself. The blonde closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. He crossed his arms and said that for two people who understood each other perfectly, there was no point in keeping meaningless masks. Roxu looked at Albert when he asked what the protagonist wanted. Roxu held a glass of wine in his hand. He was a notorious scoundrel throughout the Northeast. He was completely removed from the position of heir, but he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction with this, and there were no signs of any discord in the family either. Albert sat by the bed and thought about the fact that the only thing known about the protagonist is that he is a bad person who just likes to have fun, and who becomes a dog as soon as he gets drunk. The blonde looked away and thought that he had never seen a bad person in front of him before, and now he would check it out. Roxu, with a slight smile, asked Albert to say what he expected from him. The blonde man raised one hand and asked the protagonist not to say anything to the aristocrats. Albert crossed his arms and added that Roxu should also praise the royal family from time to time, especially the crown prince's heart of gold. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that what happened today was quite a shameful stain on the royal family. Roxu narrowed his eyes and thought that they would get into trouble if the nobility started to bring this up, so Albert made it a condition of the reward. And since the protagonist was from the central county of Henidus, the crown prince could very well make these conditions. The blonde man smiled and guessed that Roxu had not shown his best today. The protagonist grinned and confirmed it. There was a plate of grapes on the table, and Roxu thought that he remembered from a book that the crown prince was much more knowledgeable about ancient powers than other people. The protagonist touched his face and thought that Albert had received the ancient power of the healing star from his mother. Roxu looked at the blonde when he asked what he wanted. The crown prince, with a slight smile, offered the protagonist something for the family, an investment in the seacoast and the stabilization of the power of the Northeast. Roxu shook his head and said that all this was not for him. The protagonist put his hand on his chest. He smiled and asked Albert to give him a reward that would be due to him personally. The blonde laughed. He smiled and thought that he understood the intentions of this scoundrel. A tall palace was visible. Albert thought that Roxu lived as a bad person, but all living beings want to rise as high as possible and get their hands on everything. For them it is more important than family and loved ones. Albert raised one hand and offered the protagonist a title or an order. Roxu closed his eyes and smiled. The blonde sweated in bewilderment when the protagonist said that he wanted money. Roxu, with a confident smile, explained that he wanted to be rewarded with money, not a title or an order. The protagonist looked at the black dragon and thought that titles and orders were empty, and cash was perfect. He crossed his arms and thought that money could be put to much better use: food, land, any material possessions. Roxu smiled, thinking that the next ancient power after the sound of the wind would be easier to appropriate if he spent a lot on it. Albert raised his hand and asked if the protagonist needed money for a drink. Roxu closed his eyes and asked how the crown prince knew this. Albert opened his mouth and furrowed his brows in shock. The blonde stood up and said that based on the report he would receive tomorrow, he would tell the protagonist a suitable amount to pay. Roxu frowned, asking if Albert would visit him again. The protagonist beamed with happiness, saying that it was an immense honor for him. Albert turned pale, his mouth open in shock. The crown prince turned away and waved his hand, telling Roxu to rest well. The black dragon approached Roxu and called him. The monster looked up and asked if there was any other power besides mana that could dye hair. The protagonist laid down on the pillow, ignoring the black dragon's questions. Roxu closed his eyes and thought that from now on, he was an ordinary patient. There was a blue sky above the palace. Hands bowed, entering the protagonist's room. The butler handed over a sealed envelope and reported that Ron had left as expected. Roxu took the envelope. He looked down, reading the letter. The man was sitting on a tree branch. Ron wrote in the letter that he would send the protagonist reports once a month, and that he did not expect Roxu to hide such a power. Ron frowned. He wrote in the letter that Han had informed him of the man's appearance. Golden patterns were visible on the furniture. Ron reported that Bikros had also been informed of this information. The protagonist was lying in bed, looking at a piece of paper. He put the letter on the nightstand, and Han said that he was saying goodbye. Roxu closed his eyes and thought with a slight smile that now the retired assassin and his son knew what Radhika looked like. The protagonist opened his eyes and came to the conclusion that Radhika would die as soon as she caught Ron's eye. It was a sunny day. Eric frowned and said that he heard that the protagonist was very sick. Roxu remained silent, closing his eyes. He adjusted the blanket and said that there was no strength in his body at all. Roxu brought his hand to his stomach and added that he felt a strong heaviness inside, and he thought that he had only been lying and eating all day. The protagonist closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that he could not eat another bite. Eric raised his hand, saying that Roxu could ask for something if he needed something, and the green-haired girl agreed with these words. The protagonist smiled and nodded his head. The cats closed their eyes. There was a luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and Roxu asked if they had come for anything other than visiting a sick man. The three of them exchanged glances. Eric handed the protagonist an envelope and said that they had changed the proposal for investing in the northeastern coast. Roxu took the document in his hands, and the boy added that they had brought it with them since they had decided to visit the protagonist at the palace. Roxu opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of papers. Amber and Gilbert silently looked at the protagonist, who concluded that they had firmly decided to build a naval base. Eric raised his hand and said that the news would soon reach Hennitas County along with the proposal. The boy nodded in agreement when Roxu asked if they planned to meet with the Crown Prince. Eric said that they had agreed to meet tonight. The protagonist began to shuffle through the papers, while Eric said that they could move on to serious action if the other side showed interest. Sitting on the bed, Roxu said that everything would work out. He placed the envelope on the blanket and said that from now on they could send such documents through the servants and not even come to visit the protagonist in person every time. The protagonist's mouth dropped in surprise when Eric disagreed and said that Roxu should know everything. Amber and Gilbert walked away and Eric told Roxu to rest. A red-haired girl and a man in black clothes were sitting by the protagonist's bed. Roxu was scratching his neck with his eyes closed. Han lowered his head with his hands behind his back. He frowned tensely when the protagonist told him to go. Rosalind, who was sitting on a chair, called out to Roxu. The protagonist looked at her, and she said that she really needed Han and Luke. Roxu frowned and thought that because Rosalind's true identity had been revealed to the crown, she needed to return to the Breck Kingdom as soon as possible, and that with the news that she was alive, there would definitely be an attempt to change the status of the assassination attempt on her from failed to successful. Rosalind sweated nervously while the protagonist thought that there was no way the woman could return alone, and that with what happened this time. It turned out that Rosalind was a top-level mage, and the enemy would send appropriate forces to intercept her. Luke peeked out from around the corner, and Roxu concluded that for this reason, Rosalind needed people of equal strength. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if there was any reason to apologize, since Rosalind had helped them in a very difficult situation, and they should repay her in kind. A drop of sweat ran down Lack's cheek, and Roxu said that Rosalind was like an older sister to him. Han stood still, and the protagonist added that she had become a good friend to him. Rosalind smiled and thanked Roxu for those words. Han looked away and said that he had to protect the protagonist. Roxu smiled and thought that with Han gone, it would be easier to move around, and during the war, he would be able to hide safely. Roxu spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would never die. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought with a grin that he would save up a lot of money and become so strong that escaping would be easy for him, and he would live comfortably. The black dragon lay near the two cats, and Roxu thought that with such protection, Han himself would most likely be just an extra burden. Han raised his hand and concluded that he was worried for nothing, and the protagonist nodded. Lack tensed up when Roxu called him and beckoned with his finger. The youth approached the protagonist. Roxu looked at him and said that he would take care of his young ones, so Lack could go with Rosalind and come to this land in 3 months. Lack sat down on a chair in shock. The protagonist frowned and asked if the youth had asked about their deal. Roxu took the scroll in his hand and told Lack to come to Hennitas County, where the protagonist would be with his young ones. Lack looked at the piece of paper, and Roxu said that he must definitely return. The protagonist put his hand on the youth's shoulder and repeated that Lack had 3 months and a place to return to. Lack smiled happily and shouted that he would definitely return within the specified time. Roxu looked at the book floating in the air and thought that the story had already changed a lot, but he still wanted it to at least roughly follow its script, and then the information he knew would not be useless and he could use it. The three silently looked at the protagonist, who was thinking that he was sorry that he could not send by Crossu with Ron, but when the butler returned from his vacation, he could send them together. Someone entered the room. Hans approached Roxu and called him. The butler was holding a scroll, saying that the king wanted to give the protagonist a medal. There was a table by the window. The protagonist reached out for the scroll. Roxu looked at the document where his title was written. The protagonist covered his pale face with his hand and thought that he had expected this, but it was attracting too much attention. A week later, a carriage with horses was driving through the Glory Square. The door suddenly opened. Roxu walked towards the arch and the black dragon said that they hadn't been here for a long time. A bright sphere was visible above the houses. The girls looked at the protagonist with admiration. A dark-haired young man walked next to Roxu. The protagonist frowned with tension when someone called him loudly. The locals looked at Roxu and loudly discussed him. The dark-haired man smiled and cleared his throat. He smiled widely and said that the protagonist was nicknamed the Silver Young Master. The young man put his hands on his waist and added that it was customary to give decent people decent nicknames. Roxu frowned his thin eyebrows and thought that he definitely did not need such annoying and embarrassing nicknames. The protagonist crossed his arms and said with a smile that if he drank here and acted like usual, then people would definitely stop calling him that. Roxu's eyes widened when his companion reminded him that he had not yet recovered, so he should refrain from drinking. The protagonist clenched his fists and thought that he had indeed not officially recovered yet and his recovery was not complete. Roxu remembered stretching his hand up and thought that he had suffered from overexerting his unprepared body while using the ancient power. The protagonist looked at his palms and thought that this was the only way he had miraculously stopped the explosion from the magic bombs. Roxu sat on the bed while the voice from the purple orb asked if the protagonist was able to see their faces. Roxu furrowed his brows when the voice said that his father would kill them. The man furrowed his brows and added that the Henidus were not sitting still because they were weak, and that they had not done anything until now because they were very strong. Roxu looked at his hand and thought that Darith was telling the truth and that when the protagonist left the palace and returned to the estate, no one dared to come to him. The protagonist remembered the embarrassed faces of Eric, Amber, and Gilbert and thought that even they were afraid and that it was very good because of that. The man in uniform turned to Roxu and called him. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and asked if he needed to prove his identity. The guard extended his hand to the side and said that Roxu could pass. The protagonist passed by the man and wished him a good job. The guard blushed as he watched the protagonist go. There were many round tables in the square. The protagonist walked up the stairs. Eric smiled and waved. Roxu said with a slight smile that they were early after all. The protagonist sat down at the table with them. The people turned around and Roxu thought that everyone here heard only one thing. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that these people had heard that he had given up the order, a symbol of honor, and given it to another person. Amber looked at Roxu, who thought that he had also come to attend this event without having fully recovered. The protagonist's face was serious. There were white clouds in the sky, and someone said that the weather was so good today because of the people who had left them. The protagonist looked away with a smile. Amber smiled sheepishly and said that it was because of Roxu's feelings. The protagonist raised one eyebrow in confusion. They were sitting at a round table, and Roxu asked what she was talking about. Amber sat next to the protagonist, asking if he was leaving tomorrow. The girl smiled and said that they would see each other on their lands. Roxu looked at Amber and said that he wanted to see the sea, and the girl asked if he was talking about the sanatorium treatment. The protagonist closed his eyes and nodded, and thought that he was safe and sound and wanted to go there to become stronger. Amber put her hands on the table, asking if there was another reason, and Roxu confirmed it. Eric was smiling. Gilbert looked at Roxu. Amber was also smiling, and the protagonist thought that after this day was over, perhaps the aristocracy would hear another piece of news. Roxu smiled and thought that it would be the news of the development and sponsorship of the Northeast Naval Base, and that this news would be conveyed to everyone gathered here. Gilbert and Amber said with smiles that they were counting on Roxu very much. A blonde man was sitting on the throne. The young man was holding a golden microphone inside. The protagonist turned around. Someone stood at the microphone. The bearded man extended his hand to the side and said that they had gathered here again to declare that they were not suppressed by fear. The people looked at Jed. The king frowned and said that many people had shown great courage, thanks to which they were able to protect their land as they had protected their entire history. Roxu sweated and thought that he imagined that he met Jed's eyes. The sky was blue above the houses. Golden gates were visible. Roxu sat on the bed while the black dragon said that he did not feel the power of any god from these people. The protagonist imagined the face of the crown prince, whom the dragon called the most unusual creature among them. Roxu was amazed that the royal family of Krosman did not have the hereditary power of a god. The black dragon looked closely at the protagonist, who decided to feign ignorance. The pet smiled happily when Roxu suggested that they keep it only their secret. The dragon hovered in the air, listening to the king, who said that he was now going to award an order to those who distinguished themselves with courage. Jed pinned the medal on the warrior's chest. The knights knelt down. The protagonist clapped his hands, and the black dragon said that humans were strange. Benian walked up to Rox and called him. The blonde looked at the protagonist silently. They were at an empty round table, and the protagonist thought that quite a few nobles had returned to their lands, finding the situation too dangerous due to terrorism, and that mostly the heirs of the main houses of each region remained here. Roxu silently looked at Benian, who asked if he regretted giving up the order. The protagonist adjusted the sleeve of his jacket, not understanding why the blonde needed this information. The dragon furrowed his brows, saying that he wanted to kill Benian, and Roxu thought that this was not the place to do that. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that he gave up the order because he did not want to be recorded in history. Roxu imagined the books on the table and thought that on the top floor of the Royal Palace Library, there were records of the king of the current era, and these records indicated the heroes who had ever received the order, and since these heroes who received the order received a monthly reward, their location and movements were always tracked. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought with a smile that for some it might be an honor, but for him it would be a shackle. Roxu put his hand on the chair and thought that a war would soon begin. He wondered in his mind who would remember what happened in this square for a long time in such circumstances. The protagonist asked what he would regret. He imagined chains and thought that what was not written down would be forgotten. Roxu stood up, thinking that there was nothing to regret because he had already received a pretty good reward, and asked if Benian thought that the main thing was to stay alive. The wind blew. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was simple and not too brave to deserve the order. Roxu turned away, and Benian looked at him silently. The king stood at the microphone, saying that this was the end of today's reward. He raised his hand and added that he would never forget these minutes. Roxu frowned when Jed said that he would always remember their heroism. There was a bright sphere above the county. Someone picked up a flower. The bouquet was lying on the ground. Eric, Gilbert, and Amber were praying with their eyes closed. The protagonist's eyes were also closed. The crown prince raised his hands. Roxu imagined a white flower and thought that Albert said that he could not come to today's ceremony. The protagonist frowned and thought that he still decided to come because he knew the severity of loss. He put his hand on his chest. Roxu turned around when Eric called him. The blonde youth sweated from fear and asked if the protagonist had overexerted himself and if his heart hurt. Eric awkwardly scratched the back of his head when he realized that everything was fine, and Roxu smiled. Under the protagonist's clothes, the golden card that he received from the crown prince as a reward was shining. Roxu thought that he was entitled to exactly 2 purchases, be it 2 loaves of bread or 2 mountains. The protagonist imagined a gold coin and thought that regardless of the value or cost of the item being purchased, this card entitled him to exactly 2 purchases. Roxu placed his hand on his chest, thinking that Albert was more generous than he seemed, although he probably gave him the card, wondering what the protagonist could buy. Roxu smirked and guessed that the crown prince wanted to test how much he could spend, but he was thinking in the wrong direction. The dragon looked at the protagonist and asked what he was up to again. Roxu looked at the pet, who asked him to be careful. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully. In the distance, a mustachioed man was standing. 2 girls were sitting at the table. Roxu turned away and thought that this attention would also soon die down after he left the capital. The next day, there was a plate of food on the table. The dragon placed his paws on the table, asking what the protagonist was going to do with it. Roxu was rolling black balls on the surface of the table. He touched his face and said with a smile that he was going to destroy the whirlpool. Roxu thought that this was not part of his plans, because he wanted to deal with the whirlpool with the shield and life energy. He looked at the dragon and thought that he did not have a black dragon back then, but now he does, so there is no need to overload himself. The protagonist looked at the pets and said that they should eat their fill. He looked at the cats sleeping in an embrace and said that they definitely hit the jackpot because they stole something. Roxu held a glass of wine in his hand and, propping his head with his other hand, asked if he had been famous lately. Bilos closed his eyes and answered that the guy really was famous. He immediately asked if Roxu could drink, to which the guy smirked and asked if he needed to put on a show in front of the boy as well. Bilos put his hand on the bottle of wine and smiled. He poured wine into Roxu's glass and said that he had safely received back the items the guy had rented. There was a short pause between them. Bilos placed the box on the table and said that he brought the thing that the protagonist asked for. He moved the box closer to the boy. Roxu grinned, holding a glass in his hand and thinking that the best way to use the gold card was to buy time. He also thought about who was the real threat to the Rowan kingdom. Putting his hand on the box, he thought that these were creatures that were dangerous not only to Rowan, but also to the countries located in the north-central region. The boy explained that he decided to buy time for the moment of the arrival of the Knights of the North. More precisely, he looked at Bilos and thought that there was someone more serious than the Knights of the North, the Central Empire of the Western Continent, the Killer of Magicians, and also the Queen of the Jungle in the South. Roxu thought about getting as far away from all this as possible. He made the decision to buy time. He did not know what would happen if he were alone, but now he had supporters. He immediately looked at the cats. At that very moment, he called out to Bilos. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and asked if the boy was directly involved in trade. Bilos replied that he was not, since there had been talk lately. After a short silence, he spread his arms out to the sides and said that the Western continent was on the verge of exploding, but the merchants said that easy money could be made then. Roxu coldly replied that merchants were always in business as soon as money appeared on the horizon. He raised his glass and said that the kingdom of Viper would soon be turned upside down and asked if Bilos had guessed this. The boy replied that this was precisely why he was thinking about what he could make money on, taking advantage of the moment. He was silent for a while and asked the protagonist what would be valued most. Roxu closed his eyes and grinned and replied that people. He looked at the glass and thought that the Union of Magicians would lose the civil war and the magic tower would fall. He immediately wondered what would happen to the remaining mages in that case. He thought that not all mages would die in the Civil War. The protagonist thought about the country with the largest production of magical devices on the entire Western continent. Although there were many mages living there who would prefer to stay away from both politics and power, the Civil War would still knock the ground out from under their feet. But this, in turn, is the goal. Crown Prince Albert, Roxu thought, putting his hand on his head. The protagonist thought that the character remembered for having built the once fallen magic tower in another place was a high-level sorceress, Rosalind. Bilos said, "Did Roxu really think that mages would fall?" Roxu thought that they should fall, because only in this way the Kingdom of Viper could move towards the future. His only goal was different. The Kingdom of Viper is the country with the largest production of magic devices in the entire Western continent, and also the country where the best magic devices are made. Roxu's goal was all the items that would remain there after the Civil War. The protagonist looked at Bilos and asked to be informed once the magic tower falls. The boy crossed his arms and asked to know the reason. Roxu replied that he would know when the time came. Bilos hesitated and sheepishly replied that he was already looking forward to it. The protagonist grinned and thought that he was too. He looked at the boy and thought that the second purchase would give him time to protect himself from danger, although the purchase would cost a pretty penny. Roxu took a sip and thought that the money would not be his anyway. Bilos replied that he would contact the boy again, to which Roxu replied that he would wait. He placed the empty glass on the table. He exhaled in relief and leaned his elbows on the back of the sofa. Then he looked away in surprise. He saw a mud doll and asked what it was. It said that it felt the power of a god, and Roxu thought it was a crazy priestess. Through the voice, he recognized Cage. The doll answered, "Did Roxu really recognize it?" Cage said that this doll was connected to her consciousness, but it was disposable, so the conversation was only allowed once. The protagonist thought that this was to be expected from the abilities of a man called a necromancer. He turned to the dragon and thought that Taylor had taken off his invisibility, and the dragon knew that the doll could not see. The guy wondered how strong he really was. The doll replied that they were leaving the capital today. She climbed onto the couch and asked Roxu if he did not like the fact that they contacted him like that. Roxu nodded indignantly. Cage said that Taylor asked to tell him that when he gets his place back, or rather, rises to a higher level, then he will come to repay Roxu for his mercy. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and said that it was not necessary. Cage replied that when she and Taylor achieve what they want, they will find a suitable place to convey this news to Roxu. The guy exhaled heavily and said that they should do as they wish. Cage smiled and wished the guy good health. She immediately disappeared. The dragon happily asked if he would be able to take revenge then, to which Roxu nodded. The dragon looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. The protagonist thought that when Beni and Sten and the current Marquis were in the most desperate and terrifying situation, then it would be time for revenge. Roxu smiled as he poured himself some wine and looked at the happy dragon, then said that he would be free to do whatever he wanted. He took the glass in his hand and wondered if the dragon was really that happy. The protagonist took a sip and thought that the dragon was truly a bloodthirsty fellow. Meanwhile, Roxu had a hard night ahead, accompanied instead of a lullaby by a story about revenge, as the black dragon imagined it. Rosalind handed the dragon the primer of the language of the Rowan Kingdom and the textbook of the official international language of the continent. The dragon placed his paws on them and thanked her. He lay down on the books and said that he was great, so he would learn the letters in no time. Rosalind laughed and called him great. The girl said that she wished him to get an amazing name as soon as possible, and the dragon replied that he would ask him to come up with a name for him. The girl turned to the window and saw Roxu, who was looking straight at her. She smiled and said that it seemed that the master understood that they were talking about him. The dragon immediately snorted. The protagonist stood in front of Khan. Whack put his fist to his chest and said that he would definitely return, having become stronger. He stroked the children on the head and told them to obey the master in everything and think carefully about what he said, because it would determine their future. The children said that they must become stronger. Khan called out to the protagonist. He said that if a magician showed up, he should immediately order the dragon to kill him. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and ordered the dragon to immediately cut off the head from the shoulders, so that it would not turn out like Khan with a useless cutting off of the arm. He said that if you attack with everything possible and run away, the chances of survival increase. Roxu looked at him with a cold look. He extended his palm forward and asked to stop the useless chatter. He smiled and asked Hana to take care of his safety. Hana smirked slightly and said, "Of course." The protagonist looked back as he left. He quickly climbed into the carriage with the cats. The boy abruptly closed the door with a loud bang. He sat on the seat, leaning his elbows on the back, while the dragon lay next to him. Roxu turned to the coachman and said that it was time to go. He looked out the window with indifference. The servants who saw him off wished him a safe return and hoped to meet again. The servant girl shouted that she would wait for the day when they would see each other again. Roxu abruptly closed the curtains in the carriage. He exhaled heavily and thought that these were terrible words because he had no thought of returning to the capital. They rode forward under the scorching sun. After a long time, Hong shouted that he smelled of salt. The carriage passed by a waterfall. He immediately asked if it was the sea. Roxu took an orange ball out of his pocket. He asked if it really contained all the mana that was extracted from the bombs. The dragon replied that it did, and now it was possible to create a new magic bomb. The protagonist smiled, turning to him. The carriage dangerously passed over a cliff. He saw this and screamed with joy that the cliff was very steep. The Cliff of the Wind, considered the most beautiful landmark of the Ubar lands, along with the islands that peek out of the sea beyond the whirlpool. Roxu looked out the window and thought that the mage killer, after drifting through the sea, would end up on one of these islands and then discover the sound of the wind. A character who was considered to have supernatural power, the most terrifying on the entire western continent and superior in strength to Lack, a smart savage. The terrifying monster was called Tyrant Tunka. Roxu thought that according to the novel's scenario, there should still be enough time before he appeared in the windbreak. The protagonist grinned, searching for something in his jacket pocket and thought that he needed to get the power faster than Tunk. Suddenly, he turned to the side. The cat saw many fins in the sea through the window. Roxu asked fearfully if they were whales. He watched them and thought that they were not whales. He thought that it was some kind of migration because there were so many whales swimming in the northern direction. The guy said that he felt a powerful force. With a cold look, he looked ahead and wondered why a bad feeling never deceived him. After some time, the carriage stopped. Worried, Hans approached Roxu. He asked if the guy was seasick, to which the protagonist put his hand to his head and replied that he was uneasy. Hans laughed and said that the cliff of the coast was steep, it was natural to be worried, but their coachman was a veteran of his craft, so he asked not to worry. Roxu looked ahead with a cold look. The servant pointed at the coachman with a smile on his face. Lord Roxu was called from behind. The protagonist turned around and greeted Lady Amber. The guy in armor approached the girl. He said that the man Amber saved had regained consciousness, to which the girl was surprised. Wait a second. Roxu turned back in confusion. Words about the man who was saved flashed through his mind. Roxu looked at Amber and thought that this could not be true. The girl said that a few days ago they were patrolling the coastline and saved a man and apparently he had regained consciousness. A bad feeling did not leave the protagonist. He looked at Amber in fear and she said that when that man was sucked into the whirlpool, she was wondering what to do. She smiled and said that she remembered Roxu's actions in the square and decided to save the man. She crossed her arms and asked if human life was valuable, to which the protagonist replied that it was. Amber smiled and said that she knew the young master would answer that way. The girl said that the man, judging by his clothes and physique, was from the Nut Kingdom. Roxu thought that it was definitely Tunka, a non-magic faction that fights against the mages. The mage faction ignores them and perceives them as savages, but in this world there is no such thing. Roxu thought that all humans have the same intelligence and the difference is only in how they historically grew and developed in different conditions over the course of many years. He thought that non-mages were able to seize control of the mountains and banks of the raging rivers of the Nut Kingdom without using magic, because they are focused on the physical development of their bodies. The people are rebelling because they want to destroy the existing kingdom, which was created only for the convenience of magicians and return to its former glory. From the outside, it seemed like barbarians were trying to take over the kingdom, but they are free people. People are just using their instincts to overthrow the kingdom of logic. Roxu thought about the problem that Tunka is dumber than a rock. The protagonist scratched his head and thought how a savage can be smart, although there was something like that in the novel, but in his eyes Tunka is a stupid simpleton with immeasurable strength. He thought that stupid people are scary people because it is impossible to even argue with him. Amber smiled and asked the young master not to worry because the man quickly recovers. The protagonist grinned and said that he is not worried, he would even prefer that his recovery be long. Then he thought that he will not meet Tunka before he leaves. The protagonist exhaled heavily. He covered his face with his hand and asked Amber to show them their rooms. The girl asked if the boy was okay since he had not fully recovered, to which Roxu replied that he was still in the process of recovery. Amber turned around and asked him to hurry. The four of them looked at the stairs and Roxu wondered why Tunka had appeared so early. He thought that Bilos was talented, but why was he so sure that a civil war would break out? The boy wondered how the boy knew about it so early. The protagonist trusted these words because he knew Bilos' sincere abilities, but the boy was accepted as an illegitimate son, so his ability to gather information was limited. The fact that Bilos knew about the Civil War meant that history was changing. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently and thought that the Civil War would break out earlier than in the novel. He didn't understand why the events had sped up, because if you think about it that way, everything falls into place. First, Tunka was shipwrecked. Amber said that most likely his ship was destroyed by a magical attack when he was returning from the north, having gained strength. Roxu thought that this part of the story had not changed. Everyone went into the house and the servant who met Roxu said that he would see him off. The power that makes magicians tremble with fear, the pinnacle of human physical strength. The protagonist saw pictures on the wall with the sea, mountains, deserts, jungles, volcanoes and glaciers and thought that Tunka had survived all of this. He thought that magicians who use mana, the power of nature, would never be able to defeat such a person. Roxu thought that maybe the dragon could kill Tunka. The dragon asked the guy what he was thinking. The protagonist thought that the dragon could destroy Tunka with one blow. He called out to the dragon. He asked the man what happened. Roxu asked the black dragon to stay with him for a while and not fly away. The dragon replied that it would do what it wanted and flew next to him. The protagonist thought that the dragon said one thing and did another. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and thought that he would be staying in the most luxurious room, the existence of which hardly fits the image of this village, because the head of the Ubar family had built this building not so long ago. The dragon immediately curled up on the bed. The protagonist thought that Amaru's mother, the head of the Ubar territory, had already planned the development of the zone when she built her residence. The guy slowly walked around the room. He thought that after 10 years, her dream was finally becoming a reality. He went out to the balcony and thought that the Gilbert family had spent a lot of time to draw them in and receive the protection of the Wilsman family. For thousands of years, the waters under the cliff were seething with multiple whirlpools. Because of this, it is far from easy for the people of Ubar to go out to sea even if they really wanted to. However, there is a reason why the head of the territory considers it important. Roxu explained that because of the crescent-shaped coastline, the village is located in the center between two cliffs, making it easy for boats to dock and depart. The protagonist leaned on the railing and thought that the differently shaped islands in the village field of view made for a beautiful landscape. He turned to the side and thought that he should visit the smallest island in the morning because the sound of the wind was right behind it. It was a quiet but chaotic power, as Tunka described the sound of the wind in the novel. Roxu thought that this was exactly what he was looking for, the power to leave quietly, wreaking havoc among the strong. The protagonist grinned and thought that he was looking forward to the morning. As night fell, Roxu sat on the couch and children came to him, bringing seafood and saying that Bikros had prepared it especially for him because the boy loved the sea very much. The children wished the protagonist a pleasant appetite. The waiter brought him a lot of delicious food on the table. The boy put a plate of fish on the table for him. He wished the boy a pleasant appetite. Roxu thanked them and said that it was a great idea to send them to the kitchen to help Bikros. The boy turned to the waiter and asked happily if he was coming. The man looked sadly over his shoulder at Roxu. As he left, he looked at the table full of food. The protagonist grinned and thought that the man made a great nanny. As he got off the carriage, one of the children said to him. He put his hand on his chest and said loudly that they all wanted to work too. The protagonist looked at the boy who raised his hand and added that Brother Luck told them that it was not good to suck on the master like leeches. All the children who were standing behind him began to nod vigorously. Roxu looked at them and thought. After a short pause, he said that they could go to the kitchen and help Bikros. Hearing this, the boy was surprised. After a few seconds, he raised his hands, clenched into fists, and said that he thought it would be better for them to help the knights and also train, but they would try very hard and work hard. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that the boys were still children, so it was too early for them to do dangerous nightly work, so let them go to the kitchen and peel the vegetables, and also help with small things. As soon as the boy heard this, he smiled warmly and said that the master was really like Brother Luck. The next second, he raised his hand and said loudly that they would try, and his brother, holding his hand, added that they would do their best. In the kitchen, the boys began to help. Bikros supervised how they worked and checked everything. After a while, one of the boys came up and asked if he did well. Bikros turned around and was horrified by what he saw. Leaving the memories, the protagonist looked at Bikros with a grin and said to himself that he made a great nanny. Bikros saw this and looked at the master with a very depressed look. After a couple of dozen minutes, Roxu loudly thanked the cook for the food because it was very tasty. Bikros heard the gratitude and stopped. A few seconds later, he quietly answered, yes. The protagonist heard this and held a fork in his mouth with a sly smile. There was still food on the table. He and Hong suddenly crawled out from under the sofa. Roxu looked at the door through which Bikros left and asked why he was trying to replace his father. There was no need to take out the food himself. At this time, Bikros was preparing food, but all ready for the guys who helped him in the kitchen. The protagonist continued to say that whenever the opportunity arises, he does the work that his father should do. Then he added that thanks to this, he does not feel at all that Ron's place is empty. After these words, Roxu looked to the side and called everyone to eat. The kittens immediately jumped on the table and meowed happily. The black dragon also heard this and appeared on the bed. He didn't think long either and threw himself on the table with food. Morning had come. The ship was getting ready to sail. The main character stood in front of it and greeted the captain, who in response spread his arms and greeted the gentleman warmly. The next second, the old man put his hands on his hips and said loudly that he just needed to be trusted because they would take the main character to the central island safe and sound. Amr stood next to him and confirmed these words, adding that the captain was an amazing person, capable of taking him anywhere in the Ubar Sea. After a short pause, she sadly lowered her head and apologized for not being able to sail with Roxu because she had a lot of work to do. The main character spread his hands and said with a smile on his face that everything was fine because it was enough to introduce him to this amazing fisherman. The next second, the captain asked if he understood correctly that there would be 3 passengers. Yes, the main character firmly answered and called 2 comrades to follow him. The old man joyfully shouted, inviting them on board. The gentleman slowly walked up the gangway. The captain of the ship extended his hand to the protagonist. Bickrose followed him onto the ship. The protagonist immediately addressed him. He spread his arms and said that, as it turned out, very rare fish were caught in the nets around the island, so he was sure that this was an excellent opportunity to expand his taste palette. Bickrose thanked the gentleman with a very depressed look. Hans saw them off. He was holding on and Han in his arms, who were shouting that they hated water. The next second, the butler called out to the gentleman. While the kittens were crawling onto his neck, he wished them a safe journey with a smile on his face. Roxu smiled and said yes. A few seconds later, a black dragon appeared. He pointed his paw to the side and said that he would fly over there. The ship sailed away. The captain immediately said that the ship might rock a little, so you need to hold on tight. The raging waves rocked the ship from side to side. He was rocking so hard that he had to hold on to everything he could. The main character was sitting on a box and holding his head. A powerful wave came over him and lifted the ship. A few seconds later, another one came over him and hit the ship from the side. The captain stood confidently on his feet and held onto the steering wheel. Suddenly, he turned to the main character, laughed loudly and asked him to look at how big the whirlpools were. The main character looked angrily at the captain and said that he was a daredevil. The vice captain was kneeling next to him. With the last of his strength, he extended his hand to the gentleman. Suddenly, the captain said that the island was straight ahead. Hearing this, the main character got to his feet and looked ahead. But there was a huge whirlpool in front of the island. The old man immediately reported it and added that it was the worst. The main character's face suddenly turned pale, and he said in his head that he seemed to be seasick. They were sailing closer and closer, and the captain was shouting that if they got into this whirlpool, they would definitely die. The captain turned to the gentleman, grinned and said that if they got into the whirlpool, they would definitely die. The main character listened to what the captain was saying with a very tense face. He was saying that there is a legend that whirlpools appeared because some thief stole something from God. He sat down on the box and took the oar. A few seconds later, he said that the boat almost capsized. Because of the strong pitching, the main character tried not to move, and his friend held his mouth so that he would not be thrown up. At this time, the captain turned to his son and jokingly told him to steer normally. The guy grinned and apologized to his father. Then the captain turned to the gentleman and wanted to say something, but the main character interrupted him. He put his hand to his pale face and suggested that they talk when they got to the island. The old man grinned, took the oar and said that Lady Amber had said the same, but they would be there soon. A few minutes later, they sailed past the largest and most dangerous whirlpool. Soon they moored on the island. The captain shouted loudly that it was time to go ashore, adding that they had arrived even better than usual. The main character got off the ship and looked away. There he saw a comrade who was sick to his stomach. Bickrose approached the master, and they both thought that their comrade seemed to be dying. The next second, Ron's son put a glove on his hand. After that, he walked towards the guy who was feeling terrible. The protagonist looked at this and asked himself in his head if these were the same gloves that he wore during torture so as not to get dirty. A few seconds later, he turned around and called out to the captain. The old man immediately ran up to the master and asked what happened. Roxu put his hands on his hips and asked him to continue the story about the thief, to which the captain agreed. Once upon a time, there lived a thief who was faster than anyone else. His steps were so light and careful that he could supposedly walk on water without even leaving a ripple behind him. But one day, he is said to have stolen something that belonged to God. After that, the old man raised his hand and asked if the gentleman knew the Cliff of the Winds, adding that that was where the thief had stolen the thing and jumped off. The next second, he pointed to the raging waters and said that that was how both the thief and the thing of God disappeared from the world, and whirlpools appeared. The captain put his hands on his hips, smiled, and said that this was why sacrifices used to take place. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if they really didn't exist anymore. After a short pause, the old man folded his arms over his chest, looked away, and answered with a question about whether, if the thing really belonged to God, he himself hadn't found it, but had preferred to mock people. Roxu grinned and said that was true. He turned away and told the captain that for now he would go and look at the island, adding in his head that this was not an object of God, but the power of man, so God could not have it. The guy, who had recently been sick to his stomach, heard the gentleman's words and extended his hand, saying that he did too. But before he could finish speaking, everything started to come out of him again. The protagonist looked at it with disgust. The next second, he exhaled heavily and called Bickrose to him. The man immediately approached the gentleman. Roxu looked at the guy and said that if he was Ron's son, then he was also hardly normal. Hearing this, Bickrose asked, "And what next?" After a short pause, the protagonist added that they needed to keep the vice captain here. Bicrose heard this, looked at the gentleman and asked if he could handle it alone. The protagonist waved his hand and asked what could be so dangerous here because he had a shield. Bicrose asked him to be careful. "I'll be back soon," Roxu said loudly. Bicrose approached his comrade who was feeling unwell and asked the gentleman to use the shield as a parting shot if it became dangerous. The protagonist heard this and grinned. In his head, he said that at the moment he needed a person. He went deep into the island and asked for his comrades, whom he had left, as a parting shot. Then he added to himself that this person should be strong, able to protect him, but without a heightened sense of duty, and also someone he could command. Bicrose was perfect. He went deeper and continued to say that this was why he had brought him with him. Roxu saw that there was a nest in the hollow of the tree in which chicks were singing. The protagonist walked forward and said to himself that there was no point in looking around because he was here only to check out the whirlpool. After a few minutes, he stopped, put his hands on his hips and said in his head that since he was flying in at night, he needed to inspect the area. Then he asked what the dragon thought about it. The black dragon sat on a tall tree and answered that the gentleman was right, adding that there was something under the whirlpool in front of this island. The next second, he sat on the guy's shoulder and added that the power was similar to the one in the cave. The protagonist waved his hand and asked, "There is no one here, really?" "No one," the dragon firmly answered, flying next to him. When suddenly he said that there were corpses. Roxu immediately stopped. After a short pause, he asked in confusion what this meant. The black dragon immediately answered that when he looked at the island from above, there were 3 corpses on the opposite side of the boat. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he tensed up and asked himself in his head where he got this feeling that if he went further, he would encounter something very annoying. The next second, the dragon said that these corpses were not people. Hearing this, Roxu put his hand to his head and said in his head that this means they are similar to people, but at the same time different from them. He held his chin, looked at the ground and said that there was only one answer. He thought for a while and asked the dragon if their arms and legs were strange. The happy dragon immediately flew up to the master and shouted that everything was exactly like that. The shape of their arms and legs was strange. Then he added that they were like fans. The protagonist stared ahead tensely and said in his head, "Webbed feet means." He imagined mermaids in his head and firmly said that this was definitely their sign. A pleasant warm wind blew the leaves in the wind. At the same time, Roxu said that this was the tribe of whales and mermaids. He slightly lowered his head and said in his head in confusion that it was not time for them to appear yet. He stared ahead, saying in his head, "No. The war between the flame of whales and mermaids. Their feud has lasted longer than the entire history of human wars." However, in the novel, it appeared at the moment when Khan contacted the whale tribe. "Hey," the protagonist called out to the dragon. The creature was not very pleased with this, so he immediately reported. Roxu looked at the dragon and asked what he should call him then, to which the creature replied that he himself would soon find out. Hearing this, the gentleman was very surprised and asked himself in his head what he was talking about. They started moving further, and the protagonist asked the dragon again if there was really no one there. Then the creature answered that there was no one alive on the island, as well as in the ocean. Roxu stopped again, put his hands on his hips and ordered to show him the way. At the same time, he said in his head that he thought that he should see the remains of those mermaids, adding that he did not like to take risks, so he turned around to look at the black dragon and smiled and told him to fly ahead. A few minutes later, they reached the opposite shore. The protagonist looked in shock at what the dragon was talking about and said that it was still true. There were 3 corpses of mermaids lying near a large rock on the shore. The dragon turned to the master and asked why he did not come closer. Roxu looked at the corpses from afar and answered that he was scared. The dragon grinned at what he heard and said that he had completely forgotten that he was a weak person. Then he himself flew closer and said that, apparently, those 3 were flattened. The next second, he added that they must have died not so long ago. He examined the corpses and saw that traces of scarlet blood were visible under the membranes, so he immediately reported this to the gentleman, adding that these 3 resisted before death. The protagonist listened to this and with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, said that he was sure that the whale tribe was behind their death. Like dragons, there are not many creatures from the whale tribe. However, they are the strongest creatures in the ocean. Thanks to this, they were able to protect the water world from the mermaids. The mermaids wanted to create their own state in the ocean, but the whale tribe was not going to share their territory with anyone. All this is because they belong to the species that needs to migrate due to changes in the water. Roxu looked at the sand and said to himself that the whale tribe was small in number, but they were too strong for the mermaids to do whatever they wanted. But anyway, the mermaids suddenly started to get stronger. After a short pause, he added with some sadness in his eyes that this put the whale tribe in a difficult situation, and it was at that moment that Khan appeared and sided with the whales. This is exactly how it was written in the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero. After a few seconds, he turned around and told the dragon that it was time to go back. The black dragon flew up to the master and asked if these corpses could be left like that. Roxu looked up at the sky and answered yes, adding in his head that the whale tribe left them on the shore on purpose. Mermaid bodies do not decompose on land, but will dry out almost completely. The 3 corpses were left lying near a large rock, and the protagonist continued to say to himself that if they began to rot in the water, the smell of their bodies would spread and attract other mermaids here. Most likely, they were killed by a member of the whale tribe. Together with the dragon, they walked back to the ship. After a few seconds, Roxu said that if there were at least 2 of them, the corpses would have been thrown into the water to attract other mermaids and fight them. He walked further and said to himself that he needed to hurry, finish his work and leave this place. After a while, he came out to the ship. He immediately said that it was time to go back because there was nothing more to see here. Night fell and the light was on in the Amber Mansion. The box that Bilos gave was open. The protagonist stood on the balcony and told An and Han to guard the house. They happily twirled around the master and said that they would not let anyone in here. Roxu sat on the railing, turned to the kittens and said, "Yeah." After these words, a dragon appeared next to him who used flight magic. The protagonist was enveloped in this power and he slowly rose into the air. Together, they headed across the ocean to the right place. The protagonist looked at the water and said to himself that maybe the reason was that they were outside the city, but the water was black as pitch at night. He went down lower and with a drop of cold sweat on his face said that this only made it scarier, adding in his head that this guy, Tunka, was just crazy. The water in the ocean was raging. Tunka enjoys danger, you could even say that he is obsessed with it. Tunka stood on a huge cliff and shouted with a big smile on his face that it was his first time seeing the ocean, but it looked like it would be fun. He jumped without any equipment after saying those words. Roxu was above the raging waves and said to himself that he would certainly never do that. The black dragon looked down and asked if it was really here. The protagonist nodded silently. The waves on the cliff were raging even more. The protagonist looked at them and said that it was time to start. The next second, he put his hand in a small bag. He took out a large glowing ball with concentrated energy inside. The dragon immediately stretched out his paw and used a powerful magic technique on it. A green trail slowly enveloped the glowing ball. This was not the secret organization's magic bomb that appeared in the first and second volumes of The Hero's Birth. The protagonist looked at it with a smile and said to himself that this was even better. Around the second half of Volume 3, the Whisper Kingdom mages, who were cornered, began developing a new weapon against non-mages. Condensed mana reacts with the creator's mana and splits into many mana balls before exploding. This thing is not that strong, but the chain of explosions became useful for killing a large number of enemies. Roxu leaned over to the dragon and said that he was simply amazing to be able to create such a thing. The black dragon, continuing to use the technique, smiled contentedly and said that this was true because he was a great and almighty dragon. A few minutes later, a powerful magical aura pressed the air. The magical power completely enveloped the protagonist, and the dragon told the master not to get hurt. Roxu silently lowered his head and looked into the abyss. The next second, he released the ball from his hand. Suddenly, an explosion was heard, which caused a powerful splash of water. The protagonist had to cover his face with his hands and grit his teeth. He, enveloped in powerful energy, jumped into the water. He sank lower and lower towards the target. After a few seconds, he stopped. There were many corals around him. He slowly landed on the sand. Roxu approached the right place and was shocked, saying in his head that Tunka was crazy. In front of him was a huge stone statue. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and asked himself if Tunka had really destroyed it. Under one of the boulders, a top was spinning very quickly. It was cursing loudly in a female voice. Roxu found it and looked at it in surprise. It was spinning the air very quickly and screaming, asking why it was considered a sin to steal something created by the sacrifices of others, especially if this object eventually returned to people. Then she asked why such moral freaks had such powers. Boryu, who was the main character of the told legend, was said to be a person who stole something from God. But in truth, she did not do this. She only returned what belonged to the temple. She was drowned, her feet tied to a giant boulder at the bottom of the sea. Thus, the quietest and fastest thief met his end. She was like the wind. The water around the protagonist began to spin faster and faster. After her death, she became a top, creating whirlpools. She continued to scream that if her friend's power was here, everything would definitely be burned. At this time, Roxu opened his bag and reached into it with his hand. Hearing the words of the top, he was very surprised and asked himself in his head, did she really say power? He stopped and decided to listen to the words of the dead girl. She asked if he knew why lightning was so scary, because it only needs one single blow. There are 4 elements: an unbreakable shield, wood; the energy of the heart, wind; the sound of the wind, water; and the last power, which can only be obtained by going through destructive fire. The protagonist tiredly looked at the top and asked himself in his head if he could leave this top. The next second he looked at the device on his hand and realized that he had 3 minutes left. After that, he took out a small shovel and said to himself that he would think about it later, and now he needed to start digging. The next second, he crouched down and started digging. He quickly dug up the sand and asked himself in his head what the point of destroying an entire boulder like Tonka did when he only needed to dig under it. The voice of the dead thief was heard again, screaming that if stealing is a sin. The top spun non-stop, spinning the air and continuing to scream, asking why they proclaimed themselves sinless when they openly lied to people. She continued to scream that this world was so rotten that those with power could do whatever they wanted. At this time, the protagonist dug up the top and picked it up, saying in his head that the world really was rotten. The owner of the Sound of the Wind wanted only one thing: freedom. Suddenly, the top was enveloped in a very bright, blinding light. Roxu looked at it in surprise. At the same moment, he sharply kicked the top. Unexpectedly, the top opened up. It was necessary to destroy the top. A furious magical power was released from the destroyed top, and it said, "So the protagonist has the power of restoration." Hearing this, Roxu looked at the destroyed object in surprise and asked himself in his head, what kind of restoration power is this? Or is she talking about the energy of the heart? The next second, the magical power became even stronger, and the voice of the dead girl ordered not to get caught by the master as she did and let him be free. A blinding shine appeared in the chest of the protagonist. Pain appeared in Roxu's eyes. He put his hand to his chest and excitedly screamed to himself, asking in his head what it was. The magical power slowly moved to his legs. A watermark appeared on his right limb. The protagonist felt a strong energy and said in his head that this simply could not be. He bent his leg, looked at the sign that appeared and wondered if the Sound of the Wind had strengthened his heart energy. The device on his hand suddenly beeped. Roxu looked at it and realized that it was time to rise to the surface. The next second, he put his hands on his hips and his body was enveloped by powerful streams of water. After that, he deftly pushed off the streams. This created a powerful impulse that allowed the protagonist to rise from the bottom with great speed. A few seconds later, he emerged from the water. He immediately waved his hand and told the dragon that it was time to go. He looked at the city and said that hands would most likely not come to wake him up, since he said to disturb him only in case of life and death. A few seconds later, he took off the mask from his eyes and said to himself discontentedly, and yet, he looked at the reefs around which the water raged and finished, "It is better to return as soon as possible." Suddenly, he saw a small hole behind one of the rocks. He immediately swam towards her, saying in his head that after Tonka had taken over the Sound of the Wind, he had received a strange fate. A few seconds later, his hands were on dry land. In the cave, he came out of the water and said to himself that Tonka did not really need this, but he needed this ingredient. If he mixed it with what Lack would find for him later, he would get such a valuable item that he would leave the Queen of the Jungle no choice but to make a deal with him. After these words, he sat down on the rocks in the cave. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he said, since the Queen needs to save the jungle. The sky slowly began to become lighter, and the protagonist realized that he should appear soon. Suddenly, he heard the dragon's voice saying that he seemed to be unhurt. Roxu raised his head in surprise. Above him, he saw a black dragon, which stretched out its paw and said that there was a living creature inside this cave. The protagonist immediately rose to its feet, and the dragon continued to say that although it was almost dead, fortunately, it was not yet a corpse, which the master was so afraid of. After these words, Roxu looked into the depths of the cave and saw a bloody trail. This scared him. He stopped and asked himself if he should go back to the water. At that very moment, he heard loud groans of pain. From this, Roxu backed away, wondering if he should tell the dragon to take him home. But before he could finish speaking, a human hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. Horror appeared in the protagonist's eyes, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. A weak groan was heard, begging for help. Hearing this, horror and fear bound Roxu so strongly that he could not move. The next second, a blue-haired guy crawled out of the darkness, saying that he needed to do something. There was a big scratch on his leg, and green mucus was running down it. It was a whale. The protagonist looked at the guy and couldn't move. The black dragon saw this and asked the master if he was really ill because his face had turned pale. Suddenly, Roxu asked if maybe he should run away. The guy crawled closer and closer, groaning in pain. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and said in his head that this whale was poisoned by the venom of the mermaids. Then he understood everything. It was a half-breed. In Birth of a Hero, the whale tribe was small in number like the dragons, and there was no mixing of blood among them. Roxu did not take his eyes off the wounded whale and said to himself that there was a mention of one half-breed who died. A second later, the black dragon broke the silence and asked if the master was really going to just leave the whale here. The protagonist did not answer and silently stepped towards the wounded guy. He stood right in front of him. Crouching down, he addressed him. Keith, with a blush on his cheeks, raised his head and asked for help. Roxu did not think long and firmly answered that he would save him. After that, he said in his head that if he was right, then life would be even more painful. At this time, Lack was in front of one of the representatives of the whale family. Keith said that Lack in front of him was a purebred child of the wolf family. Hearing this, Lack asked in surprise, "So what?" Keith continued to speak, swimming around, that his child was not purebred. The wolf heard this, slightly spread his arms and asked in surprise if that girl was not purebred. To this, the whale replied that this was not his sister because she had a son and he was a half-breed. Then he said that his life was difficult. Lack looked at his interlocutor and asked if he really lived on land. Keith swam nearby and answered that this was not so. After a short pause, he said that an unfortunate fate had led him to his death before him. At this time, the wounded whale looked at the protagonist with his last strength. Roxu looked at him and told him to sleep because everything would be fine when he woke up. Hearing this, the whale exhaled heavily. The next second, he closed his eyes, lowered his head and fell asleep. The dragon flew up to the master and asked how he was, to which the protagonist, straightening up, answered, "Terrible." He stared at the wound and said in his head that whale skin is usually thick and dense, but the poison, in all likelihood, got through the wound he received from the mermaid. The black dragon flew above the master and looked at him, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he broke the silence and said that he really was a strange man. Then he added that he was too strange for such a weakling. Suddenly, the protagonist pointed his finger at the whale and said that he did not care, after which he ordered to drag him into the water. Hearing this, the black dragon was at a loss, not understanding anything. The next second, he screamed in shock, asking if Roxu had lied to him, asking after that if he hadn't promised to save him. The protagonist silently looked at the black dragon. The creature continued to scream and ask how he could tell him to throw him into the water. Was he really trying to drown him in the ocean? After these screams, the gentleman put his hands on his hips, exhaled heavily and said that he was just trying to save the whale. The next second, he stretched out his hand to the black dragon and reminded him of those dead bodies. Yes, the creature answered firmly and asked what he wanted from him. The protagonist smiled and asked sarcastically if he didn't understand. A few seconds later, he ordered to fly down and bring him his hand. As soon as the black dragon heard this, he was shocked. After a short pause, he turned around and flew away, saying that he would be there soon. Roxu watched the dragon go and said to himself that he also needed to go. He walked towards the strong magical energy and soon stopped. In front of him was a small glowing puddle. Magical energy emanated from it. The protagonist looked into it and realized that he had finally found it. It was a strange small puddle that Tunka had found. Roxu did not think long and put his hand in his bag. From it, he took out a small bottle, which he filled with water from the puddle. It was fire-extinguishing water. If you destroy the attribute of the item that Lack would receive later in this water, it will create a truly valuable thing, a treasure that can save the parched jungle. After a while, the black dragon was lying at the entrance to the cave, and next to him was the severed arm of a dead mermaid. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned around. The protagonist came out to him. Roxu looked at the black dragon with a smile on his face and said that it was time to go. Some time passed. The protagonist had already returned. Once on the balcony, An and Han jumped on him and told him that he was just in time because the butler had just knocked on the door. While he was hugging the kittens, the butler knocked on the door again and started calling the young master. Hans, with tears in his eyes, knocked on the door and said that he knew that he remembered that Roxu would kill him if he woke him up, so he knocked instead of entering. The protagonist was changing his clothes at this time, listening to Hans screaming and asking to open the door. While he was putting on his robe, he raised his hand and a brooch appeared in front of him, which was needed to hide the whale. After that, he tied the robe tighter. He slowly approached and took hold of the door handle while Hans continued to scream that Lady Amber asked him to check if everything was okay with him, so he asked to open the door. But before he could finish speaking, the door swung open in front of his happy face. Roxu combed his wet hair back and asked Hans with a displeased expression what he wanted. The butler happily asked if the gentleman had been in the bathroom all this time. The protagonist let Hans into the room and replied that he had not been able to sleep, so he thought he could relax in the bathroom. Hearing this, the butler breathed a sigh of relief and said that since the gentleman had not been asleep, he would not kill him. At that very moment, the protagonist sternly asked Hans why he was so sure of that. This made the butler feel as if he had been struck by lightning and was speechless. He immediately bowed his head and apologized. After that, he smiled widely again, coughed into his hand and asked if the gentleman was hurt since it was quite noisy outside. Then he said that he had heard the sound of an explosion. The protagonist heard this and looked questioningly towards the ocean, while Hans continued to say that something must have happened in the ocean. A few seconds later, Roxu replied that he had also heard a loud sound and asked if they had managed to find out its source. In the city, everyone was already asleep and it was quiet. Hans answered the gentleman's question that Amber had gone to see. While the butler was saying that he thought the girl would be able to find out what had happened, the protagonist walked closer to the balcony and looked into the distance, saying to himself that Amber would definitely be delighted. After these words, he turned to Hans and asked, "Yes, yes," the butler answered loudly and happily. Then Roxu said that the guy could go. Hans immediately bowed. A few seconds later, he left the room and slammed the door. At this time, the black dragon was lying on the bed, and in front of him on the floor lay the recently found whale and the severed arm of a dead mermaid. The protagonist filled a basin of water in the bathroom. Together with it, he went to the wounded man. He put it down on the floor with a bang. The black dragon looked with interest as the gentleman took the severed arm. The next second, the guy threw it into the basin of water. Steam immediately began to come from the water. A few seconds later, the protagonist pulled out his hand and said to himself that if he waited any longer, it would rot, and that should be enough. A man, the black dragon, suddenly called out to the protagonist. He looked at the guy, who began to wince, and said that he was waking up. At that very second, he shouted for Roxu to put the knife away. The wounded whale opened his eyes, and they were immediately filled with horror and fear. The protagonist raised the shiny knife high. A malicious smile appeared on his face. At that very second, the sound of piercing flesh was heard. The mermaid's severed hand was pierced by a knife. The protagonist placed it on the whale, who was scared to death. With a smile on his face, he took out the knife and extended his hand to the wounded man, telling him to drink the blood before it rotted. Then he explained that the mermaid's blood was an antidote. The 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero. It was a healing method that Rosalind discovered to heal Lack, who was injured in a battle with a mermaid, and this method is still unknown to the world. Keith confusedly took the mermaid's bleeding hand in his hands. After a few seconds, he began to drink her blood. The wound on his leg immediately began to heal. As soon as he finished, the wound completely disappeared and his leg became the same as before. He was shocked by this, so he looked up at the savior in surprise and asked why. The protagonist looked at the guy with a smile, who asked if he hadn't killed the owner of this hand. Roxu did not answer. He took the hand and put it in a basin of water, saying that the guy was Keith. Then he asked if he didn't need to return to the ocean before dawn to heal. Hearing this, the guy became very tense. The protagonist sat on one knee and said that the whale could go after he slept for a while. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy was released from the guy, and he asked with a displeased face how his savior knew he was a whale. The protagonist stood up and took a quick look at the guy. After a few seconds, he said that there were 3 dead mermaids on that island. At that moment, the hand of the dead mermaid almost completely dissolved in the basin. After a few seconds, nothing was left of it. Right after that, the gentleman asked who else could have killed them. Fresh night air blew into the room, and the whale said that he needed to go home. The protagonist turned away and said that he was not interested in the guy's story. The whale looked at the savior and listened to him say that he asked to save him, but that was all. Roxu lay down on the bed and said that he was going to sleep, adding that as the whale left, he should be quieter. After that, he laid his head on the pillow and turned away, saying in his head that he was sure there was no danger since he had a dragon next to him. Roxu had lost his family in his real life, so now he decided to save the injured whale. Never again. He didn't want to lose any of his family again. At that time, the whale who had been communicating with Lack said that if that child were still alive, he would pass the throne to his daughter and go live with him in the human world. He stood in front of the guy in human form and said that if he did that, he thought that the child would be happy. Lack looked at the tall man and said that he thought that the whale's daughter would be a good ruler, but since she had a strong attachment. After a moment, he asked if she would want to live the same life as the king before him. True, the whale answered firmly. Then he told him that when his son disappeared, she sailed all over the seas looking for him. Lack heard this, smiled and said that if it was the king's daughter, he was sure that the girl had searched every stone. After that, he asked what the man's son's name was. Patton, the whale answered with bitterness in his voice. There was purity and innocence in the rescued whale's eyes. That was his son's name. Patton stood in front of his savior's bed. Morning came. The protagonist woke up and stretched. He and Hong were sitting nearby. Hong put his paw on the master's leg and reported that the rescued whale said that he would return tonight. Hearing this, Roxu exhaled heavily and said discontentedly that the guy should not do this. After a while, he went out into the city and Amber immediately called out to him. She ran towards him with a smile on her face and said with a smile on her face that she needed to share amazing news with him. Roxu looked at the girl and coldly asked what kind of news. Amma raised her fist and shouted with a blush on her cheeks that the whirlpool near the central island had disappeared. Then she added that the whirlpool had disappeared last night without a trace. The protagonist, hearing this, said in his head that it was his work. Suddenly, he noticed a male silhouette to the side and paid attention to it. Immediately after that, a rough male voice was heard, which said that it was a complete disappointment. The man looked towards the ocean and said that he wanted to try jumping into it, and immediately asked if he could jump into another one. The protagonist immediately realized that it was Tonka, so he said to himself in confusion that he knew that this guy was crazy. Amber suddenly turned to the master again. A second later, she said that in response to the Hennidas family's investment, she wanted to show him the view. She finished with a warm smile on her face and in her eyes, the quiet sea of the Ubar territory. The girl stood in front of the protagonist and asked if he wanted to sail with her to the central island. Roxu came closer to the girl and asked her if Tunka would swim with them, to which Amber firmly answered, yes. At this time, Tunka himself was walking towards them. The girl turned her gaze and saw a man, which made her smile. She spread her arms a little, pointing at the guys and said that they were seeing each other for the first time. Tunka stood in front of the protagonist, and Amber told her that the guy almost got caught in a whirlpool, after which she introduced Tunka, whom she called Bob, to Mr. Cal. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked himself, Bob. The next second, Tunka smiled very widely, pointed his finger at himself and greeted Roxu, adding that his name was Bob. Hearing this twice, the protagonist was shocked, which is why he could only say to himself that this was a suitable nickname. After a short pause, Amber pointed at Tunka and said that he came from the Kingdom of Whip, adding that he came from a small settlement by the sea. Then she added that the guy somehow got lost at sea when he went fishing. Tunka, with a wide smile, scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that he lived an ordinary life as a fisherman, so he does not even understand how he ended up here. The protagonist immediately noticed the guy's scars and said in his head that he was not a fisherman. Amber lowered her hands and with a warm smile on her face said that Tunka got on a boat and helped them investigate what happened yesterday. Hearing this, Roxu said in his head that it seemed like only Amber was looking at the guy with favor. Suddenly, Tunka, with a smile on his face, turned to the protagonist and said that he heard that the young master. A second later, he finished speaking, saving everyone in the capital with his shield. Suddenly, his smile changed to an ominous one, and madness appeared in his eyes. He looked at the gentleman intently and said that he asked the young lady to take him along because he heard that Roxu was a strong man. The protagonist immediately became very tense from this and said in his head that it was dangerous. A few seconds later, he firmly said that this is why he was currently recovering. As soon as Tunka heard this, he asked again in confusion, recovering. Roxu extended his hand and answered, yes, because this power is not that strong. That's right, Amber confirmed, standing behind. She smiled and added that since the gentleman had overdone it with his powers, he was now traveling for recovery purposes. Tunka heard this, so he looked at the protagonist relaxedly. The next second, he quickly looked the gentleman over from head to toe. After that, he abruptly turned away indifferently. The protagonist saw this and said in his head with relief that this was the Tunka he knew. Self-sacrifice and heroism are not interesting to this huge savage. Only strength is important. Roxu looked at the departing Tunka and said to himself that he was obsessed with her. Tunka was the type to ignore weak allies, and sometimes even kill them. The protagonist imagined Tunka, who, enveloped in powerful magical energy, hit his fist on his palm and said, therefore he was a tyrant. The captain broke the silence. He pointed to the ship standing at the pier and asked if they were sailing. Everyone immediately went to the ship. The captain was already on the ship and told everyone that they were ready to sail, so everyone aboard. Tunka also boarded the ship and said that it was somehow very strange. Then he said that he felt something strong nearby. The protagonist, before he even had time to go on the ship, looked at Tunka and said in his head that this was to be expected from such a monster. The black dragon flew nearby and told the master that he did not feel anything. Roxu boarded the ship, looked at Tunku, who was looking into the distance, and said in his head that he had a heightened instinct for finding strong people, but it seemed that he also had an instinct for finding monsters. He also looked at the surging waves and realized that it seemed that today he would have to pretend to be as weak as possible. The ship cut through the waves. The hero lazily looked at the water. Amber said that at the moment they were investigating why the whirlpool could suddenly disappear, said that her father and the magicians would soon arrive here. The horizon was clear. The hero accepted her words. He smiled playfully and said that it would be nice to find out what happened as soon as possible, but the girl sensed a lie. Then he smiled even more and said that it would be great if the other whirlpools disappeared, but again he became a deceiver. The dragon looked at him and asked if he said that they would stay here next year. Amber looked at him sharply and said that they would definitely find out the reason and get rid of the other whirlpools. She smiled, because with such an opportunity and with the help of other people, they would definitely cope. Roxu frowned at the water. He felt lousy. Then he turned to her and said that he was sure that she and the Ubar family would cope with the task. The girl said that his words were calming. A guy was watching them while the hero complained about the sun and asked to rest in the shade of the cabin. The stranger frowned. Amber told the hero to rest because he was still recovering, so he should not overexert himself. After a while, the people went ashore. They walked through the forest. The dragon flew near the hero and teased him about his past fear of corpses. A branch crunched under his foot. Roxu turned around abruptly. The dragon looked questioningly, hovering near him and said that it was not him. The guy looked into the crevices. If he did not know that there were bodies here, he would have decided that it was only from the cobblestone. He touched the stone. She said that it was like the bodies of mermaids. He moved one piece. He turned around again. He looked at the waves and realized that something was rising from the depths of the ocean, and very quickly, the waves rolled onto the shore. The whale jumped out of the water. Roxu looked at him in surprise. The whale with a cross on his back was right in front of him. The hero saw his reflection in his eye. The dragon flapped its wings in fear, asking if he had really gone crazy, asked how he dared to look at his weak human like that. Keith waved his tail. The blow raised large splashes. Roxu put his hand on his chest. He touched the necklace. He was sure that it was a member of the whale tribe. A shield and white wings appeared in front of the guy. Keith raised his muzzle and said that he was not here to fight. The dragon looked at him angrily and asked why he had come up here. The hero reached out his hand to him and gently touched his head. He stood in front of him, began to stroke him, asked him not to be angry because he could get hurt. The dragon frowned and began to say that he was strong. But the hero continued to stroke him, saying that he knew, but it was better to be careful. The dragon flapped its wings and told him to say this to himself because he was a weak human. Roxu nodded and sighed. Keith looked at him patiently. He closed his eyes and started to speak, but someone shouted loudly, "Nuna." He turned back. Someone was shouting and asking not to kill him. Patton was swimming towards him. The whale turned around. The guy was covered with water. He covered himself with his hand. He looked at his wet clothes with displeasure. The dragon asked if he was okay. He looked at the scar on the whale's back. Roxu sighed as he thought. It was a humpback whale. Patton was swimming up, shouting that he should never kill him. Roxu looked at the animals in bewilderment. The dragon asked what this little whale was talking about. The whale looked at each other silently. The hero realized that the little whale was Patton and the only creature he could call his sister, the daughter of the current king of the whales and the next queen, the one who stood with Khan on the front lines during the war with the mermaid people. Vatira. The dragon said that there was someone else here. The hero looked ahead in surprise. He turned around. The leaves rustled in the forest. The leaf trembled. The hero hid behind a rock. The stranger bared his teeth and began to laugh. The guy from the ship ran and laughed, shouting that he sensed. He ran past the hero's shelter, yelling that he sensed power. Roxu looked at the guy with apprehension and tried to understand where he got this stick from. The stranger already held it in his hand. He looked at Vatira and asked, "Is this her?" He smiled excitedly and said that he had not yet fought the whale. Vatira cast an indifferent glance at him. Roxu carefully watched this. The dragon crawled onto his head and asked what he was doing here. Sweat was running down the guy's face. He understood that if he ended up between them, he would be flattened like a shrimp between two whales. The guy ran forward. He just wanted to beat the whale to death. He jumped. He flew at the whale, swinging the stick. Roxu stood up, speechless. Vatira looked calmly at the attacker, frowned, whipped her tail, turned sharply. Now the tail was flying straight at the guy, almost touched his face. He managed to avoid it. The tail hit the water. Roxu looked at it in shock. The guy landed on the shore. Roxu wilted. The guy laughed and praised the whale. He ran to attack again. Swung. Smoke rose. The stick shattered into pieces. The guy threw it away and said that he shouldn't have taken that stick. Bared his teeth and said that fighting with fists is best. The hero watched the guy bragging, wondering what to do, because if this continues, people from all over the forest will come running here. He hit himself in the face, started thinking how to quietly slip away from here. Patton looked at his sister and said that at this rate, the person will soon get hurt. The guy looked at him. He twisted his mouth in surprise and asked if a puny whale could really talk. Vatira's eyes lit up and she asked if he had really called her brother puny. The guy perked up and laughed and asked what she could do. Roxu tensed up. The guy clapped his hands and called whales beastmen. He laughed and said that it was getting really funny. Vatira was making waves. He ran forward. He jumped on the whale. He raised his fist to hit. Patton looked with excitement at the rocks behind which the hero was hiding and asked them not to let him get hurt because he had saved his life. Vatira turned towards the rocks. The hero was watching from behind it with one eye. Vatira was surprised. The guy's fist began to burn. He cheerfully said not to get distracted during the fight. He began to hit, and suddenly he began to fall into the void. Someone stepped on the rocks. Roxu frowned and thought that compared to this girl, elves were just squids. Blue-haired Vatira in human form looked at the guy. The dragon looked at the hero with displeasure and said that dragons were cooler. He was forced to agree. Vatira covered the hero with her back, thanked him for saving her brother. She beamed and said that she would greet him properly later. The guy put his hands on his hips in displeasure and said that he was an abomination. Roxu carefully looked out. Vatira silently looked at him. The guy said that he felt as if the hero did nothing but save people all day. Roxu frowned and thought that this was just the true image of Tunka from the novel. The dragon shouted that freeing someone and saving them were good deeds and something to be proud of. He flew out from behind the rocks and said that swearing was bad and that he was facing a scoundrel like Benin. Vatira closed her eyes and said not to dare to neglect. Her eyes flashed, not to dare to neglect pious deeds. The guy grinned and said that he liked her look, and it seemed that she had finally decided to fight seriously. He knelt down and ordered her to stop chattering about useless people and start fighting him. Vatira grinned and asked again. The water began to reach for her hands. It turned into a dagger. She smiled and said that it was ridiculous. She beckoned with her finger, said that she was not going to fight him, she would only teach him a lesson. The guy indignantly asked again. He bared his sharp teeth and laughed. The water stretched out like a snake from the ocean. The guy touched his face. His gaze became serious. He promised to rip her mouth. He ran. Vatira swung her dagger. She took a fighting stance. The boy looked ahead in surprise. An arc of water was flying at him. The fist and the element collided. Steam appeared in the air. Vatira smiled contentedly. At least this lesson would entertain her. The arc glittered in the sun. Splashes flew at the man, enveloped his body, threw him aside. Vatira pulled the handle towards herself. The man grabbed the water with a laugh. He broke the water connection and said that solving everything with force was his specialty. He landed in front of the girl. She swung. The savage began to dodge. Suddenly he noticed an attack from the side. A group of people in front of the forest heard a scream. Roxu looked ahead in fear. Amber ran out of the foliage and asked what was going on. They all looked in one direction. The people took out their shields at the girl's command. The boy looked at them, laughed and said to try to protect themselves, because his body was so strong that they could get hurt. Amber looked at the madman. Roxu raised a finger, yawned and said how much it irritated him. A shield with wings appeared in the air. They grabbed the savage. Amber shook her head. Vatira and Patton looked at this artifact in surprise. Roxu put his hands forward, controlling the shield. He looked heroically. Because the shrimp was not crushed by the whales, the shrimp used its powers in their battle. He walked away tiredly, because he planned to watch and cheer from cover. His knee buckled. He leaned on a stone, frowning. Amber ran to him and screamed that he should not have used his power. He touched his knee. He himself did not want to. Amber looked at the master with concern. If Tunka had injured Amir and the research team, he would have been arrested here, and this would have been to his loss. Amber asked worriedly why the hero was all wet. Vatira and Patton looked at them in confusion. The girl screamed that the hero came here to improve his health, and now he could get sick. Vatira remembered how she wet the hero. Roxu wrung out his clothes and said that everything was fine as long as everyone was safe. Amber sighed and said that sometimes it was too difficult to understand him. She turned to the whales, frowned and asked who they were. The brother and sister were awkwardly silent. She turned, looked at Tunka and asked who he was. Silence fell. Roxu suddenly sneezed. The girls looked at him. He suggested going back to the Amur estate. The gates closed. Amber looked at her companions and said that they should be gone tomorrow. The whales and the tyrant looked at the girl in silence. She said that they were lucky that everything was limited to exile from their lands. Vatira was shamefully silent. Amber looked at them and said that if the two of them raised a ruckus again, they would be duly punished. Roxu looked at her tiredly. She told him to quickly step inside because he had all the symptoms of a cold. She looked reproachfully at Tunku. He was sullenly silent. The girl did not think that he would respond to their kindness like that. Roxu approached her and said that this was exactly why they were kicking him out. The hero wearily said that nothing terrible had happened. The dragon looked at him in bewilderment and reminded him that he was the one who asked if he could defeat Tunku. The lord looked at the tyrant, noted that this madman had been standing with an empty expression on his face for some time. Tunku looked away calmly. The hero decided that he had an expression of slight bewilderment. After a while, the carriage was harnessed. It drove forward. Vatira asked if they really could go with him, to which the hero said that they had nowhere to go anyway. He climbed into the carriage. He turned to the lady and said that he could provide them with lodging for one night. The brother and sister looked at him in surprise. They began to climb inside. The carriage door slammed shut. Tunka looked at the thoughtful hero, who thought that Tunka would now go to the Viper Kingdom. The hero looked inside, trying to figure out if he should contact the crown prince. The coachman hit the reins, and the carriage drove off, while the hero was thinking how the prince would react if he asked him to get a beehive full of honey from the Viper Kingdom. He did not look out the window. He imagined the laughing prince and realized that he would be completely delighted. Evening was approaching. Hans ran out to the hero and asked if he was okay. He froze in front of the company. The gentleman said that everything was fine. He pointed to the whales and told him to help them settle in. The brother and sister looked at him with embarrassment. The assistant said that he would obey. Roxu wandered to the entrance. Bikros looked at him sullenly. The hero froze and looked back. The butler's son looked at the servant and told him to heat the water. Roxu threw a blanket over himself. A servant ran up to him with a glass. He heard that the gentleman had almost gotten hurt, having been drawn into a fight. He took the drink and said that he would not have gotten hurt. The servant smiled, said that he understood everything and began to think about how else he could help. Bikros approached them and advised the gentleman to wash himself first. The whale stood in the doorway and called the gentleman everyone called him. The Tira beamed and asked if they could meet him after he had rested a bit. Roxu thought about how they wanted to hide their identities from the others. He adjusted the blanket and told him to come tomorrow. He took a sip. He was unwell and needed to sleep, so he didn't want to see anyone anymore. The sky above the estate turned pink. Roxu opened the door to the balcony. He came out accompanied by the dragon, who asked if the hero would be able to move today. He looked at his master with concern and asked if he didn't need rest. Why was he making everyone worry when he was so weak? Roxu leaned on the railing. The dragon was irritated, but the guy thought that he was the one who was irritated because no one believed him that everything was fine. He smiled at his pet and told him to go. The animals said goodbye cheerfully. Night fell. The heroes soared in the air. They flew towards the waves. The dragon did not know why a person needed this, especially when he was unwell. He rubbed his forehead. This was incomprehensible to the brilliant dragon mind. To this the hero said that everything had to be done today. They were approaching the water. The guy thought that since the local magicians would arrive tomorrow, it would be difficult for him to move freely. He stood on the bank. He looked ahead, thought about the puddle of water suppressing the fire, which they should have accidentally stumbled upon today. He crouched over the water, thought about the remaining whirlpools. He needed to deal with everything at once. He frowned. The dragon pointed ahead and asked why this guy swam all the way here. Roxu looked questioningly to the side. Tanka was swimming towards him, paddling the water. Roxu was taken aback, asked what this crazy tyrant was doing here. The man slapped his hand on the bank, looked at him and shouted that he knew. Smiling, he knew that this would happen. He stood up, said that he knew the hero was not some boring guy. He definitely smelled a strong one. Roxu recoiled. The dragon looked at the man warily. He asked if he was a magician, otherwise how would he fly? He came up close and asked if the noble magician was ignoring him now. Roxu looked him in the face and said what he thought. He was thinking to himself what to do with this bastard now. Just get rid of him or use him. He frowned. Tanka smiled and asked about what, not about ignoring him. Exactly. The hero smiled and waved his finger. The whirlpool threw the big guy back. A fountain began to beat up. Tanka looked at the sky in amazement. He emerged from the water. Roxu cast the spell calmly. He walked along the shore. Tanka began to be drawn into the whirlpool. He asked what it was. The hero waved his hand and said that ancient powers are not available to magicians. Tanka looked at the hero. He stood majestically in front of him and said that he, as a warrior, should understand this. The water began to shine. The hero knew that the only power that savages recognize is physical. Power created by people and transmitted to people is perceived as a blessing. The hems of the hero's clothes were ruffled by the wind. Tanka looked at him with reverence. The ancient power said. Roxu put his hand on his belt. The savage realized that he was not a magician. He frowned and asked how the hero knew about the Amagic faction. He remembered him on the shore, thought about behavior that was not typical of a nobleman, about a man trying to save others while being sick. The smell of power nearby and unusual abilities. Roxu looked at him coldly. The longer Tanka thought about such a person, the stranger he began to seem to him. He was taken aback by the question of whether they were going to destroy the magic tower. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and shrugged, said that even if they were not going to destroy it, they should not overdo it. He touched his chin, closed his eyes. The savage did not understand what he was talking about. The hero opened his eyes and ordered to throw all the magicians out of the tower. Tanka looked at the hero with confusion. He told him that then he would buy this tower. Tanka pointed at him with confusion and called him sick. The hero said that he and his group were also crazy since they were planning to turn the magic tower upside down. Tanka smiled, looked at the sky, leaned back and said contentedly that they were not crazy at all. Roxu nodded and said that he was too. He looked at the savage again. He knew that he was completely sure that their faction was right. Tanka raised his hand and said to buy the tower himself. Roxu looked away. He was going to do so anyway, noted that the savage did not say that he was going to destroy it. Tanka suddenly remembered something and asked how the hero understood that he was a member of the faction. Roxu just sighed and said that he was from the Kingdom of Viper, where a civil war could break out at any second and he looked like he would kill him on the spot if he were a mage. Tanka swam up while the hero asked if this immediately made him think of the Amagic faction. The man chuckled and said that he was right. He climbed out onto the shore. The hero walked away. The savage began to shake off the water. Roxu turned and asked why he was following him. The savage scratched his head and said that he looked like he was going to do something fun. Roxu waved and told him to go there and splash around in the whirlpools since he was busy. Tanka cheerfully pressed on the hero and asked if he was really a nobleman. The guy angrily looked at the tyrant and said that he was as much a nobleman as he was a warrior. Tanka smiled. For him it was amusing. Roxu looked at the whirlpools. They were bubbling. They needed to be taken care of first. He closed his eyes, began to glow. A figure appeared above him. Tanka looked at him curiously. The hero turned to him and addressed him. He smiled and asked if the savage understood that what had happened today had to be kept secret. He just smiled, of course. He put his hands on his hips contentedly. He prefers to keep all the fun for himself. Roxu took off and said that he would find him a ship with a crew. He needed to get home quickly, right? He smiled and told him to win because they could do it. Tonka started laughing. The hero tried to understand if he had always been like this. He flew forward. After winning the civil war of the Amagic faction, money would be needed most of all. He looked at the dragon with a smile. He understood that they would sell him the tower and get rid of the traces of the mages. They just wouldn't be able to resist the opportunity to get money. Tonka watched them go. He turned around and wandered off. They wouldn't even know that the ruined building contained the treasure they so desperately wanted. The big guy looked after the hero again, decided that since there was nothing funny, he had to go home. The next day he stood by the ship. He looked contentedly at the hero who approached. He stood next to him and told him to come back in 2 months. By that time the world would be turned upside down. The savage smiled expectantly. Judging by his expression, the hero should definitely not go to the kingdom of Viper for the next 2 months. Roxu frowned at the ship and ordered to go up quickly. Tonka looked at the hero with disappointment and asked if he was weak. Roxu answered yes with all seriousness. Tonka froze and scratched his hair in annoyance. He went to the ship, stopped at the edge of the platform. With a smile, he turned and repeated the hero's words. The hero hurried him with his hand. The ship sailed away. Roxu wandered back, happy that the savage was finally sailing away. Tonka suddenly screamed. He put his foot on the box and screamed his name. Roxu walked away irritably, while Tonka screamed his name and ordered him not to forget it. The hero wiped his forehead, thinking that it would be better if he had not seen this, as if he were watching a scene from a teen soap opera. There were treats on the table. Roxu sat opposite the whales, said that they didn't really need to come to greet him, but Vatira objected. She looked at him seriously, because she thought she should thank him and apologize for scaring him then. The hero was surrounded by kittens. They asked him if he felt okay. He said that he was as usual. He stroked the kitten, thought that thanks to the energy of the heart, his body was always in perfect order, even though he had previously used an indestructible shield with the sound of the wind. He looked at the gray kitten. His fatigue went away after he took a nap for an hour or 2. The dragon watched from the side. The hero said that enough gratitude. Vatira looked at him contentedly. He said that the more often he hears gratitude, the less sincere it seems to him. The same applies to apologies. Vatira smiled and thanked him. Roxu frowned, decided that she was speaking respectfully. He thought that the heirs of the king of the whale tribe, the ruler of half the ocean, and in fact these two are members of the ruling family. He smiled, because they addressed him with the utmost respect. He thought that they really wanted to hide their identity. He said that he asked to stop the gratitude. Warm rays were shining through the window. Now that the hero sent Tunka back to the kingdom of Viper, he only wanted to greet the lord of the Ubar lands and go home. He smiled. Upon returning home he still had things to do, but at least he could catch his breath before heading to the kingdom of Viper. They addressed him. Vatira looked at him. She heard that he was a member of the Henidus clan. The brother and sister exchanged glances. The girl said that they would like to get into the forest of darkness. Roxu stroked the kittens and asked again. Vatira said that they had a very old enemy. She was sure that the gentleman was already informed after treating Patton, said that it was the mermaid tribe. He frowned. Vatira said that her brother found out how they managed to sharply increase their power. The hero did not yet understand what she was talking about. Patton raised his hand and said that the mermaids were hunting him because he knew the source of their increased power. A bead of sweat ran down the gentleman's face. Vatira put her hand on her chest. She begged the hero, because they must get into the Forest of Darkness. The Forest of Darkness is located in the northeast of the Kingdom of Rowan and is one of the 5 most dangerous and mysterious places. Since it occupies a huge territory equal to 2 average regions, the kingdom tried with all its might to capture these lands, but so far no one has managed to tame this forest. Therefore, this is the place that the county of Henidus has been keeping under surveillance for a very long time. Roxu thought she was saying that she needed to get to that very Forest of Darkness located near their lands. Vatira repeated her plea. She looked at him seriously and promised to repay him in full, asked if the hero could help them get there. The kittens began to stare at the hero, mentally asking if he was going to help. Roxu sighed and asked to tell more. Vatira said that over the years they had had both large and small battles with the mermaids, as a result of which the north of the ocean became territorially theirs, and there's the south. She said that until now they had been fighting with them to prevent them from founding a kingdom and to keep them in check. But 6 months ago, Roxu stared into space. The girl said that the mermaids began to behave strangely. She looked away and said that they swam across the tacitly established boundaries and provoked them. Now she definitely knows why they needed it. Roxu closed his eyes and thought, in order to take over the entire ocean and create a kingdom, Khan had intervened to prevent this. Vatira said that they wanted to take over all the sea routes connecting the eastern and western continents. Roxu took a cup of tea. Suddenly he put it on the table, jumped up and asked again. He said that the sea routes already affected people. He knew that between the western and eastern continents there was a harsh sea in which people managed to find several routes suitable for use, but trade between the continents was not so active due to the fact that even these routes were long and difficult. And there was also an unspoken agreement between the sea and the land not to interfere in each other's possessions. The sea peoples, among other things, do not interfere in the sea routes, and the land peoples do not interfere in the affairs of sea creatures. Roxu thought that the mermaid tribe was planning to break this agreement and take over the sea routes. He looked at the whales. Vatira said that at first they thought that the new mermaid ruler. She looked into the void and said that he took the initiative to create his own kingdom. The hero asked to stop. He looked at her and asked why they needed the dark forest, offered to talk about it. He was afraid that he would be drawn into something more if he heard more. Vatira smiled and agreed. The whales smiled. The hero tried to understand why their smiles looked so scary. There were treats on the table. Vatira said that the mermaid tribe began to become stronger about 2 months ago, and Patton learned information about the source of their power. The hero asked if the source of power was really in the dark forest. Vatira raised her hand and said that the master quickly grasps everything. He frowned and continued to stroke the kitten. He thought that this was some kind of absurdity. He closed his eyes and thought about how the mermaids had even managed to get to the forest of darkness, while the whales were assessing his calm, although inside he was completely confused. The gentleman looked at the whales resolutely. Patton said that he clearly heard them talking about the swamp in the forest of darkness, and that was why they were chasing him. He looked at the hero. That was why they wanted to personally inspect this swamp. Roxu looked at them. He didn't need to hear more. He thought about the forest of darkness, about the village of Haris, where Khan lived. The descendants of the wolf tribe, located right behind this door, and these children. The dragon caught the hero's gaze. He stood up on his paws and asked why the man was looking at him like that. Did he really think that he was the coolest? Roxu yawned tiredly, sent the kittens to play, while the dragon allowed them to look at him further. The hero wanted to build a new village on the site of the village of Haris for all these kids. He looked away and said that he was in deep trouble, and they immediately asked him what it meant. The whales looked at each other. The hero thought about what benefit there could be. To find out what benefit he could get, he first had to find out something. He leaned back on the couch and said that people should not interfere in the affairs of the seas. Vatira looked at him. They knew about it, of course. She said that they would do everything secretly and without permission. She was sure that they also had help in getting to the forest of darkness, but she said that the instigators of all this were the mermaids. They gave their word that the hero would not be harmed in any way. Roxu looked at the ceiling and said that the risk was very great. He looked at the whales and asked if they realized it. He thought that since he had let them know how much he was risking, it was time to find out what he needed. He smiled and asked what the reward would be. Vatira smiled. The hero knew what she was going to offer him. The same reward that the king had offered to Khan. She smiled and said sea routes. Roxu smiled contentedly. It was bingo. Vatira raised her hand and said that of all the routes the mermaids were currently trying to take over, one was the highest priority, a route that had not yet been discovered by humans. The hero imagined a bunch of ships on the water. The whale said the safest sea route. Roxu raised one hand and asked where it was. Vatira pointed to the side, said in the northern sea of the western continent, in their tribe's territory. Roxu leaned forward, said that the strongest sea creatures clearly lived there. Didn't that make it dangerous? But the girl confidently said that this route would be safe for humans. With a smile, she said that humans would be allowed to use this route. Roxu put his hand to his chin and thought about it. He raised his hand and said that he had no use for it, which caused surprise. Vatira looked at her brother in confusion. The hero said that if you listen carefully, they were not giving it to him, but only giving the right to use it. Of course, if they were allowed to use this route, their clan would become stronger and richer, although it would add work to Basin when he became an earl. He raised a finger. For him, who wanted a comfortable life, it was of no use. He asked to add one more condition. He smiled and asked to lend him their strength when he needed it. He showed 2 fingers. That was exactly how much he would need to lend. Vatira said with excitement that their tribe only wanted peace. To get involved in human strife is somewhat. Roxu smiled kindly, said that they themselves were asking him to take risks, but they themselves were not ready to do the same. He said that the dark forest was a mystical territory and strength alone would not protect themselves there, especially for someone like them who knew nothing about the land. Roxu smiled and said that he would help them because he was going to the village of Haris anyway, although Khan had been in the forest of darkness for decades and even he did not know everything about it. He extended his hand. The next person who knew the most about the forest. He smiled wickedly. That person was him, and so he said that he knew which swamp they were talking about. The golden patterns sparkled. The hero said that the whales would need to lend him their strength twice, and he would help them find the right swamp. He folded his arms over his chest and said that the whale tribe wanted to achieve a peaceful life by force, right? Vatira smiled and said that the young master was right. She placed her hand on her chest and said that she, as the heir of the Whale King, accepted his conditions. Roxu put his hand to his chin and, pretending not to know, asked if she was the heir. He extended his hand and asked if they could seal the deal right now. He smiled, asking if he should use honorifics from now on. They shook hands. The girl said no, because she should hide her identity, which made the hero ask if he was the only one who knew about her. They smiled sweetly at each other. Everything was like that. Patton looked at the conclusion of the agreement with satisfaction. The cups were empty. Roxu got up from the couch and called the dragon. It flew up, was indignant that he was called by the name Hey. Then the guy asked what he should call him. The dragon lazily looked at the ceiling and said that the man should think of it himself. Roxu thought about it and said that he thought that he should be called by his name, not the man. He leaned on the armrest and asked if the dragon wanted to get a house. The dragon languidly looked at the man and asked again. Roxu sat down. The dragon asked if he was really kicking him out. The hero said that for a pet it would be more of a dacha than a house. The dragon thoughtfully looked to the side and asked again. The hero said that it would be a dacha where he, the hero, Han and the guys from the wolf tribe could relax from time to time. Roxu smiled, imagining how they could have fun frolicking in the surrounding area. The dragon folded his paws and said that he would decide where the dacha would be, and in return the man would come up with a name for him. His eyes sparkled. He said that the man had a month. Roxu thought about it. He looked at the kittens. He lay down on the sofa, thinking that he could choose it himself. The kittens came up to him and asked when they would go home. The gray one liked the fish, but did not like the sea. They jumped up with joy, because they would soon go home. 2 days later, Amber saw the master off and wished him a good trip. She followed the carriage with her eyes. Roxu closed the curtain. He looked ahead and said that they could deactivate. The cross in the whale's hands lit up. They looked at it questioningly. The Tira looked ahead seriously. The dragon looked at the green streams of energy. He looked boredly at the man and asked what he was looking at. The Tira looked at him and said that it was him when he felt that wave of mana. The two creatures looked at each other. Roxu put his hand on the dragon, stroked him and told him to ride peacefully. There was an awkward silence. The whales nodded amiably. A few days later, the carriage reached the territory of Henedis County and was already entering the city of Lane. People looked at the carriage, recognized the young gentleman and greeted him. Roxu looked ahead shyly. The people greeted him joyfully. Ilsman ran up to the carriage and happily said that the rumor of the hero's exploits had reached here too. He laughed, running next to the window, and said that the nickname Silver Young Gentleman sounded good. He was downright envious. But the hero suddenly pulled the curtain. The whales looked at the hero shyly, while the vice captain joked about his shyness. Roxu folded his arms irritably, began to think if there was some way to get rid of this nickname. The dragon put a paw on his leg. He put the other one, asked if they were really home. The gray kitten yawned. The gentleman said that they had returned home. The carriage was approaching the castle. A moment later they began to feel him up. The father felt his son up, thoughtfully looked at his body. He smiled contentedly. He did not see any serious injuries, asked how his son was feeling. Was he tired? The stepmother came out to them. The hero smiled and said that everything was fine. She frowned at the hero. She had heard that the terrorists had not yet been caught. The hero said that this was true. The couple exchanged glances. Roxu became wary. The father looked at his son and said that they could discuss what had happened in the capital later, and for now let him go and rest. The brother came out to the hero. He approached him. The hero looked at him arrogantly, remembering something. Hands came running at the hero's call. He handed him the items. Basin received a fountain pen, and Lily took the sword in bewilderment. Roxu looked at them displeasedly and asked what was wrong with their faces. Basin looked down awkwardly and said that his brother was probably so busy, but the hero said that a promise is a promise. Basin, with flushed cheeks, looked at the hero and said that he would study hard and put all of himself into managing and developing their lands. Roxu looked at the brother and sister with satisfaction and appreciated his brother's good mood. He looked at the fountain. Basin promised that he would never bother the hero, but when asked what he was talking about, he said that it was just in case. The sister approached the perplexed gentleman. She looked at him embarrassedly. He did not understand what was wrong with her. She clenched her fists and promised to become strong enough to lead the knightly order and protect their county, said that she would protect everyone. The hero was counting on her. He thought that the county would flourish with the two of them in these positions. He patted his sister on the head and said that she would definitely become a wonderful knight. The girl smiled and said that she would not let anyone suffer. The hero looked at the mansion and said that it was time for him to rest. The brother and sister bowed and wished their elder brother a good rest, saying that he needed to rest well to get better. They stayed to watch him go. The door swung open. The cats and the hero walked forward imperiously. The animals lay down on the bed. Roxu looked at them with satisfaction. A servant approached him. The hero was embarrassed and asked if Bikros was really serving him now. The man handed him a letter from his father. He froze and said that the letter contained a report. The hero thanked him and received a short yes in response. Bikros was about to leave, but suddenly raised his head. The hero said that he had sent a message, so now Mess and the children would serve them and help in the kitchen. The hero walked on. The servant was forced to agree. He took a pen out of the drawer. He sat down on a chair. The letter said that he was still alive, and there was only one question. And you? Roxu was wary, thinking that this was a bit rude for a report. The dragon was having fun with the kittens on the bed and was saying that it was very nice at home. Roxu looked at them listlessly. He put his writing materials away. He smiled. Getting up, it was time for him to go. There was a knock at the door. The hero opened it and the sorcerer shuddered. The hero went inside and turned away discontentedly, said that this was their first meeting and he was glad to meet you. The sorcerer bowed. Meeting the master was an honor for him. The hero looked at the ball and asked if he could contact someone. The sorcerer began to select balls, asking who to connect the master with. The master said the royal palace. The sorcerer repeated with a smile, then suddenly shuddered and asked again. He was taken aback, hearing aha. Roxu smiled and asked to connect him with the crown prince. The sorcerer began to descend. The hero asked if it was really impossible to contact. A voice message would do. He didn't care. The sorcerer began to say that it was possible. He put the ball on the table. Roxu looked at it with satisfaction. Knowing that the royal palace received countless calls every day, he could leave a kind of video or audio message. Nothing could be done because there were many who wanted to contact the palace. He folded his arms across his chest while the sorcerer tuned the ball, in addition to the fact that in this world it was simply necessary to resort to the help of magicians from time to time. It was quite convenient here. The sorcerer bowed and said that this time it would be difficult to send a recording, said that the gentleman could leave his highness a voice message. He walked away with a smile and ordered that a voice message be recorded. The hero reached into his pocket, saying that it would be nice to talk face to face, but there was no such need. He smiled and began the conversation. A gold card that could be used to buy anything regardless of cost. He took it out. He brought it to the ball and said that he would buy the magic tower of the Viper Kingdom. It would be his first purchase. Frowning, he said that in addition, he would not be able to receive any messages for the next week. He would go to a place to rest, and then he would come himself, so he would notify in advance. He touched the button. He looked contentedly at how the ball turned blue. The sorcerer turned around. The hero said that he was finished. He began to send a message and noticed that the hero was clearly in high spirits. Roxu, leaving, turned around and said that there was such a thing. He walked down the corridor with a dragon on his shoulder and said that most likely the crown prince would listen to the message tomorrow and then he would have to wait another week for his arrival. He approached his father, who asked if he really wanted to go to Haris village. Roxu looked at him and said yes, Haris village. After he sent out a reconnaissance mission immediately after receiving the news of this horror, he went to the village to see it with his own eyes, but the village was so devastated that he could not even imagine such a thing. His father frowned. They were still unable to find a trace of the culprit, although he hired the Information Guild to involve them in the investigation and asked for help from neighboring lands. Darith studied the documents. He could safely judge the strength of this Khan, because from the traces of the battle left in the burned village. He looked at his self-portrait, thought that his son, who lived under the same roof with him, could not help but know about this strength. He looked at his son and asked if he was going there because he was worried about that young Khan. Roxu closed his eyes because one could say so. This was the only excuse that came to his mind now: to train the wolf cubs in the wild and awaken their frenzy mode, to raise a black dragon and to find a solution that would end the war of the whale tribe. Darith was wary. The hero knew that he could not say that he was going into the forest of darkness for this. He extended his hand and said that reconnaissance had already been there, but he wanted to inspect everything himself and there was no need to be afraid of monsters there, right? Father said that there were still knights there. He smiled and said that for 150 years it had been safe, not a single invasion of monsters, said that his son should really be responsible for the one he sheltered. Roxu waved his hand and said that Han was not his subordinate. He thought to himself, what a nonsense misconception. He lowered his hand. The father realized that his son was already an adult. After 18 people are considered adults. Darith smiled and told him to go. The son walked away. The father stood up and addressed him. Rox turned around. His father said that the golden turtle did not originally symbolize the wealth of the family. He put his hand on the table and said that they were a family of hereditary soldiers and protectors. Their mission was to protect both the family and anything else with their strong shell. He looked at the service and said that the most important thing in this case was to protect themselves. That's why they were a turtle. He smiled and advised to put yourself above all else. Rox got wings. His father said that this power was incredible. The hero smiled. He turned to his father and said that visually this power was really impressive and his own safety always came first for him. Darith proudly folded his arms over his chest, said that this was enough. Rox left his father's office, froze, remembered his words, frowned, scrolling them through his mind. The dragon looked at him and asked, "Is this person really his family, huh?" Rox smiled and said yeah. The next day, he reached the village of Horus, and from there he headed towards the Forest of Darkness. He looked ahead warily. A little more than 2 months had passed since Khan's departure. The village of Horus, located under a huge fortress wall separating it from the dark forest, looked gloomy. He looked at the ruins. In place of the houses that once stood here, only leaky frames remained. Everything here reminded of its former existence only in the form of traces. Roxu looked around angrily. They stood with the captain around the ruins. The man said that everything had burned down. Roxu looked ahead and asked where the graves were. The captain promised to find out. He walked away. The hero looked after him and assumed that he was heavy-hearted. He frowned. Of course, the entire village had completely disappeared in the fire. He said that the energy of fire was strong. He looked at Verita, asked if she could feel it. The girl smiled and said that she was from a sea family. Roxu nodded, agreeing with her. A carriage with people passed by. The hero thought that they were shocked. The people looked at each other and said that everything was fine. Ness was called. He turned around. The young gentleman approached him. The hero smiled and asked if they knew why he had brought them here. He folded his arms across his chest. He smiled and said that he would soon have a lot of money. The magic tower and the queen of the jungle, thanks to them the hero would earn crazy money. He looked ahead thoughtfully. He would also pass on the sea routes to the clan. He looked at the boy and said that with some of the money he was going to build a new village here, and was also thinking of building a villa where he and the company could relax together. Ness thought about it. She looked at the hero with concern. He had heard that the forest was dangerous. Roxu looked at him displeasedly and asked if he was serious. He turned to the side. The kittens were jumping among the ruins. The hero said that no matter how strong the monsters were, would they be stronger than them when they grew up? The whales walked forward. The hero promised to take good care of them. The dragon flew around the area. Roxu smiled and said that they would need a place where they could live as wolves should, so he would create such a territory. The wolves looked at the hero with confusion, said that they should grow up tough by the time Lack returned. Ness opened his mouth in surprise. Roxu clenched his fist and said the answer. Ness nodded confusedly and began to say yes. Roxu chuckled. He walked forward and said okay. The wolves watched him go. Roxu looked ahead. He thought that someday this gloomy village would become as warm a place as the village from his memories. He imagined how they would frolic in the fields, and they would all live here together. Ness straightened up and suggested that the boys grow up. The others looked at him. Roxu approached a large wall and noted how massive it was. He looked up and said that Khan had climbed over a similar wall, completely ignoring the normal door. Verita looked at the wall in surprise and asked if there was a forest of darkness behind it. The hero said that everything was right. She smiled and asked if it would be as unusual as this mysterious place, asked if the wall was strong. She touched the wall and it broke. Roxu looked at her in shock. Verita laughed embarrassedly and asked where this hole came from, while the hero noted what a creepy kind it was. He looked at the hole. He examined the wall, said that the girl asked how unusual it was behind the wall. He frowned and said that the Forest of Darkness itself was an ordinary forest, which cannot be said about what was hidden inside it. If we talk about features, then modified organisms often appear in the Forest of Darkness, and if we take plants as an example, then with an ordinary appearance, they suddenly become poisonous, and monsters even appear in the form of mutants of a specific appearance. He was looking at the wall and thinking that this was the only place in the entire kingdom of Rohan where traces of the eastern continent were visible. He was called out. The captain approached the hero. Verita smiled. The hero told her to look after the children. She looked at the carriage, laughed at how many young werewolves there were. Roxu irritably agreed. He turned and walked away, told them to go. They began to move through the forest. They moved deeper and deeper. Roxu froze. The captain said that they were there. The men stopped in front of stones used as tombstones in a clearing. They had inscriptions carved on them. Khan fell to his knees in front of a grave in the forest. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. The swordsman took the stone. There were several more graves of villagers nearby. In front of the sandy embankment stood a gravestone with an inscription. The forest clearing was strewn with similar gravestones. The protagonist sometimes thought about what trace the death of the villagers of Horus left in the formation of the central character of the novel. Frowning, Roxu decided that it was not only about this village. The heroes looked at the graves illuminated by the sun's rays, the Forest of Darkness, the mermaids, and the massacre in the village of Horus led the guy to one hypothesis. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was better to leave this problem to Khan, because the question of the village was his personal business. The young man turned to the vice captain and called out to him. Looking around the cemetery, the Viscount asked Hilsman to order that good graves be made here. Looking away, he added that these were too inconspicuous. The aristocrat put his hand on his comrade's shoulder. Smiling, the protagonist reminded him of something. The man lowered his gaze and remained silent. A few days ago, it was night in the camp. Roxu announced that he would go to the dark forest. The vice captain asked why a man in need of treatment would go to such a dangerous place. Standing in front of his friend sitting in a chair, Hilsman explained that the killers in the village case were unlikely to be in the dark forest and that they should not go so far for the sake of calm. Suddenly, a black dragon appeared on the table, engulfed in green energy. Kittens ran to the center of the room. At the same time, they turned into children, thereby shocking the man in front of him. The man's mouth opened in surprise, sweat appeared on his face. Sitting surrounded by his faithful comrades, the boy said that he had nothing to worry about. Turning away, the warrior said that he understood everything. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the young man believed him. The vice captain folded his hands behind his back and called out to the young master. Pressing his hand to his chest, Hilsman promised to become stronger. Turning around, the viscount said that it was time for him to go. The man watched him go, squinting. The aristocrat thought that he felt much calmer because he would no longer have to make up anything, because his comrade would deal with the complicated consequences. The next day, dawn, the people in armor walked forward, holding torches in their hands. The heroes stood in front of a tall dry tree. The main character said that there were 2 swamps in the Forest of Darkness. One of them was a habitat for monsters. Near the other swamp there could be no life at all. The representatives of the whale race frowned. Standing among the tall grass, Roxu remembered his friend's words about something increasing the poison of the mermaids, and asked what kind of swamp they might need. Squinting, Patton suggested that they needed a lifeless swamp. The guy agreed and said that the probability of this was very high. The young man said that first they would go there. Kittens were sitting on his shoulders. The withered trees were covered in a dark aura. Deep in the Forest of Darkness there was a swamp, near which everything died. That was where the heroes should go first. If there was nothing there, they would immediately go to another swamp, which was filled with monsters. Smiling, the viscount decided that the route built in this way would be more convenient. Vatira opened her mouth in surprise and asked if it was not dangerous for children. Hong looked back, and licked her paws. The dark sky hung above the fortress wall. The girl reminded the young master of what he said about the Forest of Darkness being very dangerous, and added that there was a swamp there, near which there was no life, which meant that with a high probability either it was all about strong poison, or the swamp itself was dangerous. The gray kitten suddenly raised its tail. Looking back, On said that such dangerous places were their specialty and that they had never even gotten hurt. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. The kitten closed his eyes and said that he planned to become stronger today and that everything would be fine. Smiling, the aristocrat decided that it was time to develop the poisonous mist, because the children of the Mayo clan wanted to become even stronger, and Cal, who was striving for safety and peace, ironically had a chance to protect himself. The representatives of the whale clan looked at their comrade questioningly. If everything went well, the poisonous mist would improve so much that it would be possible to poison even the representatives of the whale tribe. Squinting slyly, the protagonist said that this was a great opportunity to observe the kitten's skills. Hearing the words of the owner that it was time for them to go, the black dragon spread his wings. He soared into the air above the heroes. Air currents swirled around him. Roxu flew into the air along with the kittens. Looking back, Vatira called out to her brother. A cloud of dust appeared under Patton's feet. Using the energy of water, the guys went after their friend and the black dragon. The boy jumped over the fortress wall. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The kittens looked determined. Behind the castle wall, there were thickets of dead plants. The kittens opened their mouths in fear. Rising high above the ground, the boy saw the endless forest of darkness and thought that the enemies were trying to conquer such a huge land. On the other hand, this task was quite feasible for the black dragon or Khan. In the middle of the dead forest there was a high mountain. Looking at the owner, the reptile said that it was time for them to go down. The viscount agreed. Embraced by green energy, the heroes landed in front of their friends. The kittens jumped to the ground. Concentrating a clot of energy in his paws, the black dragon announced that he was deactivating the magic. A wave of light energy appeared in the air. The representatives of the whale race began to shine and return to their previous hair color and clothes. Smiling, Vatira said that she had guessed it, feeling a little awkward, and thanked the black dragon. Looking at the beast, Patton also thanked it. Turning to his master, the reptile said that he felt dark mana here. Sitting on the shoulders of the nobleman, the black dragon added that it smelled very strange here. The protagonist asked what exactly it smelled like. Hanging his tail down, the beast said that it was just a very old, familiar, but not dangerous smell. Looking at it, Roxu thought it was strange that the black dragon did not remember this smell, because representatives of his kind have an excellent sense of smell. Raising her eyebrows, Vatira asked what they should do now and how they planned to get to that swamp. The guy took a roll of paper from his inside pocket. Straightening it out, he explained that it was a map of the Forest of Darkness. The swamp in question was on the border between the outer and inner zones, so it was not such a dangerous place. The kittens were examining the dead land. The young man said that he wanted to avoid meeting monsters if possible, but he was not going to avoid them completely. The representatives of the whale tribe smiled. The map showed paths. The huge forest was divided into a relatively safe outer zone, where there were few mutants and large monsters, and an extremely dangerous inner zone. Looking at the map, the Viscount remembered that according to the story, even Khan needed dozens of years to freely walk around the inner area of the forest. The swordsman stood on top of the mountain. Starting from the north of the forest, he was able to explore every corner of the dark forest from the inner to the outer zone. Swinging his sword, the man cut off the heads of the monsters that attacked him. After spending dozens of years alone, the warrior eventually found himself in the south of the outer zone, where people lived. Tears appeared in his eyes. The road there took him a very long time. Putting the map in his belt pouch, the protagonist explained that they would have to find out everything by experiencing it firsthand. Roxu pulled out a bottle of blue liquid from his pouch. He narrowed his eyes and asked his companion to lead them. Vatira took the bottle from his hands. Uncorking it, she poured the contents onto the ground. Streams of water swirled around her. Clutching her whip, the girl promised to deliver her friends to their destination safe and sound. The boy smiled and sighed. The heroes walked one after another along the path leading to the Forest of Darkness. Something slipped to the side, raising fallen leaves into the air. Drawing his sword, Patton asked if such dangerous places weren't supposed to be deadly silent. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that it was only so if such a place had a ruler. Dark clouds were flying over the cliffs. There was no ruler in the Forest of Darkness, so its inhabitants did nothing but fight each other and devour their fellows. Pointing his finger forward, the Viscount asked his friend to look straight ahead. Looking at the map, the aristocrat noticed that the thickets had also ended. Holding a pencil in his hand, the protagonist noticed that a zone of small monsters awaited them further. Putting the map in his pocket, he decided to move forward very quietly. The representatives of the whale tribe prepared their weapons. In the thickets, behind Vatira, a kind of whoop was heard. Sharp darts flew out of the bushes. With one movement of her hand, the girl stopped them in flight. Noticing this, Roxu crossed his arms over his chest and was surprised. Looking back, the woman smiled and said that she would deal with this without unnecessary noise. Holding his sword in front of him, Patton assumed that these were mutant goblins. The boy frowned and said that they were not goblins, but Hanta, monsters from the eastern continent. Seeing the monsters approaching from the bushes, Vatira warned the young master of the danger ahead. The monsters bared their crooked teeth. The boy explained that they were similar to goblins and were known for their cruelty and cold-bloodedness. Raising her eyebrows, the girl understood why the Hanta looked so unfamiliar and said that she would deal with them. Snapping his fingers, the Viscount declared that he would do it himself. Grinning, he explained that they could handle it, the confident kitten standing in front of him. Putting a hand to his chin, the nobleman added that he needed to test something. He decided that this was the perfect time to find out his own limit. The representatives of the whale tribe looked at him in surprise. The monsters ran forward, swinging their clubs. The protagonist stepped forward and asked his friends to step back. Roxu furrowed his brows in determination and asked them to save him when the situation became too dangerous, stating that he could not get hurt near them. The black dragon covered the boys with a protective barrier and said that the poison was stronger than expected. Vatira raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking about the poison. Han looked up confidently. The girl raised her hand to her chin and said that it was quite good. Hanta frowned menacingly, summoning a cloud of energy in his hand. The boy thought that it was too noisy in here. Waves of bright energy appeared around him. The young man touched his chest. Looking ahead with a smile, he said that it was time to begin. The cats rushed to help their comrade as the monsters approached him. Waves of energy enveloped the body of one of them. Seeing his dead comrade, the goblin opened his mouth in fear. The Viscount waved his hand. A glittering, unbreakable shield appeared in front of him. The Hanta looked up and saw it in the air. A flash appeared in the nobleman's hand. He abruptly turned his hand palm up. A bright light burst out of the shield and fell upon the crowd of enemies. The bloody bodies of the monsters fell to the ground. Squinting, Patton remembered that the black dragon had called them weak, and the beast flying nearby confirmed it. The whale boy frowned in surprise that his friend could kill 10 monsters at once. The flash generated by the shield dissipated, bright particles flying into the air. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that the Hanta were so weak because they lived right at the entrance. Closing his eyes, Han asked his sister if the poison was really weak. Walking up to his comrade, Patton asked if everything was okay. Hearing a negative answer, he opened his mouth in shock and asked if his friend was really injured. Showing a slight cut on his arm, Roxu said that he had scratched himself. Smiling, Vatira asked if the young master would leave the kittens here to deal with the little monsters. Adjusting his sleeves, the boy replied that he should not overexert himself since his strength had not yet fully recovered. The kittens ran up to the black dragon, wanting to hear his opinion. The girl smiled. The heroes decided to hurry. The morning sun illuminated the Forest of Darkness. 2 days later, Han stood in front of the mutant's corpse. The monsters' bodies were covered in a dark aura. The heroes walked forward. The black dragon declared that he had finished his work. Stroking his head, the young man thought that they would grow faster if they gained experience in real combat. The kittens looked at each other happily. Looking at them, the Viscount smiled. A memory of homeless children standing next to each other popped into his head, as they had to live in constant hiding due to escaping from their tribe. They were not trained properly. The same thing happened to the black dragon that was captured by a human. The beast was lying on the floor, covered in bruises. They would make up for this period in the Forest of Darkness. Looking back, the nobleman suggested that he should also fight. The kittens raised their eyebrows in surprise. Running to their friend, they decided that this was a bad idea. Raising a paw, the black dragon said that the weak man should stop, because it will only get harder from here. The kittens jumped on the shoulders of their comrade. She agreed with her younger brother. Hong recalled how last time he spat blood, overdoing it and using a shield. Patton opened his mouth in surprise upon hearing this. Opening the bag, the protagonist said that they needed to distract themselves for a while and use masks. The heroes put on thick black masks on their faces. The guy assumed that this was protection from poison. Roxu confirmed this. Flying up to him, the black dragon said that he again felt a strange familiar smell. Putting masks on the kittens, the young man assumed that it was the smell of poison or rotting plants near the swamp. He raised his head, hearing that this was not so. Frowning menacingly, the reptile said that this was not an ordinary smell. She happily rounded her eyes. She raised her paws up, rejoicing at the mask. Patton was surprised that in such a huge forest there were only 2 swamps. Closing his eyes, the Viscount noted that there was nothing surprising in this. Squinting, the aristocrat decided that his friend would understand everything when he saw it with his own eyes. Looking at his allies, the protagonist noticed that they had a very healthy complexion, despite the fact that they spent 2 days in this forest. Frowning, the guy from the whale clan thought that this was the one who looked the best. Roxu headed into the thicket of the forest and called everyone to follow him. The trees in the forest were quite dense, and this was where the border separating the inner and outer zones began. She looked to the side. A group of monsters ran out of the darkness. Batira raised her whip. Pulling it in her hands, she asked if it was their turn to fight. Pointing a finger at the orcs, the guy answered in the affirmative and gave them the opportunity to fight. The girl swung her water whip. Water energy hit the ground, causing a bright light, and threw the enemies aside. Their bodies hit the ground with force. A huge spider sat on a tree above Patton. A sword blade flashed in front of its paws. The mutant's severed limbs fell behind the guy. Closing his eyes, he said that the local monsters were really very strange. Since they attacked even in the presence of a dragon, an orc crept up on him from behind. Turning around abruptly, the young man from the whale race cut off its head. An indestructible shield appeared in front of the Viscount, covering his body with a barrier. The aristocrat looked back. The kittens were looking at him with shining eyes. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked them to watch him carefully. The heroes moved deeper into the forest. Feeling a strange smell, Batira pressed her hand to her nose. Looking ahead, Roxu explained that they were in the territory of the swamp. Raising his hand, he asked if this was not what one would expect from the Forest of Darkness. Ahead was such a huge swamp that it seemed as if several large ships could fit in it. This was the most suitable place to confirm the name of the forest. The girl was surprised by such a size. Looking to the side, she realized what kind of poison it was. Reaching for his bag, the guy explained that this poison, which comes from plants mutated due to the absorption of swamp poison, is not fatal but can cause problems. Putting on gloves, the young man urged his comrades to be careful and not let the plants touch their skin. Even Han, who had resistance to poisons, avoided this swamp because of the difficulty in passing through it. Something flew past Patton. The boy looked down questioningly. Hong rushed to run towards the swamp. The young man called out to him and extended his hand to stop him. Hearing an enthusiastic cry, he stopped. The Viscount silently looked ahead. Seeing how the ginger kitten was eating grass, the aristocrat asked him to eat slowly and little by little so as not to get indigestion. Looking back, the cat said that this paralyzing poison was very tasty. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and sighed. Setting off further, Roxu asked if his friends were going to continue their journey. There were someone's footprints on the clay soil. Putting his hands on his belt, the boy noticed them. Batira said that she would check them. Crouching down, the young man assumed that the reason the mermaids were able to become stronger was most likely the swamp itself. He stood up and looked ahead. Frowning, the Viscount reminded him that he had asked the kitten to eat little by little. Hong happily closed his eyes and smiled. The animals approached their master. The ginger cat said that he wanted to taste the swamp. The aristocrat said that he should not do this. The animal explained that he wanted to become stronger. Stroking his head, the protagonist asked him not to think about stupid things and relax because he already had more strength than his master. The kitten agreed. Roxu pointed his finger to the side and asked him to eat more grass, but not to go near the swamp. The black dragon touched his hair. The animals ran in different directions. Looking after the flying reptile, the guy thought about what happened to him. Frowning, Patton reported that he had inspected the surrounding area and found no evidence of plant collection, but there were many signs of activity near the swamp a month ago. Raising his eyebrows, the young man realized that swamp had indeed been collected here. The whale tribe looked at each other. Looking at them, the Viscount asked what was the matter. Hearing the voice of the pet, he looked back and asked why the beast took off its mask. The black dragon pointed its paw to the side and said that it was not just a familiar smell, but the aroma of familiar mana. Frowning tensely, the aristocrat wondered what this could mean. Looking back, the reptile said that the aroma of dragon mana emanated from this swamp. A dark aura appeared above the ground. The darkness thickened. Looking at the swamp, the black dragon explained that this was the smell of mana residue, without the reaction of a living body. After these words, an absurd but the most plausible picture appeared before the eyes of the protagonist. In a huge swamp strewn with strange flowers, there was a dragon corpse. Now it became clear to him what the source of the mermaid tribe's power was. Roxu asked with a stern frown how they were able to detect the scent of undead mana. The black dragon looked back and explained that it was because of the swamp. Looking ahead, he explained that the swamp was holding the scent of mana from evaporating. The boy wondered what that could mean. Dead plants were growing above the swamp. As mana was a force of nature, it was similar to the ancient power in some ways, but certainly different from it. Squinting, the boy thought that mana evaporated at the moment of death, unlike the ancient power, which could remain. He looked at the black dragon when it said that the swamp was emitting a power similar to the shield and wind of the master. The Viscount scratched his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, the nobleman snapped his fingers, realizing something. Hong was enjoying eating the swamp grass. Looking down, the protagonist realized that this was the first time he had encountered an ancient power that was not mentioned in the book, and assumed that it had originated in this place naturally. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing if the power was artificially created. Roxu happily closed his eyes and called his pet smart. The black dragon confirmed this. Vatira looked at them in surprise. The girl asked if she could find out how it happened that the scent of dragon mana could be felt here. Putting his hands on his waist, the guy said that this was just an assumption, but it seemed that there was a dragon corpse in this quagmire. Squinting, the woman asked what a corpse meant. Looking at her, the young man added that quite a lot of time had passed since the dragon's death. Looking back, Hong asked if he really couldn't drink this water. The ginger kitten apologized and explained that he thought it would be tasty. Flying up to him, the black dragon said that he didn't care at all. Pointing at the swamp, the reptile informed him that what was inside it was different from him. Raising his hand, the Viscount explained to his companions that he had previously thought that the mermaids could strengthen themselves with the swamp's poison, since it was their main weapon, but now it became clear that the matter could be in the dragon's mana remaining in the swamp. Squinting, the nobleman noted that both assumptions could be true at the same time. Frowning sternly, the protagonist decided that if it was all about the poison, then it would be enough to collect the swamp and find an antidote, but if the mana of a dead dragon was involved, then everything changed. Looking around the swamp, Vatira said that it was too big and asked what they should do now. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, the girl thought that there was no way they could block the entrance to the Forest of Darkness or continuously patrol its perimeter. Hearing that everything was actually simple, she looked around in surprise. Putting his hand on his chest, Roxu suggested that they first collect as much swamp as they needed and then renegotiate the deal. The woman asked what kind of deal they were talking about, crossing his arms over his chest. The guy thought that he was going to get only the poisonous swamp and immediately leave this place, but they could not leave such a source of power to unknown enemies under any circumstances. Squinting, he remembered that, among other things, he had received a very significant bonus in the form of ancient power. Looking up, Vatira asked what the terms of the deal were. Holding up his index finger, the young man declared that he would deal with this swamp. He was asked how he would manage to do this. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the Viscount replied that he would simply turn it over. The girl asked in surprise what this meant. The aristocrat closed his eyes contentedly. Turning around, the woman wondered what their ally was going to do with this huge swamp. The swamp was overgrown with tall grass. Vatira raised her eyebrows in shock. The aristocrat asked her not to delve too deeply into the details. He promised to take care of the swamp and asked his comrades to make a deal with him. The representatives of the whale tribe looked at him. The protagonist looked determined. No matter what happened here, the Forest of Darkness would not be worse from it. In any case, it would be possible to disguise it as an accident, because in this place you could always brush it off and say that no one had any idea what happened here. The leaves were falling from the trees around the heroes. The wind was removing the last leaves from the dead trees. The representatives of the whale clan agreed to make a deal. Putting his hand to his chin, Roxu said that he had nothing to ask for in exchange for doing his part. Vatira said that he could decide and say this at any time and that they would agree if the demand was acceptable to both parties. Extending her hand, the girl swore on her name and said that her ally could rest assured on this matter. Shaking her hand, the boy asked her to leave him a byproduct of getting rid of the swamp. The woman agreed. She shuddered and looked back when she was called. The kittens were sitting next to each other. The young man asked them to leave and promised to get the poison of the swamp for Hong if they waited a little. The ginger kitten asked him to be careful because he could not allow the younger one to get hurt. The Viscount looked back and replied that he understood everything. Calling out to his friend, he threw him something. In Patton's hands lay an empty vial. The aristocrat explained that it was a bottle enchanted against corruption, in which the swamp should be collected. The boy looked up in admiration, surprised that their ally could even take this into account. Next to the tree lay a vial filled with dark liquid. Pointing his finger behind him, the protagonist asked his comrades to leave, go into the forest, sit there quietly and not come out until they were called. Heading towards the swamp, Roxu was worried that his friends might get poisoned or hurt. Raising his hand, the whale tribe boy asked if the young master was really going to do this alone. The boy answered in the negative. The black dragon spread its wings. Flying into the air next to its master, the reptile declared that they would do this together. Leaves fell onto the grass. The beast widened its eyes, asking what its friend was planning to do, and noted that he looked a little devious. Holding several balls in his hands, the Viscount said that he finally figured out where to use them. Flipping through the magic bombs in his hands, the aristocrat said that they had the perfect circumstances. Looking at the black dragon, the protagonist allowed him to use his power to the fullest. The beast asked if this was true. Roxu asked him not to ask questions that he knew the answer to, and urged him not to get hurt. The reptile smirked. Bright waves of energy appeared around him. The boy waved his hand. At that moment, an unbreakable shield appeared in front of him. The black dragon rushed after the bomb. With his eyes widened, he ordered the swamp to turn over. Bright flashes from the swinging of weapons remained in space. Among the bright flashes, a black dragon was visible with wide open eyes. This dragon was captured by a man at the age of 4, but it is impossible to subdue a dragon because they are lords by nature. The eyes of the black dragon opened wide. The hero noticed that it was noisy. Roxu, standing in a black mask, smiled happily. He looked at the heroes standing in front of him in white clothes and blue hair. He guessed that this was Vatira from the whale family, but a huge overwhelming power that even this humpback whale cannot compare to emanated from this small body. The hero looked at the black dragon's wide open eyes. Roxu looked at the hovering monster, saying that it is noisy here, so we need to finish quickly. The dragon spread its wings, saying that it expected such words from him. The young man put his hands in his pockets. His face and body were illuminated by a bright light. He thought that it was amazing. The small black dragon flapped its wings, forming a funnel of black energy with bright flashes under itself. Roxu raised his eyebrows, thinking that the dragon was not turning over, but was going to completely dry up the swamp. He wondered if the dragon's corpse would survive. The small black dragon opened his eyes wide and turned around, saying that he was starting. A bright purple flash, piercing the gray clouds, reached the ground. Patton and the girl with blue hair standing next to him covered their ears with their hands and closed their eyes. The protagonist frowned, following their example. Streams of bright energy lifted particles of dark energy upward. A crack appeared in the protective dome. Streams of bright blue energy were swirled by a strong wind. Roxu stood motionless in front of a depression in the ground, from which streams of raised smoke and bright particles of energy departed. The black dragon hovered above the ground. Patton and the girl opened their eyes in surprise, frozen in place. She frowned. Roxu raised his head, looking at the bright streams of blue and blue iridescent energy, saying that the dragon was good. The beast smiled contentedly, looking at him. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that this was indeed so. The black dragon smiled happily and turned over in space, saying that he was having fun. Streams of swirling energy appeared around the guy. He thought that it would be better not to touch the dragon at all in the future. The young man took a step forward. The hero put his hands in his pockets and went down into the depression in the ground, asking if he was allowed to do what he wanted. The dragon opened his bright blue eyes, asking him not to ask a question he knew the answer to. Roxu put his hand out in front of him, thanking him and concentrating the bright energy in his palm. He imagined a crown, thinking that if he also got a magic tower, then it would be great. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. Roxu put his hands out to the sides. In his palms there was bright energy, lifting everything around, forming a dark vortex. A stream of dark energy rushed towards the young man, who was protected by a magical dome. His eyes widened. The voice asked if the boy knew what dominance was. Roxu frowned. He put his hands out to the sides, holding translucent spheres in them. A stream of dark energy began to swirl around the boy. The voice told him that he dominated when he took possession of even the breath of his opponent. The boy's hand reached forward. It was illuminated by a bright stream of light. A bright light appeared in front of his palm, which was covered by swirling dark streams of energy. He asked the hero if he knew what was the easiest way to take possession of him. With horror, Roxu looked at the streams of intertwined dark and light energy surrounding him, thinking that horror did not obey logic. Surprised Khan, inspired hands, worried Amber and smiling Roxu were presented around bright flowers. The unknown said that people no longer expect anything and live only in their present. Fear and horror called the future. The main character stood in front of himself, but his face was not visible. He overcame countless fears because he wanted to live comfortably, happier than anyone else. Streams of dark energy swirled near the young man's neck. He clasped his fist with his other palm. His hair was blown by the streams of the rising wind. Roxu made a hard shot with his fingers. Streams of bright energy rushed forward. The protagonist raised his finger to his face, pretending to blow smoke off the barrel of a gun. He said that this was nonsense, because he did not understand what use such nonsense as dominance and horror was. Roxu frowned and froze in place, thinking that he had enough of what could really be useful. The young man stood still, saying that this was nonsense, and he understood it perfectly well. In the darkness, he saw a bright shine of the crown. The hero arched his eyebrows. He took a step forward. Roxu reached out to it with his hand, overcoming the streams of dark energy. The guy touched it. The darkness began to disappear. The voice told him to use the object with benefit, because sometimes the imaginary can save a life. The protagonist frowned and narrowed his eyes from the wind. Bright streams of energy appeared in front of the young man. The guy opened his eyes wide. Roxu nodded, closing them. The darkness disappeared, leaving behind bright particles in space. The dragon looked at the hero in surprise. He raised his eyebrows, asking why it seemed to him that the man had become stronger at the level of the claw of his front paw. The young man closed his eyes. The dragon was perplexed, because the hero is still weak, but he feels a powerful energy. Roxu looked up at him and pressed his hand to his heart, saying that the charisma of this body has increased. The dragon did not understand what the man wanted to tell him. There was dark energy around the crown, subjugating aura. As the name suggests, this ancient power only affects the aura, and outwardly, a beautiful crown, only the power itself is useless. The guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that this is the perfect power for fraud. The dragon sadly raised his eyebrows, saying that fraud is bad. The hero turned to him. On an elevated hill stood Patton, a girl with blue hair and kittens, all wearing black masks. Roxu beckoned to them with his hand, asking them to come closer. He and Hong quickly moved, heading towards him. The heroes knitted their brows. The animals ran closer. They looked at the dragon hovering above them. He noticed that he didn't seem to be hurt. Hong said that their youngest couldn't get hurt. They happily talked about how their youngest was the coolest and the coolest. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking why they weren't coming. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She thought of her father, imagining him underwater, standing with his back to her. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, thinking that it didn't feel like a powerful force, rather it felt like he had taken over not by force, but by the smugness of someone in power. She had a strange feeling. She lowered her hand, unclenching her fist. The boy raised his eyebrows. The hero held out the white bones, asking if there was a scent of mana left. The dragon replied, no. Then the boy told him to put the bones together. The black dragon hovered in front of him, flapping its wings. The kittens spoke worriedly about what might happen. They did not understand why the boy went there, although he was the weakest of them. Han rubbed against his leg, saying that everything could be trusted to the youngest. He sat on the protagonist's back, saying that he, of course, cannot get hurt either. Rox reached for the kitten, going to pick him up. He looked at the animals, saying that they were returning. Then they arranged a 3-week vacation for themselves, and the hero, as planned, prepared to leave for the kingdom of Viper. Above the light estate with a dark roof was a clear blue sky. The protagonist's family was sitting at the table. The girl asked if her brother had to go there. She pressed her hand to her chest and closed her eyes, saying that she did not understand why His Highness would send a man who had barely left to such a dangerous place. The girl raised her eyebrows sadly, asking the young master to take care of himself. She wished for him to return safely. The bow of the ship cut through the waves, causing the water to splash. Roxu stood at the edge of the ship, thinking that he had not intended to get hurt. Han had returned faster than expected. Perhaps he had simply destroyed the kingdom of Breck, and Rosalind and Luck had returned with him. The heroes were standing on the deck, discussing something. The girl was sitting on a wooden box. He and Han, despite the slight tremors running through their bodies, said that they would definitely go, and Hans, of course, with them. The hero smiled happily and stroked the cat sitting on his lap. Vice Captain Hilsman and Bickrose watching him, as well as the wolf cubs accompanying him. The man sat at the table, pressing his fist to his mouth, trying to hold back his nausea. In particular, the black dragon followed the hero, so he had nothing to fear. The dragon lay behind the wooden box behind the protagonist, saying that the smell of the sea was really good. The sea waves shimmered brightly in the rays of light. The dragon turned to the man, asking if there would be a one-syllable name. The hero asked why he was asking. The dragon looked at him, saying that for some reason he thought the boy would call him Snake or Darkness. Roxu raised his eyebrows, realizing that he was talking about his name. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if he would like such a name. The dragon's eyes widened. He jumped up from his seat, saying that he would be happy with any name he gave. The boy looked at him, saying that it was good. The hero named him Rayon. The boy noted that if An and Hong heard his words, they would be very upset. Rayon's eyes widened. He flapped his wings, asking the man what he just said. The boy repeated that his first name was Rayon and his last name was Peace. The ship moved forward, cutting through the sea waves. He said that this name carries the wish for a happy and pleasant life from him. Rayon opened his eyes wide. The shadow of the mast fell on the deck. The young man thought that the name was completely Korean, so Han would notice, but he could get out of it. The dragon asked what it meant. Roxu smiled, looking into the distance. He pointed his finger at Rayon, saying that this name meant him. The dragon opened his eyes wide. The protagonist smiled and put out his hand, saying that these two words and the letters that make them up are only for him. The dragon embarrassedly repeated his words. The young man stroked Rayon's head, saying that this is so, since he is a very great dragon. Rayon repeated in his head the words that this name was chosen only for him. The black dragon spread his wings. Roxu smiled. Rayon flew above him and smiled happily, saying that since it is worthy of him, he will use it with pride. The young man said that it was good. The dragon spun around in the air, saying that his name was Rayonmere. The dragon wrapped around the protagonist's neck. Roxu smiled while holding his paws, thinking that now even the tiny possibility that he could get hurt was erased. We need to go back to the time before leaving for the Viper Kingdom. Rayon raised his head arrogantly, thinking that he was a great dragon. At that time he did not have a name, but he was great and cool. The protagonist sat next to him with his arms folded. The dragon was thinking that he decided to entrust a weak person to come up with a name for him. He gave him a period of 1 month, hoping that he would give him a great name. In the magic ball was Albert, who said that Princess Rosalind was very strict. She even abdicated the throne of the Breck Kingdom. He heard that the Archduke family was destroyed in one morning. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Next to the girl were two very strong creatures. Behind Rosalind were Lack and Han. Unlike him, their identities were unknown to others. The Crown Prince raised his eyebrows, asking if they were his subordinates. The protagonist smiled, repeating his question. Albert folded his hands in front of him, sitting at the table and calling the young man a sly one. Without giving the Crown Prince a chance to ask a question, Roxu turned to his highness. The boy jumped up from his seat and leaned towards the ball, saying that they were similar. Albert said with annoyance that it was terrible. The hero agreed with his words. Roxu looked into the magic ball, saying that he agreed that the Rowan Kingdom essentially had nothing. Albert smiled, asking if he really dared to be impudent. The boy noticed that, nevertheless, his highness was laughing. The Crown Prince thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that it was true, calling his interlocutor an observant boy. He asked why he was aiming at the magic tower. The hero asked why his highness needed a mage. The wooden shelves were filled with books. Albert closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he just wanted to get them. Roxu raised his eyebrows, saying that he also just wanted to get the magic tower. The Crown Prince noticed that this was the case. He raised his hand to his forehead, saying that it was not for nothing that he thought that the existence of another person like him would be unpleasant. The boy said, "Good." The shelves of the room were illuminated by the sun's rays. Albert smiled and raised his eyebrows high, saying that he would give the hero all the support he could. Roxu closed his eyes and smiled. He pressed his hand to his heart, thanking him and saying that he would bring all the best. The Crown Prince noticed that they really understood each other well. A black dragon was reflected in the magic ball, asking if the man had come up with a name for him. The boy closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, saying that he was still thinking about it. As he expected, it would take a lot of effort to come up with a name that suited the great him. Rayon hovered above the boy lying on the bed. The dragon looked at the back of the hero, who was minding his own business. Rayon narrowed his eyes in displeasure, wondering if a weak person would really come up with a name for him. Time passed quickly and the people who had left returned. Lack and Han were standing behind the boy. Rosalind closed her eyes and smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero agreed with her words. The girl said that they could no longer call her princess. After all, she was kicked out of the royal family. Roxu sat in a chair opposite her, wondering if he could call her Rosalind as before. The girl replied that they could always call her that. Han came closer, asking if they needed to report on the situation in the Breck Kingdom. The boy brought a mug to his mouth, saying that there was no need. He thought that he did not need to know about their friendly mutual assistance. More importantly, he turned to Lack, saying that his youngest were currently in another place. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking where they were now. The young man replied that they were currently in Harris village. Han frowned and lowered his head. Han said that this village was once prosperous due to its fertile lands. But something bad happened there recently, so it was currently being rebuilt. For this reason, the younger Lack siblings went to this village. Some of the houses in the village were destroyed. The people on the street were doing their best to restore them. Han smiled, saying that they were also creating a cemetery for the fallen villagers. The Lord insisted on it. Vice Captain Hilsman was also trying his best. Roxu closed his eyes, drinking the contents of his mug. Hilsman smiled, holding a shovel in his hands, saying that the young lord could entrust everything to him here. The protagonist folded his hands on the pears, saying that he could do whatever he saw fit. The young man put the cup down on the saucer, asking what insisted meant. Hans said that this was the first time the boy had approached the count with a question about the lands. One could even say that he had approached the lord of the lands with a request. This was the first time he had seen the young master touch upon matters about the lands. Roxu frowned, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist ordered Lack to see the youngest, and at the same time to inspect the lands on which they would live. He ordered to take hand with him. Lack smiled happily. The young man ordered the boy to go and say hello. He turned to Lack, saying that his adopted younger brother did not know the way, so he needed to be led. Han frowned in embarrassment. The protagonist ordered them to go. He also said that Mrs. Rosalind could also be free. The room was illuminated by streams of sunlight entering through the window. Han bowed his head, thanking the young master. The boy, sitting on a red chair, raised his hand, saying that this was too much gratitude. Han, standing opposite, noticed that Bikros said that because of a certain bean he almost got hurt. The hero remembered the battle with the blue whale. His eyes widened in fear. Roxu sat in a chair opposite the guy, saying that nothing happened to him. He was just sprinkled with stone dust and water. Han turned around, saying that he understood everything. Hans, holding a tray with a cup on a saucer, raised his eyebrows, asking what was the matter. The guy bowed his head, saying that it was time for him to go. Hans put his hands behind his back and leaned towards the young master, asking if they had a fight with Mr. Han. The young man looked at him, asking what he was talking about. The kittens surrounded the black dragon. Hong asked what the youngest was doing. She noticed that he was reading a book, and he still did not have a name except youngest. The dragon raised his wings and frowned, saying that in a week it would be. He hoped that it would be a cool name. Han suggested that his name should be Drak. After all, he was a dragon. Ona supported his idea. The dragon brought his paws together. He could not believe that a weak person would actually give him a name with one syllable. The dragon sadly raised his eyebrows, ignoring the kitten's conversations about meat for dinner today. The golden spoon fell to the floor. The protagonist stood in front of his family, who were sitting at the table. Lily raised her eyebrows, saying that now in the Viper Kingdom people die every day. The aristocrats are forced to hide. The mentor even reported that they cannot sleep peacefully and it is difficult for them to eat well. Darith closed his eyes, saying that even if this is an order from the royal family, it is too much. The stepmother frowned and looked at the young man, asking if he himself wants this. Roxu smiled and folded his arms on the table, saying that he really wanted to go. The man asked him to remember that he always worried about him. There was a family crest hanging on the wall. Violet frowned, saying that they were all worried about him, but they didn't care about the kingdom. Darith awkwardly noted that the kingdom had to be safe so that their family would be okay. The protagonist, sitting across from his father at the table, noted that he was a golden turtle. His strong shell meant that his safety was above all else. The young man put his hand to his chest, saying that he was from the Henidus family, so they had nothing to worry about. Violet raised an eyebrow, saying that she heard him, but they would always worry because they were parents. Basin leaned forward, addressing his brother. Roxu folded his arms across his chest and smiled, asking them to take good care of their studies and training, because he could travel safely thanks to their efforts. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he would bring souvenirs from the Viper Kingdom. The ship cut through the surface of the sea water. The dragon asked if his name would consist of one syllable. The hero wondered why he was asking this. The dragon lowered his head, saying that he thought the guy would call him Snake or Darkness. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if he would like his name. The dragon widened his eyes, looking at him. He jumped up from his seat, saying that he would be happy with any name they give him. Roxu named him Rayon. The guy noted that if Hong and On heard this, they would be very upset. The dragon looked down. He spread his wings and looked at the guy, asking the man to repeat what he just said. Roxu repeated that his first name was Rayon and his last name was Peace. The image of the young man was reflected in the dragon's eyes. He said that this name carries wishes for a happy and pleasant life from him. Rayon was surrounded by iron chains. That place was cold, dark and deep. He hoped that someone would be released from there. He just wanted a simple life, and for the first time he walked around the freedom he craved, thanks to the person who released him, who gave him a name. Above the green treetops was a dark night sky with bright stars. Rayon spread his wings, looking at him. Roxu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Letters that were put together only for him, words dedicated to him alone. He is a great dragon. Rayon smiled and opened his blue eyes wide. There were bright particles in the dark sky. The protagonist looked ahead, his hair fluttering in the wind. Rayon looked at him, saying, "Thank you." The boy frowned, looking at him. The boy turned around, asking what he just said. Rayon turned around and closed his eyes, asking how he could not understand at once. Roxu smiled. He raised his hand, asking to say it again. The dragon spread its wings, saying that it did not want it, really did not want it at all. He told the weak man to go inside because he could catch a cold. 3 whales appeared in the sea in front of the ship. The young man looked away. He patted Rayon on the head, saying that it would be difficult to go inside. The dragon frowned and asked why. The larger blue whale moved underwater, raising air bubbles. Khan rushed to the boy, calling out to him. Roxu looked at him. He turned around and raised his hand. Rayon smiled, saying that he was not lying. Khan frowned in confusion. Large blue whales began to splash in the water near the ship. The young man pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, greeting the king of whales. The animals raised their heads above the surface of the sea water. The bowing hero was reflected in the eye of the whale. Roxu thought that this was the ruler of the entire seas, the whale king S.H. Keller, the one whose greatness could not be compared even to the emperor of a country occupying part of a continent. The young man smiled, thinking that he felt a lot of pressure. The hero spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he would like to talk on the deck. The dragon's eyes narrowed. Bright splashes rose from the water. People in blue robes came out onto the deck of the ship. Among them was a girl with long blue hair named Vatira, the heir of the whale king. The man with white hair was a killer whale. The man with a scar on his face was called Archie. He was a great warrior of the whale people. Rayon frowned, saying that dragons were more beautiful, cool, and great. The young man stroked his head. Roxu looked at Han standing next to him, thinking that the boy was completely dumbfounded. The man said that he had not been down to the southern seas for a long time. Khan's eyes widened. Vatira smiled, saying that it was warmer here and asking if her father did not like it. The man with blue hair and a beard furrowed his brows. The blue-haired man looked at the protagonist and thought that he was just as Vatira had described. Roxu smirked when the girl said that the whale king was still powerful despite his weakness. The man looked straight ahead and thanked Roxu for saving his son and that he wanted to show his gratitude, so he came with his daughter. The protagonist shook the whale king's hand and replied that he did what he had to and suggested that they get straight to business since they were both busy people. Roxu frowned and looked away. Archie looked at Khan silently. The man with the scar on his face frowned his white brows. Khan had an angry expression on his face. Roxu looked at the black-haired youth and thought that just recently he was stunned by the beautiful appearance of the whale tribe, and now for some reason he was angry, and if these two fought now, it would be the end of the ship. The protagonist put his hand on Khan's shoulder. The whale king walked up to Archie. Khan looked at Roxu in confusion, who asked if everything was okay. The black dragon flew past the protagonist, screaming loudly in rage. Roxu looked away and thought that Archie looked like the type of person who would get on the nerves of even his allies. The man with the scar on his eye furrowed his brows in anger. The protagonist closed his eyes and mentally concluded that Archie was acting this way because Schickler wanted to meet him in person. Roxu turned to the man. The protagonist frowned and thought that the energy of the heart reacted automatically. Archie furrowed his brows in confusion when Roxu asked who he was to look at him like that. The blonde man sweated and narrowed his eyes. Roxu smirked and said that if Archie couldn't answer that question, then he shouldn't get caught so easily. The protagonist looked at Schickler and asked him with a smile if he agreed, and the king answered in the affirmative. The whale king closed his eyes and ordered Archie to apologize and introduce himself. Archie bowed and apologized, and Roxu thought that he didn't want to do that at all. The protagonist sighed in displeasure when the black dragon said that Roxu looked a little stronger than his claw right now, and the protagonist thought that his charisma was so low that a 4-year-old would be enough for him. Blue water was visible. Schickler looked at Vatira, asking where the thing he was looking for went, and the girl answered that it might be in his pocket. The man took out a small glass vial with a purple substance. The whale king touched his beard and asked why Roxu needed the dead mana, since humans had no use for it, except for the necromancers who disappeared many years ago. The protagonist grinned, looking at the vial. The stars were bright in the sky. The whale king said goodbye and apologized for Archie's behavior. Roxu smiled, saying that everything was fine. Schickler looked at his son and said that the reason was that he still had a lot to learn, and Vatira called out to her father. The whale king coughed awkwardly, and the girl smiled. Vatira turned around and said goodbye to Roxu. Archie, Schickler, and Vatira looked at the protagonist in silence. The ship was sailing on the sea. Roxu stepped forward and said that it had many uses, so they would watch for now. The protagonist looked at Khan and asked what was wrong. The black-haired youth closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. Rox turned away and said he was going to take a nap. The black dragon turned around and said his name was Rayon Mir. The dragon smiled and said he was a really cool, great and graceful creature and that Khan should definitely remember that. Rayon then flew after Rox. Khan looked up and said he needed to get stronger too. The water reflected the stars. A few days later, the port of the Viper Kingdom. Bilos spread his arms out to the sides and smiled as he welcomed the protagonist to the kingdom. The protagonist crossed his arms and said he wasn't sick. Rox asked with a smile if it was time for them to get to work and Bilos said he was counting on the protagonist. Ruins were visible. The magic tower of the Viper Kingdom had fallen. The owner of the magic tower had been torn to shreds by Tunka's hands, and only treasures were left in the fallen tower without its owner. Roxu said with a slight smile that treasure hunting is a lot of fun. Bilos smiled and giggled when the protagonist asked him to work hard. Roxu put his hand on his waist, wondering if Bilos was acting like that on purpose. They were standing on the pier, and the protagonist thought that Bilos must be confused right now since he didn't know all the details. Roxu put his hand on his face and thought that he only told Bilos about the magic device. The cats were standing next to the black dragon. The blonde boy was kneeling next to the animals. There were red curtains hanging in the room while Rayon was screaming loudly. Roxu took the grapes. He was lying on the bed, and Han asked if the protagonist came up with the name for the black dragon. The black-haired boy looked at Roxu carefully, who thought that it meant that Han knew the meaning of the word peace but didn't know Rayon. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he just made it up, and the cats said with smiles that they liked the name. Roxu added that the name just popped into his head as soon as he looked at Rayon. He asked why Han wanted to know that. The black-haired boy smiled slightly and said that he was just curious. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that Han had a strange expression when he heard the name of the black dragon. Roxu wasn't sure if it would be okay. He assumed that it was because the name was of Korean origin. Rosalind turned around as Roxu called her. The protagonist raised his hand, asking if it was a club, and the girl smiled, saying that it was indeed, and that she realized that swinging her magic and the club were the same thing. Rosalind swung the weapon. Roxu gave a thumbs up, saying that it was very wise, and thought that he was just about to tell the girl that it was dangerous to walk around the Viper Kingdom as a mage. Rosalind slammed the bat into her palm and said that she just wanted to make sure that she didn't get into trouble with others and that she had learned a wide variety of martial arts in her youth. The girl smiled and added that she had always wanted to see this place with her own eyes at least once. Carts were driving around the city, and Bilos said that the carriage for the protagonist was ready. There was a bush growing near the house. Roxu entered the spacious room, asking if everything was done quietly, and Bilos answered in the affirmative, adding that he had no need to share his advantages with anyone. The protagonist smiled, saying that he liked Bilos, and the blonde replied that the feeling was mutual. Roxu sat down on the sofa, asking if they had won. Bilos approached the purple sofa, saying that everything happened exactly as the protagonist said, and that the faction of mages was much larger than expected. Bilos, with a calm face, said that it seemed to him that they were not afraid of death and were focused only on killing mages. Roxu leaned his elbows on his legs, while Bilos said that he was especially scared when a crowd of savages with resistance to magic appeared at the front. Over the course of several generations, a number of people with natural resistance to magic had been born, and they had become the deciding factor in the battle between the mages and non-mages. Roxu frowned and thought that the savages had taken their appearance as a sign that they would kill these impudent mages who believed that they could control nature with mana. Bilos wrinkled his nose and said that this was especially true of a man named Tunka, the leader of the non-mage faction, who in his direct subordinates truly acted on instinct. He pictured Tunka's face and said that he had only seen it once from a distance, and that Tunka had broken a mage's neck with his bare hands. Roxu took his glass and said that the scene must have been quite brutal, and Bilos replied that the corpses of mages who had been torn to pieces alive hung on the walls of the castle. The protagonist took a sip of wine as Bilos said that even that was not enough from the point of view of the people of the Viper Kingdom. There was a bar on the window, and Bilos asked where they were heading now. The blonde sweated in fear as Roxu replied that they were going to meet Tunka. The protagonist smiled and added that they were heading to the Mage Tower. Roxu crossed one leg over the other and asked Bilos to trust him. The blonde clenched his hands into fists, saying that he trusted his instincts, and the protagonist asked what they were saying. Bilos poured wine into a glass and said that his instincts told him to follow Roxu, to which the protagonist replied that these were the perfect instincts for becoming a merchant. The drink splashed around in the glass. The building was covered in blood stains. Although the civil war was officially over, some mages were still not captured, so screams could be heard in the kingdom every now and then. Corpses hung on the stairs, madness, despair, sadness, all of it was in the air. The protagonist looked at the glass and said that this wine was wonderful. A few days later, a carriage was parked at a high tower. Roxu smiled and said that the tower was magnificent. They got out of the carriage and hands ran up to them. The protagonist reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. Bilos gaped in shock when Roxu pulled out a gold coin. The blonde pressed himself against the protagonist and said that he had unlimited respect for him. Hans raised his hand and asked what Roxu was going to do. The butler looked at two men in the distance. The men were dragging bloody corpses. Hans pressed his hand to his mouth, holding back the urge to vomit. The protagonist frowned and told the butler to rest if he couldn't stand it. Hans looked down in shame when Roxu said that this was a battlefield. The protagonist turned around and Han and Rosalind approached him. Hans was sweating and refused to take a break. Roxu smiled and told the butler not to shirk in that case because they were there to meet with Tonka, and until then they should try not to provoke the locals. In the middle of the clearing was a camp of white tents. Han frowned and asked who Tonka was. Roxu looked at him and said that he was the man named Bob they saw in Ubar territory and Tonka was his alias. Han clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist crossed his arms, asking what was wrong, and the black-haired youth replied that it's nothing. Bilos smiled when Roxu asked if he could go to the advisor's tent, and the blonde man replied that he could take 6 people. The dragon sat on the protagonist's shoulder, who concluded that Bilos was making a decent amount of money, and that he must have made a fortune during the Civil War if he could just talk to the advisor like that. Rayon smiled and said that it was fun. The dragon closed his eyes, saying that he felt that something fun was about to happen, and the protagonist thought that he did not understand what Rayon meant. Han, Lack, and Hilsman looked at Roxu when he called them. The protagonist turned around, looking at Rosalind. He asked if the girl would go with them, and she smiled, agreeing. Roxu smiled contentedly. Hans put his hand to his forehead and shouted that they would definitely hide in a quiet place and would not attract attention, and that he would definitely protect everyone. Roxu looked at the butler with displeasure, and the butler began to cry, asking if he was that unreliable. The cats jumped on the protagonist's shoulders, and he whispered to them that they would go to the tower a little later, and that soon they would go to a place where they could go wild. The protagonist picked up the gray cat and said that it was time to go. They walked along the ground. Bilos was smiling. He walked ahead of everyone. The people looked after them, and Roxu thought that they still hadn't had enough, despite their shabby appearance. Hilsman immediately turned away from the locals when the protagonist said to look straight ahead. Bilos pointed to the tent and said that they needed to go here. Roxu nodded and thought that Bilos knew what he was going to say. Bilos began to sweat, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that one might think that the non-mage faction had gone crazy for no apparent reason, but if you look at all the facts, the motive would become clear. Roxu imagined the explosions and thought that the mages were not the only ones with intelligence, knowledge, and that numerous scientists could not continue to be oppressed and therefore joined Tonka. On the table was a notebook, a pen, and an inkwell. They hated magic even more than Tonka himself. Bilos pulled back the curtain, and the protagonist asked the blonde to contact the advisor. The blonde went inside the tent of the advisors, whom Tonka protects, despite the fact that he easily abandons weak warriors. Roxu frowned and thought that therefore Bilos only needs to ask them to meet with Tonka, but for some reason, goosebumps ran down the protagonist's spine. The hand pulled back the orange curtain. Khan extended his hand to the side, and the protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. The black-haired youth stood in front of the protagonist and said that he had a bad feeling. Tonka came out of the tent, laughing loudly. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had just gotten bored. Roxu covered his face with his hand. Tonka approached Khan and said that the others also had a strong smell, but his was the strongest, and that he could not stand aside after smelling that smell of power. Khan turned around and asked if it was Tonka, and Roxu said that it was true. Tonka began to stretch his arms, asking Khan to fight him. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, silently looking at them. Roxu frowned in confusion when the black-haired youth agreed to this proposal. Rayon smiled and said that he was right. Tonka looked down and laughed. Khan grabbed his weapon, emitting a purple aura. Tonka smiled widely and said that he liked this look. The black-haired youth frowned, looking at him with hatred. Khan clenched his hand on the hilt of his sword. Roxu placed his hand on the youth's shoulder. Khan was sweating as the protagonist asked if he was really going to fight now. Roxu stood in front of Tonka. The protagonist adjusted his hair and greeted the man. Tonka remembered falling down. He recognized the red hair of the villain who looked down at him and threw him into the ocean. The protagonist looked down arrogantly. Tonka was sure it was him. The man froze, looking at Roxu in shock. He thought that there was some difference after all. The protagonist looked sternly at Tonka and said that he wanted to fight. Looking straight ahead, Roxu called out to Khan. The black-haired youth opened his mouth in surprise as the protagonist allowed him to join the fight. Tonka clenched his hands into fists and screamed in joy. Rayon brought his paw to his face and said that he was just an idiot who wanted to get punched, and that Khan was much stronger. Roxu put his hand on the youth's shoulder and said that he did not have to hold back, and Khan promised that he would win. Tonka tensely pursed his lips when someone called his real name. The protagonist thought with a smile that they needed to prepare a suitable area for the fight and asked Tonka to organize the place. There was a colorful sky above the tent camp. Khan stood in front of Tonka. Rosalind looked at Roxa and asked what if they were hated here at this rate for such a scene. Lack sweated and asked if it would be a problem if Khan won. The protagonist looked at the young man with displeasure, who said that they could start going back on their promises and that there was a chance that Tonka would get angry and refuse to cooperate. Rosalind and Luck raised their eyebrows in surprise when Roxu told them not to worry. Tonka and Khan were being watched by the locals, and the protagonist thought that the man was not as strong as he might seem. He was certainly strong by human standards, but he could not compare to the same whales or dragons. Tonka smirked, while Roxu thought that if the man had been filled with a thirst for revenge after every encounter with a strong opponent, he would never have been able to come to his current position. Tonka began to stretch his arms. Kon looked down. Tonka smiled contentedly, hearing the encouraging shouts of the crowd. The protagonist leaned his face on his hand and said that it was not victory or defeat that was important to them, but the battle itself. The people shouted loudly, raising their weapons. Only the rituals of warriors mattered to them. Kon turned and looked at Roxu. Tonka also looked at the protagonist and asked why the black-haired youth was looking back at the weakling. Roxu frowned, not understanding whether Tonka called him a weakling. The man smiled and repeated his question. Tonka's eyes shone brightly, and he said that weaklings should die first, no matter where. Rosalind sweated when Roxu called Tonka a pathetic guy. Kon began to unwind the bandage on the hilt of his sword. He threw the weapon on the ground. He clenched his hand into a fist. Kon attacked Tonka. The man opened his mouth wide and cried out in pain. Kon struck him with his fists many times. Tonka crossed his arms and called the youth a puppy with a smirk. The man rushed towards Kon. The black-haired youth caught his fist. Blood flowed down Tonka's hand. Kon pushed the enemy away from him. Tonka flew back and fell to the ground, letting out a loud groan. He sat on his knees, saying that Kon was really strong, but he still would not fall. Kon clenched his hands into fists and said that Tonka talked too much. The black-haired youth began to attack the enemy, who began to laugh loudly. Roxu frowned, not understanding if Tonka liked being beaten. He was wondering when Kon would finish beating the enemy. Rosalind looked at the protagonist, asking if they should stop Kon, and Roxu replied that they cannot interfere with the sacred right of a warrior because the duel can only be interrupted by the will of one of them. Kon emitted a black and purple glow, and the protagonist added that they can only watch this rite. Tonka ran towards the black-haired youth, screaming loudly. Kon hit the man in the chest, gritting his teeth. Tonka flew up, shouting for everyone to run away. A huge explosion was heard from his landing. Kon put away his sword and bowed. He straightened up and opened his mouth in surprise at the praise. Roxu smiled, crossing his arms, and Kon said that he tried. The girl sat next to Tonka, asking him to get up, but he did not react to her words. Tonka, whose face was covered in bruises, sat down and was informed of the defeat. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and added with a smile that Tonka must now take them to the magic tower. White clouds floated in the sky. Someone shouted loudly that tonight they would raise a toast to the fact that today a new warrior was born. The people frowned in anger, and the protagonist thought that after all, they did not look very friendly due to the crushing victory over Tonka. Roxu looked away and thought that it didn't concern him anyway because he would just get what he needed. Kon turned around when Tonka called him. The black-haired youth sighed tiredly when he heard the man say that he would definitely kill him next time. There were many people standing in the clearing. People were walking on the ground, and Tonka said that they would leave as soon as they settled all the issues. Roxu approached Bilos, asking him to bring everyone who was outside, and the blonde man replied that he wanted to introduce someone to the protagonist. Bilos pointed his hand at Hirol and said that he was the main advisor who was at the head of the union. The blonde man smiled and greeted Roxu. They shook hands. Hirol, with a slight smile, said that it was an honor for him to meet the man to whom the commander was going to sell the magic tower and that they were going to have a serious talk. Rayon looked at the protagonist and said that Hirol was a liar. Roxu narrowed his eyes and thought that the commoners of the Viper Kingdom did not have surnames. Hirol smiled slightly. The protagonist thought that he was an ordinary person with no special abilities and a completely ordinary appearance. Hirol stood in front of Tonka. Roxu thought that it was precisely because of the advisor's simplicity that people followed him, and the union of these two became a semblance of hope for the people of the Viper Kingdom. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, and Rayon said that Hirol was a liar. Roxu thought of unfair trade. He came to the conclusion that it was better to be careful. The sun was setting behind the tower. The protagonist looked up and thought that the view was better than he expected, but there would still be chaos inside. Tonka turned around in shock when Roxu asked if he would go in. The man shouted that he was not so crazy as to enter such a vile place. Tonka pointed his finger at Felia and Hirol, saying that they would lead the protagonist. Roxu held the cats in his arms, wondering why Tonka kept looking back. The protagonist looked at Kon, Bilos, and Lak and thought that these guys reeked of death too much. Roxu and Tonka walked towards the tower while the man said that Kon was a weak boy who seemed strangely strong. Tonka turned around and asked with a laugh if the black-haired boy wanted to fight again. Kon looked at him with disdain and sighed. Roxu looked at Bilos and Hirol, who were chatting. He turned around. The protagonist looked at the tower and asked how many mice he needed to catch for the cats. The gray cat stretched his paws towards Roxu's chest. The protagonist looked at the cats with a smile and told them not to hurt the mice. The cats closed their eyes and Roxu added that their lives were precious. The black dragon flew up to the protagonist and asked if he should follow him. Rayon's eyes widened in admiration when Roxu said that he should catch something else for him instead. The cats jumped to the ground and ran away. The protagonist turned to Tunka, asking if they had removed the mage corpses from the tower, and the man replied that they had left the ones that did not need to be laid to rest. Rayon sat on Roxu's shoulder, saying that he would make sure that no mermaids came near him, and the protagonist thought that he knew that would happen. Roxu imagined a bright fire, and thought that by laying to rest they meant cremation, and that it was common for barbarians to burn corpses due to infections and such. The protagonist imagined syringes and people in bloody clothes, thinking that the only corpses that were not intentionally burned were those of the mages who had conducted indiscriminate experiments on the kingdom's inhabitants. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Tunka smirked and said that he was thinking about removing those corpses later, but only after he had completely destroyed the mages, leaving no trace of them. Roxu imagined the tower and the bloodstains, thinking that only the tower's mages had been exterminated so far, but there were still others left in the Viper Kingdom. The protagonist imagined gold coins and a crown, thinking about power, personality, and politics. People in black clothes were coming out of the building. Roxu thought that they were mages who had become disillusioned with such things and had left the magic tower only to conduct purely scientific magic research. The mages were holding books in their hands. The protagonist thought that they were currently hiding carefully and trying to find ways to leave the kingdom. Roxu imagined the face of Crown Prince Albert, who had become a shield for the mages. The protagonist placed his hand on his waist, asking if he could enter, and Tunka turned around, loudly calling for Hero. The advisor looked at Roxu and said that he would take him inside. The doors opened. The protagonist furrowed his brows and raised his hand to his face, saying he could smell something rotting. Tunka turned around, asking his subordinates to leave the door open to air out the room, and Roxu added that they also needed to cover the corpses. The protagonist turned around and exchanged nods with Rosalind. Hero, who was standing behind him, asked if he should show Roxu the floors, but the protagonist refused. The advisor sweated in confusion when Roxu said, "The top." They looked up, and the protagonist said he wanted to see the view from the very top, from the tower master's room, where they would start. The doors opened. There were bloodstains all over the room. Roxu asked if he could look around, and Hero gave permission. The protagonist furrowed his brows, asking if he could be alone to think, and Hero smiled awkwardly. Felia held a spear in her hand. Han said they would be here. The girl nodded when Hero said he would take care of Roxa. Felia thanked him when the protagonist said she could leave the door open to see the inside. There was dirt and blood on the floor. The advisor explained that the most rotten man in the world lived here, and there was a beast created by Mana. Roxu crossed his arms, and Rayon said that Hero was lying. The protagonist smiled and asked if the advisor was a mage. Hero was stunned when Roxu said his full name. The protagonist imagined a book and thought that there were many memorable characters in the birth of the hero, and Hero was one of them. Roxu imagined a portrait of the advisor and thought that he was the descendant of the master of the magic tower, a real monster created by another monster from Mana. The man stood in the middle of the fire. The protagonist thought about how Hero's father did not even know about his existence, and his mother died alone giving birth to him, and these facts became the source of the advisor's anger. Hero's eyes widened. He wanted war even more than Tunka, and wanted to completely exterminate all the mages in the world. Burning paper was flying in the air. Roxu thought that Hero did not know that in the birth of the hero. One line slightly changed the perception of the situation and made him treat his anger with sadness. Hero was the fruit of the sincere love of two people, but he, unfortunately, could not know this. The protagonist leaned on the table and asked if the advisor wanted to completely erase the trace of his father. Hero frowned in shock. Roxu said with a smile that he would destroy the magic tower. Hero tensely asks how he knew. He frowned when the boy claimed that Mana told him. The boy clenches his hand into a fist, believing that he plans to press on his weak point because of his origin. However, Cal, smiling, says that he does not understand why he would press on this. Hero lowers his gaze, and the thought sounds that in order to survive, a certain group of people rebelled because they could not afford the taxes collected by the magic tower. It is reported that Hero is now obliged to at least partially satisfy their demands. A muscular man is shown from behind, and it is said that this would open up opportunities for their side to do new madness. Hero calmly notes that there is a mage among Cal's companions. He awkwardly asks what plans the kingdom has for the tower. The young man sighs, claiming that this tower is his. He is not going to share his with the kingdom. Hero hesitates, and the young master mentally calls him a smart psycho. The red-haired man puts his hands on his hips when asked if he is not targeting the mages of the Viper Kingdom. While the small dragon plays, Cal says that he does not need any more mages or anything like that. He has a greater being with him. A picture is shown where Cal seems to be returning the favor to the crown prince when the thought is voiced that he will help him a little. Smiling, the young man turns to Hero. Suddenly, looking out from behind the door, the man announces the arrival of people. Hands and Bilos appear, looking pleased. Cal states that Hero will hear the rest of the details from his men. He places his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, the young man tells them to discuss this thoroughly. Hiro only sighs, agreeing. The young men stand opposite each other. Cal turns his attention to Bilos, who asks if he should handle the accounts on his own behalf. It is reported that the man will act as an intermediary, and the young man will give him the money. A picture of a pleased Cal is shown, and it turns out that Bilos will be transferring the money to the Magic Union. The idea is voiced that in reality, Bilos will be receiving the royal family's money, not his, but the Magic Union will be able to find out about it. The man bows, saying that he will make a deposit and make the payment within a month. Cal looks at him indifferently when asked how much he plans to spend. The amount is said to be 100 million. The young man raises a finger. Bilos tenses up, thinking he needs $1 billion. The young gentleman looks pleased, and the phrase about 6 billion is heard. The man is amazed at this outcome. Cal only sighs when Bilos claims that even with the tower in operation, even 100 billion would not be enough, and claims that only the foundation remains of the building, which will collapse with one blow. What if the man is allowed to spend more money if there is not enough to buy up the nearby lands? He looks puzzled. Smiling, Cal says that they have something that they can sell for the price of the magic tower. Bilos chuckles nervously, thinking that the profit from this deal must be unimaginable. He smiles, deciding to haggle first to reduce the price. The young gentleman is glad that he will not have to repeat himself twice. Bilos says that his heart is fluttering from the fact that he must spend such a large amount of money. The phrase about him being excited is heard. Suddenly, a dark-haired man appears. Cal is surprised when he hears his name. The man who entered, putting his hands behind his back, offers to clean up the tower. The young man, raising a finger, tells him to clean everything here. He turns around, deciding that there is nothing more for him to inspect, so he can leave. The starry sky appears, and the thought sounds that they will still return at night. The beaten man says that the interlocutor is not feeling well. Standing opposite him, Cal confirms the thought. He pushes Khan, declaring that the main hero of the festival is here, and he needs to rest. The bearded man grabs the guy, saying that he felt the romance of the warrior's path of the Viper Kingdom. Cal closes his eyes contentedly, getting ready to leave. A man stands opposite him and asks if he just needs to guard in front of the tent. He calmly accepts the order. Cal enters the tent. The cats are sitting, and he asks if they found what they needed. Han excitedly reports that they have a premonition, and it turns out that they have roughly determined the right place. Cal smiles contentedly, getting dressed. He takes the food, saying that all the preparations are finished. Putting his hand on his belt, he suggests going. The animals are happy when it comes to the room of the owner of the magic tower. Flames are visible and laughter is heard. Cal and the animals are floating in air. They are near a certain building. Magic particles are flying in the air. The young gentleman enters the room. He goes down the steps. The young man leans his hand against the wall, and the animals happily run forward. Cal feels everything. It sounds the question of which wall it might be. The cats, turning to him, talk about the first floor of the dungeon. Cal sighs, deciding that he had chosen the wrong place for arrival. The tower is surrounded by magical traces in the air. Cal lands, holding the little animals in their hands. They admire the speed of their arrival. The young gentleman, smiling, just tell them to say if it's here. The animals sniff, however the idea is that it will be difficult for them to do this with just the smell pinpoint the exact location. It is reported that in the birth of a hero there was a lot of useless details were written. Although thanks to this, Cal eventually got enough useful information. He takes something out of the bag. The thought of that, taking advantage of his small frame, he hid in one of the wall stairs of the magic tower. Only the owner knew about the existence of this shelter towers and his family, passing this secret from generation to generation. Shown the mouse is near the hole, and it turns out that the coward is hiding there, and as a result he got into voluntary confinement just to avoid running into the guards. Cal begins tapping the wall with a stick. He looks focused. The animals follow him until he wonders where what they need is. The young man takes a step forward on the stairs. He hits the wall again. The young gentleman is surprised to notice something unusual. Cal looks up, saying he's found what he was looking for. He holds it in his hand, precious stone. A hole of the same size is visible in the wall, and the thought sounds about a place where there are 5 specially shaped grooves. The red-haired man inserts the stone into hole. Suddenly a passage appears in the wall. There sits a crying boy. Muller hugged his knees, tears streaming down his face. The thought of the need smiles in this situation. Cal tries to say hello in a friendly manner. The boy he just falls down, which raises questions. The animals, watching, empathize with him. Arms crossed, Cal is skeptical since Mueller has spent his entire life enjoyed the status of being a member of the tower designer's family and received all sorts of blessings. It is reported that, despite the fact that he was the only one who still knew about the last fence of the magic tower, he was so afraid of giving himself away that he simply hid here. Mueller was shaking all over, and it turned out that he was so afraid of death that ignored even his father's dying wish. They call out to him. He raises his head in surprise. They throw him bread. Cal seriously tells him to get out and eat. The boy just hugs a loaf of bread. The thought of his stupidity sounds. He eats with tears in his eyes, and it turns out that it was said that he contained the spirit of an architect, the potential the best designer, the talents of a dwarf, and also the sensitivity and skill of a rat hide. Cal watches him, mentally wondering why he looks so stupid, and hears words of gratitude. He decides that the boy will be useful to him, so he will take him with him. The young man starts knocking on the wall, offering to spare him. Muller on one condition. The boy drops the bread when he asks him if he knows he's talking about the treasure room of the master of the magic tower. He awkwardly picks up the bun. Cal smiles, remembering the room that only the tower owner knew about. The phrase about the 4th floor of the dungeon. Muller was taken aback, and they asked him if he could go there too. It turns out that it is known that the magic tower has 20 floors above ground and 3 floors under, but the tower is not so simple. Smiling, Cal reports that if the boy will obey him, he will spare him. Muller falls on his face, declaring that he will do so. Please, and they tell him to first finish his bread and then take the young gentleman to 4th floor of the dungeon. The boy wants to say that they will need to enter magic stones, but is embarrassed when one is handed to him. Raising his head to the young man, he says that he will quickly finish eating, and a phrase sounds about how from now on there will be a lot to do. He is told to eat more. They find themselves at the entrance to a cave. Mueller is tense and is told to go forward. He does so, with Cal in his arms animals. A door appears before them. It turns out that there must be a door somewhere here, a magical alarm device. The dragon only sighs at this. Mueller is surprised when the door opens. The others quietly walk on. The thought sounds that they had found what they needed. The young man stops. In front of him a picture opens of the first treasure hidden in the magic tower. Looking at the artifact in front of him, the protagonist thought that out of all the many secrets, there were 2 major studies that were conducted in secret, and the device for storing mana based on the principle of ancient power was one of them. Looking around the library, Roxu thought about the savages who respected the ancient power and Hero, who, hating magic, desired it. The protagonist grinned. Now this artifact belonged to him. The artifact was shining from the excessive mana in it. Roan, sitting on his shoulder, exclaimed, saying that the artifact looked interesting. Roxu, standing in front of the artifact, asked him to strengthen it, and if he could do it, then they would take it for themselves. The dragon smiled when Rox offered to take everything here. Afterwards, he took off, rejoicing at his new riches. Muller shuddered in fear when the protagonist called him by name. Rox looked at the guy and told him to take him to the tower owner's office. Afterwards, the protagonist called Rayon, telling him to set up an alarm here and also make some magical traps. The dragon frowned, saying that other people definitely shouldn't see these things and should die as soon as they set foot here. Rox stared into the distance, realizing that since they would take all the items with them, Tunk and the Magic Union would fall apart faster. When he and Han climbed into his arms, the protagonist told them to move on. Afterwards, he abruptly grabbed Muller, learning that they needed to go to the 20th floor. The guy got scared, screaming that he could go himself. But a moment later, his words were cut off due to an increase in speed. The entire tower was enveloped in the protagonist's winds. Muller soon landed on the floor. He and the protagonist were already on the 20th floor of the magic tower. Suddenly, he touched Han, and immediately asked the kitten for forgiveness. At this time, Roxu stared at him. Looking around the room, Muller said that in fact, there is another floor in the magic tower, which they call by another name. Roxu, looking at the guy, asked what they call this floor. The protagonist himself understood that even the Magic Union could not find the room of the tower's owner, and in the book it was only described in one short sentence. Then he looked at Muller again when he said that they call his room the 0th floor. The guy, having calmed down, repeated this again. Then he turned around sharply when the protagonist said to lead him there. The guy put his hand to the floor and activated the magic artifact, which shone brightly, releasing a huge amount of mana. The protagonist, standing behind, said that he did not even expect that she would be here. Then he looked closely at the artifact. At this time, everyone was having fun together in the camp. Khan glanced sharply at the tower, feeling something. Then he frowned, assuming that he had only imagined it. At that moment, the artifact in front of Muller began to glow again. The guy looked at Rox in fear when he demanded an explanation. The protagonist himself frowned, waiting for an answer. Muller pointed to the window and said that they needed to jump out of it. Rox looked at the window after his words, after which he began to approach the frightened guy, and smiling, he asked if he knew what awaited him in case of deception. Muller nodded his head sharply without even listening to his words to the end. The protagonist lifted the boy, making him scream, asking why he was suddenly needed, because he promised to spare him. Grinning, Roxu told him that he would go first. Then he threw the boy out the window, which disappeared a moment later. He and Han were very scared, saying that it was too strange. Roxu rushed forward. and jumped out the window, scaring the kittens. A moment later, he found himself in another dimension. The kittens looked back and expressed their surprise. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, comparing this place to a dragon's lair. He smiled at the sight of wealth. Then he laughed sharply, surrounded by treasures. Han meowed, looking at the gold things in front of him. The protagonist himself, spreading his arms, said that now they were rich. At this time, Bickrose was an old-timer in his master's chamber. The protagonist, entering the room, told Muller that he would provide him with all the living conditions, and then also give him freedom, but he was required to carefully follow his orders. The guy, a little surprised, asked if it was true. The protagonist nodded his head confidently. Then he smiled and said that for starters he would give him the opportunity to leave Viper. Then he gave the guy a gold ornament, which greatly surprised the guy. Sitting on the couch, Roxu asked the guy if he could do the work he would assign. He answered him that he would definitely cope and do everything. But a moment later he froze in shock, because the protagonist demanded that he create blueprints for a ship and a castle. The protagonist, realizing that the guy had the makings to become a talented designer, decided to entrust him with the blueprints and said that he needed something similar to a magic tower. Roxu looked at the guy again when he asked him how to do it. The ship and the turtle immediately came to the protagonist's mind. He even remembered the records of the Great Sea Battle. Thinking about it, the protagonist realized that he did not have such a goal, because he only needed a durable means of transportation and a cozy house for his future quiet life. Looking at the treasures nearby, he told Muller that the symbol of his family, the golden turtle, so for his drawing, he needs to adhere to it, and it is better if he thinks that his life depends on it. The kittens stared at Muller when Rox ordered them to keep an eye on the guy. He saw the cute kittens and cheered up, accepting the task. The next day at the camp, Bilos put the documents on the table and asked Rox if he had read them. The protagonist standing in front of him said that he had already read everything. He learned that in just one day, Hero and Bilos had finished negotiations on the terms of the contract for the magic tower. Bilos looked at his master and said that delay would only bring losses, because taking into account the ransom of nearby lands, the amount was more than 10 billion. The protagonist smiled and said that according to their conditions, the magic tower would be destroyed within a year, so there was nothing to worry about. In addition to the destruction of the magic tower, Hero had two more conditions. The first was not to create it in another country, and the second was not to gather magicians under the name Roxu. Hero leaned on the table and said that in this case he could put a fingerprint. Looking closely at the guy's face, the protagonist realized that he initially did not want to sell her. Putting a fingerprint, the protagonist thought that Hero's situation was too sad. Bob suddenly waved his hand, saying to finish quickly, because today he decided to fight with Hilsman. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing that it was Hilsman who made friends with the barbarians for a better dialogue. Tonka shook the protagonist's hand and said that if they needed to destroy something, he could just say so. After that, he sharply tightened his grip, telling Rox to be proud that he had made a contract with them, for the sake of doing great things in the future, because the whole continent would know about them. The protagonist grinned, realizing that this would happen, only it would be a story of loss. Looking at the sky, Rox thought, given the current period, they were almost at the end of the 5th volume, and he definitely would not be able to know what would happen next. Soon, Rox put gold on the table, which greatly surprised Bilos. Looking at the contract on the table, the guy said that he was beginning to realize the value of the gold sign. The protagonist threw things to Bilos, telling him to open them. He was slightly perplexed, realizing that he himself gave these things. But when he opened the bag, he exclaimed. Rox, seeing this, said that he gave him magical devices created by the magicians of the Viper Kingdom. All this was for the aristocrats and the royal family. Hiding the things, Bilos listened to Roxu tell him that he would get a few more of these bags later. Looking at the guy leaving, Bilos asked what his share would be. The protagonist surprised him by saying that his share would be 30%. Bilos was slightly perplexed. He did not even think to get more than 20%. Roxu looked at him and said that he should get the place he wanted as soon as possible, because the war would start soon. The guy, understanding the value of this information, asked why he would share such valuable information. After that, he picked up the bag, saying that if he wanted to give more, he would gladly take it. The protagonist, becoming serious, told the guy to keep in touch with his uncle. Bilos looked at the table, saying that next time he would contact him with help. Device. The owner of the underground market in the northwest of the Rowan Kingdom was odious. Thanks to him, the day on which the dragon's revenge will be carried out is near. The events take us some time ahead. The protagonist looked at Hilsman, Luck, and Mess and told them that they needed to find the item he needed on Mount Alea. Smiling, Roxu asked them if they could handle it. Hilsman turned to the master, slightly nervous. He raised his hands and said that this mountain was called one of the 3 most inaccessible, because it was too high and always covered in snow. The protagonist abruptly interrupted him and asked if he could handle it. Afterwards, he sighed when he heard the man say that he could handle it. Then the protagonist turned to Mess and told him that they all didn't need to climb to the top of the mountain, and that they only needed to help luck. Mess smiled and said that they would definitely show how well they did their job. Then, looking at Hilsman, Roxu told him that he would be a guide and that he would need to direct the guys, feed them, and make sure that they got enough sleep. The man happily said that in that case he would be an excellent guide. Afterwards, the guys looked at the map and asked where they needed to go. Pointing at the map, the protagonist shocked them. Hilsman became nervous, asking if he was mistaken. 3 weeks later, the protagonist's group arrived in a rainforest. Rosalind looked around and asked why there were so many tombstones. The protagonist looked at the houses in the distance and said that a relative of the lost travelers created it to wait for their return here, but waiting for a long time, they lost hope. These tombstones were a symbol of humility and loss of hope. The Forest of Rain, like the Forest of Darkness, was one of the mysteries of the Western continent, a place where it rains all the time, a forest from which you cannot escape if you enter it. The people who waited for the departed travelers in front of the forest eventually created a settlement here. Han bowed his head, calling the place sad. Then he looked at the sky, asking the reason for their arrival. The protagonist stopped after hearing his question. Giving an umbrella to an old man near a tombstone, the protagonist said that they would become the hope of the jungle. The incessant rain had long since created puddles on the ground. The old man sitting on the tombstone told the protagonist not to go. Throwing an umbrella in front of the old man, Roxu told him that he would catch a cold. After that, Roxu asked Hans for an umbrella and Bikros to share it with him. Hans looked at Bikros and frowned, but before he could give the umbrella, someone stood next to the protagonist. Rosalind smiled and suggested going together. Roxu then turned to Hans, telling him to try to find some kind of guest house, because before they move, it is better to dry off first. Entering the guest house, one of the subordinates asked why everyone was going to the rainforest. Hans stared at the protagonist when he said that it was all because of hope. Sitting at the table, Roxu began to tell a legend about a dragon living on a road with no exit. Roan frowned, saying that he was the only dragon nearby. The protagonist ignored him, saying that this dragon would grant one wish to anyone who came to his lair. That dragon could grant even such wishes, vague wishes like making someone happy. He granted wishes regardless of their severity, be they huge or insignificant. Roan shouted sharply, saying that although dragons were strong, they were not gods. And although the legend was a lie, desperate people could not help but hope for this one chance. Looking at the cup of tea, the protagonist said that this legend was what attracted people. The protagonist was surprised when one of the guys asked why they didn't just cut down the forest. Han thoughtfully said that they could just burn it, and then it would become obvious that the dragon did not exist. Suddenly the door to the house opened, slightly surprising Han and Roxa. Bikros bowed, announcing his return. A moment later, Hilsman and Mess happily announced their return as well. LK smiled, saying that he had returned. The protagonist looked at the group and praised them. Then he extended his hand, asking LK if he had brought what he had asked for. The boy gave the bag to the protagonist, saying that as they had agreed, it was his. Roxu, looking at the boy, assumed that he knew that the source of ancient power lay inside, but he still gave it to him without hesitation. Attaching the bag, Roxu said that since they had sorted everything out, he would go into the forest. Then he looked at his subordinates, who were immediately scared by this. Rosalind, smiling nervously, told Roxu to stop joking. Roan, angry, told the protagonist that he would not go anywhere without him. Hilsman, worried, told Roxu that if he got lost there, he would not be able to get out. Looking at On, Roxu asked her if she knew what the danger of the forest was. She answered, saying that she did not know. The protagonist grinned, saying that all the danger was in the fog, which confused people and Mana, because of which no one could find a way out of there. The events take us to the forest, to one of the caves. Subordinates turned to her, saying that she should not ask for forgiveness. The queen looked at her people, realizing that they had already spent 2 weeks here, and although there were no monsters here, the fog around was so thick that nothing could be seen, and the food was already running out. The girl thought, not believing that they would all have to die. Sitting on the ground, the queen mentally cursed, blaming the fire because of which they came here. Then she looked at the fire in the bottle, deciding to burn this forest in order to continue on her way. She frowned, realizing that the lives of her people were much more important than this forest. Suddenly, she sharply looked away. She immediately jumped up and took a spear in her hand. And looking at the forest, she waited for the beast to come out. The queen was very surprised to see a man come out to her, who entered the cave. She immediately put the tip of the spear to him, ordering him to stand. The guy stood motionless and greeted the girl, saying that he saw the light and was so happy about it. Taking off his hood, the protagonist asked if they could warm themselves by the fire for just one night. Soon the queen handed the guy a towel. He thanked her for her kindness. The girl heard him and said that travelers cannot do otherwise. Smiling, the queen asked him to come to the fire and warm himself. Roxu soon did so. The queen was watching him closely at this time. Looking closely, she realized that he was not an ordinary person, because when she aimed her spear at him, although she could not see him, he behaved like an ordinary traveler. Watching Roxu, she assumed that he was also not a magician or a master of martial arts. Rox surprised her by saying that it was a pity that the rain was heavier than yesterday, but tomorrow they had to leave the forest. The girl, hearing his words, began to analyze the guy, who was dressed as if he was going for a walk and was completely calm. Then she remembered that the legend did not say what exactly the wish-granting dragon looked like. Seeing how the guy smiled at her, the queen assumed that he was a dragon. Then she turned to him, forcing the protagonist to introduce himself. A moment later, he shocked the girl by saying that he was not a dragon. However, he said this with a sweet smile on his face. The last stage of collecting funds for the protagonist's luxurious life was to become a guide for people trapped in the rainforest and who had lost their last hope. Therefore, he smiled and told the girl that he was not a dragon, but he knew the local roads. Then he pointed it on, saying that she was a baby from the Mayo clan and she could control the fog. Stroking the kitten's head, the protagonist said that she had amazing power. Roxu looked at the forest and said that they had left those lands, traveled to many places and learned about this forest. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that this was why they were here. He thought that he could reveal the secret of this place with joint efforts to give hope to both the lost and those waiting for them. The dragon, who listened to all his words, sighed tiredly. The queen, who heard the story, smiled nervously, saying that in this case, the dragon from the legend simply does not exist. Her people, hearing her words, closed their eyes. After that, she turned to the guy in front of her, asking him to see them off when he left. Hearing his consent, the girl felt relieved, and the protagonist, seeing this, asked what their cherished desire was since they went to this forest. The queen bowed her head and said that they could not do anything anymore, and now the main thing was that she would not have to use fire to get out of the forest. The protagonist, slightly saddened, said that the fire was really scary. Afterwards, he looked at the walls of the cave, saying that he could imagine how difficult this decision was for the southerners who valued nature. The queen was slightly surprised and asked the guy if he knew about the south. Roxu answered her, saying that he knew a little, but he liked to visit different places. Hearing his words, Rayon smiled, saying that he would remember it. The protagonist, not paying attention to him, said that many books wrote about the beauty of the south, and if he had time after they left the road of the rainforest, they would go south. The queen surprised the guy by saying that the jungle they would meet, alas, would not be so beautiful. Remembering the flame, the queen said that now the forest was engulfed in flames. The protagonist, looking at the girl, asked if it was not necessary to put out the fire in that case. The girl answered him, saying that this fire does not spread further, but also does not need to be put out. Afterwards, she frowned, saying that one day in the first jungle area near the rainforest, a flame suddenly broke out. Neither water, nor magic, nor other witchcraft could extinguish it. They tried everything, but the flame did not go out, but fortunately the flame stopped and did not spread. Sitting in front of the fire, the queen of the south said that she did not even know whether it was good or bad. Looking at the fire, the girl said that for the first time in her life she saw such a huge flame. It soared into the sky every day so high, as if something was constantly exploding there. Afterwards, she smiled slightly, saying that the heat there was so strong that you can get burned just by getting too close. Then she fell silent, looking at the guy. The protagonist touched his head and thought. Afterwards, he shocked the girl by asking her to take him to the flame. Rayon frowned, asking Roxa what he was planning, because he was too strange. The people of the southern jungle were distinguished by their copper-colored skin and good physical development. They live in harmony with the flora and fauna, honoring Mother Nature and the jungle. Savages and southerners actually share the same culture, but savages adhere to struggle and natural selection. Latana, however, later had to unite with Tunka, who followed principles different from hers because of the flame. The flame, which cannot be extinguished by any magic, was the culprit of Latana's problems. This flame was lit by the crown prince of the Magar Empire, trying to contain the girl's influence. But later she learned of his actions and enters into an alliance with Tunka. And riding a black panther, she decides to overthrow the prince along with him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, deciding that the war definitely does not concern him. After all, Crown Prince Albert and the Crown Prince of the Empire were similar, but different in some ways. Albert had morals, so it was easy to use him and do business with him. But the Crown Prince of the Empire was cunning, treacherous, and cared only about himself. The protagonist closed his eyes, deciding to finish a few more things and sit in his lance. Shocked, Latana asked the protagonist if he had a way to put out the fire. The girl frowned after the question. She was someone who was happy to help kind and powerless people, but she also takes revenge tenfold and thanks 1,000-fold. The protagonist remembered the water given by the whales and decided to use it. After that, he smiled, telling Latana that he had a way. Then, pointing to himself, the protagonist said that he was from a small domain located on the outskirts of the Rowan Kingdom. The girl thought about it, realizing that the guy was hiding his identity. The guy, however, surprised her by saying that he was from a small noble family, thanks to which he did not lack money. Pointing at he, the guy said that although they came to the forest only two, he has faithful companions following him. The protagonist, smiling slightly, said that he once accidentally fell into a whirlpool, and when he got out with difficulty, then in a random cave, he found a wounded young man, thanks to which he was able to save him. Roxu sharply apologized to the girl for being distracted from the topic. Clenching his fist, the protagonist pretended to be someone who simply could not pass by the suffering. After that, he surprised the girl by saying that he had the power he received that day, water that suppresses fire. His words made Litten freeze in shock. A pendant in which ancient power is stored, together with water, they once saved Lack in the novel. With the help of this water, it was possible to extinguish any type of fire. Initially, in the novel, it was discovered by Bob. After he drank it, his body became invulnerable to the fire attribute, but given that the protagonist has heart energy, he did not need such water. Then the protagonist saddened Litten by saying that this power was not infinite, so he did not know how much he could use it. The protagonist stopped smiling. He was telling the truth, the power was limited, but it was really enough to extinguish a sea of fire the size of the entire western continent. After Roxu looked at the girl who asked him if he was really ready to spend power on them, despite the limitation. Hearing her question, the protagonist grinned. The Southerners standing aside were shocked when the protagonist addressed the queen by her nickname. Sitting in front of the fire, Roxu expressed his readiness. Extending his hand to her, he said that in his understanding, power is not valuable or useless because the most important thing is where exactly to use the power. And if with his power he can protect nature, animals, plants, people, maybe even their homes, then that would be great. With a smile on his face, he told the girl all this, which surprised her greatly. Afterwards, he opened his eyes wide, saying that of course they should not forget that he is the owner of this power, so he needs to use it personally. Latana, slightly worried, said that it could be dangerous if he had to get close to the fire. Rox, however, pretending to be a saint, said that nothing would make him happier if his power could help someone. Rayon, lying next to him, irritably said that although he had always been kind, he was definitely not himself now. Latana clenched her fists and began to thank the guy. Looking at the fire, she asked how she could thank him. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had not done anything yet and she should not thank him, because perhaps this was exactly why fate brought him to the forest. Crawling up to the guy, Latana said that she wanted to somehow thank him for the service, because they were in his debt just for the fact that he would lead them out. The protagonist closed his eyes trying to convince the girl that everything was fine. Then he looked at the forest and said that since she wanted to thank him, let her give him permission to visit the first district, which had both a forest and a coastline. His words amazed the girl. The protagonist, imagining the beauty of that place, said that in one of the books it was written that the sunset by the sea was especially beautiful, so it would be great to build a villa in that place. Then he looked at the girl and said that after they put out the fire, he wanted to see the sunset. The girl looked thoughtfully at the forest and said that simply admiring the sunset would not be enough and that they would build him a villa themselves. The protagonist raised his hands trying to refuse this. However, Latana, looking at him, was firm in her decision. Roxu sighed, saying that she may not build a villa, but simply give him a plot of land for its construction. Having received her consent, the protagonist mentally rejoiced. She stood up and meowed, seeing his joy. After Roxu began to take off his bag, when Latana offered him food. Unexpectedly, the protagonist took out a lot of dishes, deciding to win people over. The girl's subordinates were very shocked and surprised by this. Looking at the shocked people, the protagonist asked them to consider all these dishes as payment for shelter. After that, he smiled, offering to eat right now, and to set off on their journey tomorrow. Extending a fork to Latana, the protagonist told her to start eating before everything got cold. The girl timidly extended her hand, hearing his words. Having started to eat, Latana said that the legend was not such a fiction. But when the protagonist asked her what she was talking about, she only smiled, saying that the food was very tasty. Roxu, hearing her words, smiled. The events take us to the next day to the Han group, who was standing under an umbrella and hiding from the rain, waiting for her master. Suddenly, Han heard On's voice. He immediately rejoiced and rushed forward. The protagonist approached and surprised the old man by asking what they were doing here in such a downpour. Han, seeing the protagonist, was not very surprised, but the others screamed, delighting Roxa. After the protagonist approached the old man, and greatly saddened him by saying that the dragon was not there. Standing next to him, he said that only the remains and things of the missing people were found in the forest. The old man's body trembled after his words. The protagonist, seeing this, mentally said that he could only dispel the legend with his words and save other people from stupidity. Roxa turned his head sharply and ordered Hans to take a list of the missing from the villagers. Afterwards, he looked at Hisman and said that he would lead them to the first area of the jungle and return to them with Han, then they would go collect the things of the deceased in the forest. Suddenly, Muller turned to Rox, causing him to turn his head. Slightly nervous, the guy said that he needed to do some designing. Muller was slightly puzzled when the protagonist did not answer him, thinking that he did not want to drag the guy along, but leaving him alone was also problematic. Muller cried when the protagonist told him to just follow him as long as he spoke nicely. Latana, who was standing behind the guy, was surprised. Rox looked ordinary, so she thought that he would have ordinary knights as companions, but he turned out to be a strong person whose limits are unknown, and many talented people followed him. The protagonist smiled after explaining the plan. While the protagonist walked through the forest, Khan followed him, which made Roxu frown, asking if the fire in the jungle could be the work of a mysterious organization. Roxu understood that the guy meant a secret group that had arranged terror in the capital. Understanding this, he shook his head, saying that it was none of their business. Looking at the forest ahead, Khan expressed understanding. He slightly bowed his head, saying that he just thought that Roxu had some information like that time in the capital. The protagonist turned around abruptly, telling Khan that if he found out about something, he would definitely tell him. The guy smiled hearing his words, but when Roxu turned around, he stopped him. Coming closer, Khan asked Roxu not to try to deal with everything on his own every time. The protagonist was perplexed, trying to understand what Khan was talking about. Rosalind, who suddenly appeared next to Khan, supported him. Roxu closed his eyes, saying that he did not understand at all what they were talking about. Rosalind and Khan smiled, realizing that he would never admit it. When the flames in the forest became visible, Latana said that they would take everyone further. The protagonist, taking off his hood, said that he needed to go alone because he needed to cross the designated border. Suddenly, someone called the queen. Her servants approached her, trying to say something, but Latana interrupted them, ordering them to report everything later. After which the girl screamed, calling 10. A moment later, the paw of a black panther came out of the forest. She appeared in front of the girl in a second, and she growled slightly at the sight of the others. Latana, however, easily climbed on it, after which she extended her hand to the protagonist, saying that they would take him away. The people standing to the side asked about the guy's identity, and then Latana answered them by saying that it was a dragon. She looked at them and said that she took him because he could put out the fire. Khan, approaching Rox, said that he would go with him because it was very dangerous. However, he was very surprised when the protagonist refused him. Looking at the flames in the distance, he said that the temperature there could be so high that even they would get burned. Looking at the group of subordinates, the protagonist mentally said that they definitely wouldn't be able to use their powers in that heat. Rosalind started casting a spell when the protagonist asked to cast a shield on him. A moment later, he and Litten were enveloped in mana. Roxu was slightly disappointed. He could have instantly moved with the sound of the wind, but now he had to follow the girl. After that, he grabbed Litten's hand. The girl smiled slightly at the panther, asking her to take them to the fire. She immediately rushed forward, raising the leaves of the trees into the air. The people on the way greeted their queen. Someone, being beaten, screamed, calling for the queen. Litten, seeing their condition, became worried, but she had to bite her lips and not stop. She screamed sharply, asking 10 to run even faster. Soon the panther dropped the protagonist off in the forest. Roxu, looking at the flame, mentally called the crown prince an idiot. Rayon, looking at the flame, said that it was strange. The protagonist, standing in front of the fire, thought about how much fire-suppressing water he should use. Touching the pendant, the protagonist decided to use about a third. Taking off his cloak, Roxu asked Litten to step aside. After that, he threw it aside, telling the girl not to come closer. She was very worried, looking at the guy's back. Then she looked sharply at the panther, which was pulling her back. The protagonist, leaving, surprised the girl by saying that 10 believed his words. Looking at Litten, he said that he would not be hurt and would quickly put out the fire. Smiling, he told the girl that if he could not put out the fire, then she could try to save him. After saying this, Roxu walked forward. Soon he began to sweat because of the intense heat. If he did not have the energy of the heart, he would have already burned. But the pendant also helped him by neutralizing the heat. Rayon frowned, saying that this fire violated the laws of nature. While the dragon was cursing, Roxu glanced back at Rosalind and Han, who followed him. Soon, drops of water began to form in the air. The protagonist, activating the pendant, decided to create a real tsunami. Latana looked at the sky in shock, in which water from the pendant began to form. The protagonist looked forward, forcing a huge amount of water to rush towards the fire. He smiled, looking at the flame, while drops of water were forming in the air. Rayon, seeing everything, was happy, saying that they would sweep away this fire. A moment later, a huge amount of water was formed, which began to cover the flame. The protagonist raised his hands, beginning to envelop all the flames with water. Suddenly, the flow of water began to return, and rushed towards the protagonist, surprising him. Han suddenly screamed when he saw this. He and Rosalind rushed forward out of fear. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall to the ground. The Southerners were surprised to see this. The fire that seemed to never die down was extinguished. Latana screamed for Ten, but a moment later she froze when she saw the protagonist. Rosalind stopped next to her. She smiled, realizing that she had completely forgotten about the protagonist's strength, who was unharmed thanks to the shield. Rayon frowned, asking for forgiveness for his inattention. Remembering that moment, Roxu mentally said that he himself was so focused that he forgot to activate the defense. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said to himself that he had wasted a lot of strength. Roxu looked at the dragon and thanked him because he survived thanks to him. Rayon cried, calling the guy a fool and a weakling. Looking at his wet body, the protagonist decided that he was not compatible with water. Rosalind approached Rox and immediately began to examine him. Rox, looking at his subordinates, said that he was not injured at all. Latana, standing behind him, stood in a stupor. The panther meanwhile sniffed the tracks, while her mistress stood motionless. Suddenly, someone called out to her, forcing her to turn around. Rox, standing behind her, said that it was time for them to go. Then he pointed to the people and animals behind him. The protagonist stood next to the girl, saying that now the fire in the jungle was extinguished, and now he had no more business. Latana was looking closely at the guy all this time, but her admiration was interrupted by a subordinate turning to her. Looking around the forest, the girl mentally said that a superficial glance was enough for her to decide that the guy was weak, but the creator of water, suppressing fire, turned out to be soft, but strong. The protagonist smiled slightly, seeing the girl's reaction. She looked at him lovingly, calling him too strong. Standing in front of the guy, she offered him to go together, but he refused, saying that her people needed her. The girl smiled, hearing her words. The protagonist, looking at the girl, said that he just wanted to leave quickly and enjoy the sunset. After that, he turned around abruptly. In fact, he just wanted to quickly get the magic stones and leave. Latana smiled, saying that she envied the kingdom of Rowan. The protagonist turned around, asking what she said, but she did not answer, only laughing. Roxu sighed, hearing her. Soon Latana on 10 came to her people and announced the extinguished fire. The protagonist and his group stood nearby listening to the girl's speech, which greatly amazed her people. Latana shouted, announcing a holiday in honor of this. Her people stood in front of her and did not object to this. Sitting in his room, the protagonist turned to Rayon. Rubbing himself with a towel, Roxu noticed that the dragon was also wet. He handed him a towel, surprising him. The dragon closed his eyes, telling Rox to wipe himself. Rayon began to resist when the protagonist began to wipe him, saying that the dragon did not need it. Suddenly, the communication sphere lit up. The protagonist smiled, causing the crown prince to ask him not to smile like that. Sitting down at the table, the protagonist asked the prince what was happening with the Marquisate of Sten. The prince smiled slightly, saying that a change of owner was in the process. The dragon heard him and was glad, because soon he would carry out his revenge. Looking at the dragon, Rox remembered what was happening to him. It required revenge so that he could completely free himself from the past. The protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes when the prince told him that he was telling him everything in exchange for personal gain. After that, the prince closed his eyes, telling the protagonist to try to visit the royal palace as soon as possible. Rox, looking at the sphere, agreed. The events take us to the next day. After reading the documents, the protagonist told Lytton that the contents confused him. The girl smiled, saying that if these lands were privately owned, it would be difficult, but she could dispose of free land. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that such contracts could not be given because he could request the entire coast. Roxu grinned, realizing that this was a thousandfold favor from the girl. Looking again at the documents, he said that there was too much land here because he needed a little to rest. Lytton thought, trying to figure out how to thank the young man then, after which she asked if she could find out his last name. The protagonist slightly shuddered when he heard her question. He glanced at the girl, saying that he would prefer to leave quietly. However, the girl smiled sweetly, asking to at least somehow repay him. The protagonist mentally said that she had already paid for everything with magic stones of the highest quality. Suddenly, the queen called her panther, and when she arrived, the girl told the protagonist that Ten would take him to the coast. The panther smiled, opening her mouth, after which she surprised the guy by slightly bending over. Seeing this, Latana said that he had bent over in front of someone other than her for the first time. The protagonist, hearing her, became slightly nervous. Sitting on the cat, Roxu mentally said that while the mistress was here, he was not afraid. Suddenly, Rosalind called him, saying that they would help with the restoration work. The protagonist, hearing her words, was glad because the girl could find magic stones, but now she would not be around. Latana smiled, saying goodbye to the protagonist. Nervously, Roxu asked the panther if they would go. Latana looked after him and said to her worried subordinate that everything would be fine. Looking at the guy, she understood that Ten trusted someone else for the first time, and since this was happening, she could not worry. Along the way, some southerners greeted the protagonist. He smiled at everyone and decided to leave as soon as possible. Soon they found themselves on the coast. The protagonist raised his hand, telling Lack to play with Ten and not to follow him. Bicrose glanced at the southerner and said that he would look after him. The protagonist looked at Bicrose and asked if he had ever been to the northwest of the Rowan Kingdom, but he indifferently said that he had not been there. Approaching the guy, the protagonist asked if he wanted to go there. Roxu sighed. His plan needed an expert in physical torture, and no one could compare with Bicrose in that. And Cage would be suitable for mental torture. Soon, the protagonist found a treasure on the coast. Roan pointed to it and said that it was not bad. With the development of the Wanna, there will be a shortage of magic stones, and their value will have no limits. Rayon turned to the protagonist, saying that he also wanted to take it. Roxu pleased the dragon by saying that he would give him the one he liked the most. The protagonist decided to stop and watch the beautiful sunset. Looking at the sea, the protagonist understood that he had finished with the main business, and all that was left was to gather all his people and return to their native lands. A week later, the coast of the first jungle region. The waves were washing over the sand. The protagonist, with his legs crossed, was sitting on a wooden chair. Rayon was sleeping on his feet. Someone turned to the young man. The guy opened his eyes. Roxu stood up, noticing that everything was ready. Now they could go back. Hands put his hands behind his back, asking if they were returning to the Viper Kingdom. The young man replied that they were not. Hands opened his mouth in surprise and raised his hand, asking where they were going then. Rosalind raised her eyebrows, guessing the place where they would go. The water was making a loud noise. The ships cut through the water with their noses, moving forward. Bilos smiled happily and raised his hand to his mouth, shouting to the Lord. The boy with braided hair raised his eyebrows, asking if the boy was leaving already. The protagonist smiled, saying that he wasn't thanking them for everything. Bilos went down to the shore, turning to the Lord. Roxu threw a bag into his hands. The boy smiled, thanking him. Next to the large ship were 3 small boats. Rayon opened his eyes wide and looked at the hero, asking if it was his turn for revenge now. Roxu smiled, looking at him and saying that it was. He asked where they should start. The father praised the boy. The boy noted that thanks to their care, they returned safely. Darith said that he did not see any serious wounds on him, but did not understand who was next to him. The sun's rays fell on the bright estate with a dark roof. A boy sat next to Roxu, his head down. The protagonist looked at him, asking him to introduce himself. Muller opened his eyes wide and knitted his brows, greeting the head of the family, saying that he was the heir to the Horn family, whose design and manufacturing traditions go back over 200 years. He would do anything with all his might, if only he were ordered to. Darith frowned, running the words about design and manufacturing through his head, and the man was addressed. The young man put his hand forward, saying that he heard that the fortress was currently being repaired, so he believed that it was because he also believed that a war would soon break out. Roxu raised his eyebrows, looking at his father. The protagonist pointed at Muller, saying that this friend was a descendant of the designer who created the magic tower. The protagonist opened his mouth and raised his hand, asking his father, who was sitting opposite him, what he was really afraid of. Darith frowned, saying that he was most afraid that they might get hurt, as he knew that the situation on the western continent was currently extremely tense. The heroes sat in chairs opposite each other. The green leaves of the plants shimmered brightly outside the window. No aristocrat would blindly repair the fortress walls of his domains and invest in the construction of naval bases. The young man looked at his father, saying that his highness had not sent him to the Viper Kingdom for no reason. It was related to one matter. Roxu frowned, saying that it was related to the north, which had gathered a large alliance. Darith frowned and gritted his teeth, not believing what he had heard. Muller's eyes widened. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead and thinking that this was an entirely expected reaction. This was important information that could have a huge impact on the situation on the western continent. There are 3 kingdoms in the north. One of them is the Kingdom of Fairn, located the farthest north. The guardian of its knightly order decided to organize a campaign to a richer country. The hero imagined a man with long blonde hair, standing surrounded by snow-capped mountains and holding a sword in his hands. Darith covered his face with his hand, asking if this was not even the Kingdom of Viper or the Empire of Mauger. The father asked his son how they were going to cross the canyon. Moreover, after it they would have to go through the Forest of Darkness. Roxu frowned. The Canyon of Death, as the name suggests, is the most dangerous canyon of the continent, which is a natural border between the north and the center. Right after it is the Forest of Darkness, which is why it would be difficult for the north to break through to the center, but there is a bypass. The hero imagined giant stone cliffs. Behind them were trees with dark leaves located close to each other. The young man noted that it is possible to move not only on land. The father frowned, tightly gripping the armrest of the chair. Muller thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that in that case, they could use a ship. The boy squeezed the armrest of the chair with his fingers, saying that it was true, thinking that there were more than just ships. He wondered why the other 2 kingdoms had joined the Kingdom of Fairn. It was simple, in the land of knights who had renounced the exhausted lands and were driven only by a strong fighting spirit. The Guardian was able to create what was once considered a legend, the knightly order of wyverns, so they had a way to rule the sky. The hero imagined people in knightly armor sitting astride black dragons soaring in the sky. Roxu frowned, thinking that a means of transportation that would allow them to easily overcome the forest of darkness was the best option, with the exception of long-distance flight magic, which only dragons or Rosalind could do. The three northern kingdoms were secretly building ships to take control of the sea. It had been 5 years since they began their preparations. Less than 2 years remained, which was why he was helping to set up a naval base in the Ubar domain, because the end was near. The candle flame burned brightly, the end of the world he knew and the arrival of a future he didn't know. The boy stood with his back turned, looking at the bright light in front of him. He considered the soonness a problem, because due to the soonness of the protagonists and the birth of a hero, a big plot jump could happen in just one page. In order for him to cope with something like that, he needed to be as prepared as possible. Darith looked at his son sitting opposite him, saying that as his father, he believed him, but as a lord, he had to make sure of the veracity of his words. The man frowned, noting that it was clearly not easy to verify this, since the crown prince had told him about it in secret. Roxu frowned, thinking that this was true. Such information was not something an ordinary aristocrat could have. He knew this because he had read the book. Darith stood up, saying that he would try to find out everything as quickly as possible. If he did not have the strength to find out anything, he would take his son's word for it. There was a vase of red roses on the windowsill. The man said that when he started dealing with money, he realized something, namely, when you need to spend money on something, you need to spend it heartily. Darith stood by the window, looking at his son. Roxu smiled and sighed, thinking that in wartime, money would not mean much, but the result they can be prepared with money before the war begins will matter. That is their strength. The father said that he would contact him. The young man said that he would wait. The floor and the carpet lying on it were illuminated by the rays of the sun entering the room. Darith put his hands behind his back, asking his son standing opposite if he had ever thought about the question of inheritance. The young man turned around, answering that he had never thought about it. The man, looking at Roxu, imagined the image of Basin behind him. Darith closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that they were similar. He asked his son not to bother his head with this. The man looked at the heroes heading for the exit, saying that Basin assured that he would not do anything that would make the boy nervous. The main character raised his hand, saying that his brother would definitely do everything for the good of their lands. The father smiled broadly, saying that this was true. He told the boy to rest. In the corridor, chandeliers were burning with a warm light. There was a plant on the table. Muller asked the gentleman if this was the reason for designing the ship and fortress that he had spoken about recently. The boy confirmed his words. Roxu took the pendant on the boy's neck in his hand, saying that because of her, they would create a space in which they would never die, then he would continue to live and receive many similar gifts. Muller smiled and hid the pendant in his palms, saying that they would definitely create a space where they would be safe and would not die. Several days passed. Roxu adjusted his tie, telling Hand standing behind him that it was time to go. The hero asked in surprise if it was really time already, since it had only been 4 days since they returned to the county. He opened his mouth, asking for permission to gather everyone first. The protagonist looked at him, saying that there was no need for that, since only they would go this time. The kittens smiled happily, saying that they had not been together for a long time. Rayon widened his eyes, saying that he would go too. The young man noted that Bikros would join them later, but first they would go with this group, since there was a matter for this group only. Han raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy frowned, asking if the young master was talking about the wall marquisate. Roxu smiled, saying that he was very smart. The protagonist smiled, telling them to get ready. Han raised his eyebrows. The animals smiled happily. A carriage pulled by 4 horses moved along a path through the forest. Rayon raised his head, asking the protagonist sitting next to him why they couldn't just teleport to save time. The youth looked at the smiling dragon, thinking that he was restless since he was eager to use his magic. Rayon closed his eyes, remembering the words of the admiring Rosalind, who said that he had not yet reached even the first phase of growth, but his abilities and speed of assimilation of material were amazing. The dragon smugly said that he had become stronger, thinking that he was accustomed to human magic, so he spent a lot of time with Rosalind and grew a lot. A total of 3 dragon evolutions. The first phase has almost no physical changes, but after the second and third phases, it will gradually become an adult up to 20 meters in length. Considering the long lifespan of dragons, Rayon is still far from the first phase. The hero introduced the evolving black dragon. The boy stroked Rayon's head, thinking that a sharp leap in development was still possible in the case of despair or severe shock. The dragon held a bright ball in its paws, asking the man for teleportation. Roxu folded his arms across his chest, saying that even if they got there earlier, they would still have to wait. Khan raised his eyebrows, asking if this plan could really be carried out in the marquisate. The boy asked if something was bothering him. The boy noted that it was not that, because the plan was flawless, but he could not get rid of doubts about whether they would definitely be able to get to the Marquis and Benin. The protagonist frowned. The bright rays of the sun fell into the carriage. Han said that the once abandoned tailor was now actively gaining strength and his influence was growing not only within the family, many from the Northwest decided to trust him. The protagonist realized that the guy was very smart. Roxu looked at Han sitting opposite him, saying that he had heard that Taylor was luring more and more vassal families and distant relatives to his side. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if the Marquis would really leave everything so easily. The young man noted that he could not be the Marquis if he did not have the strength to resist Taylor. The principle of natural selection works in their family. The strongest must become the heir, and this heir must eliminate his own brothers and sisters. The hero imagined Benin and the Marquis standing facing each other. There was a sword by the wooden rocking chair. The protagonist said that the Marquis would not kill Taylor just because he was strong, because Taylor himself had never attempted to kill him. Han looked away, saying that it was hard to understand. Roxu, sitting across from him, said that he didn't even have to try to understand it, since they only had to do what was required of them. Han asked where they should start. Hong leaned his paws on Rayon and stood up, saying that it would be best to start with a capture. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, noting that it was true. They needed to prepare, since they would need a suitable place and the help of a specific person. Han looked at the young master, asking which person he was talking about. Roxu smirked, saying that the boy knew him too. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thinking that it could be Taylor, since they were supposed to meet him. The young man said a name, Odious Flynn. Han's eyes widened. He cried out, asking if this was the head of the trading group. The carriage, pulled by 4 horses, continued along the path. That's right, the uncle of the illegitimate son of the head of the merchant guild, the one who controls the entire black market in the Northwest. The man sat in a chair, raising his eyebrows. First, the young man was supposed to meet him here in the Northwest to make their job much easier. The hero looked away. Priestess Cage closed her eyes, lowering him into a chair. Roxu sat opposite Odious, thinking that their conversation today would be between just the 3 of them. The man raised his hand and looked away, saying that he would never have believed that the heroes could know each other. The young man thought that it was even awkward, but it was worth it, because a man who wanted to continue to have power in the criminal world and a follower of a man who wanted to destroy this world were face to face. Odious knitted his eyebrows, looking forward. Cage raised her eyebrows. The protagonist sighed and smiled, looking at them. The girl looked at him, saying that Mr. Taylor wanted to know about Benin and the Northwest aspects. Roxu raised his eyebrows, thinking that to be more precise, it was more about the dark side of the Northwest. It is usually called the underground market, gambling, casinos, pawn shops, smuggling, illegal auctions, slave trade, and violence. Such filth is already the order of the day there. Of all this, Odious avoids the flooring and slave trade, and when making deals, he does everything to ensure the protection of the merchant, which is why the young man addressed him. Against the background of the dark city street, gold coins shone brightly, surrounded by playing cards and jewelry. The man frowned, looking ahead. Cage raised her hand and looked at the protagonist, saying that Mr. Taylor, as an aristocrat and a member of the family that governs the lands, hates the criminal world. Roxu said that he hates it too. The guy turned to her. The girl said that it was right, because such a position should be taken by a nobleman who cares about the inhabitants of his lands. She asked if there was an underground market in the Henidus domain. The hero noted that it was. There were hardly any criminal deals in the county. Count Darith was an exemplary aristocrat. Duty was not an empty phrase for him. Using his exorbitant wealth, he tried with all his might to prevent such things in his domain. The hero imagined the fathers standing in front of the family coat of arms, surrounded by gold coins. The young man rubbed his chin, thinking that the Marquis and Benin were completely different. In The Birth of a Hero, and specifically the arc dedicated to the Black Dragon, several explanations were given about the Marquisate and Benin. Benin's noble appearance does not correspond at all to his deeds, mixed in all sorts of dirt. He is an integral part of the Marquisate's underground market. Sheets of paper obscured the bright light. Just these 2 lines were enough for him to understand that Benin, who crippled and then killed his older brother, who was his only serious competitor in the fight for the title of heir. Odious looked at Cage, asking if this meant that Mr. Taylor wanted to get rid of the underground market. The girl nodded. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that Mr. Taylor was a true aristocrat, since he was not ready to compromise his moral duty. According to the original, Odious also put a lot of effort into the fall of the Marquisate. In order to stop Benin, he revealed his true face, leading the Marquisate to collapse. The young man looked at the man, thinking that he even had to come out of the shadows that time. But this time, he would not need to show himself in person. The protagonist attracted the attention of those present. They looked at him, listening to the words that first they need to get rid of a common enemy, and then they can return to their disputes and quarrels. Roxu smiled, saying that he would deal with Benin in his own way. Odious raised his eyebrows, asking what the young master was planning. The hero said that it was murder. Cage crossed her arms and frowned, saying that it was too much. The protagonist smirked and raised his eyebrows, saying that there was something better. 4 heroes in dark robes were walking down the dark street of a small town. The hero with blonde hair opened his eyes wide. Taylor stood in front of Benian, saying that he was not going to kill his family, but he would definitely keep them under control. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he did not understand why such nonsense continued to get on his nerves. He walked ahead of the rest of the group, thinking that he should have killed the black dragon earlier. If he had done so, this would not have happened, because there was a fuss around the fact that he wanted to subjugate the beast himself. The hero stopped. The boy frowned and gritted his teeth. He turned around, telling everyone to be quiet. His eyes widened as he saw one of his subordinates clutching his throat, choking on foam at the mouth. The 3 heroes fell to the ground. The boy didn't understand what was happening. He quickly looked up, thinking that he definitely heard some noise from up there. His eyes widened when he saw no one there. A voice greeted the hero. Benian frowned, turning his head in different directions, trying to find the source of the familiar voice. He opened his mouth wide, beads of sweat running down his face. Rayon appeared in front of him, his black wings spread wide, smiling widely, saying that they finally met again. Benian gritted his teeth, asking how he found him. Rayon looked at him from under his brows, asking why he was so surprised. Maybe he didn't recognize him? Not covered in blood. The black dragon flapped its wings, spreading dark red energy around itself. He asked if the boy really thought that he would not return. Rayon opened his blue eyes wide, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Everything around shook. The boy was engulfed in streams of dark red energy. Benian did not understand what was happening. He opened his eyes wide and raised his hands to his face, screaming hysterically. The boy screamed loudly. Dark energy engulfed the city street, shaking everything around. Near the carriage stood a dark horse, raising a hoof. Cage raised her eyebrows in embarrassment and opened her eyes wide. Benian was lying unconscious, his eyes rolled back. The girl looked at the boy lying on Han's shoulder in surprise, greeting the young master. Roxu put his hands on his hips and ordered Cage, who was standing next to him, to carry away the unconscious heroes in robes from here. The main character raised his eyebrows, saying that they did not have much time. The girl nodded. Cage looked at him silently, raising her eyebrows. She came closer, asking the young master if he remembered about 4 days. He replied that it would be quite enough. Cage stood in front of him, saying that this was exactly how much time he asked for, so she should do what he planned for him. The young man asked her not to worry. The kitten smiled, approaching the unconscious body of Benian. Roxu smiled slyly and folded his arms over his chest, saying that even 1 day would seem like a year to the boy, so he was sure that Benian would not forget the lesson, no matter how hard he tried. The gates opened slightly. The carriage entered the fenced area. The gates slammed with a loud ringing sound. The page bowed his head. The hero sank to the ground. The young man, sitting in the carriage, raised his hand, saying that the man can go. He nodded to him in response. The man walked away from the red carriage pulled by dark horses. Odious raised his eyebrows and looked back, thinking that he was sure that the young master was known for his good nature, but it seemed that he had the wrong impression of the boy. The man furrowed his brows, thinking that Han was truly good-natured. But he followed the young master's every order. He said that the problem was that even he did what the young master said. Odious sat in a chair in front of the protagonist, who folded his arms. The man thought that the protagonist asked him to secretly take care of Benian, and now he understands why, since this is something he cannot ask his subordinates to do. Roxu frowned, looking away. Behind him stood Han, holding Benian on his shoulder. The door creaked open. The guy in the shirt put his hands behind his back, welcoming the heroes who arrived. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that they need to carry the guy. Rano was hovering next to him. Light was falling on the stone floor. The heroes were in a torture room. The boy remarked that it looked good. Rayon widened his eyes, looking at the red wooden chair and saying that it was the same as Benian. Yesterday, when Bikros arrived, the boy told him about the existence of the dragon. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking forward. Roxu looked at the dragon hovering next to him, saying that its name was Rayon, and that it was the one who provided them with meat during the journey to the capital. The protagonist thought that since Bikros did not know about Benian, he was most likely not happy with the tone of the situation he found himself in. Bikros watched as Han sat Benian down on the chair, asking the protagonist if he just needed to work with this man and what he needed to do. Rayon spread his wings and looked at the boy, saying that he wanted to repay him for the suffering he caused himself. The dragon lay surrounded by heavy chains. Rayon said that it was so. 4 years ago he was tortured and beaten day after day, and kept in a cage. The dragon frowned and turned his head, saying that for these 4 days the boy should repay him for 4 goals of his suffering. Benian sat on the chair unconscious, his head thrown back. The kittens raised their eyebrows pitifully, looking at him. Rayon looked up, saying that he would tell everything the boy did to him. First of all, he was beaten with a whip until his thick dragon skin was torn to the flesh, and he continued to beat in the same place despite the wounds and blood. Ian fell from the chair. The boy looked at him. He was lying on the floor, his blonde hair covering his face. The hero did not understand how much the sleeping gas affected him, since he still did not wake up. Roxu turned to the dragon and, apologizing for interrupting, asked him to continue. Rayon continued to tell his experience. Due to the limited time, he could not go into detail, but in general they understood what was happening. That was enough. The dragon flapped its wings, hovering near the protagonist. The kittens bared their teeth and frowned in displeasure. Roxu smiled, thinking that everything was as he expected. Bikros knitted his eyebrows, looking forward. The youth thought that despite the fact that he was an experienced executioner, Bikros was weak to children and had his own attachments. The boy closed his eyes, saying that it seemed like there would be a lot of blood. The boy opened his mouth, asking Bikros, before he began, to prepare food. The boy repeated his words in surprise. The protagonist smiled and folded his arms across his chest. He said that Rayon needed to eat something. The black dragon opened his wing, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. Rayon looked at Benian lying on the floor, saying that the boy said that the blows on him made him want to eat, said that the sight of dragon blood awakens his appetite. Han frowned and gritted his teeth, calling him crazy. The boy put on white gloves, saying that everything is clear to him, then it seems he needs to prepare a feast. Bikros frowned, looking furiously at the boy lying on the floor and putting a white glove on his hand. The hero opened his eyes with difficulty and groaned in pain. Benian opened his eyes wide. He did not understand where he was. The boy remained lying on the floor in the torture room. Benian remembered the black dragon that appeared in front of him, asking if the boy did not remember him, not covered in blood. Benian lay on his side, thinking that he never thought that he would be dragged to such a disgusting place. In front of him, the protagonist sat at a table in the shadows, surrounded by animals. A bright blue magic seal appeared on Benian's neck. He opened his mouth slightly, not understanding what was wrong with his voice and why he couldn't speak. The guy came closer to him. Benian's hands were shackled with iron shackles. Rayon was sitting in front of a plate of food. He frowned and told him to begin. Loud screams came from the room, splashes of blood flew onto the walls and objects around. Benian opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. There was a metal collar with a chain on his neck. The dragon watched this carefully, chewing his food. He remembered Benian smiling with a whip in his hand, who told him to shut up, stand still and not look at him like that. Rayon's eyes were wide open in fear. The protagonist looked at the frowning dragon, who, to the sounds of screams, ate the food prepared by Bikros. The kittens were shaking in fear. Han's eyes were wide open. Han pressed his paws to his eyes. She frowned in fear, telling him that she had to watch. The boy raised his eyebrows at her, thinking that it seemed like it was hard for the kids to watch this. They didn't think about the cruelty of the situation or empathize with Benian. Their reaction was because they knew that this was just the beginning of the pain and suffering that Rayon had gone through. Bikros swung his whip again and again, hitting Benian, who was bent over in pain. Roxa was stroked by Anon's head, telling him that she didn't have to force herself to watch this. He looked at Rayon. He closed his eyes, chewing his food. Benian threw his head back and opened his mouth wide, screaming in pain. Rayon remembered his mutilated self. Tears were streaming down his eyes. The dragon closed his eyes. The protagonist stood up, saying that he would only get an upset stomach like that. He brought his hand with a handkerchief to his face, saying that his whole muzzle was in food. The dragon closed his eyes, from which tears were flowing. The young man looked at Bikros in a mask, asking why he took out the potion. The guy asked if he didn't need to be healed first. The protagonist told him to use the potion only before he died. Benian was lying on his back, his eyes rolled back, foam coming out of his mouth. Bikros frowned, saying that he was not even close to the edge, so this was a wise decision. The guy stroked the dragon's back. Roxu raised his eyebrows, hugging Rayon. He looked at his muzzle. The dragon closed his eyes. Tears were flowing down his cheeks. The young man thought about how he hadn't grown at all, but yes, how many months had he gained in weight? The protagonist leaned forward, standing up and saying that they needed to take a break. Bikros nodded. He rested his foot on Benian's body, asking what to do with him when he woke up. Rayon frowned and, holding onto the boy's sleeve, said that they needed to continue. The young man told him to do as the dragon said. Bikros closed his eyes and nodded. The protagonist knocked on the wooden door. Khan opened it. He raised his eyebrows in concern, looking at the dragon in the young master's hands. Roxu entered, saying that there was an unopened bottle of wine left inside. He asked her to bring it. Khan nodded. The protagonist walked forward, asking Rayon if he had grown. Since he had become heavier, the dragon remarked with displeasure that the man simply had weak arms. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that this was indeed the case. He said that the dragon was good for growing so quickly. Rayon looked at him with pitiful eyes. The tied-up Benian sat on a chair, his head down. The dragon opened his mouth, saying that he was going to leave the boy alive so that at any moment when he himself lost his appetite, he could come to him. Dicrose opened the potion, standing next to the tied-up boy. The red liquid mixed with the other, raising air bubbles higher. Binion opened his eyes and mouth wide, screaming shrilly. He woke up on a wooden couch and sat up, not understanding what this place was. The boy furrowed his brows and looked at his palms, thinking that his body no longer felt pain and he could speak normally. He wondered if this was a dream. The hero ran his hand over the box, thinking that he felt a touch, so he was definitely not sleeping. Binion smiled and leaned his elbows on the back of the couch, saying that this was definitely a dream. Red energy appeared above him. The boy opened his eyes wide, beads of sweat were running down his face. 4 days of horror were enough for the pompous Binion. As Bicrose made him suffer from pain, the fear planted in his head drove him crazy, even had to call Cage for psychological torture with magic. Roxa was stroked by heat. Holding her in his arms, a bright medallion was on her neck. Binion jumped up from his place, looking around. The guy opened his eyes wide, hearing the dragon's words that he was going to leave him alive, so that at any moment when he lost his appetite, he could come to him. Binion screamed, calling the dragon crazy. There was a spider web on the bloody wall. He grabbed the door handle, thinking that he needed to hurry. The protagonist opened the door. Taylor appeared in front of him, saying that he had finally found him. Binion gritted his teeth. A shudder ran through his body, and he opened his eyes wide, wondering if this was a dream. Taylor frowned, looking at the protagonist standing in front of him, saying that he seemed to have had a long nightmare. He ordered him to be arrested. Rayon, surrounded by a green aura, was happily eating. The protagonist said that it seemed like he finally had time. The dark-haired boy transferred the fried chicken to a plate. On the table were many different bottles of expensive alcohol, surrounded by various fruits. The protagonist asked if he was talking about meeting the young master, adding that he of course had to make time. With a smile on his face, Taylor said that if not today, then later he would be tired. Closing his eyes and slightly lowering his head, the protagonist confirmed this with a smile. Raising his glass of wine and starting to drink, the blonde guy said that it seemed that most of those they told him about were related to Binion. The protagonist asked again in surprise. The guy added that among them, several worked for his own father. Looking forward, the protagonist said that he did not know. He mentally said that he was definitely pretending, because Binion raised the black dragon on the orders of the Marquis. Khan wiped the cheek of the black dragon. The protagonist mentally stated that among those working for him, there must be people who protected that place. An image of a guy sitting in the corner of a dark cell appeared, lowering his head and clutching it. The protagonist mentally added that they should at least be sentenced to hard labor, and at most, given the death penalty, since the Marquis' territory had the harshest laws. The guy slightly hysterically stated that it was all because of the dragon. Roxu mentally stated that in order to avoid this, the Marquis would have to get rid of them all. Smiling, Taylor said with a smirk that he readily believed that he did not know. Raising a full bottle of red alcohol, the dark-haired girl with a smile suggested closing this topic and emptying the bottle. Continuing to smile, the fair-haired guy also offered to drink. Raising his head, the protagonist said that it sounded wonderful. Starting to pour alcohol into the protagonist's white glass, Taylor said that he would definitely repay him for this and the last time. Roxu said that he was looking forward to it. Expensive alcohol slowly filled the glass. The next day, 2 people were standing near a carriage with horses, which stopped near a small fortress. Looking forward, the protagonist said that the request was granted in full. Looking at him, Odious said that it was enough for him that he paid well. The protagonist replied with a smile that he understood. Starting to climb the steps, the protagonist said that they would be in touch. The brown-haired man confirmed, saying that he was always at his service. Looking at the protagonist, he mentally stated that he did not want to see him again because of the difficulty and danger, but the next meeting was inevitable. The protagonist turned around. Smiling, he asked if he knew about the basement. His face changed as a memory flashed in his head. He said that he would clean everything. An image of an illuminated carriage roof appeared. The man mentally stated that he was not kind at all, mentally asking who called him selfless and kind. The protagonist sat in the carriage, preparing to leave the 3-story castle. Odious mentally said that these were definitely not the characteristics of this young master, because he was cruel and cunning. The brown-haired man said that as for Bicrose, he hoped that he would not tell him what happened. He also added that secrecy was very important to him. Smiling, the protagonist agreed and said goodbye. Bowing, the man wished him a safe journey. He watched the horse-drawn carriage drive away. He continued to silently watch it. Unusual high cliffs forming canyons spread across the location. The dark-haired guy asked if they were bored. Closing his eyes, the red cat answered that it was not at all. Lying on the seat, the ash-colored cat said that she liked to be lazy. Smiling, Han said that she was a direct copy of the protagonist. The protagonist looked emotionlessly at the road. He mentally asked if this was about him and whether it should be considered a compliment. The dark-haired man said that he had been here before, adding that these were just ordinary mountains. The protagonist sat silently in the backseat with his arms folded. He mentally wondered if Han had really passed through here before. Roxu asked if he had been here when he visited the Breck Kingdom. The dark-haired man shuddered in surprise. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if he had done any mischief here. The dark-haired man turned his head away and said that of course he hadn't. The protagonist mentally said that it was enough to hear about the fate of the kingdom from the Crown Prince. Looking ahead, he asked if this meant that he had passed through the 10 Peaks Mountains when he crossed the western region. An image of a landscape of mountains and forests under a blue sky appeared. The dark-haired man answered that he hadn't, asking if there really were such mountains here. The protagonist stated that this was the starting point of the southwestern part of the Rowan Kingdom, adding that there were 10 granite peaks that looked like fingers. Lowering his head, Han said that he didn't think he saw them since they were heading towards the northwest and were returning along the same path. Lowering his arms, the boy said that if he had seen such mountains, he would definitely remember them. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again, saying that he was curious since the landscape was quite mysterious. The protagonist said that he asked because he was thinking about visiting this place in a year. Looking ahead, the dark-haired boy asked again for the date. Turning his head towards the window and smiling, the protagonist stated that exactly 1 year from now they should go to the 10 Peaks, since that is where the last ancient power will appear. The protagonist asked if it would be great if everyone went. The cats happily perked up, thinking about it. The Khan stated that it sounded great, but he didn't think there were any villages nearby where they could stay. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked what he was talking about, stating that of course there would be. The protagonist remembered. He said that he was right and there were no such places. The dark-haired guy shuddered, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist added that as far as he knew, there were no settlements nearby. The bright sun illuminated the forest and rocky location that the carriage passed along the road. The protagonist mentally said that there were no settlements where people lived. He added that nature lovers lived in that place, who revered dragons more than magicians. Green plants in that place were actively blooming on this summer day. It was an elven village. An image of a bright flash with a purple-blue sky appeared. The protagonist mentally stated that the elves were a mysterious race living far from people and hiding their settlements with the help of illusion magic. An image of 2 fair-haired elves appeared against the backdrop of a large tree emitting green light. He mentally added that immediately after dragons, they lived in complete harmony with nature and could also control spirits. Because of their beautiful appearance, the attention of the people of the continent was always riveted to them. Calmly looking out the window, Roxu mentally said that originally, when Han returned from the kingdom of Breck, he should have passed by the 10 Peaks and accidentally stumbled upon the village of elves, and he should also have met someone there. An image of an elf appeared, standing silently against the backdrop of unusual patterns. The protagonist said that he should have met an elf there who could heal others, named Pendrick. An image of a dark-haired guy appeared, holding an elf in his arms. The protagonist mentally said that at the birth of the hero, he should have sacrificed his life to save the guy, which would have made him furious. Khan silently looked away at the nature of this location. Roxu mentally stated that it follows that if he does not join Khan's squad, he will not die. It turns out that if he does not meet them and survives a year, he will be able to live longer than in the novel. He mentally said that he thinks that this will be the biggest difference between the real and the hero written at birth. Putting his head on his hand, the protagonist mentally added that they have already missed the moment of meeting, and if, in the end, they go to 10 Peaks, they can simply go around the elf village. He also added that there are generally no villages there. Turning his whole body, the dark dragon said that there is nothing terrible in this because he wants to go there immediately after a year has passed. Starting to stroke the happily smiling Rayon, he mentally stated that he especially cannot take the dragon there with him because the elves will treat him like a god. Slightly bending over and smiling, the protagonist asked the dragon if he knew about the Crown Prince's magic. The dragon confirmed with a smile. He also added that he was great. The protagonist placed a bottle of purple liquid on the table. Folding his hands, the fair-haired guy asked what it was. Starting to take away his outstretched hand, the protagonist said that it was a gift he had prepared for him. The guy asked again. Roxu confirmed, stating that the Crown Prince was the heart of this kingdom. Raising his hand, the fair-haired guy, closing his eyes, told him to stop. He opened the bottle. Closing his eyes and opening his mouth wide, the dark dragon said that this smell was familiar to him because it was the smell of the Black Swamp. The Crown Prince, looking at the liquid in surprise, began to voice his own guess about what it was. Smiling and looking forward, the protagonist said that it was obvious that it was not for free. The protagonist mentally stated that it was said that the Crown Prince of the Rowan Kingdom had normal chestnut-colored hair. He mentally asked why the Crown Prince had lightened his hair with magic. Raising his head and looking into the protagonist's eyes, the dragon asked if he could do it without Mama. The protagonist mentally said that dragons and humans, cats and wolves, were different species. He added that he was sure that they were different from the normal mana of nature. He also stated that he did not know what kind of powers the Crown Prince had, but the answer had always been in this bottle. The blonde boy was holding a bottle of glowing purple elixir. The protagonist mentally stated that he was not a demon and did not use dark magic, so of course this was not necromancy. Smiling, the protagonist said that he heard that there was a misunderstanding that the previous king carried the blood of the south. He added that most dark elves had dark skin, but as far as he knew, half-breeds looked like southerners. He asked then what if he was the child of a half-dark elf. The fair-haired boy looked at him silently. He grinned evilly. Rolling his eyes, the crown prince said that he had caught him. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was probably right. An image of a dark-haired boy and a fair-haired boy appeared, standing back to back under a full moon. A dark elf is a wielder of the attribute of darkness and the power based on the mana of the dead. An image of the impenetrable darkness of the night appeared. An image of an abandoned village appeared, with partially destroyed houses. In the past, they destroyed entire villages by sending diseases to them, for which people hated them. This is why dark elves hide more than normal elves. Placing the bottle on the wooden table, the crown prince asked, "So what?" Smiling, the protagonist said that it was a gift, but he was not going to give it away for free. Closing his eyes, the fair-haired guy grinned. Bright daylight illuminated a huge, bright room with columns. The fair-haired guy said that he wanted to make it work, but he called here for no reason. A wooden table with short legs stood on a large carpet. The guy asked, so he will not say anything, and it is not for free. The protagonist confirmed. The crown prince said that he is very cunning. Smiling, the protagonist said that this is just how he is. With a slightly frightened smile, the fair-haired guy mentally stated that he simply took it as a compliment. He looked at the bottle emitting streams of purple energy. He mentally added that he could go with this information to the third or second prince, but since he is here, he wants to make a deal with him. Looking at Roxa sipping his tea, the crown prince mentally stated that he was glad that the protagonist was like him. The protagonist began to lower his cup, smiling. The boy asked if he was sure that he was not one of them. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist said that he would die if he drank this. Folding his arms and looking away, the blonde boy mentally said that the only ones who knew his nature were his brothers and mother, after which he thought about how he could know that he was a dark elf without being one. Placing his paws on the protagonist's leg and raising his head, the dark dragon stated that everything was fine and he should not worry, for he, the great dragon, would save him. The protagonist pushed the flask again and rolled it across the table, asking if he needed this. Smiling, the crown prince replied that he did, because with this he would become stronger, so it would be nice to have it. He also added that there was no poison in it. Looking ahead, the protagonist stated that of course, adding that it was a very rare item. He said that it was the mana of a dead dragon. The shocked blonde's eyes widened, and he flinched in surprise. An image of a dragon's skeleton appeared, as well as a bottle of purple liquid. The crown prince mentally said that it was not that easy to obtain the mana of a dead person, let alone the mana of a dead dragon. He also mentally added that if the bottle really did contain dragon mana, then he would be able to climb several steps. The blonde guy chuckled and looked ahead, stating that it was incomprehensible, assuming that the protagonist was not going to talk about him. Looking at him, the blonde guy stated that he was saying that he wanted to receive payment, but he could not understand why the protagonist would give him such a rare item in the first place. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist asked why he needed to know something so obvious. He also added that he was not going to spread what he knew. Smiling and looking ahead, Roxu mentally said that the Rowan kingdom needed to become stronger. An image of sparks of fire appeared. They flowed into a huge flame, devouring everything in their path. The protagonist mentally said that if we look at the current balance of power, the Breck and Rowan kingdoms were the weakest. The Viper and Tunka kingdoms were rapidly approaching collapse, and the southern part of the jungle had united due to the recent extinguishing of the fire. The three kingdoms of the north were preparing for the journey. An image of a spherical mirror appeared, reflecting both boys. The protagonist mentally added that Albert, who knew about this, was strengthening his power, and in order to prepare for the invasion, he was gathering the magicians of the Viper kingdom. An image of the protagonist appeared, motionless, looking down. He mentally stated that this was not enough since they were talking about the Imperial Knights and the Knights on Wyverns. He added that the Wyvern Knights had captured the sky, and the kingdoms of Breck and Rowan would be nothing more than a candle in a strong wind for them. Smiling, the protagonist mentally said that for the sake of his sweet life, the kingdom of Rowan must survive the war, and for that, he needed a strong ruler, so it was better to use the power that was like poison to him and turn it to his advantage. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if they needed a magic tower. Folding his arms and squinting his eyes, the crown prince said that it was hard to talk to someone who knew everything. An image of a wooden table with a golden scale on it appeared. The guy added that the summoning of the master of the magic tower was very convenient, because thanks to him, he was able to send messages to the remaining magicians. This message said that the Stone Land, the future ruler of these lands, would protect them. The crown prince thought of the magic tower and mentally said that he planned to move the Rowan kingdom to the magic tower and rebuild it. Placing his hand on his hair, the blonde boy stated that it was difficult for him to give orders or commands, but if it was a request, it might work. Looking at the boy who lowered his head, Roxu said that he was not going to rebuild the magic tower again, but he could move part of its plants. Raising his hand and silently narrowing his eyes, the boy looked at him. They were in a huge expensive room. Raising his hand, the blonde boy asked under what condition. The protagonist replied that he would like them to fulfill it in 2 years. The protagonist mentally said that for his peaceful, safe, and jobless life, not only money was necessary, but also dominance. He mentally added that, other than his family, the best part of not having a job was not having to worry about clients or sponsors. The protagonist stroked the head of the dark dragon, which was shrouded in a green aura. Roxu mentally said that he wanted to be unemployed, but he couldn't live worrying about others. He also mentally added that he didn't care about reputation. He was going to do what he wanted and eat what he wanted. An image of a colorful sideboard on the table appeared. The crown prince asked what it was about. The protagonist replied that it was something he needed to decide. Lowering his head and smiling, the blonde guy chuckled and said that although he was the one winning from the deal, for the first time he felt out of place. Raising his hand and smiling widely, the protagonist told him to believe that they both won, so he should be happy. He also mentally added that he couldn't tell what he was thinking. An image of large white doors surrounded by columns appeared. The protagonist said that in that case, he would go. The blonde boy replied that he could go, adding that he didn't think he would tell him anything. A few days later, Hanada's territory. Looking down, the protagonist asked what happened. He also mentally added that he wanted to rest, but something must have happened again. Placing his hand on his chest, the orange-haired boy, after a slight hesitation, began to speak. The protagonist said to speak quickly. The protagonist folded his arms, questioningly calling out Ron's name. Narrowing his eyes, the boy standing next to him asked about his father. The boy clenched his eyes. Looking down, he stated that he was not in the best condition. Roxu narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. Opening the door at full speed, the boy ran into the room, shouting about his father. The white-haired man, whose body was heavily bandaged, looked at him with a smile. The boy asked what happened to his arm. The man's arm was destroyed under the middle of the shoulder. The white-haired man replied that it happened that way. Looking forward, the protagonist told Hans to leave. The boy flinched and asked questioningly. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist ordered Bikros and Han to stay and the rest to leave. The brown-haired boy was kneeling in front of the bed with his own father. The ginger cat and the ash cat were crying, looking at them. The wooden door to the room was open. Bending his body, the protagonist asked if he had the strength to speak. Looking at him, the white-haired man confirmed. He told him to explain why the one who went fox hunting returned like this. Ron was lying on the bed, smiling calmly looking at them. A lamp with 4 candles illuminated the large room. Looking at his son, the man mentally said that he shouldn't have come here because he was going to die anyway. Closing his eyes, he mentally said that before that, he only wanted to see his son and a few other people. Bikros looked down, upset. The man said that he came from the eastern continent when the boy was very young. Lifting the body, the white-haired man said that among the underworld of the eastern continent, there were 5 families of assassins, and he was the head of one of the fallen families. An image of darkness emerging from the light appeared. Ron said that it fell because of an organization called Darkness. An image of a village engulfed in flames appeared, and a man standing in front of it. The man said that the Darkness was a low-ranking organization that seemed to be run by an underground world from the outside, but upon closer inspection, they were controlled by someone else. He added that he was trying to figure out who it was. Raising his hand, the white-haired man said that it seemed like it was someone very powerful who he could not find, so he went to the southeastern continent with his son, hiding, living as a servant. Squinting his eyes and raising them, he said that after that, he found their trail, which had not happened for many years. He added that it was when the Khan came to the castle. The dark-haired guy shuddered. The fair-haired man said that he smelled the darkness from him. An image of a fair-haired man appeared, coughing vigorously, bringing his hand to his mouth. He mentally stated that the disease was getting worse, so if he did not get medicinal herbs, he could die. The dark-haired man standing next to the bed said that he would go to the forest. Looking ahead, the man exhausted by the disease asked if he meant the Forest of Darkness, after which he stated that it was too dangerous. Stretching his hands forward, Han said that he came from there, so there was no need to worry. Smiling confidently, he said that he would return from there and nothing would happen. Tears were streaming down the dark-haired guy's face. His body was wounded, and his clothes were covered in blood. The entire location was painted red. He exhaled loudly, standing in front of the mountains of corpses. Angrily looking ahead, the guy asked if he wanted to say that the people who came to the village of Horus were the same. Putting his hand to his chin and shifting his gaze in thought, the protagonist replied that the probability that they were people from their darkness was high. An image of a scratched dragon appeared. An image of a guy in a mask and dark clothes also appeared, who tore up a parchment with an unusual pattern. An image of several guys in identical clothes falling appeared, as well as 3 warriors standing motionless. The protagonist said that Horus Village, Rayon's abandonment at the Marquis' estate, the terrorist attack at the capital's plaza, and the ambush of the Blue Wolf tribe, they were behind all of these events. An image of an unusual symbol of a 6-pointed star appeared. Looking ahead, the white-haired man said that they had begun to gain strength on the eastern continent, and he decided to make a move by taking advantage of this opportunity. An image of streams of dark energy appeared. He added that this was not a simple hunt, but like a yard dog wandering into a lion's den. Tightening his hand, trying to clench it into a fist, he mentally asked himself how self-confident he was, mentally adding that he did not regret anything, since he needed to know what they were doing. Looking at the protagonist with his arms folded, Ron stated that during his investigation in the capital, he encountered the attacking forces of darkness and found out what they were doing. Covering his eyes, the man said that he lost his left arm in the square and barely escaped with his life. An image of a bucket of blood with a pair of scissors lying nearby appeared. The protagonist asked if he had found out who they were. The man replied that, unfortunately, he had not. Roxu asked if he remembered who had taken his arm. The man replied that it was a young mage who cut off the limbs of anyone who got in his way. Narrowing his eyes angrily, imagining an orange-haired guy with red eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that it was Reddick. He said that he was crazy. Gritting his teeth, Han asked how this happened. Clenching his fist, he mentally stated that Ron was stronger than Reddick, plus he specialized in assassination and surveillance, therefore there must be a reason why he was forced to flee after losing his left arm. Tilting his head slightly, the boy asked what the rotten smell was. The bandaged man shuddered. He picked up the blanket and began to lift it. Bikros opened his mouth and grimaced slightly when he saw his father's body. The protagonist's eyes widened. Part of the man's torso and legs were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, enveloping his skin. Ron said that he was poisoned by mermaid venom. Looking down, the protagonist stated that this meant that they were helped by mermaids. Silently looking forward, he mentally stated that to be honest, he already believed that. He also mentally added that he learned about this when he first met the whales and they talked about the forest of darkness, and how the mermaids became stronger from the swamp inside that forest. Roxu mentally said that he had already thought about it, but he didn't want to pursue the thought since it was obvious that things would take an annoying turn if he was involved. Bikros covered his father again. The protagonist mentally said that if he could find out what that organization was, he would have to tell Han. He also mentally added that it wasn't about his safety, so he just didn't think about it, but that didn't mean they could trespass on his territory. Looking at the white-haired man, the dark-haired guy cursed. The assassin Ron was smiling silently while sitting on the bed. Looking at him, Roxu mentally stated that he was uncomfortable with this cunning old man, but seeing him like this, he realized that Ron was one of his men. The protagonist stood up from the wooden chair. Looking at the man, he asked if it was by the sea. Ron replied that it was on the island. The protagonist turned to Han, who shuddered, moving away from her own thoughts. Folding his arms, he told him to stop thinking about all the nonsense and quickly bring Muller. He added that he needed to grab the plans of the ship. He also added that Ron would also go with him, adding that he had no choice but to do so when his hired killer returned injured. Lowering his head, the white-haired man stated that he was still alive. Closing his eyes, remembering one letter from the man, the protagonist exhaled with a smile and stated that he was still as sharp-tongued as ever. Turning his head to the brown-haired guy, the protagonist told him to go to the group so that they could pack their things again, because they needed to neutralize the mermaid's poison. Slightly stumbling from excitement, Ron asked if there was a way. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist mentally said that there was one, which he had used before. An image of an unusual object floating in the water next to the blue-haired man appeared. He mentally stated that this was the method used to save the half-whale. Looking at the father and son who were staring at him with a little uncertainty, the protagonist told him not to worry and to prepare, adding that his father looked like he would outlive them all. An image of a brightly lit door to a room appeared. The white-haired man stated that he thought the darkness and the mermaids were targeting the sea lanes. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that he knew. The man asked again, surprised. Looking at him, Roxu said that it would be difficult, but he wanted to ask one more thing. Ron allowed it with a smile. The protagonist asked if anyone else had seen what he looked like. Lowering his head, the man stated that the mage was the only one who had seen his face. Raising his head, the white-haired man asked if he was planning to fight that organization directly. Grinning, the protagonist asked what he thought. The man smiled silently. Closing his eyes, Ron said that no matter what happened, everything would be fine, adding that it would be good for him. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that, as expected, he knew him well. The protagonist said that he was not going to make things difficult for himself, adding that he intended to quickly achieve his goal and then retreat. An image of the protagonist's large, expensive house appeared. Roxu mentally stated that of course, a good stab in the back would be necessary. As the protagonist left the room, he told him to rest while they were gone. The man confirmed. Grimacing, the protagonist mentally said that they were extremely annoying. Flying towards him, the dragon told the weak man not to worry, for the great Rayon was with him. He also added that he heard everything from outside, stating that they were damned villains. The protagonist mentally stated that no matter whether it was a secret organization, darkness, or mermaids, they were too strong to fight head-on. An image of a dark-haired boy and a red-haired girl appeared, with a stream of powerful fire magic coming out of their hands. Rayon was silently flying in front of them. Roxu mentally said that he was sure that they knew his surroundings and their skills, but he had come up with a plan. Clenching his hands, the protagonist walked forward seriously. He mentally added that he had come up with a plan to protect himself and his people for the sake of his comfortable life, both physically and mentally. An image of a small city being built, located in a ravine, appeared. A fair-haired man in a white shirt said that he was glad to see the protagonist. Folding his hands, the protagonist asked if he was the one in charge here. Quickly bowing his head, the man confirmed, saying that he was in charge of building this naval base. Turning his head towards the turquoise sea, the man stated that since the water vortexes were gone, the number of usable islands had increased. He also added that the beret had also stabilized, allowing it to speed up, and thanks to this, they could quickly build ships. He also asked if he should take him to his place of residence first. Raising his finger and closing his eyes, the protagonist answered no, stating that there was something before that. The protagonist said to hurry. The gray-haired boy ran, clutching a scroll to himself. The protagonist mentally noted that he had gained weight. Roxu told him to show the preliminary result first. The boy, blushing and trying to catch his breath, confirmed. He handed the man a rolled-up scroll. The blonde-haired boy opened his eyes wide and stared at the scroll. He exclaimed in shock that he had never seen such a design before. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if he thought that when finished, it would look great and be quite durable. Continuing to look at the paper, the man said that he was right, the ship would indeed be strong, but it would also cost a lot of money. He also added that the Golden Turtle ship, Jeobuxian, a large armored warship of the Korean Navy during the Joseon dynasty, would be especially expensive. Closing his eyes and smiling, the protagonist asked why he was so worried, adding that he had a lot of money. Throwing up his hands and smiling, the boy excitedly said that to be honest, the interior design was also almost done. The man asked again, surprised and happy. Looking at him, the gray-haired boy happily confirmed and said that he had not shown it to Rox yet, but since the concept was approved, he got down to work. Clutching the scroll, the man excitedly asked what the concept was. Throwing his hand forward, the boy said that this was the best form of offense and defense. The blonde man said that it was very cool and asked to show him the interior as soon as he was done. He also added that he would be looking forward to it. Closing his eyes and smiling slightly, the protagonist mentally asked if he was saying that the best defense was a good offense. An image of a boy scratching his head awkwardly appeared, with a ship pierced by stakes in the background. The protagonist mentally suggested that he, too, might be a reincarnated Korean. The protagonist mentally noted that it would be a ship with a specific appearance. Folding his arms, Roxu, looking forward seriously, stated that it would not be easy. Crossing his legs, the protagonist, looking forward mentally said that it was not that they were going to destroy the kingdom, but he thought that it was a bit excessive since they did not know much about the size of the enemy. The right decision was to bring everyone. The Haze Islands. An image of a dozen small islands of varying sizes appeared. The boy said that they went through all the islands between the eastern and western continents and numbered them in the order they visited. An image of an island appeared, most of which was covered in trees. The guy added that their destination was the largest island they had discovered, the fifth Haze Island. According to Ron's information, this island was the base of the darkness and the mermaids. The protagonist stated that it made no difference whether he was a murderer or not, since he was one of his people, so he would save him first and then think about what to do with him. An image of a brown-haired guy lying next to his father's bed appeared. The protagonist mentally added that Count Darith had decided to save Ron, who was only his servant in the eyes of others, since Ron was the one who had protected his family for decades. Coldly looking ahead, Roxu said that they would first go to the 12th island, which was closest to their destination. The guy called out to the protagonist. Looking ahead, the dark-haired boy stated that he said they were confronting the mermaids and asked if it would be okay since he heard that they had become stronger due to the dead mana and poison. The red-haired girl replied that it was okay. Han turned his gaze to the protagonist. Looking ahead, she added that Mr. Cal already knew how to deal with the mermaid's poison, and the dark attribute in dead mana could be overcome with something stronger. Roxu mentally stated that speaking of stronger mana and aura, they were going to suppress the dead mana with force, and there was a force that was best at countering dead mana. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist mentally said that this was stupid, but he had one good solution. The girl said that of course, using blood was the most effective, but it was also dangerous. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that it was blood and they would need a lot of it. An image of thick streams of bright blood appeared. Roxu mentally said that blood is proof that the organism is alive, because there is nothing living that is stronger than something dead. He mentally added that the power that has a serious effect against the dark attribute of dead mana is life. He mentally added that if the blood is sprayed, even for a short time, they will not be able to get closer. Putting his hand to his face and sighing thoughtfully, the protagonist mentally stated that of course, there is a high risk of dying from blood loss. He also mentally added that it is useless against a vampire who drinks blood to live, or a dark elf with innate characteristics. An image of a beating heart appeared, from which a bright light emanated. The protagonist mentally said that the blood flowing from the heart and containing its life force has the strongest life and regenerative power. Putting his hand on the body, he mentally stated that due to the ability to regenerate, blood is created infinitely. He also mentally added that after some experiments, he will know for sure which blood type will be most effective against the dark attribute. Roxu stated that his blood will be extremely effective. Indignantly throwing up his paw and wing, the dark dragon stated that using his blood is madness, too risky for such a weak person. Covering his eyes, the red cat stated that he would like them not to think about any strange things. Squinting and smirking, the cat added that this is very strange. Putting out her palm forward and starting to quickly turn her head, the red-haired girl with a smile said that they do not need to do so. The protagonist stated that of course he is not going to do so. Throwing up his hand, he added that this is just thinking out loud and that he does not want to experience pain like this. He mentally asked why he should waste his precious blood if he can use many other things besides it. Folding his arms and looking at the dragon, he mentally asked if something like this would happen. Looking forward seriously, the dark dragon said that he would look after it. Running up, the ash cat loudly declared that she would too. Turning his head towards her, the cat also said that he would look after it. The three boys narrowed their eyes and looked at them silently. The protagonist, looking at them, mentally said that no one trusted them. Roxu got up from the bed and started walking. The dragon asked where he was going. The protagonist stopped and said that he was going to the wind cliff. Looking at his back slightly scared, Han asked what he was going to do. He also added that this could not be. An image of a guy handing over a bag of money appeared. A turquoise-haired elf smiled and told him that he could come whenever he wanted and that they would help him at any time. The evening sky turned into different colors, illuminating a small rock on the seashore. A loud sound came from the shell in the protagonist's hand. The protagonist, wrapped in a green cloak, silently looked forward. Putting his hand forward, the dark dragon said that it was here. Walking forward, the red-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. Silhouettes of dolphins appeared in the colorful sea. A long-haired whale emerged from the water and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist greeted Patton. Raising his hand, the whale asked why he called him so suddenly, asking if he needed their help yet. The protagonist said that they found out who helps the mermaids. Patton shuddered in surprise and asked again. Looking ahead, Roxu stated that his subordinate had gone to confirm this and had been poisoned by the mermaid's venom, so he called them to relay the information he had learned and to request emergency aid. The blue-haired whale asked why they were investigating this. Putting a finger to his mouth and closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it was because there was something on his mind. Turning his head and exhaling indignantly, the dragon stated that the protagonist had started again. Roxu stated that, however, the mermaids had become stronger not because of the forest of darkness in their territory. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that the whales were very strong, so they would be fine, but he also wanted to do something since they were not strangers to each other. Patton said that he understood. The whale thanked the protagonist for saving his life and looking for information about the mermaids. The girl, the guy, and the two cats froze in shock. The thought flashed through their heads at the same time, when it was he who saved him. Keith said that in order to get rid of the mermaid's poison, they needed a corpse. The protagonist replied that he would go personally. Looking at him, the whale asked in surprise, how so? Roxu's robe fluttered in the wind. He said that since he was weak, he would not be able to join the battle, but he wanted to help with something. Putting his hand on his belt and making a second gesture, Roxu said with a smile that he would go with them. He mentally said that he was not thinking about any help, he wanted to hit and retreat. Keith froze, looking forward. Narrowing his eyes and glaring at him, the dragon asked what he was looking at. Patton hesitated and slightly frightenedly replied that he was not looking at anything, looking away. Exhaling, the dark dragon said that he would go too. The sun slowly set behind the horizon, and the sky was covered in red hues. Keith said that they would go. The protagonist stated that it had been a while. The dragon asked if they would be sailing on a killer whale. A white-haired man with a scar stood on a rock. The protagonist replied that it was possible. The dark dragon said that killer whales were smaller than humpback whales, adding that it would be so-so if he was too small. Narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth in irritation, the man asked who said they would be sailing on it. Placing his hand on Archie's shoulder, the protagonist said that he would be sailing with him. Raising his hand and smirking, he asked to take care of him. Raising both hands, the blue-haired man stated that they needed to bring the medium-sized ship that young Cal and his companions had arrived on. He added that it had a spell for movement, so they only needed to tie the ship to themselves and steer it in the right direction. Archie, opening his mouth wide, screamed in outrage. Why would he do something like that? Looking him seriously in the eyes, Patton asked if his father hadn't told him to do everything. The white-haired man silently clenched his teeth in anger. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction in irritation, accepting defeat. The protagonist, looking at him, smirked. Several whales, one of which the protagonist was sitting on, were swimming in the sea in front of the ship. The dark dragon began to move its paw along the body of the sea mammal. Looking at its body, the dragon said that this whale had slimy skin. Turning its head, Roxu said that everyone had the same. Lowering his gaze, the dragon said that I understand. The whales and the ship continued to move through the water. Looking to the side, the protagonist mentally stated with a smile that they were like a high-speed taxi. They arrived at an island densely planted with palm trees. It was Hayes Island 1. Turning his head, the protagonist mentally said that he saw many islands along the way, so it would be okay if one of them was destroyed. He mentally added that he was just not sure how big the battle would be. The gray-haired boy asked if they should set up the tents. The protagonist said yes, adding that when they were done, they should carry Ron inside. Clenching his fist on his raised hand, the boy accepted the command with a smile. Looking at the dark-haired boy, the protagonist addressed him. Han asked questioningly. Shifting his gaze to the right, Roxu said that he had something to say before the whale tribe arrived here. Making a gesture with his hand, he stated that if others suddenly said that he was treacherous, he didn't care as long as it allowed his people not to suffer, but this time, he needed to do something. He asked if the boy remembered the mage they met in the capital. Lowering his head, Han asked if it happened during the terrorist attack. An image of a blonde guy in a dark cloak appeared, looking around in an alley. The protagonist said that he was the only one who had seen Ron's face. He also added that there were only two things that were important in this regard. Looking ahead, the protagonist, his hair fluttering in the wind, said that it was important to cure Ron and get rid of anything that could pose a danger in the future. An image of a blue sky appeared. The protagonist asked if he understood what he was getting at. The guy confirmed. Han, his face changing, looking angrily ahead, coldly stated that either they got rid of the witness of the remaining eye, or he would kill him. Looking at Roxa, the dark-haired man said that Bikros would most likely not like it, but he would do it better since he would not be able to make rational decisions. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that this was true, adding that he should not overdo it with the killing since he did not plan to stain their hands with blood. Looking ahead, the dark-haired boy said that it wouldn't happen. Roxu said that Han was good-natured, but he wasn't above killing. The boy mentally said that he wanted to do everything possible to avoid bloodshed. A sharp splash of water sent many droplets into the air. A bloody whale emerged from the water. Looking ahead, the protagonist mentally said that there was a person stupid enough to fight while spraying blood everywhere. He mentally asked if he had hurt himself on purpose. Looking at the huge mammal washed up on the shore, the protagonist mentally said that it wasn't a person, but a whale, a huge humpback whale. Throwing up both hands, the dark dragon impulsively said that he was a great dragon and wouldn't do such a thing, and even less so the protagonist. Narrowing his eyes, Roxu mentally said that he had never even thought of it. Raising his paw, the dragon told him to hurry up and give him the magic crystal. He added that as he asked, he would make a dozen magic bombs. An image of a large blue crystal appeared, with many small ones rotating around it. A red-haired girl and a dark dragon were looking at it. Magic crystals are stones with destructive power that resonate with mana. The guy called the black dragon, Rosalind, and Khan. The dark-haired one turned his head and shifted his gaze. The guy asked if he was good at surveillance. He added that he called his plan reflection. The protagonist rubbed his chin with a sly smile. The protagonist mentally said that they would reflect everything they received, adding that there was nothing more disgusting and annoying than getting exactly what you did in return. The red drink slowly flowed into the girl's mouth. The blue-haired girl drank from the bottle with her eyes closed. Batira was one of the most aggressive whales and was not afraid of getting hurt, the kind that was always needed on the battlefield. An image of dozens of whales appeared, with a wounded, scarred whale swimming in front of them. Surely the others were in awe of how she, the heiress, spared no effort to fight off the mermaids. It was probably a series of morale boosters. An image of the protagonist sitting in a chair appeared, looking at the girl. He mentally said that it did not work on him and he did not care about morale, adding that it was best not to get wounded in the first place. An image of the part of the room where the conversation took place appeared. The protagonist said that he was thinking about destroying the island. Batira asked which one. Placing his hands on the map lying on the wooden table, the protagonist stood up and stated that it was Hayes Island number 5, saying that he was going to erase it from the maps as that would widen the sea route so that ships could use Hayes Island 7. He added that the Hayes Islands were located 2 to 3 hours apart from each other. He mentally said that since Ron said that no one lived on the islands except for the secret organization, it would not be a problem to blow up one of them. Standing up, Roxu said that he needed to take care of 2 things before that, And for that, there was one condition. The blue-haired girl asked what it was. The protagonist mentally said that it might be because she belonged to a race that lived in the ocean, but she did not even flinch when he mentioned destroying the island. Pointing his finger at the object on the map, the protagonist stated that they intended to participate in the battle as discreetly as possible, especially when they encountered that organization. Vatira said that she understood. Looking at him, she asked what things he needed to take care of them. Folding his arms, the protagonist answered with a smile that the first was transport, for example, a small whale. Raising her head, the girl agreed with a smile, adding that she would send small whales to them and would choose agile and stealthy ones. She also immediately clarified that it was the second. Looking at her, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that he wanted to make a complete mess. He said that while they were destroying Hayes Island, where the mermaid base was located, he needed the whales to go wild. An image of a camp appeared with several tents that had lights. Vatira asked if this meant that they wanted them to distract attention. She asked if a swordsman, spearman, and mage were enough. The protagonist confirmed. Putting her hand to her lips, the girl stated that it seemed like the mage was only on the island when the swordsman and spearman arrived. She added that he always hid when they fought near the island and never showed himself. The protagonist asked if that was true. Looking forward seriously, the protagonist mentally said that it was actually wonderful, adding that there was nothing better than destroying the island along with the crazy Retica. An image of several candles standing in a room appeared. The blue-haired girl said with a smile that he seemed a little crazy. Narrowing her eyes, the protagonist asked if she rushed towards him with a smile on her face while spilling her own blood. Covering her mouth with her hand, the surprised girl asked how he knew. Covering her eyes and pointing a finger at himself, Roxu stated that based on the information he received, he goes crazy when he sees the color red, hence the especially pronounced red hair color. He added that it would be very bad if you were to run into him. Looking at him, the dark dragon said that it was clear. The girl also said that she understood. Making a gesture with both hands, Vatira said that actually the swordswoman was strange too. The protagonist asked again. The girl added that the woman seemed to have a similar personality to the mage. Adjusting her hair, the blue-haired girl said with a smile that there was no chance that they would run into her. She also added that she did not think it was worth worrying about. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and smiled, lowering his head. He said that he believed that it was so. The next day, 10 bags of equipment lay on the ground. The protagonist said that the whales would show them the way, so they should hide when they reached Hayes Island 12. He also asked if they brought the things he gave them. Saluting, the man and the boy confirmed. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist said that they were off then, adding that he would give the signal if there was any trouble. Smiling, raising his hand, the gray-haired boy accepted the order. Walking up to the brown-haired boy, the protagonist told him to be patient even if he got angry, adding that he should stay with his father. The boy replied that he understood. Bowing deeply, Bikros stated that he trusted him. The protagonist told him not to worry. Roxu handed the boy a dark jacket, telling him to put it on. Looking at it, Han asked if it was again. The dark uniform had a symbol near the chest. It was an emblem with 1 large star and 5 small red ones embroidered above the heart. They wore this uniform when they saved Rayon, and it belongs to that secret organization. He added that it was, of course, a crude fake compared to the original. Pulling the uniform and mask onto his face, the protagonist mentally declared that he had not thought he would have to put it on again. The battle began. The whales rushed to attack the fleet of ships. Archie broke out of the water and caused a powerful splash of water. The killer whales did not swim in place and swam closer to the ships at high speed, diving into the water. A few seconds later, they emerged, and in their mouths were dead mermaids. The protagonist, under the influence of Roan's magical power, said to himself in shock that this was no longer a joke. The next second, Rayon told the gentleman not to go there under any circumstances. Rosalina and Khan flew up to them. The latter said in confusion that it was definitely not worth going there because it was very dangerous. The fleet consisted of 5 ships, led by a giant ship. There was a swordswoman standing on it, surrounded by a powerful magical aura. She was swinging her sword in all directions and shouting something, which aroused the interest of the protagonist. Then Rayon quoted the girl's words and said how beautiful the sea of blood was. Hearing this, Roxu said with disgust that the swordswoman was crazy, when suddenly the girl put her sword forward and released a very powerful magical beam in front of her. A powerful splash of water burst out of the water. Then Vatira appeared with a malicious smile on her face. She broke the swordswoman's attack with a powerful blow of a water whip. At this time, Patton also decided to attack. He rushed to attack one of the members of the secret organization already on board the ship. Khan closely watched the battle, while the protagonist told him to carefully watch what was happening. Powerful bursts of energy began to be heard on each ship. The Black Dragon told the master not to worry, because Khan and the magician Rosalind would definitely not lose. Rosalind heard this, smiled and said that it was true, adding that even if the plan went wrong, he and Han would not be harmed. The battle on the ships was getting more and more crazy, and the protagonist looked at it and said to himself that he was afraid that he himself could get hurt in this mess, but those two would definitely not be harmed. Their plan was to destroy potential threats. Even if everything went wrong and it was necessary to engage in battle, they would have to rely only on Han and Rosalind. The protagonist looked at the black dragon, who was humming something with a smile on his face, and said to himself that everything would get complicated if Rayon showed up, so they would be even more careful. After these words, he turned to the island behind them and said that, as Ron said, magical traps and alarm artifacts were mostly installed along the coast, and the mana was mainly concentrated there. A few seconds later, the dragon flew closer to the master and reported that there was nothing in the sky. The protagonist heard this and asked if it was possible to slip through the magical contraptions into the center of the headquarters. Khan replied that he thought it was a bit difficult. At that very moment, the dragon turned around, pointed to the island, and said that it was true because that mage had filled every corner with spells. Roxu remembered how Khan had attacked Radhika during the terrorist attack, and said in his head that maybe the mage had decided to be more careful because after the explosion, Khan had discovered their lair and almost killed him. Then he added that it was easy to solve. Roxu revealed the map and said that they would simply abandon the plan to capture the central base and plant magical bombs. The black dragon immediately asked where it should be done. The protagonist showed a map with 10 red crosses marked on it and said that one should be placed at each of these points. At that moment, Rosalind said in her head that given that the highest order magic stones were used to create them, the magic bomb created by the dragon was a terrible weapon with an especially large area of effect. She looked at the map with some excitement in her eyes and added in her head that the source of power was the magic stones, the purest stones of the highest order. The girl remembered herself when she was still the crown princess. Then she often looked at the magic stone of the royal palace and admired the power concentrated in it. These 10 magic stones would be enough to make anyone rich. Rosalind looked at the protagonist, who was thinking over the plan, and said to herself that he handed them over to the black dragon without any unnecessary words. Then she said that the gentleman was an amazing person, asking herself later where he could have gotten such a valuable thing. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the gentleman. He handed her a map. When the girl took the map, the protagonist said that they would split into 2 groups, so half of them. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and clouds were floating. Roxu's voice was heard, who said that then they. He looked at the guys with malice in his eyes and finished, they would gather here again. After these words, the guys flew in different directions. A few minutes later, the guys were on the island. The protagonist with the kittens in front of him quickly ran forward. They found places where they needed to plant magic bombs and did it. Having buried the bomb, the main one said that it was time to go to the next place, when suddenly Rayon stopped him. He turned around and said that there was someone nearby. As soon as Roxu heard this, his legs were enveloped in the wind. A few seconds later, 2 members of the secret organization came out of the bushes. One of them looked around and asked what kind of fog it was. His comrade stood in front of him and said that they were at sea and the weather here was changeable. The protagonist and his animals watched all this from the side. The dragon sat on his shoulder and asked if they would fight. Roxu shook his head. He held a chain in his hand and said in his head that he did not need to get into trouble, because he could make himself invisible with the artifact in his hand, so he did not want to attract the enemy's attention. Rayon heard this, exhaled heavily and said that it was very difficult to be a master. As soon as the members of the secret organization left, the protagonist dispelled invisibility. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a battle. He immediately turned around in surprise. The sounds did not stop. The dragon looked in the direction of the fight and asked the protagonist if Rosalind and Hana had noticed. Roxu put his hand to his chin and said that it was obvious, because it was normal for the protagonist to sometimes find himself in a situation where a fight could not be avoided. Then he said that the boys would do just fine on their own, and until their true identities were revealed, it didn't matter. The kittens at that time began to dig the ground actively. They dug a shallow hole for him, and the protagonist took out a bomb to put it there. The black dragon said that they needed to hurry, because no one knew when they would be discovered. Some time passed. The protagonist's voice was heard, greeting Archie. Archie heard this and turned around in surprise. He saw the gentleman who came out of the bushes and immediately asked what kind of clothes he was wearing, adding later that it would be better to climb on him first. Roxu was walking towards his comrade and saying that the others would be coming soon. Suddenly he heard a loud cry, grab, and immediately turned around. Not far from this place, Radhika, with blood flowing from his eye, was screaming furiously, ordering that everyone should be killed and not allowed to escape. Khan and Rosalind ran very quickly to the meeting place. A few seconds later, they deftly landed on their feet in front of the main character. Roxu saw them, put his hand to his chin and said that they did it after all. Khan nodded and said that they encountered them when they were planting the bomb. He did not have time to finish speaking, as the gentleman interrupted him and said that he would listen later because first they needed to move out. Suddenly, a loud stomping and a shout were heard, "Get them!" The members of the secret organization quickly ran in the direction where the guys ran. The main character and his comrades did not think long, jumped on the killer whales and rushed as far away from the island as possible. A few seconds later, the black dragon said that it seemed that someone had discovered the bomb. Hearing this, Roxu looked at Rayon and said that in that case, it was time to begin. The dragon folded its paws, and an incredibly powerful dark magical energy began to accumulate between them. The next second, the protagonist turned to Rosalind and shouted at her to cast maximum defense, including on the whales and Archie. Rosalind immediately understood what needed to be done and began to use magic technique. The Tira waved a whip from the water and shouted to all the whales and killer whales, which was a signal for everyone to retreat. Human, the black dragon shouted. There was such a powerful magical energy in his paws that its terrifying aura spread everywhere. Rayon shouted that he was ready. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he took off the mask from his face and ordered the magic bombs to detonate. The next second, the magic ball in the black dragon's paws became many times larger. Then suddenly it burst, and all its parts flew to different places. They hit the place where the magic bombs were buried perfectly. Incredibly powerful explosions were heard. The earth and water shook. The protagonist grabbed the killer whale's fin and ordered everyone to hold on. At the last moment, Rosalind spread her arms and raised a huge wave that protected everyone from the shockwave of the blast. The protagonist looked at the island and was very surprised. Magic bombs were tearing the island into pieces, emitting a blinding glow. A few minutes later, Roxu was still confused by what happened and did not know what to say. Explosions were still happening on the island, and terrifying magical power was emanating. The protagonist looked at this and said that no matter how much the force of the explosion was increased, it was even more powerful than he assumed. The black dragon put his paw to his chin and thoughtfully asked if this was so, adding that the master himself said that he wanted to blow him up, so he estimated the explosion of approximately what force he needed. The next second, he spread his paws to the sides and with a smile on his face added that just in case, he increased it several times more. Hearing this, Roxu looked up at Rayon and asked himself in shock in his head, did he really strengthen it? But that was not necessary. Misunderstanding. After a few seconds, he turned around. A very bright glow from the explosion continued to emanate from the island, which continued to explode. Looking at this, Roxu said that although he was involved in this, the sight was so-so. Archie swam on, and the black dragon flew next to him and said that the problem was that the protagonist was so soft, but this was his dignity. Roxu heard this and asked himself in surprise in his head, what did it mean that he was soft? Would a soft person decide to destroy the island? Then Rayon remembered Ron and his son, and said that they did the right thing, because it was for the sake of Bikros, who helped with his revenge, and for the sake of that old man. The protagonist heard this and said that even if the black dragon said so, it was still wrong. But it is impossible to live correctly forever, and he is not the kind of person who would like to do only good. Some time passed. S1-3. The waters of the sea were calm, and the sun was slowly setting. The main character's team waited at the casts, waiting for the master. The guys did not keep them waiting long. Khan turned to Rox and asked if it was really he who ordered the children to dress like that, to which the main character with a smile on his face replied that it was so. Hearing this, Khan exhaled heavily and said that it was very good that Laku and the children did not have to interfere. A few seconds later, the main character said in his head that now all that was left was to wait for delivery from Vatira. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard the furious cry of the magician that he would kill everything. Rox was surprised and turned towards the cry. Radhika, with burning eyes, was shouting in rage that he would kill everyone here. The main character immediately put the mask back on his face, and the black dragon next to him used the invisibility technique. Radhika shouted in rage that his eye and hand weren't enough for them, now they decided to blow up the island as well. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying magical force began to gather in it. The young master saw this and grinned. Rosalind looked up at Radhika and said that the mage was one step away from a mana explosion. Is that so? Roxa asked. Then he said to himself that a mana explosion or something else certainly didn't scare Radhika. He looked at him and continued to grin. Suddenly he saw a ship sailing towards them and asked why they were sailing here. At that very moment, he said in his head that all of their subordinates had either blown up along with the island or were fleeing from it, and then asked if they should swim here in such a situation. Archie suddenly asked him under him if he should join the fight. Roxu stroked the whale's skin and said that it was not necessary. The next second, Rosalind jumped to her feet and shouted that they would deal with them. She turned to Khan and told him to deal with that mage, and she would take care of the swordswoman, adding that she, of course, was not sure that she could completely defeat her alone, but she would hold out until the end. Then she turned to the master and asked how he liked this plan. The protagonist looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that she thought that she was in a difficult situation since Rayon had become invisible. After these thoughts, he told the mage that they would fight together. Hearing this, Rosalind looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he would also take part in the fight. To this, Roxu answered in his head that, of course, this did not mean that he would go to the front. The next second, he waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone forward." All the whales and killer whales quickly swam to the big ships. Khan swam up to the gentleman, the kittens in front of him, and asked if he was sure too, because he did not want to involve children in this. The protagonist pointed to the sign of the secret organization and said that everything was fine, because they were not the only ones here from it. From now on they were also from them. A few seconds later, he told Khan to go too. The guy nodded silently. He and Rosalind swam on, saying at the end that he would be back soon. As soon as his comrades swam away, the protagonist told Archie that they needed to swim a little closer to the shore. The whale under him nodded slightly and said, "Okay." At this time, Khan and Rosalind swam up to the huge whale and jumped on it. Radhika continued to scream furiously, and the magic ball in his hand became more and more powerful. The next second, he screamed loudly, ordering everyone to die. After this scream, a very strong magic beam was released from his hand. Unexpectedly for the mage, his magic attack was blocked and dispelled by a more powerful dark force. At the same time, it dealt a powerful blow to Radhika, who did not expect it at all. The swordswoman looked at Khan, from whom this magical power emanated, and said that the guys were stronger than she thought, and asked who they really were. At this time, Rosalind used shield and fire with a very serious face. The swordswoman looked at this in surprise and listened. Rosalind mockingly asked who they could be. Did she really not understand? In front of her was a small fireball, and she said that they were. A second later, she released a stream of fire at the swordswoman and shouted, "Secret organization." The swordswoman swung her sword and easily dispelled the enemy's strong attack. She raised her sword and said with a smile on her face that the girl mage was strong. Rosalina grinned and asked if she really thought so, because she was very. The next second, she finished menacingly, "A strong mage." At that time, Radhika emerged from the water and spat water out of his mouth. At that same second, he heard Khan's loud, furious voice, which said that he would bleed. The mage stretched out his hand and again began to accumulate magical power and fear. A few seconds later, shouting that he would finish off the enemy, he released several magical attacks. They hit Khan's barrier and did not cause any damage. "We'll see," the guy said menacingly. With eyes full of hatred and contempt, he looked at his opponent and said that it was time to have fun. At that time, the main character got off Archie and walked waist deep in water. "Destroy," he firmly told the black dragon. Archie looked at the master and wondered in his head what he was going to destroy again. The next second, Rayon raised his paws and said that he would try. A magic ball appeared between them. A few seconds later, a powerful magic attack pierced Riddick. The mage screamed furiously in pain, and his last arm was cut off. The swordswoman saw this, turned around in surprise and asked if there was really another mage here somewhere. "It's a secret," Rosalind screamed. She stared at her opponent and said that they were a secret organization for a reason. When suddenly the main character screamed very loudly and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Then he turned to the dragon and asked if he was finished. Rayon had a huge magic ball in his hands, and he replied that he was ready. At that very second, the main character loudly ordered to shoot. After these words, the black dragon released an insanely powerful magical energy stream at the ships. And yet, dragons are great. The swordswoman began to swing her sword in different directions. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist and the black dragon looked out from behind Archie and said that this swordswoman was very good. Rayon's conclusion was correct, because the aura that this swordswoman released in a short period of time destroyed most of the arrows. In any case, the ship was blown to pieces by powerful explosions. Radhika appeared from the fire, enveloped in powerful magic. The protagonist understood that the mage would soon die from the explosion of mana. Then he added that Khan did not need to do anything. But before he could finish speaking, a quick blow deprived Radhika of his last eye. This was done by Khan, who reached his opponent in an instant. Blood splattered in all directions, and a loud scream from the mage was heard. Roxu immediately turned away and said that he could not watch this. At this time, everything that was left of the ship was burning brightly. The protagonist looked at this and asked where the swordswoman had gone. The dragon immediately pointed upwards, and then the master realized that there was another person with her. Then he asked if this spearman could use magic. The guy was holding a sword, thanks to which they levitated in the sky. The one who can use magic and a spear at the same time is the magic spearman. He uses flight magic, which he has not demonstrated before, and saved only one. In the water, there were burning ship crews who were screaming in pain and begging for help. The magic spearman looked at them with contempt and disrespect in his eyes. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was strong. The black dragon next to him said that there was no need to worry, because he was still weaker than Khan. To this, Roxu put his hand to his chin and said that he knew this, but he was saying this because this guy was stronger than him. The dragon immediately said with displeasure that this was true. He also put his paw to his chin and added that there was still no need to relax. At this time, a strong blast wave burned Riddick. Khan and Rosalind deftly jumped back onto the large whale. They raised their heads and looked at the remaining 2 strong opponents surrounded by a magical barrier. At this time, the swordswoman looked down and coldly said, "What a pity." The magic spearman looked at the girl and suggested that they run away. Then he looked at the 2 people on the whale and said that he did not know who they were, but judging by their skills, they were together. Unexpectedly for them, Rosalind waved her hand and Vatira appeared next to her with a water whip in her hand. At that very second, the magician girl asked why they did not fight them if they were so curious. After these words, they rushed to attack the remaining opponents. The spearman looked at this and, unrolling the scroll, said that, unfortunately, they cannot, since they do not have much time. Rosalind asked herself in her head, are they really going to teleport? Suddenly, she saw a very bright glow and screamed, no. Khan did not waste time, waved his hand and directed a powerful magical attack at the opponents. At this time, the magical spearman had already torn the scroll. They were enveloped in a magical aura, and they began to disappear. The swordswoman slightly bent down and said goodbye with a malicious smile on her face. Rosalind looked at the fleeing opponents with rage in her eyes. Unexpectedly for them, Khan's attack hit the magical spearman in the back. The guy immediately grabbed his body, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The swordswoman was scared and grabbed her brother. The next second, she turned to the opponents and shouted loudly that they were all bastards. After these words, they disappeared. Rosalind looked at this with anger in her eyes. Khan also looked at the place where the opponents had recently been and did not know what to say. Suddenly, the voice of the black dragon was heard, who calmly said that everyone should stop worrying. He stretched out his paw and a trace of his mana appeared above it, about which Rayon said that even if the magical spearman's wound was treated, they would still remain on his body, and no one would see them except the dragon. Then he added that if that guy was around again, he would kill him. The protagonist, hearing this, happily clapped his hands and praised the dragon, who was pleased with himself. Suddenly, the black dragon said that they would wait until he grew up a little. As soon as Roxu heard this, he turned to the dragon in surprise and asked what he was talking about, to which Rayon calmly replied that it was just nonsense. In his head, the guy confusedly asked what he meant. Until he grows up. At this time, Archie was floating on the water and did not answer. He wondered in his head how strong the black dragon would become if it was still an immature specimen. Some time passed. The protagonist stood on the shore and held the severed arm of the royal mermaid. Vatira bowed, exhaled heavily, apologized and said that she could not concentrate on them because she was busy killing mermaids. Roxu stood not far in front of her and with a smile on his face replied that it was okay since they could still block their attacks. After a short pause, the girl said that the battle commander Archie and the whales will escort you to Hayes Island alone. To this, the protagonist replied, okay, and asked if he understood correctly that they would continue to pursue them. Archie at this time, in human form, stood not far from the shore and looked at the sunset, while Vatira replied that it was so, since they went to the east, she needed to go after them. The next second, she said menacingly and firmly, until the very end. Roxu stood in front of the girl and asked if they were planning to eradicate all the mermaids, to which Vatira replied no, because if they did that, they would harm the ecosystem, so they would let them live under control. Hearing this, the protagonist said that whales were very scary. Vatira put her hand on her hip and smirked. From the mermaid's point of view, they were despicable whales dominating the ocean for the sake of peace. Roxu thought so too. The waves diluted the silence with their noise, while the young master said in his head that everyone has their own point of view. Then he said to himself that it was none of his business. It was getting darker, so he told Vatira that he was in a hurry, so it was time for him to go. After a while, he was in the tent. He raised his hand, which was in a glove, and ordered Bikros to pour out a high-quality potion. Next to him was Khan, who was pouring blood from the royal mermaid's hand onto Ron. The butler was writhing in pain and wanted to talk to the master. The protagonist was trying to help him, so he told the old man not to talk because he was busy. A few seconds later, he ordered to give the potion. A few minutes passed. Roxu took off his glove, went up to Bikros and reported that they had given Ron the antidote and could now begin treatment. Then he turned to the old man. Ron looked at the young master with difficulty and asked what was going on. A few seconds later, the protagonist firmly said that no one else knew his face. As soon as the old man heard this, he was shocked and a little confused. The next second, Roxu asked if the butler understood what he was talking about. Yes, the old man said quietly. Yes, the protagonist firmly answered. He approached his bed, smiled broadly and said that it was time to go home. After that, he opened the tent and informed the others that upon their return, they would begin treating Ron. The guys bowed. The protagonist left the tent. He looked up at the sky and saw the stars shining brightly, which made him wonder when it got so dark. At this time, the guys began to change Ron's bandages. Rox would have to closely monitor the butler's treatment and rehabilitation for a while, but the main thing was that he was alive. After a few seconds, he added that when they returned, there would be peace for a while. The protagonist stood in front of the tent and looked at the sky, saying in his head that now he could rest a little. Some time passed. Hanedis territory, Haris village, the protagonist's home. Rayon asked the kittens if it wasn't boring, to which they replied that it was very strange. There was a rocking chair on the floor and it was rocking. Rayon said that he gradually fell asleep and woke up later and later and ate less, even moved less. Suddenly, a grape fell to the floor. The black dragon saw this and screamed in shock. The protagonist sat on the rocking chair and slept, while Rayon screamed that the young master was sleeping again. Then he put his paw to his chin, recalled all the times Roxu fell asleep for no reason, and said to himself that he was sleeping more, eating less, and not moving, which meant. The next second, he screamed in shock, asking if the protagonist was sick. Hong raised his paw and screamed in fear that it was very bad. His sister sat next to him and calmly said that she did not think so. Rayon turned to the kittens and said that the books that the mage Rosalind gave him some time ago told about a prince who was cursed and put to sleep. Then he added that yesterday he had already checked whether the master was cursed or poisoned. After a short pause, Rayon said that fortunately, none of this was confirmed, so it was unlikely that the master was sick. He happily looked at the black dragon and said, "That's how it is." Rayon looked at the sleeping Roxu and said that he felt worse after returning from the Forest of Darkness, and perhaps this is an unpredictable effect of his visit. Suddenly, the young master was called. The animals were very happy to see hens. Hong replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and On cried out that she was hungry. The servant was amazed at the animals' reaction to him. He smiled happily and said that every time something like this happened, his heart felt like it was about to stop. But who would have thought that such kind and sweet creatures existed? The animals asked the deputy butler what they would like to eat. Hans replied that for dinner, there would be Sir Rayon's favorite juicy steak and vanilla ice cream from Miss Rosalind and Sir Bicrose. Roxu slightly opened his eyes from the joyful cries of the pets. He stood up from his chair and his back cracked, after which he grabbed it and thought that he should have stretched a little before getting up. The guy came into the kitchen and asked if everyone had returned. Ron called out to the young master from behind and Roxu asked if the butler had returned to normal. Ron smiled slightly and nodded his head. He handed the protagonist a glass of lemonade. After taking a sip, he thought that he had completely forgotten about it. Bicrose looked away and asked why they didn't take a shower. Hilsman grabbed his head and laughed, asking him to be understanding, because he and the children had been training and were completely exhausted, so they wanted to eat something first. Roxu told them to eat and not pay attention to him. The protagonist asked if Khan remembered not to exhaust himself, to which he replied that he did not overdo it and worked at his own pace. Roxu looked at them and thought that the children of the wolf tribe and Hilsman began to go to the Forest of Darkness every day to train. Even though Khan was a hellish trainer for them, they actively sought him out every morning. He smiled and closed his eyes and then thought that they did not feel like knights, but rather like an advance attack squad. Rosalind looked at him and asked if they would spend the entire winter here, to which Roxu replied that they would return to the territory when spring came. After a short silence, he said that if they needed to go somewhere to explore, then please do so, and if they needed anything, let him know. The girl smiled sweetly and thanked the young master. Roxu thought that the more people he could ask for a favor, the better, since the most important thing was to have many connections. He looked at Rosalind with a smirk on his face. After a while, the guy fell asleep on the wheelchair again. Hong heard Roxu sighing and asked if he was doing this out of boredom, to which On replied that he was right, since she believed that the protagonist wanted to travel. Rayon gently rocked the chair. On raised her head and screamed in surprise that the video communicator was glowing. She screamed that it was glowing red. Roxu sighed heavily. The cat screamed that the prince was calling, so she would quickly set up the connection. Albert put his hand on his chin and asked Roxu with a grin how his day was. The protagonist asked why the prince was doing this. He asked what was wrong, because everything was as befits their relationship. Roxu closed his eyes and thought about what kind of relationship they had, because Albert was clearly taking revenge on him. He replied that they really had a good relationship. Albert smiled slightly. He said that he hoped that his request would be fulfilled, to which the protagonist stretched and said that it would be problematic because he was incredibly busy at the moment. The crown prince replied that if that was the case, he would simply be removed from his position and killed. Roxu looked at him in surprise. He sat down at the table and, folding his arms across his chest, said that he would first listen to Albert. The prince immediately shed a tear. He asked if Roxu could go to the Dark Elf village. The protagonist put his hand to his forehead and thought that he knew it and said goodbye to his jobless and carefree life. Albert said that the guy needed to get something. He said that he and the Dark Elves who usually help him were working on something this time, so it was problematic for them to go anywhere. After a short silence, he said that only a person could be sent to do this, although the item was created by a great engineer. The prince said that if someone with the blood of a Dark Elf took it, the item would automatically activate. Roxu leaned his head on his hands and asked what kind of item it was. The prince sighed and whispered why he only had people like that. The protagonist smiled, asking what he said, to which Albert replied that he was amazed by people like Roxu. Albert thought that even with his weakness exposed, it seemed like he could only trust Henidus, he thought. Roxu asked that if it was difficult for the prince to go anywhere at the moment, why not send his master a little later? The prince laughed and replied that he would like to do so. He looked at the boy and said that due to some circumstances, he had to go to the empire, because the imperial crown prince invited him to a festive festival held by the twin of the sun god. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that the crown prince of the Rowan kingdom was invited to the empire's festival. He thought that he had never heard of such an event. The boy was surprised, thinking that this did not happen in the 5th volume of the hero's birth. The sun god's twins are fraternal twins, both representing the sun god and holding the titles of saint and saintess. The protagonist thought that they brought beauty to the world, and as symbols of self-sacrifice, they seemed indifferently kind. Albert said that since the sun god's church did not get along with the dark elves, there was a high chance that he would be exposed as a quarter dark elf. Roxu clenched his fist and asked if the outcome would be terrible. The prince replied that it was true. The protagonist thought that the dark elves were despised on the eastern continent, and the crown prince inherited their blood, so Albert would lose his title. The prince closed his eyes and said that he was sure that the twins would try to kill him. As the personification of light, the followers of the sun god hated the creatures of darkness. They burned them, declaring murder an act of justice. The protagonist thought that he had a bad feeling about this. He wished Albert a safe journey, to which Albert replied that he had no intention of taking the boy along anyway. Roxu asked why the crown prince of the empire would suddenly throw a festival and invite him, since he doubted that he had invited the rulers of other states. Albert replied that the crown prince had most likely simply gone mad. The protagonist asked if Albert was being too overly generous in his presence. The crown prince said that he also found it strange, since from what he knew, the emperor and crown prince of the empire were the ones who initiated the attempts to get rid of the church. But now they were suddenly throwing a celebration for the sun god's 150th anniversary. He asked the guy if he thought it was illogical. The protagonist folded his arms and looked at him coldly. Albert said that as it turned out, this date corresponded to the 500th anniversary of the creation of the alchemist's bell tower, so the celebration would also be timed to coincide with this event. Roxu asked if they would really celebrate both anniversaries at the same time. The prince replied that this was why they had invited all the countries on the continent. Roxu replied that this was suspicious. Albert asked the boy if he thought something was going to happen there. Roxu thought that something was definitely going to happen, or that there was some unknown plan, but he didn't want to get involved in something like that because he hated things that were inconvenient. He closed his eyes and replied that he didn't know. Albert replied that he would leave it to the protagonist anyway, and would definitely reward him well afterwards. Roxu thought that there was nothing he could do because he couldn't let him die. He leaned both hands on the table and asked where to go. Albert replied that he needed to go to the west of the continent. Roxu thought about it, saying that the dark elves lived there, and the crown prince called him smart. To the west are the lands of death, where the sand is red like blood during the day and black as darkness at night. New dunes appear in that place every day. Roxu thought that in those lands the last necromancer led many corpses to the final battle. Rayon asked if they were going on a journey again. Han replied that it was very hot in that desert, it was impossible for the guy to lose consciousness there. The protagonist asked Rayon to tie him up again. He grinned and asked to connect to another place, to which the dragon was very surprised. Roxu thought that there was one powerful church, not inferior to the church of the sun god. He thought that the church was not of the moon or even simple death, but of eternal darkness, the one because of which people forever lose the ability to see the sun. Roxu was thinking about the Church of Death. He asked to connect him to the Marquisate of Walls. Cage listened to Roxu's story and he asked what she would say to that. The girl replied that they should go naturally and asked if she was required to bless the item he would receive. The protagonist replied that he would like to regularly receive the blessing of the god of death. Cage put her finger to her chin and asked if Roxu was planning to kill the priest of the sun god. The guy covered his face with a fan and asked if the girl suspected him of it. She smiled and said that he did not seem like a person who would do such a thing. Moreover, the Church of the Sun God liked him because he had ancient power and was very kind. The protagonist thought that based on their beliefs, he really was an exemplary person who they probably liked. Except for the point about kindness, he thought. The guy got up from his chair and asked Cage to go on their way. He went to the door and said that he wanted to introduce someone. A girl walked through the open door with a smile on her face and asked if Roxu really had a guest. The guy replied that she was not a guest, but a companion who was going with them. The girl smiled and asked if he had told her everything, to which the protagonist replied that he had told Cage where and why they were going. She closed her eyes and smiled and said that that was it then. The girl extended her hand to Cage and said that her name was Tasha, she was a dark elf and would be their guide. She said that her skin color was now changed. Cage shook her hand and introduced herself, saying that she was an excommunicated priestess of the god of death. Tasha laughed and said that since they had a new companion, how about a welcoming party later? Cage smiled and said that that was great and asked if there was any alcohol, to which Tasha replied that they had all the drinks. Roxu said that they would leave first. After some time, 2 carriages arrived in the desert. The protagonist said with displeasure that it was very hot here. They stood near a huge gate. Roxu asked Tasha that if they went out through the western gate, would they end up in the lands of death, to which the girl nodded in the affirmative. Tasha asked why there was a gate at all, leading to a place from which it was unlikely that one could return. Rosalind looked ahead and put her hand to her chin, then said that it was really strange. Roxu pointed his finger ahead and said that he knew what for. They saw people trying to get through the wall. The protagonist exhaled and said that the gate and the wall were needed to catch fugitives. Tasha agreed and said that to catch the inhabitants of the land who were trying to sneak out through these gates. She said that such cases were rare, but they did happen because the Dubori family had been constantly raising taxes throughout their ownership of these lands. The guards tried to catch the fugitives. People begged for mercy, sitting on their knees. The guards beat the people and asked if they would have run away if the guards had gone to eat early. Roxu ordered the knight to stop beating the man. He handed over the amulet and said that they wanted to go outside the fortress gates. The knight laughed, turning to the guy. He immediately ordered the gates to be opened. Letting the boys go ahead, he wished them to return alive and hoped that they would not become a puddle of blood that would add richness to the sand. The protagonist threw a coin to the knight. He pointed at the people and asked to let them go. The guards looked at Roxu, saying that he was magnanimous, to which the guy indignantly sighed and said that he was rather interfering once again. The protagonist turned around and said that if he returned alive, he would give the knight another gold coin, to which he replied that he would be waiting impatiently. Roxu looked ahead in surprise. All the boys looked at him and he asked why they were staring like that and ordered Tasha to lead them. The girl laughed and said that she was surprised at how kind Roxu was. The guy coldly looked away and replied that he was rather impulsive. Tasha said that she would lead them and asked them to follow him to quickly run away from the walls of the fortress. The protagonist walked forward purposefully while Rayon flew behind him. The guy used a protective barrier against the sand and thought that the sand was really bloody. Tasha turned around and asked the guys to look forward. Everyone asked in surprise what they should look at. The girl pointed to a beautiful bloody starry sky. The cats sitting on Khan's hands were very surprised by such beauty. Rayon flew happily and said that the desert was magnificent and beautiful, just like him. Roxu said that it was as if the night sky had descended to the earth. Tasha pointed her index finger up and smiled, saying that the night had fallen on the earth, and if so, where should the earth go, she asked. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that since the sky is on the earth, the dark elves should go even lower. The girl exclaimed, hearing the correct answer. She changed the color of her skin to dark and said that now she would lead everyone to the city of the dark elves. Night falls from the sky to the earth goes below the night. Tasha stood in front of the portal and told the others that she would go first and asked the last one to close the portal behind him. Roxu anxiously wondered if he would break. Rosalind looked at Tasha and got scared, saying that she went underground. The protagonist jumped down, thinking that he had Rayon, so everything would be fine. His back touched something hard. The guy lay down completely and wondered if he was sliding. Rayon happily shouted that it was fun and he wouldn't mind doing it again. Roxu slid down and thought that he couldn't see anything. He was comforted by the thought that there was something to slide down. The protagonist landed on something soft with a squeak. He wondered what kind of cute sound it was. Tasha asked him to get up. She smiled and said, "Welcome to the city of death." The guy looked around and saw a beautiful city illuminated by lights. A few minutes later, all the guys had already gone down. Together, they admired the beauty of the city. Rosalind asked if this was the underworld, and Cage answered that death is also a part of nature. Roxu looked ahead and asked if they were spirits, to which Tasha answered that it was natural energy. Dark elves draw strength from dead mana, but they are definitely children of nature. Creatures that are both representatives of darkness and elves, so they are able to use both dead mana and interact with spirits. Tasha waved to the elves and happily said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The angry girl said that there had been no news from Tasha for 5 years and she called that a long time. The girl shouted to Sean that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sean approached Rox and said that he was glad to meet them and from now on he would accompany them. He put his hand to his head and asked him to follow them calmly. Tasha shouted in displeasure that Sean was ignoring her. The elf said that if the guys had luggage, it would be carried too. The protagonist replied that they did not have luggage and asked him to take them to the leader. Sean turned to him and said that he would take them straight there since they were already expected. He said that he had heard that the protagonist was an aristocrat and said that he could speak informally. Rox smiled and said that he would do so. On the way to the chief, he looked at the city and said that the more he looked, the more impressed he was by this place. Tasha asked if the development of this city was ahead of ordinary cities, to which Roxu answered that it definitely was. He said that there were not only dark elves here, but also humans, and asked why. The guy turned to Tasha, who was smirking, and remembered. He closed his eyes and said that people who go to the desert usually do not return. He looked at the large number of people and said that it was because of this. The elf said that the guy was smart and the people were here because elves understand the feelings of these people more than anyone else. The Deathlands are one of the 5 local wonders of the world. Roxu thought about how they say that this sand got its scarlet color at the cost of the deaths of many people, and also there is a horror story going around the world about people being driven into the desert by the curse of a necromancer. The protagonist looked at the lights and thought that those who had no choice but to save their lives were fleeing. Despite all the rumors, and the feelings of such people were best understood by the dark elves, who also had to endure persecution. He looked at the elf and the man and thought that the tribe, condemned by people for their closeness to death and fleeing from them, was ready to accept them so generously and give them shelter. Roxu thought that although people were different from elves, who hated mixing their blood with human blood, such nobility looked very elven. He smiled and said that now he understood why nature loved the dark elves. Sean adjusted his glasses and said that the peculiarity of the land under which they lived could have had an effect. He grinned and said that these were the lands of death. He said that they themselves did not know the source, but the energy of death was floating in the desert. The elf said that once or twice a year a small amount of dead mana rose among the sands. Cage replied that the energy that filled the desert was not evil. She smiled, raised her hand, and said that it was simply lingering death energy that was supposed to dissipate naturally. Sean said that Cage looked like a priestess of the death god, to which the girl replied that she had been excommunicated. Roxu looked up at the sky and wondered about the earth. He said that maybe it was a gift from the death god himself. The guy said that just because they were a tribe of darkness that needed dead mana did not mean that they were evil, and that there were crazy or mean types among humans too. He asked what the difference was between humans and elves. Tasha smiled and said that, whatever the case, it was a wonderful city to live in. She called out for them to move on. After some time, they came to the city hall. Tasha said that in their city, the place of the head is usually occupied by the oldest elf. She said that the current one is already 521 years old. The old man felt a strange energy and screamed. Tasha asked Grandpa what happened. Roxu thought why she called him Grandpa, either she was very close to him or they were relatives. He thought that if Tasha, who was introduced to him by Auntie, really had family ties with the leader, then it follows that this city is basically very closely related to the Crown Prince. Tasha put her hands on the leader's shoulders and said that his granddaughter came for the first time in a long time, and he shows her such a scared face. The protagonist smirked when the girl called herself a granddaughter and thought that the support of the Crown Prince cannot be mediocre. The leader approached the guy and he thought he had a bad feeling. The old man said that he heard about Roxu's possession of the mana of a hidden dragon, so perhaps it could be. He wanted to call the protagonist a dragon, which he already knew. The guy replied that he was not a dragon. The chief replied that he felt the dragon's power from him, which was subject to nature itself. Rayon said that the old dark elf had excellent intuition. Roxu repeated that he was not a dragon. The old man put his hand to his beard and said that the aura was similar to the one he once felt when he met a dragon in the distant past. He continued, saying that his spirit, which was with him that time for the first time, also said that the aura was very similar to that one. Roxu thought that since the old man was over 500 years old, he had lived long enough to meet a dragon at least once. Tasha asked what the grandfather was talking about. The protagonist thought that the problem was in his spirit, which had also met a dragon and remembered its aura, and it was the same as having a copy of it with you for comparison. He looked at the dragon and thought about what to do, because once the spirit noticed, he could not continue to lie. The guy thought that if there was no dragon with him, the head of the city would be so convinced of his rightness that suspicions could not be avoided. He thought that nothing could be done. Roxu turned sharply to Khan, who was standing behind him. Khan closed the door with his hand. The protagonist called out to Rayon, to which he asked if he could manifest. Sean looked at the guy in surprise, and Tasha asked where the voice was coming from. At that very second, a dragon's wing appeared. Tasha screamed loudly in surprise, and the old man laughed. Rayon manifested and hid behind Roxu's shoulder. The old man shouted in surprise that there really was a dragon here. The protagonist looked at the embarrassed Rayon with a smile on his face and asked why he was hiding. After these words, the black dragon spread its wings and rose from behind the gentleman's shoulder. Tasha looked at the creature in shock and did not know what to say. Sean, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, did the same. Everyone present looked at the small black dragon, from which a strong magical aura emanated, and synchronously said that there really was a dragon here. The old man immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head, saying that he dared not greet the dragon lord while standing on his feet. The protagonist looked at this and said in his head in confusion that he knew that elves were crazy about dragons, but not to this extent. The black dragon was very pleased with such a greeting, so a satisfied grin appeared on his face. The next second, he stretched out his paw and said that he was the great Rayon and he was 4 great years old. The protagonist heard this and asked himself in his head whether it was necessary to tell his age at all. Rayon at this time had already flown up to the leader and said that he was taking care of Kyle Hennitus because he was weak. The old man raised his head and said that he understood everything. The protagonist got tired of this and asked the old man to get up on his feet, to which the old man answered in an excited voice, no. He shook his head in fear and negation, raised his hands and said that the dragon he saw in the past said that standing in front of him meant a call to battle and he did not want to fight the dragon. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was surprised and asked himself in his head what kind of dragon it was, adding that from the leader's behavior it seemed that he felt fear rather than respect. At this time, the black dragon put his paw to his muzzle in displeasure and said that he did not like this, so it was better for the old man to stand up. The leader abruptly jumped to his feet. Seeing this, Rayon turned to the master. The next second, he smiled contentedly and said that he seemed to be a little great. Roxu looked at the black dragon and grinned. After a while, there were cups of tea and many snacks on the table. The old man sat opposite the guest and said that his name was Orbante. The protagonist slightly lowered his head and said that before they moved on to the conversation, he asked to keep the fact that he had seen a dragon a secret. Everyone present nodded, and the old man said that he swears by his connection with the spirits that he will keep this secret. Roxu looked at Rayon, who was lying next to him and eating cookies, and said in his head that Orbante was still speaking formally, adding later that it was not surprising, since he came to them with a small dragon with whom he seemed very close. The leader suddenly asked if Albert knew. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he looked at the old man and said in his head that since he calmly called the crown prince by his name, it meant that they really must be related. After thinking these thoughts, he folded his hands on his legs and answered that Albert did not know. Hearing this, Orbante chuckled and said that no one could have imagined that Albert knew such a noble youth, after which he asked, but is it really impossible to tell even him about this? Roxu firmly replied that he would handle it himself. The old man was slightly upset and said that he was sorry, but he would still keep the oath. Beautiful night lights hung from the ceilings, and the headman's voice was heard asking if their guest knew what object they were supposed to give him. That's right, the young gentleman firmly replied. Then Orbant began to say that it was in the form of a bracelet, but before he could finish speaking, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest, leaned back in his chair and said that he sincerely did not care about that, but he wanted to know something else. A few seconds later, he asked how many people were allowed to touch him. The old man was shocked and very surprised by this question. There was warm tea in the cups, and the headman asked what the question was about. The protagonist spread his hand and answered with a smile that among his companions there was a person who could cast the blessing of the god of death. So he would like to bless this item every day until he gave it to the crown prince, so 2 people would have to touch the bracelet, he and the priestess. The old man listened to the guest until the end, breathed a sigh of relief and said that since that was the case, he would even be grateful, adding that he thought that everyone should be fine, because if the young master did just that, the likelihood of Albert being exposed would be significantly reduced, and in the event of any threat, he would have a chance to get out. The crazy priestess Cage is able to grant the blessing of the god of death. Even if she is excommunicated from the church, the power of her blessings has not weakened from this. Cage and Rosalind were talking to each other in one of the rooms at that time. The protagonist said to himself that perhaps such a blessing would even be equal in power to the blessing of the twins of the god of the sun. After these thoughts, he folded his arms across his chest again and told the old man that in that case they would need to prepare thoroughly. To this, the leader asked to do so. Through the windows on the ceiling, one could see bright, beautiful stars. Orbant's voice was heard, saying that the processing of the item would be completed tomorrow, to which the young master replied that then the day after tomorrow they could leave at a convenient time. As soon as the old man heard this, he was very confused, and with a drop of cold sweat on his face, he said that he thought it would be a little difficult. Why? Roxa asked in surprise, looking at the leader. After a few seconds, Orbant replied that he did not know if their guest had heard about it, but with a very excited look, he reported that in this desert, dead mana rises from the sands once or twice a year, but there is no exact time frame, so they will find out the approximate day of the event after the fact. The protagonist listened to his interlocutor and asked if now was his time. Then the old man said that it was so, and they assumed that it would happen in 2 days and last for 3. The black dragon ate cookies all this time and paid no attention to anything, while the young master asked if this mana was in liquid form. No, the old man answered the next second, adding that it was in the form of smoke. Hearing this, Roxu tensed up a little and, without taking his eyes off the leader, said to himself that now they were talking not even about the smell emanating from the liquid, but about the mana floating in the air like smoke. Dead mana is dangerous anyway, and in this form it is even more dangerous. Tasha is a dark elf, so she would be able to pass the desert without problems. The young master looked at the girl, who was perplexed by the conversation. Then he continued that it would be better for them to wait a week and only then leave. After these thoughts, he told the leader that they would have to walk for a week. As soon as the old man heard this, he was very surprised and did not understand what his guest was talking about, so he asked again. Roxu folded his arms over his legs and explained that since they would have nothing to do for a whole week, they should at least look around the area, and then asked if they had any maps of the sites. The old man understood everything and replied that they did, and asked to let Sean accompany the guest. The protagonist did not answer, but decided to ask something. He turned his gaze to the man in the cloak who was sitting next to Sean and asked who he was. The leader immediately replied that this child was processing the bracelet that they would send. Under the large hood, not even the man's face was visible. Then the old man added that he called to explain. At this time, the black dragon tore himself away from the cookies and raised his head, interested in the unknown person. Unexpectedly for everyone, he lowered the food and asked if he was a human, then how could he have the attribute of darkness? As soon as Roxu heard this, he said in his head that everything was as he thought. Rayon asked again how that was. The leader was very confused. He closed his eyes and tried to justify himself, but the man in the cloak interrupted him. He turned to the old man and said that he wanted to go out into the outside world, adding that he was curious to see. Hearing this, Tasha looked at the man in shock and asked what Mary was saying. She immediately turned to the leader and asked what else that meant. Sean was sitting next to the girl and said that it was very dangerous outside, to which the girl with the hood on her head replied that this was why she would go out alone. Suddenly, Tasha jumped up from her seat, slammed her hand on the table and screamed that she was no longer alone. After that, an awkward silence hung in the room. A few seconds later, the black dragon turned to the young master and asked why such a strong man was not allowed, because she was stronger than the mages he knew. The protagonist heard this and wondered in his head, was Mary stronger than Rosalind? Mary was silent. Sean was sitting next to him and looking at the girl excitedly. At that moment, Khan came to them. Mary bared her hand, and everyone saw that they were covered in black feathers. Seeing this, the protagonist said in his head that this was a person who owned the attribute of darkness and was able to create objects sharpened for this attribute. He stared at the girl's hands, not taking his eyes off. An ordinary person can hardly be endowed with the attribute of darkness, but it is a completely different matter if this is a real necromancer covered in black cobwebs. He looked at the girl's terrible hands and suddenly realized that she would be the one who could create a hand for Ron. A few seconds later, the girl removed her hand, introduced herself and said that this year she was turning 25. Tasha waved her hands and shouted in displeasure that you can't frivolously show your body in front of strangers. Then she turned her confused gaze to the protagonist. He calmly drank tea and looked at Mary. The leader suddenly lowered his head and asked the guest if he knew about necromancers. Roxu looked at the old man and answered, as much as everyone else, to which Orbante, wiping his beard, said that then there was no need to explain the main thing. Sean continued to speak for the old man. He looked at the protagonist and explained that when the time comes for the dead mana to rise, they go to the surface every night because they need to bring people to their city as quickly as possible. On such nights, they often find corpses. Most of the people who escape to the lands of death are malnourished, because even a small amount of dead mana is fatal for them. Tasha also looked at the guest and added for her comrade that they do not always manage to save everyone. Sean kept his eyes on the young master and continued that it was under such circumstances that they met Mary. That night, a record amount of mana in several hundred years rose into the air. Mary, in the same dark cloak, ran away from something quickly while her mother shouted at her not to stop and not to look back at all. At some point, her strength gave out and she fell to her knees. She was breathing heavily and saying in her head that she should run, and sweat dripped from her chin. Dead mana caught up with her and enveloped her, and the girl screamed in her head that she should run even further. In the brightly lit room, Sean's voice was heard, saying that when they found Mary, she had already absorbed quite a lot of dead mana and, frankly, at that time they would not be surprised if she died at any moment. Then the protagonist, looking at the guys, said that Mary survived. Mary nodded and said that it was, adding that it was very painful and it seemed to her that every blood vessel in her body was bursting. She clenched her hand into a fist from the memories and said that in order to survive such pain, she needed to understand how to manage dead mana, so between the teachings of dark magicians and necromancers, she chose the latter. Then she said that thanks to this it was not so much more and now it hurts less. Tasha looked at the girl with a slight smile and pride in her eyes. After Mary's story, the main character said in his head, it hurts less then. A little girl found in a desert full of dead mana. The only chance for her to survive was the path of necromancy, a mockery of fate, because absorbing dead mana is considered a mortal sin. Therefore, the very fact of the existence of a necromancer dooms them to suffering until death. Mary broke the silence. She held her knees with her hands and said that she did not remember anything. She lowered her head and said that her last memory was of running endlessly through the desert, while somewhere behind her family was dying, but she did not remember their faces nor the human world she had lived in before. She lowered herself into her memories again. That night the dead Mana had just begun to rise, and Mary's mother had screamed at her to run and never look back. The girl had immediately started running, just as her mother had told her. All she remembered was her mother's voice. After a short pause, she said that the next 15 years had been painful, but she had been happy and she was still happy. Sean and Tasha looked at the girl with smiles and warmth in their eyes. After a few seconds, Mary raised her hand and said that she had heard that people hated necromancers and considered these scars disgusting, so in the human world she had to hide them, be careful and avoid temples, and she had prepared a lot. The next second, she raised her head, looked at the young master and firmly said that she was curious about the world. Suddenly, the black dragon slammed his paw on the table. The next second, he flew up and pointed his paw at her, shouting that she was amazing. He continued shouting that she, who survived, was amazing. Mary was very confused by this and nodded her head awkwardly. With kind eyes, Rayon said that she, of course, was not as great as him, but amazing. The protagonist also supported the dragon and said that Mary was amazing because she was able to survive. Rayon added that this is true, she is an amazing person, and he admits it. Suddenly, the black dragon turned to the young master, put out his claw and said that although it was now equal in strength to his claw on the front paw, but if he too one day returned wounded, he would destroy this piece of land. Roxu was a little confused by this, scratched his cheek and said in his head that this was too much, and if he was going to get hurt, then Rayon should heal him first. After a few seconds, he looked at the surviving girl again. Then he said that Mary definitely did not want her loved ones to suffer because of her, so he understood both Rayon's words and the feelings of the Dark Elves, but no one could stop her passionate desire to find the lost 10 years. Mary broke the silence again. She looked at the leader and said that she would not leave without his permission. A second later, she said that it was only for a year and she would definitely come back, and no one would even notice that she left. To this, the old man shook his hand and said, "Later." After that, he exhaled heavily, closed his eyes and repeated that they would talk about it later. An awkward silence hung in the room again. A few minutes later, the old man turned to the guest and asked if he could contact him again when the time for the dead Mana to rise had passed, and until then, they would make sure that the young master and his companions had a good rest with them. The protagonist looked at the old man, thought for a moment, and replied that he would gladly take up the offer. Having received the agreement, the leader turned to Tasha and asked if she would see the guest out. The girl stood up and nodded silently. A few minutes later, everyone began to leave. The leader watched them leave. The doors closed. The protagonist suddenly called out to Mary. The girl stopped and looked up at the guest. Roxu also stopped, turned to her, and asked if she could accidentally create a hand. Mary, without moving from her place, thought for a moment and asked if it was a human hand. The protagonist clarified and said that a left hand was needed. A few seconds later, Mary replied that she would do everything. Hearing this, the protagonist, slightly surprised, lowered his head and asked himself in his head, would the girl not ask for any payment? He looked at her legs, which were hidden by a long cape, and asked what she would like to see in the human world. Mary was slightly surprised by such a question, but replied that she did not know. It was a bright night outside the windows, and many bright lights were shining. Mary's voice was heard in the corridor, who said that she had no memories, and since she only knew about it from stories and books, she could not even imagine this world, so she thought that she would find the answer to the protagonist's question only when she personally saw it. Having received such an answer, Roxu smiled and said that it was true, and the black dragon on his shoulder added that he knew this feeling. The desire for freedom is an irresistible desire when a person has nothing he would like to see or do. Rayon's world was only one cave, so he knew nothing and did not want anything. Most likely, no one in this world could understand Mary's feelings better than Rayon. The black dragon looked at Mary and said that she was an amazing person and seemed kind. The three of them were in the corridor and looked out the window, behind which many bright lights were flickering, while Rayon said that Mary was just right, even surviving in an amazing way. The protagonist, hearing all this, looked at the kind dragon, grinned and said in his head to admit that he wanted the girl to go with them. 2 days later, the protagonist, Ron, and his son were sitting in a small establishment and eating. Rox's friend asked Bickrose to bring another glass of lemonade, to which the butler immediately reacted and said that he would go himself. Just as he was about to get up, the young master waved his hand and told him to sit. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the side. The protagonist looked towards the footsteps and ordered Bickrose to prepare everything. The next second, he announced that the one who would make Ron's new hand had come to them. Hearing this, the father and son were shocked. Mary came to their table. In his head, Roxu said that whoever does something important should be rewarded accordingly, especially if it is about creating a hand for my man. Then he added that he likes everything free, money, and beautiful deception. At that very second, he tapped his finger on the table and added that he is not a swindler. After a short pause, he folded his hands and asked Mary if she remembered that last time he asked her to create a hand. Yes, the girl answered firmly. The next second, the protagonist turned to Mary with a sly smile and said that he does not like to be in debt, so in exchange he will give the girl a place where she can stay for 6 months. Mary silently looked at the protagonist. Roxu asked with a smile if she agreed. The protagonist raised one hand and explained that he would give the girl a roof over her head until winter. He touched the cup of tea and said that it was not a city or village where people lived, but that there was a real sky and land to see. There were bats flying in the sky, and Roxu thought that he was talking about a forest of darkness that was swarming with monsters. The protagonist sipped his tea and said that the view there was impressive in its own way, because the scenery was quite colorful, and this was something that could not be seen in the underworld. Mary bowed her head and said that she did not want to inconvenience Roxu. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that she said that because she did not know him well, and that he never did anything that would inconvenience him too much. Roxu thought that he was still sane and did not want to quarrel with religions, and decided to get involved only because he could do it so that Mary would not be caught. The protagonist raised one finger and added that if Mary encountered the Church of the Sun God during these 6 months, he would help her escape death and escape at least once. The innkeeper smiled, asking if Roxu could really help Mary. The protagonist thought that this old man was one of the many people saved by the dark elves in the desert, and according to Sean's words, he was the one who took on the role of Mary's guardian in Tasha's absence. Roxu nodded his head and smiled. He imagined bright sparks and asked if they had heard about the dead dragon mana that the protagonist planned to give away. Roxu imagined Mary standing in the middle of the purple fog and thought that she was as strong as Rosalind now, and if they wanted to escape the clutches of the priests of the sun god, they would need to make the girl even stronger. The protagonist presented a glass vial with a shimmering liquid and concluded that in his eyes this was the bare minimum for Mary, since they were going to trust her to work on creating Ron's arm. The gray-haired man slammed his hands on the table and called out loudly to the protagonist. Ron stood next to Roxu, who asked Bikros to bring him some lemonade. The old man turned around, frowning. Mary stood up straight, saying that she would think about the protagonist's offer, but first she would make the arm. Ron looked at the girl silently, and she said that he had an unusual development of muscle strength. The butler frowned, and Mary said that judging by the balance of his right hand, Ron did not use his left often, and that she would have to be extremely careful in such a case, and it would be better to do several fittings to carefully adjust the arm. Roxu turned around, asking how long it would take, and the girl answered that about 1 or 2 months. There were cups of tea on the table. The protagonist said that in that case Mary could do it on the surface in the accommodation he would provide her, where Ron would be working. The light reflected in the drink, and the girl replied that she found the matter serious and complicated, and that she did not want to cause problems for Rox. Mary lowered her head and said that surrounded by such strong people, everything should be fine, and Rayon said that this girl was very smart and kind. The black dragon smirked and said that they would just have to destroy all the barriers, and the protagonist did not understand why he would say something so drastic. Rox leaned over, saying that they were leaving in a few days, so it was better to make a decision and pack by then. The protagonist began to walk away, telling Mary to drink lemonade before she left. Rox turned around and added with a smile that the girl should also appreciate the skill of their chef now. The protagonist and Ron stood at the closed doors. Rox closed his eyes and told the butler to just accept it. Ron's mouth dropped open in shock. The protagonist turned away, telling the butler to bring him food and drinks. Ron smiled when Roxu clarified that he didn't want lemonade. A few days later, Mary was looking at a village inn near the capital. Rayon was flying next to the girl, and Mary said that it was the first time she saw such a sky, so it was really amazing. The black dragon looked at the girl, who said that the real sky seemed infinitely wide, and Rayon replied that from their house, the sky at night would look even more amazing. The black dragon smiled and said that he would show Mary the forest of darkness, and the girl thanked him. The white doors had a golden pattern on them, and Roxu was led to his room. He grabbed the door handle. The blonde boy raised his hand and smiled. Before he could say hello, the door closed. Roxu frowned, saying that this did not seem to be his room, and the dark-haired girl laughed. There were drawings of a rabbit with different emotions, and the girl apologized for scaring the protagonist. She sat Roxu at the table and said that they could talk now. There were many dishes on the table. The protagonist frowned tensely when his interlocutor said that Tunka had become the commander of the army and the commander-in-chief of the Viper Kingdom. Roxu imagined Tunka smiling with a crown in his hand and thought that Tunka's group, which had not been heard from for the past few months, had moved into action, and Tunka's rise to this position meant that the royal family was in his hands. They sat opposite each other. The protagonist said that Tunka took a shortcut to hell, and the blonde agreed, saying that this matter had nothing to do with them now. Roxu took the bracelet with the emerald and said that it did not seem like they knew that the mages were hidden. The blonde caught the bracelet and said that even the people of their kingdom didn't know anything, so the Viper Kingdom couldn't know either. Roxu's eyes widened in surprise. The boy winked, asking if the protagonist was okay with this appearance. There was a bracelet on his wrist. Roxu closed his eyes when his interlocutor said that Tunka was going to escort the heir of the Viper royal family to the Empire. The boy touched his forehead, agreeing that there would be unrest. He said that he couldn't even imagine how bad it would be. There were golden patterns on the walls. The boy asked what Roxu was going to do on his lands. The boy looked closely at the protagonist, who said that he was going to relax and do farming. Roxu smirked when the boy said that no one would believe him if he talked about farming with such an expression on his face. Rox imagined different figures and thought that the seed taken from the secret laboratory of the magic tower had just sprouted. The protagonist decided that when he returned to his lands, he would grow not only this, but also talented guys along with finances, and he was not going to do it all by himself. There was a glass ball on the table, from which indignant cries were heard. The young man spread his arms to the sides, saying that the prince of the kingdom of Breck was looking for his older sister Rosalind. The protagonist held a letter in his hand, where it was written that the King of Wales was ready to show him the sea route. Black clothes lay on the bloody floor. The Pope of the Church of the God of the Sun was dead. The protagonist imagined the silhouettes of a guy and a girl, saints of the Church of the God of the Sun, who are intruders. A path was visible in the middle of the garden. Someone said that Rox had received a message from the whale tribe. Ron stood at the door, saying that the festival period was coming soon, which the protagonist could go to. Rayon and the cat smiled happily when they heard the word festival. Roxu closed his eyes and said that he was tired of them. A yellow ball was visible. The protagonist thought that he had heard about it and just pretended not to know. Roxu looked at the piece of paper. The blonde adjusted his hair and said that the ones responsible for the death of the Pope of the Church of the God of the Sun were the saints of this church who escaped. Ron smiled when the protagonist called him. Roxu sat on the bed and told the butler to contact Rosalind and that he was going to the county in 2 days. Ron bowed slightly and said that the protagonist was gradually becoming more mature. Rayon lay on Roxu and asked if he cared about the festival. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that it was nonsense. White clouds were floating in the sky and Roxu told Ron to quickly call Rosalind. Tea and sweets were on the table while someone was talking about Crown Prince Albert deciding to return to the Empire. The girl took the cup in her hands when Roxu said that he asked her to come because he wanted to convey the news. Rosalind closed her eyes and said with a smile that the fourth prince was an idiot who had lost all his manners in the dragon's lair. The girl sipped her tea and Roxu thought that this was the first time he heard her say such things. The two people were standing in the garden and Rosalind said that the fourth prince had been capricious for every reason since childhood and she was always lecturing him. The girl smiled and added that she did not demand that the young man understand that he was a prince, but they did not live in his world where everything would come true if the prince were capricious. The protagonist sweated when Rosalind said that she told the prince the truth about the world. Roxu thought that the world from her stories was a scary place. There were sweets on the table and the girl added that no matter who came, she would send them back, and the protagonist thought that these words sounded scary. Mary entered the room and said hello. The black dragon flew in through the window. Rayon smiled widely and said that he and Mary had found something. Roxu closed his eyes, asking if they had found unusual rocks or a leaf with a lot of holes, and the dragon replied that it was something similar. Rayon closed his eyes as the protagonist stroked his cheeks and thought that they might have found dirt. Roxu frowned when he heard that they had found bones. Rayon held his arms out to the sides, shouting that there were hundreds of them. Mary looked at the protagonist and said that they had found about 200 corpses. The girl stood at the table, saying that most of them were buried immediately after death, so the bones were well preserved, and they were no more than 2 years old. They sat at the table. Rayon said that Han believed that they had killed each other in a battle in the Forest of Darkness, and Mary added that a more accurate guess could be made by comparing the bones, but it seemed to be a battle between monsters on the ground, flying monsters, and small tribes. Rayon smiled and asked if Mary could use these bones. Rosalind looked at the girl, who said that she would not break them. Roxu folded his arms and asked if the bones of flying monsters were suitable for use, and Mary confirmed this. Looking at the protagonist, the girl said that some of the broken parts would need to be restored during assembly, but otherwise they were quite durable. On the tray there were delicacies with fruits, and Mary said that they were slightly smaller than the ground monsters, and their size was about the level of mutant monsters. The protagonist looked straight ahead, asking if they could be compared to wyverns, and Mary replied that they were a little smaller. Roxu wore a green shirt under his black jacket, and he mentally wondered why he hadn't thought of that. He imagined the warriors riding wyverns. They were part of the Northern Knightly Order of Wyverns. The protagonist smirked and thought that he was worried about the allies being hurt by the fire of magic when fighting them, but he didn't have to worry anymore. There was a window behind Mary. Roxu asked if she was grateful to him, and she confirmed that she was. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if Mary would be willing to return the favor if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, and she replied that she wanted to thank him. There was ivy growing next to the window. Roxu told Mary to come to the county when he called her, and that she could train with the monster bones as much as she wanted, but she would have to return them. Rosalind looked at Mary with confusion, who said that she would return everything before she left. Rayon closed his eyes and said that he knew that Roxu would allow them to be used. The protagonist looked at Mary and asked if those monsters would be able to fly, and the girl confirmed this, specifying that this was her first time dealing with such a material, so she needed practice. Roxu looked straight ahead and thought that this was great, and that if everything went smoothly like this, it would be a great measure against the Northern Order of Wyverns. The protagonist imagined a squad of flying skeletons and thought that this was indeed a great idea. Roxu frowned and said that Mary should definitely let him know when she got the hang of flying monsters. There were many flowers outside, and they said goodbye. Mary and the black dragon headed for the door. Rayon closed his eyes, smiling at the girl, and the protagonist mentally hoped that Rayon would be able to crush some wyverns. Roxu imagined the huge monster and thought that it still had the bones of the adult dragon they found in the swamp of the Forest of Darkness. There was tea on the table. The protagonist called Rosalind. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when Roxu asked what the fighting power of the Breck Kingdom was. The protagonist smirked and said that what they were about to talk about was a top secret. They sat opposite each other. Roxu said that the three northern kingdoms formed an alliance and that this fact was a secret that very few people knew about. Rosalind sweated as she looked at the protagonist. Roxu smiled and said that they were not the only ones who could form alliances. There was a line for the festival at the entrance of the kingdom. Hand sweated and said that it was the first time he saw so many people in front of the fortress gate. The protagonist sighed with a smile when the red cat said that he wanted to join the line too. Roxu thought about cooking, painting, and sculpture. He imagined a girl with a fan and thought that during the festival, there was a competition held in the Henidus lands under the direction of Countess Violet, and that these competitions were quite popular, so there was a commotion in front of the fortress walls every time the festivals opened. The protagonist frowned when he heard Rayon's question about fencing and thought that it was impossible. Han pointed at the crowd and said that those two were especially impressive. Roxu looked at Ron when Han suggested that they would reach the finals. The butler smiled and said that if there was a murderer working as a servant, then they could cook or do art. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that for a second he forgot that this was a fantasy world. The chef with his arm cut off was cooking, and Roxu thought that in this world, an ordinary-looking chef could be an expert in deadly poisons. The protagonist imagined a pair of scissors and thought that a criminal who had killed a lot of people in the most merciless way could work in a tailor shop. There were many books on the shelf. Roxu and Albert closed their eyes. The protagonist thought that he was really tired of contacting him every day. There was a blue ball on the table. The protagonist asked about the alliance, and the blonde realized that Roxu was only pretending not to know about it. The protagonist smiled when Albert asked what was the best thing to do. Roxu sat on the red sofa, saying that Rosalind would first meet her younger brother. The protagonist explained that the girl knew about it because she was his comrade. Roxu smiled when Albert asked not to tell anyone else about it for safety reasons. The blonde sweated when the protagonist asked about the fourth prince's arrival. Albert asked if there was anything Roxu didn't know. He sat on a chair, saying that the fourth prince would be heading to the county accompanied by 3 knights, and they would be leaving the empire tomorrow. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would pass this information on to Rosalind. He thought that in that case the prince would arrive within a month. Roxu placed his hand on the table when Albert asked him to pass this on to Darith as well. Han stood next to the king. The protagonist thought that he had never told his father that Rosalind was a princess, but the butler knew about it. Albert rested his face on his fist and asked Roxu if he wanted to hear a funny story. The protagonist began to sweat, and the blonde man asked him if he knew how the Pope of the Church of the God of Death died. There was a minister at the table in the church. Albert said that after the death of the emperor, who announced the beginning of the festival, the Pope also gave a congratulatory speech. Since the event was related to the god of the sun, he was standing on the podium in front of the capital temple. There was an explosion. Albert said that the podium flew into the air. Roxu raised his eyebrows in shock. There was a glass ball on the table in front of him. Albert closed his eyes and said that it was very similar to their incident. The protagonist imagined a powerful explosion and thought of a terrorist attack with a magic bomb in the capital. Roxu remained silent, looking down. Albert imagined a black ball and said that the destructive power was similar to what they saw in the capital. The protagonist closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Albert crossed his arms and said that he survived thanks to the magician's shield. But the believers in the front rows died, and not only the Pope was a victim. The blonde frowned and said that he was not going to let this go unpunished and planned to find the organization that was committing such horrors at any cost, because they said that they planned to repeat it in their kingdom. Albert clenched his hand into a fist and said that this time there was a different magician, but that magician still needed to be found and punished. The blonde sweated in shock when the protagonist said that that magician was dead, so he could not be found in this world. Roxu raised his hands, saying that he was not the one who killed that magician. The protagonist looked at the glass ball in confusion when Albert told him to tell about such things in the future. Roxu looked away and thought that it was difficult to see the cause and effect relationship between the sun god twins and the magic bomb in this incident. The protagonist put his hand on the table and thought that something didn't add up, but he couldn't ask Ron or the other companions to find out about it. Albert closed his eyes and told Roxu to contact him when the fourth prince arrived. The protagonist sat in the middle of a spacious room. Albert said that the prince was quite polite and decent, and that Roxu would probably enjoy talking to him. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, remembering that Rosalind had said something completely different. The next day, tents were visible in the middle of the field. The dragon hovered in front of Roxu, asking if they were going to the market at night, and the protagonist thought that they could very well buy something there. Roxu thought that he had told Rayon about currency this morning and given the children pocket money. The cats had small bags hanging from their necks, and Roxu thought that they were happy. Mary was holding a bag, and Roxu thought that they were gradually learning. The protagonist said with a smile that he was very generous, and Rayon called him a kind person. Roxu crossed his legs. Han and Ron approached him, who told him about the former knight commander, archer, and mercenary. The profiles of these people were visible on the piece of paper. The protagonist thought that they would be suitable for creating a living combat unit, and that the enemies would definitely be caught off guard if a living combat unit suddenly appeared among the flying skeletons. Roxu was sorting through the documents, while Ron said that their abilities were slightly above average, and that all three were about the same level as Vice Captain Hilsman. The protagonist grinned, and Rayon asked what he was so happy about. Ron closed his eyes and asked with a laugh if Roxu thought that Hennidas County was a better place to live than one might think. The protagonist took a glass in his hand and agreed with these words. Han's mouth opened in confusion as the two laughed loudly. Roxu imagined a tall building and thought that after the Earl learned of the alliance of the three northern kingdoms, he began organizing the construction of fortress walls and increasing the number of forces along with improving the quality of weapons, and for this, a lot of money was spent on investments. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that even with this, the forces were still not enough. Someone threw a pallet and brushes on the ground, screaming about their worthlessness. The old man grabbed his head, screaming that such trash cannot be a painting and art. Roxu frowned and thought that it was beautiful. There was an empty canvas on the ground. The protagonist thought that the selection for the painting competition takes place before the festival, after which there is the first evaluation stage, and during the second, the winners are determined, and right now they are in the first stage, where the contestants must depict a rocky mountain with a quarry that can be seen on the outskirts of their lands. The old man sat on the ground, clutching his head. Ron said that he was an archer. While the old man was tearing his white hair, the butler said that he was very sensitive. Han looked at Roxu and said that the archer had only been living in the county lands for 3 months, and that he had built himself a house next to a white tree on the hill of the slums. The protagonist frowned when the black-haired youth said that the old man claimed that the tree was his source of inspiration. Roxu imagined the crest with wings and thought that he had pulled out his first ancient power from the man-eating tree. They looked at the carriages, while the protagonist thought that the tree was reacting to him, because he currently had an unbreakable shield, but it might get excited if he visited this guy one day. 2 guards took the old man away. Roxu frowned in shock when Han said that the sculptor had dropped out, and that she said that she had no talent for creating sculptures. The protagonist closed his eyes and raised his head when Ron said with a smile that the girl had a talent for killing. Roxu touched his forehead and sighed. The butler asked if he could make a reservation at the restaurant in his name, and the protagonist agreed. There was a lantern hanging on the wall. They entered the restaurant. The man bowed, welcoming the guests. Roxu bowed too and said that it was an honor to meet his mother's mentor. The brown-haired girl covered her face with her hands in shock. She frowned and thought that her sword training should be a secret even to family members. Roxu smiled silently. He put his hand on his chest, saying that he would like to meet his younger sister's master. Edro said with a smile that this was absurd. The tents were in the middle of the forest. The protagonist thought that the former knight commander of a ruined noble family left the life of a knight and became a mercenary to work as an escort for the violent merchant guild when she was about to plunge into the harsh and dangerous world of trade. Edro stood in front of the woman, so he followed Violin all the way to the Hennidas lands. There were wooden chairs around the tables. Roxu thought that after Violin married the count, Edro said that he had long dreamed of becoming a cook, after which he settled here and this restaurant was built by Derif. Lily frowned. The protagonist assumed that Edro became her master. Roxu smiled and said that he heard that the food here was delicious. Edro led them to the table, and Ron said that he would be in charge of serving. The cook turned to the smiling butler. Edro frowned, calling him a sly guy, and Ron left. Roxu sat down at the chair opposite Lily. The door closed, and Ron said that today they came in secret from the Countess, so this must be kept a secret. Edro looked suspiciously at the butler, who said that the protagonist had business with Lily, but he really wanted to meet the cook who was in violent service. The men stood nearby, and Ron added that Roxu said that he wanted to know more about his mother's life. The protagonist looked at the butler and said that later, their lands would be in danger, which would prompt Edro to intervene personally. Roxu smirked and said that the cook was already old, so it would be difficult for him to go to the front lines, but the participation of such a person could be very inspiring. Edro silently looked straight ahead, listening to the conversation between Lily and Roxu. Ron smiled, closing his eyes, and thought that everything worked out. The sky was dark purple. Many people were walking around the night city. Someone pointed at a small tree and asked if it was a monster. A woman in white clothes smiled and explained that it was forsythia, a type of flowering bush. Rayon frowned, shouting that it was a lie. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he would buy one to give to someone important. There were various goods on the shelves, and Roxu said that this sculpture was in his style. The woman picked up the forsythia and said that she would pack everything up. As the woman spoke, the protagonist thought that if this was acting, then it was good. The protagonist tossed her a coin and thought that the results of the study showed that she was not a spy. Roxu removed his hood and the woman was silent in shock. The protagonist smiled and asked if it was hard to live in hiding all the time. The woman was holding a gold coin, and Roxu told her to just take the money because it was his thanks to her for her hard work while she was on the run. The protagonist snapped his fingers, telling Ron to take care of the rest. He thought that it would be easier to negotiate with a killer for a killer. Frisia stood with a coin in her hands. She was a sculptor, a killer, and a fugitive. Roxu smiled slightly and thought that he had to do it right if he was going to create a fighting living unit. 3 weeks later, the red-haired youth was eating a cookie. Rosalind closed her eyes in annoyance when her brother called her. The youth turned to her, asking how his best sister in the world could live in a place like this with only rocks. Roxu took a bite of the cookie, remembering Albert's words about the fourth prince being very polite. Rayon spread his hands and said that it was great that they had a lot of rocks at home. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Rosalind furrowed her brows furiously, creating blue flames, and Roxu thought that this was a guest who had come all this way to meet his sister in person. Pan was crying with pursed lips. There was tea and sweets on the table. Pan said that he would stay here for a few days. Roxu looked down and thought that he doubted the crown prince's words about the fourth prince being polite and calm. Pan looked at the glass ball with a smile, and the protagonist thought that the prince could really act like that, although he had recently been throwing tantrums and crying. Albert was visible in the ball. The protagonist did not understand what was so special about Pan. Albert was sitting in the middle of a spacious room, thinking that the situation on the other side was quite problematic, and it was better not to mention the association. Pan was sitting at the table. The young man turned around in fear when Rosalind told him to change into his training clothes and wait for her in the training room. The girl looked at Roxu with a smile, saying that she would like to talk to her little brother for a while, and the protagonist replied that he would also make sure that no one disturbed them. Pan turned pale with fear, clutching the chair. Events before the call with Prince Albert. Rosalind covered her face with her hand while Pan screamed that he did not want to be here, in the middle of nowhere, where there were more stones than people. The protagonist sat across from them, asking if Pan didn't believe in Rosalind, and the prince replied that he did. The boy closed his eyes and screamed loudly in pain as the girl hit him on the head. Pan's mouth dropped open in shock as he looked at Rosalind, who ordered him to stand up. The girl smiled and said that they needed to have a long and serious talk. Back to the present. While Pan and Rosalind were talking, the Black Dragon said that this crybaby doesn't even realize how great a mage this girl is. Rayon sighed in annoyance, saying that he didn't like Pan, and Roxu thought that he shared his feelings. Pan looked at his sister. The protagonist said that he had one more thing to say. He smiled and said that the floor of their training hall was made of stone because they had more stone than people. Pan sweated in fear and thought that Roxu was on Rosalind's side. The boy imagined the two of them with horns and wings and concluded that they were close because they were so similar. There were pink petals flying in the air. The protagonist thought that he was 19 now and time had passed, so he was now a year older. Roxu was lying in bed while Rayon was shouting that he had slept for 13 hours and that it was time to get up. Roxu frowned, saying that time really was flying by. Skeletal monsters flew over the forest. The protagonist thought that it was already late spring and that he needed to go to the place where the ancient power remained, but before that he had to check one more thing. A monster was flying in the sky. Roxu and Mary were sitting on the skeletons. The protagonist thought that the Air Force was finally ready to fly, and that this was possible thanks to the distribution of the powers of the 2 high-class mana stones and the bones of the 72 corpses of flying-type monsters that Mary had restored. A black dragon was flying next to Roxu. The protagonist said that he was not too comfortable. Rayon sat on the skeleton's head and said that the deputy butler was below. Hans raised his hand, calling the protagonist. Hans almost fell when Roxu landed next to him. The butler handed him letters from Darith and Muller. The protagonist presented the letters in which Darith said that he would soon finish everything, and Muller wrote that they were working on decorating the interior according to the concept idea he gave them. Roxu smiled and thought that the construction work on the walls of the castle and the ship was being completed, and that he would soon also have a meeting with Rosalind, who was traveling between the 2 kingdoms for negotiations, and Vatira would soon come to see the protagonist because she wanted to convey something. Hans touched his head, saying that he had finished packing. Mary, who was standing next to them, said that she also intended to leave, but would definitely return. She asked to take care of the children in her absence. The girl bowed her head and said that she would miss this place. Roxu closed his eyes. He imagined the bones that Mary called children. Odious office. Odious and the protagonist were drinking tea while discussing the furniture. There was a chandelier on the ceiling and the man said that Benian was under eternal guard so he could prosper. Roxu smiled. He imagined Benian standing over the table and thought that he had lost his mind and had an attack every time he ate. Odious looked at the protagonist and said that Taylor died with dignity, which Roxu agreed with. The protagonist crossed his arms when the man asked why he came to him, and Roxu asked if there was a normal way. There were 2 cups on the table and Odious replied that he had several clean clients because he worked both ways. The protagonist placed a gold plate on the table. Odious' mouth opened in shock when Roxu asked to get him another 200,000 silver plates. They sat opposite each other. Odious asked if he could give it to him in gold, and the protagonist agreed. The man touched his beard and thought that it would be difficult, but not impossible. There was a gold plate on the table, and Odious came to the conclusion that it would be better to be caught with 2 billion than with 200. Roxu smiled when the man asked what he planned to do with it. The protagonist asked if Odious was curious. The man waved his hands, saying that he misspoke, and the protagonist asked to prepare it within an hour. Roxu smiled and asked if Odious could do it. The man lowered his head, agreeing with an uncertain voice. The protagonist smiled slightly, thinking about Odious's question. He imagined a pile of silver coins and thought that with them he would create a path out of the money that he would walk on. An hour passed. Rayon smiled, holding a gold coin in his paws and telling the man that he now had a lot of money too. A loud sigh was heard from behind the door. The room was made of wood. The bright light of the chandelier illuminated it. Odious thoughtfully rubbed his chin, asking where the heroes were heading now, but decided to stop so as not to know. Roxu smiled, saying that it was a wise decision. He asked to pass on Bilos, and he would enjoy the life in which he threw money around. The protagonist smiled and raised a bag of gold coins above himself. Han closed his eyes and meowed happily. Hans pointed with his hand to the building behind him and, holding the kittens with his other hand, smiled, saying that the charming creatures liked the guest house. Roxu folded his arms across his chest, thinking that these 2 had already learned to twist hands as they pleased. Han, standing behind the guy, turned to the young master, asking if he would wait for Rosalind. The hero nodded, saying that he did. Block Grey, it is located near the western borders of the kingdom and is popular with travelers and merchants. The light-colored houses were located near the foot of a high mountain, above which there was a clear blue sky. 10-Fingered Mountain and the Elven Village were also nearby. Creatures that could not stand humans would definitely not come here. The sun's rays fell on the mountain peaks covered with green plants. Elves never visit cities or villages inhabited by humans. This also applies to the block settlement because such are their rules. The young man looked at the heroes in front, standing near a wooden box. The elves can only come down from the mountain when their village is one step away from complete destruction, so the hero doubts that they will ever encounter them, so he can relax. The hero said that he will reserve the rooms, to which he was asked not to rush with it. There was a blue sky with white clouds above the building. The bell at the entrance rang. There was a man behind the counter greeting the arriving heroes. Roxu arched his eyebrows, looking away. There were people in robes sitting at the table. Their faces were not visible. The hero was a little uneasy that they only had vegetables on the table. Among the mugs there was a plate with salad. Rano looked up at the boy, saying that they did not look like people. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that he knew it. He opened his eyes and looked at them, not believing that their village was really on the verge of destruction. The man in the blue robe raised a shaking hand, his eyes wide. He stood up from the table and turned to the boy. Roxu looked at him embarrassedly, realizing that the elf recognized the dragon's mana. The boy opened his mouth slightly, asking Rayon to fly a little under the ceiling without removing her disguise, and the hero would pretend not to see him. The dragon opened his eyes wide, agreeing with his proposal. Rayon spread his wings, hovering above the tables with people. The young man thought that the good news was that most of the people were in the guest house now, and while the invisible Rayon was flying under the ceiling, the hero was safe. The boy smiled, sitting at the table and telling something. The black dragon was circling under the wooden ceiling. The man in the blue robe was looking around restlessly. Roxu closed his eyes and folded his arms over his chest, thinking that he didn't know anything, he was just a passing citizen. The hero sitting next to him moved closer to the man in the blue cloak, asking what happened. He frowned and told him to leave him. The young man looked at Rayon flying under the ceiling, thinking that this was exactly what he should do, without going down. The reaction of the dark elves in comparison was like a drop in the ocean. They would fall down from one of Rayon's wings. If they accidentally met him, then after some time a nightmare would happen that he didn't want to imagine. People threw gold coins into the air, praising the black dragon standing in front of them. The man jumped up from his seat, saying that he found it. The man sitting at the table asked if he was drunk enough to attack him. The hero apologized. Rayon asked how much longer he should spin. Roxu frowned, saying that he should continue. He would finish when he said so. The man in the robe approached the protagonist. He did not understand why he was approaching him, because the dragon was flying under the ceiling. The voice addressed the young gentleman, saying that the best rooms were on the 3rd floor. The young man shuddered. Roxu closed his eyes and smiled, saying that everything suited him. Hans looked after the guy walking towards the stairs and asked if he wanted to take all the best rooms on the 3rd floor. Hans turned around, holding the kittens in his hands and asking where the young man was going. The protagonist, without turning around, said that he was heading to the 3rd floor. Rayon's eyes widened, asking where the man had gone without him. He noticed that the hero looked ill. The dragon asked if he needed help. The boy quickly walked forward with long strides, telling him not to follow him under any circumstances. The robed hero followed him. He reached forward with his hand. The man's eyes widened, asking for forgiveness. Roxu's eyes widened in fear, realizing that this man was standing right behind him. If he turned to him now, he would definitely find himself in a hell of a situation. The voice asked what was going on here. Han and Ron appeared behind the boy. The boy frowned, asking what was going on here and who this man was. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what happened. The men in the robes froze in front of the stairs. The young man looked at Fendrick, who raised his eyebrows, surprised that he was here. The hero in the robes turned to the boy in front of him, apologizing for the strangeness of his words. He asked if the boy believed in mana. Roxu raised his eyebrows, mentally wondering what this meant. The man furrowed his brows, thinking that the energy rising in the air clearly belonged to a dragon, but he would not fly in the air carelessly, so he was sure that the creature was constantly spinning its mana in a circle. Rayon continued to circle under the ceiling. A dragon is a creature that is difficult to dare to speak about out loud. He senses the natural sense of wind, wood and water from this person. But an ordinary person cannot possess so many scents at the same time, so the man was sure that this is the same person. He imagined a large black dragon, surrounded by streams of water and bright leaves of trees. Roxu frowned and put his hands in his pockets, saying that he did not believe in any of their mana. The boy thought that a dragon closely connected with nature would definitely answer that he did, so he would answer negatively. The man furrowed his brows, not understanding why the boy answered like that. The man in the robe said that since this was the boy's role, he would play along. The protagonist rolled his eyes, not understanding what kind of answer that was. The people in the robes bowed, apologizing for disturbing his peaceful journey. Next time the man would pretend not to notice him. The guy standing next to him said that they hoped that the hero did not hold a grudge against them. The protagonist waved his hand, thinking that it was better to pretend that he did not understand anything. He thought about how at first glance the man seemed to be holding him for a dragon. He said that they should go their separate ways since they had finished their business. The man in the dark robe bowed, apologizing for taking up his precious time. Fendrick raised his hand, asking what was wrong. The man said that they urgently needed to move. He turned and frowned, saying that they needed to hurry because they had to help the village. 10-fingered mountain. A destructive flame appeared on the 3rd peak of the mountain. In 2 weeks, a blanket-like substance that could not be called lava or fire would melt half of the 3rd mountain peak. In the center of the mountain peak was a fiery liquid. The hero put his hand forward. A bright flash appeared above his palm. The destructive flame was about to consume the entire mountain peak, and until the elves who could control the element of fire took this ancient power, no one would be able to hold back the streams of flame. A blue amulet hung on a golden chain around the young man's neck. He thought about how no one else could know the way to tame this ancient power. Only he, who had read The Birth of a Hero, knew the right way to obtain it. Rayon raised his eyebrows, asking if a human would really do this, since it was simply unthinkable. He asked to tell him if there was any problem. The dragon thoughtfully raised his paw to his muzzle, asking how many chicken skewers could be bought with this money. The young man said he would do it. A mountain of silver coins poured out of the bag. The protagonist put his hands forward, throwing the coins into the fiery liquid. He thought about how spending money in some crazy way was the best way to relieve stress. Roxu smiled contentedly and held his hand out in front of him, thinking that it was an incredible thrill because when you can barely get a chance to throw other people's money around like that. The hero noticed that something was happening. The voice from the fiery bright liquid contentedly noticed that it was the smell of money. He had not felt the subtle coolness of coins for a long time. The young man and the dragon were standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind them were bags of money. The voice asked to let him smell the money more strongly. Rayon opened his eyes in surprise. Roxu grinned, thinking that the previous owner of this ancient power was a greedy bastard. The young man held his hand out, throwing out the coins. The voice said that until now no one except his crazy comrade had thrown around silver coins like that. He did not even dream of meeting someone like that again. The voice ordered to pour more. The fiery liquid absorbed the coins thrown into it. Rayon reached out to the boy with his paws, saying that he had thought of everything. He asked him to tell him that if he didn't have enough, he would add his savings. The protagonist held out his palm in front of him, thinking that he didn't need the children's pocket money. He picked up one of the bags, thinking that he had 2,000 silver coins of the crown prince. The voice laughed contentedly, asking for more money. The youth smiled and threw the coins forward. Because the elf didn't know about this method, he received an incomplete destructive flame. For this reason, he considered the power useless and did not use it properly. But the true power of this fire is revealed depending on how much money is thrown into it. If the elf knew how powerful the destructive flame really was, he would definitely regret it. The protagonist stood on a path of coins in the middle of a fiery liquid. Behind him was Rayon, hovering above the bags of coins. A flaming piggy bank appeared in the air, its eyes shining brightly. The voice said that he too wanted to throw money around like a complete fool, but these people took all his money and the money of his comrades. It said that these people forced him to do free physical labor. The young man tiredly rubbed his shoulder, thinking that this was also hard physical labor because the fun only lasts for the first few throws. The hero kicked the bag with his foot. Silver coins fell out. A shudder ran through the body of the flaming pig. The voice said that the young man was a wonderful person. Roxu closed his eyes from the bright light emanating from the pig hovering in the sky. The voice said that it recognized him because he had the necessary ambition to possess this power. If he was willing to throw money around like this, then he would definitely overcome everything. The young man asked him how this could be. He looked up at the puzzled flaming pig. The hero smiled and held out his hand, saying that he still had money. The voice remarked that he had never met such an angelic psycho. Apparently it was not for nothing that he recognized him, although he had doubted the hero at first because he felt the power of one of his close friends from him. Roxu raised his eyebrows, not understanding which close friend he was talking about. The bag and the fallen coins were being absorbed by the fiery liquid. The young man assumed that the voice meant the former owner of the Sound of the Wind, information that he had not asked for surfaced again. The voice remarked that, as expected, the owners of the ancient power are not normal. The guy frowned and fell into a stupor, thinking about the fact that he had just been called abnormal. Roxu opened his eyes wide, seeing a fiery piggy bank in front of him, with streams of fire swirling around it. The voice gave him the power to burn everything in its path, except for the money, of course. The silver coins remained intact, sinking into the thickness of the fiery liquid. The young man thought that he had given an easier than he expected. The voice noticed that the hero lived in the land of stones, but did not have the power of stone. Roxu opened his eyes in surprise and raised his head. The voice said that it would share a secret with him, because it calmed his soul. In fact, besides money, there was another stone that he could not destroy. In the land of stones there was a formidable boulder, a box of stones. Rayon and the protagonist looked at the piggy bank hovering in front of them. The young man frowned, thinking that he already had water that suppressed fire, as well as a subduing aura, so he did not see the need for another ancient power. The main thing is that with the permissive flame he would have the strength to protect, heal, dodge, and attack. Roxu touched the piggy bank hovering in front of him. Streams of flame swirled around. Everything was in his hands. The pig's eyes shone. A bright explosion illuminated everything around, releasing streams of flame. The young man stood on a path of silver coins. Roxu smiled contentedly and raised the piggy bank above himself. White wings appeared behind his back. The piggy bank's eyes shone brightly. The voice told him to use his power to melt everything in his path, because now he could do anything. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. A sphere of energy was concentrated in front of his palm, to which tongues of flame were reaching. An indestructible shield appeared above him, in front of which bright blue thunderbolts appeared. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. A sphere with a bright light inside appeared above his hand. There was no longer any fiery liquid in the hollow of the mountain peak. A yellow lightning bolt appeared on the silver indestructible shield. The hero was surprised that the symbol of this power was not a pig, because the figure seemed cute to him. The dragon spread its wings, asking if this power now belonged to a human. The boy confirmed his words. Rayon noticed that the boy had become a step stronger, already strong at the level of half of his little finger. Roxu looked at him and smiled, thinking that he had gained Rayon's recognition. The dragon said that he couldn't tell them earlier because the man seemed too focused, but there was a spear mage nearby. Rayon smiled and put his paw to his muzzle, saying that he had just arrived. He was able to notice him thanks to his tracking mana. The hero remembered the image of the boy whose body was pierced by dark energy, a spear mage of the secret organization they encountered on High's 12 Island. The dragon pointed forward with his paw, saying that he could feel him there. The protagonist frowned. Between the 7th and 8th peaks of the 10-fingered mountain, there was a village invisible to humans thanks to illusion magic. The dragon's claw pointed in the direction between the mountain peaks. The youth wondered if the spear mage had appeared in the elf village. He raised his eyebrows, understanding what the threat was, since 5 elves descended into a human settlement, and of course, this was a story from an arc that only began in the 5th volume of Birth of a Hero. There was no way a spear mage would show up here without a reason. The young man guessed who the elves were fighting now. Rayon opened his eyes wide, saying that the man they had seen earlier was coming this way. The dragon spread its wings and took off, saying that it was approaching very quickly, so it needed to hide. The protagonist froze in place, not understanding what was happening. He asked why the dragon didn't tell him about it right away, because it felt like it knew who it was. A silhouette of a man in a cloak was visible on the horizon. Fendrick raised his eyebrows, looking around. He looked at the young man standing in front of him. There was a bright blue sky above the guest house. The hero asked who the guy was, since the man was following him. The hero adjusted his dark robe, saying that he wasn't entirely sure, but it was better for them not to know. Roxu put his hand to his chin, asking who the man who had arrived was. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and turned, asking if they had met before. Clouds floated slowly across the blue sky. Rayon cried out, saying that he knew him. This elf stood behind another who was talking to the boy in the guest house. The dragon smiled, saying that he remembered everything. Because he was great, the boy closed his eyes, thinking that he already understood everything without him, but did not understand what he was doing here. Fendrick raised his eyebrows, removing the hood from his face. He stood in front of the boy, who turned around, saying that they had seen each other before in the guest house. He definitely remembers it, because their eyes met. The main character said that he understood everything. The boy took a step forward, thinking that the hero would not leave him alone if he continued to neglect him, so it was better not to say much, because the more you talk, the more trouble you get into. Fendrick asked if he had recently received an ancient power. Rox's eyes widened. Without turning, he answered, yes. Fendrick's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist froze in place. He furrowed his brows, thinking that the hero was chasing him. Fendrick was walking behind the boy. He apologized. The boy turned around. Fendrick bowed his head, asking if he could lend him his ancient power. Roxu looked at him, raising his eyebrows. The boy took off his white hood. Rano widened his eyes, saying that this elf was sick. But this is not so, although it looks like it. This is an elf who does not know how to control the spirits of nature, a creature forced to live with this feeling of despair until death. However, being a healer, he has pale skin and refined beauty. A bright stream of light appeared behind the surprised Fendrick. The hero said that he was from an elven village. Now it was invaded by a group that wanted to steal a branch of the world tree. Roxu widened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows. The wind carried the fallen green leaves of a tree with a thick trunk. According to a very common fantasy cliché, there is a legend about a world tree that supports 2 continents. The local world tree is a kind of creature that provides a peaceful life for the spirits of nature. The elves, with their permission, broke off a branch of the world tree and built settlements around it. They live in such villages in complete safety thanks to the illusion magic emanating from the branch. The sun's rays fell through the leaves on a small settlement at the foot of the tree. A girl with long red hair held a branch of the world tree in her hands. The hero did not know what would happen if this branch disappeared. Roxu raised his eyebrows, asking if their village would end if the branch was taken. Fendrick frowned, saying that it was. He was thinking about how the man unexpectedly knew a lot about the elves. The hero said that now the elves and spirits are fighting this group to protect the branch. The boy opened his mouth, asking what kind of group it was, thinking that it couldn't be the one he thought of. The elf said that they didn't know, but they wore clothes with 1 white and 5 red stars. The hero imagined this symbol, thinking that he knew it was them. Fendrick, looking at the boy standing in front of him, said that even after investigating, they couldn't figure out what this symbol meant. Roxu thought that it was not surprising, because even Ron couldn't figure out the true nature of the parasite. Rayon folded his arms across his chest, saying that he couldn't believe that they wanted to destroy the elves' homes. They must be punished, because if their home was destroyed, it would destroy the entire world. The heroes stood in the hollow of the mountain peak. The young man understood that the elf village was in danger now, but did not understand what this had to do with his power, so he asked the boy why he needed his power. Fendrick asked if he knew what the deadliest poison was for elves. Roxu opened his mouth, saying that he knew what it was. The reason elves and dark elves do not get along with each other is that something that is beneficial to dark elves, but is poison to normal elves, dead mana. He will present a stream of dark energy. The hero said that he is not sure if this fire is able to burn dead mana. Fendrick frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that he still wanted to try. He was asking for help. The boy put a finger to his mouth and chuckled, thinking about dead mana. He smirked, imagining the man in the dark robe and thinking that for someone who constantly endured pain, nevertheless continuing to live, it could be useful to marry one way or another, so it would be nice to pay off part of his debt to her, since he still wanted to resort to her services in the future. The elf pressed his hand to his heart, saying that if he helped, then in the future they would definitely reward him. The young man repeated his words in surprise. Fendrick raised his eyebrows, going to tell about the reward, but the hero said that it was not necessary. Roxu smiled and put his hand in front of himself, saying that children of nature cannot tweet either money or valuable jewelry. He understood that both Fendrick and the spirits could very well give a good reward, but the elves like people who despise material values. Then he will just say what they like to gain sympathy points. Fendrick raised his eyebrows in embarrassment. A blush appeared on his face. Rayon raised his eyebrows and raised his paw, saying that he could strike the spear mage. The hero couldn't do anything anyway, since this was the will of the strongest in their group, and he didn't want history to be distorted so that the surviving Fendrick would end up dying anyway. Roxu folded his arms across his chest, asking to tell him where the village was. He would first go get his companions, and then they would immediately come to the rescue. The young man raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly, saying that this group was very similar to the gathering of unpleasant people they had already met. On the dark robe was the symbol of a white star with small red ones around it. The heroes raised their sharp swords above them. The boy took a step forward. The people in dark robes ran forward after Fendrick. The dragon flew above them, quickly flapping its wings. The elves froze in fear, screaming that a new enemy was approaching. Fendrick raised his eyebrows and turned around. His eyes widened as he looked at the heroes running above him. A bright light was reflected in his eyes. Fendrick pointed at the heroes with his hand, telling his brother that it was them. The elf asked who they were. The boy frowned. His face was covered with a black mask. He swung his sword, leaving a bright light in space. Blood splashed. The wounded warrior fell to the ground, throwing his head back. Khan asked if this would anger them. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest, saying that it would be great. A man in a dark cloak appeared in front of the boys. He said that this was crazy because they appeared last time and now again. The hero frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking who they were. Khan raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that they were the secret group. The young man awkwardly looked at the boy, not believing that Khan was laughing and really mocking them. The hero frowned and gritted his teeth, calling them a bunch of fools. The guy imagined how offensive it was, because the whole journey here was probably already troublesome and annoying, so there was no point in causing problems and harm to others. The main hero folded his arms across his chest. In front of him in dark robes stood Khan and Bikros. Among the opponents they will have to deal with, there is a young boy. His name is Bellard, but judging by the language he uses, he only looks like a child. He always has a middle-aged swordsman who protects him. Fendrick stood in front of the protagonist as he said this. At some point, this boy's eyes turned white, and all the wolves living in the valley lost their will. It seems that this is his ability. He imagined Bellard with white eyes, in front of whom the wolves, with glowing eyes, opened their mouths. He is a very difficult opponent who uses animals to spread dead mana. Roxu raised his eyebrows, listening carefully. Rayon, sitting on his shoulder, frowned. Dead mana is a deadly poison for elves, so they are too busy dodging dead mana to attack properly. He imagined a smiling Bellard and a man with a sword standing next to him. Neither of them are stronger than a spearman, but this boy seems to be something special. The protagonist with a black mask on his face looked forward. Bellard's ability either makes him a friend in the eyes of animals and monsters, causing them to fight on his side, or he deprives them of their own will, turning them into zombies. He imagined a boy smiling slyly. There was a bright magic seal behind his back, and threads came from his fingertips attached to vicious animals. However, animals and monsters deprived of will can only function normally under control, so even if the taming effect is removed from them, it will not allow them to return to life. They will only go into exile and will rampage until they are killed. The wolves grinned viciously, looking forward with red eyes. The boy bowed his head, saying that this is unforgivable. He bent his fingers, releasing black claws from them. The boy, holding his hand on the wolf, cried out when he saw this. Bellard immediately realized that he was from the wolf tribe, so he wanted to take him. Black looked at his palm. Streams of energy were coming out from behind his back. The guy looked forward, his eyes shining brightly with rage. The man opened his mouth, asking if they were the ones who placed them with the mermaids. The guy looked at him, saying that these were the crazy people. Bickrose frowned and put on white gloves, saying that weaklings talk too much. He turned to the young master, saying that the spectacle would be bloody. Was he really okay? The guy nodded, thinking that Ron was a treacherous old man. The man closed his eyes and adjusted his hood. The hero said that first they needed to get to the wall. Roxu raised his eyebrows, giving the order that they could fight. The heroes immediately moved forward. A bright light from the weapon remained in space. Blood splashed. The blade left a zigzag trail in space, hitting enemies in black robes. A loud scream was heard. The boy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking why they were frozen in place. He ordered them to stop these people immediately. The voice asked if he could not see the fog. The boy widened his eyes, looking to the side. He and Hong were standing next to the boy, and Rayon was hovering above him. Streams of bright blue smoke were reaching out to the hero. The masked boy coughed and threw his head back. The man swung his sword and frowned, asking where these heroes came from. Han, dodging the blow, said that if the man took the time to chat, then he should be tougher with him. The blades of the swords crossed with a clang. The boy frowned. He looked away in horror, saying that this is why he did not want to come here, because these fools always crawl out of nowhere. Bickrose rushed forward, leaving a bright trail behind him, and told him to shut up, because today he planned to ruin all his white gloves. The guy, gritting his teeth, held his sword in front of him, blocking the hero's direction. His other hand concentrated a fire sphere. He used a fireball. Lack appeared in front of Bickrose, holding his hand in front of a bright flame flash. He frowned, looking ahead. Lack stood next to the protagonist, asking why they can't heal the animals. Can't they be returned to normal? Roxu, looking at him, said that animals are devoid of reason, so they can't return to normal. In this state, they probably won't survive the dispel of magic. The wolves looked forward furiously, baring their sharp teeth. The guy bent his fingers, releasing sharp claws. He rushed at Bellard with a scream. The boy put his hands forward, asking if he was really coming forward to be caught. Bellard's eyes shone brightly. He smiled, saying that he was very grateful. The boy's eyes widened. He did not understand what was happening. A thick blue fog appeared around him. He put his hand with claws forward. Lack moved forward with his hand outstretched. Bellard said that this would not work, and it would be better to cut off his fingers. The man frowned and turned around, saying that another one appeared, and the first one dodged. The hero with a white cape on his face looked at the hero who appeared behind him. The boy bowed his head, asking what he was going to cut off. He swung his sword, but the unknown person disappeared, leaving a stream of wind behind him. The man in the white cape grabbed Bellard. The boy raised his hands, saying that they irritated him, so he will kill this wolf. The heroes froze, looking at this. Bickrose's white gloves, stained with blood, lay on the grass. Khan, looking at the approaching guy, asked what was wrong with his gloves. Bickrose said that he was annoyed. The elves in cloaks looked at the protagonist. The man raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the young man was not a dragon. This was a man who saved a tribe of whales who were being pestered by mermaids in cooperation with a secret group, a hero who protected the people of the kingdom from a terrorist attack, Roxa. The guy raised his eyebrows, looking at them. This was the name that the man heard when he went out on reconnaissance. His companions were also unusual. He wondered where all these monsters came from, whose strength could not be measured. A cry was heard asking to kill them. The protagonist looked at the elf in a dark cloak standing opposite. Bellard frowned, ordering to kill the wolf cub first, because they dared to damage his precious skin. Fendrick raised his eyebrows at the young master, asking if it was right to do that. It seemed like they were even more angry. The young man looked at him and said that they had provoked them on purpose. Despite the veins on his forehead bulging with rage, he was still carefully watching to make sure that his subordinates did not fall under the influence of dark mana. There were streams of dark energy near the boy's feet. The boy noticed that he seemed to have lost his temper, but was still in his right mind. The hero standing next to him asked what they should do then. A fire sphere appeared in the young man's palm. The hero asked if he really wanted to get rid of the animals and dead mana first, to which he received the answer, no. The main hero said that he was going to attack them directly. Fendrick's eyes widened and his eyebrows widened. The fire sphere in the young man's hand began to swirl. The flames grew larger. The heroes understood that Roxa needed to be stopped quickly. The boy looked at the man behind him, telling him to go first. He frowned, asking how they should pass through the dead mana. The boy screamed, saying that it was an order. Rayon looked up at the dark sky, asking the man what was going on. Because the weather had become strange, he asked to stay here. The boy said that he could stay there, everything was fine. The voice told the protagonist that since he was ready to throw money around like this, he would definitely overcome everything. He needed to melt everything in his path, because now he could withstand everything. A silver shield with white wings and a symbol of a delta of lightning appeared. The boy clenched his palm into a fist, from which tongues of bright flame oozed. A bright flash of lightning struck the ground, raising stone fragments and dust into the air. Roxa screamed and threw me back. He took off his mask, blood was coming out of his mouth. The protagonist frowned and, wiping the blood with his hand, wondered why he was not told that this power would have such a backlash. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.